Chapter 236, Legendary Master. Chapter 236, Legendary Master. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. It must be said that Crown Prince Avon was well brought up with royal noble manners. His every word and action was befitting of a noble. He had a refined and courteous appearance. He no longer looked like the murderous person who drew his sword, ready to kill, in the palace today. The peace negotiations involved almost all the kingdoms of the Roland continent. Except for a few with intimate dealings with the temple, almost all the kingdoms sent a diplomatic envoy to the Sauron kingdom. The Sauron kingdom was undoubtedly heading the peace negotiations. Although the negotiations had concluded, those people could not help but felt curious about Earl Rhodey, the special envoy of the Radiant Empire. Their conversations were rich with friendly overtones. Seth was relentlessly pursued by the Crown Prince and could not get away from him. On the other hand, Rhodey had no choice but to concentrate and deal with the other diplomatic envoys of the various kingdoms of the Roland continent. Fortunately, Rhodey also had a lot of experience in dealing with this kind of occasions. From time to time, he would secretly observe the words and actions of that Crown Prince Avon. That night, the Crown Prince Avon had an aloof appearance and did not mention anything about that day's peace negotiation. He casually talked to Seth about the Radiant Empire's sights and stories. Rhodey secretly frowned. He could not guess why the Crown Prince's attitude had changed so much. While he was deep in his thoughts, he heard someone on the outside announce, "The senior Prime Minister has arrived." Rhodey's eyes brightened. The senior Prime Minister? That day, the senior Prime Minister's attitude in the palace was extremely ambiguous. Common sense dictated that the senior Prime Minister should help the king to arrange the peace negotiations. However, his fierce and uncompromising attitude made him suspicious. Besides that, after leaving the palace, everybody also suspected that the senior Prime Minister was the one who had leaked his whereabouts in the Roland continent. All the assassination attempts might also be related to him. The aged senior Prime Minister had his usual expression when he entered. The man who held a high post in the Sauron kingdom for decades looked as if he did not take offense with what happened at the palace. He gently and politely greeted everyone and then walked towards Rhodey. "Earl Rhodey, have you gotten accustomed to this place?" The old senior Prime Minister smiled warmly. His smile actually did not have any trace of pretense. He looked extremely sincere and genuine. Rhodey sighed to himself. "It's another Marquis Garoline." Rhodey smiled and nodded. "His Highness is very hospitable. I am very happy to be here tonight." He paused for a moment and observed the old man's face. He did not see anything abnormal and then continued, "I did not expect to meet you here, Senior Prime Minister. Looks like you and His Highness are quite close to each other." The senior Prime Minister sighed and said, "I am His Majesty's trusted confidant and have also served as a teacher of the Crown Prince." As if he was not very willing to speak on this topic, he then asked, "If you need anything at the Summer Palace, as our guest, please don't hesitate to tell me directly." Rhodey nodded. He hesitated for a moment and suddenly thought of an idea. He was resolved to speak straight to the point. He could not help provoking him. "Everything is fine. His Majesty has dispatched soldiers to protect us. At the very least, we would not feel apprehensive here." The senior Prime Minister's expression did not change. He lightly replied, "It was just a small storm. Your Excellency the Earl has extraordinary strength. That was not worthy of your attention." He squinted his eyes and watched Rhodey as he laughed like an old fox. "I heard that Your Excellency the Earl killed 3 dragon paladins single-handedly. With that kind of strength, how could a few overconfident assassins hurt you?" Rhodey immediately shook his head, smiled and replied, "I am afraid you only heard those exaggerated rumors. Those paladins were dealt with by the Black Veil Saint and His Excellency Augustine. I would not have arrived here safely if it were not for them. Please do not say that again. I would feel very ashamed." The senior Prime Minister pondered. He looked carefully at Rhodey and noticed that Rhodey looked normal. Although the senior Prime Minister had some doubts, he still believed him. After all, for a person to defeat 3 paladins on his own would only be possible for mythical people in the legends. The old senior Prime Minister did not believe what was reported. They continued to lightly inquire about each other. The senior Prime Minister suddenly sighed. He deliberately looked at the Crown Prince, who was eagerly talking to Seth. He said softly, "Today at the palace, I saw His Highness rush into the hall the moment I left. Did this alarm Your Excellency?" Rhodey smiled. The Crown Prince is youthful and loyal to his country. I actually admire him very much. The senior Prime Minister sighed, "Youngsters are always impatient. I hope he will not cause any more trouble." Today, His Majesty the King retained him in the palace and reprimanded him the whole afternoon. While listening to the senior prime minister, Rhodey looked at Seth, who was about to go crazy, with a smile. The senior prime minister then looked towards where Rhodey was looking and muttered, "Earl Rhodey, honestly speaking. I heard that His Highness had invited you here. I was afraid that he might cause trouble, so I came to see. I did not expect to see him and Miss Nicole get along happily. Looks like His Majesty's reprimand today was effective." Hearing that, Rhodey immediately thought to himself. What was he implying? Is he trying to imply that His Majesty the King incited Prince Avon to deliberately approach Nicole? HMMP, this seems to be logical. After all, making connections with the Tulip family will also be beneficial in facing the temple, who is currently an enemy of the Sauron Kingdom. Everyone knows the power of the Tulip family in the Radiant Empire. To create a connection with the Tulip family was to obtain powerful assistance from the south. Rhodey narrowed his eyes as he thought of that. He was not able to read Senior Prime Minister's intention. Whose side is this old guy with? Is he with the temple? Does not seem like it. After all, he is the Senior Prime Minister of the Sauron Kingdom. He also participated in the peace negotiations. However, he doesn't seem totally loyal to the king. When Crown Prince Avon saw Rhodey and the Senior Prime Minister talking to each other, he and Seth immediately walked over. Seth appeared to look relieved and was sweating on his forehead. He glared fiercely at Rhodey, then stood next to him. "Senior Prime Minister, you have also arrived." Avon seemed to be surprised to see the Senior Prime Minister's presence. He was wholeheartedly attending to Miss Nicole that he did not notice the arrival of an important noble, even though he was the host. The Senior Prime Minister narrowed his eyes and smiled, "Your Highness, tonight, your arrangements here are not bad. Are there any other programs later?" Avon smiled and turned to Rhodey. He said, "I heard that Earl Rhodey is also a general in the Radiant Empire. Am I right?" His words sounded provocative. Rhodey smiled and nodded. He deliberately said, "Yes, I had the honor of fighting alongside His Excellency the Duke of the Tulip family at Thunderous City. Winning that great victory for the Empire was my life's honor." Those words immediately brought a sour look to the Crown Prince. After all, that war, the great victory of the Radiant Empire, was the defeat of the Roland people. Avon gritted his teeth and laughed, "Your Excellency the Earl was under the command of the Duke of the Tulip family?" Rhodey nodded and replied, "I used to be the captain of the Duke's bodyguards." "Oh?" Avon's eyes lit up. The Duke of the Tulip family was famous even on the Roland continent. As a warrior, Avon was also very curious about that famous and outstanding general. "I have heard of the fame of the Duke of the Tulip family on the Roland continent. What kind of person is he?" Rhodey hesitated a little as he did not know how to answer. As the Duke of the Tulip family was actually himself, Rhodey was embarrassed to boast even though he was now more brazen than before. However, it would not be appropriate for him to say anything negative, as he was the special envoy of the Radiant Empire and also formerly under the command of the Duke of the Tulip family. While he was still hesitating, Seth unhappily snapped, "The Duke of the Tulip family? He is just a silly boy. Other than having a bit of skill with the sword, his brain is full of paste." Those words made the others laugh. They all accepted her words as a joke. Only Rhodey understood that Seth was venting his anger for making fun of him. Seth was taking the opportunity to verbally abuse him. Avon laughed and changed the topic. He looked at Rhodey and continued, "Your Excellency the Earl, what position are you holding now with the Imperial Guards of the Radiant Empire?" Before Rhodey could speak, the Senior Prime Minister replied, "I heard that Earl Rhodey was originally with the Lightning God's Whip. He is now a commander of the Imperial Guards. Your Highness, you were also originally from our Royal Knights. It is really fate that the two of you met." Avon smiled, a little proud of himself. After all, he was someone with real talent and also had impressive achievements from the beginning as a knight. Unlike the other noble children, he was vain since he was young. The Crown Prince was clearly very satisfied with the Senior Prime Minister's words. He deliberately and lightly said, "It is unfortunate that, under His Majesty's order, I am now in charge of the Navy. I did not go to the front lines in the war and was not able to see your world-renowned Lightning God's Whip. It is truly a pity." Avon said the word pity, but his face revealed a conceited expression. He saw a small badge on Rhodey's costume. Prince Avon then asked, "Earl Rhodey, what is the significance of that badge?" Rhodey frowned. He could tell that the young prince intentionally asked even though he knew the answer. Comparing his acting with that of the Senior Prime Minister, Prince Avon was too inexperienced. However, he still calmly replied, "This is the badge for warriors of the Empire. This badge symbolizes that I am lucky enough to obtain the rank of a Grade 5 swordsman." The Crown Prince's eyes lit up. Grade 5 swordsman. He suddenly waved his hand and called out for a subordinate to come over one. As if it was already prearranged, a robust man stepped out from the back. That person looked like he was about 30 years old. He was sturdy and tall. Although he donned casual clothes, he walked forward firmly. From his steadfast expression and the way he walked, Rhodey could tell that he was a powerful and high-ranked knight. The man looked down at the ground as he walked over all the way. His hands were holding a long and narrow dark-colored box. Rhodey frowned. The other party had obviously prepared this, but he did not know what their intentions were. Is he looking for someone to fight me? Does he want me to be defeated and embarrassed in front of the diplomatic envoys of the different kingdoms on the Roland continent? It is possible, after all, this crown prince is from the anti-peace faction. He is young and impetuous. It is normal for him to take this opportunity to vent his anger. Avon deliberately laughed and loudly said, Earl Rhodey, you are young and promising. You are also a warrior. I am filled with admiration. I am good at swordplay and normally love collecting weapons. This is a sword I found a month ago. It can cut and break any weapon, no matter how solid the other weapon is. Earl Rhodey, do you have any interest in trying it out with me? Although he asked insincerely, he had already opened the box and readily picked up the sword with his hand. It was a standard traditional cross-shaped sword of a Roland knight. The blade of the sword, from beginning to end, was in a shape of a sharp triangle. There was also a blood groove on the sword. A few unknown gems that were embedded on the sword glimmered radiantly. With a single glance, Rhodey could see that those gems were shining very brightly. It was most probably enchanted with sorcery. The sharp edge of the blade glowed with a pale green light, clearly showing that it was a thoroughly tempered weapon. Besides that, the sword had a primitive design. With a glance, one could easily tell that the sword definitely had an extraordinary history. That was especially true for the hilt, as it was pale yellow, making it look old. From Rhodey's experience, that pale yellow was not just color. It was bloodstains. The hilt had been immersed and soaked in blood. The blood could no longer be scrubbed off and had naturally changed the color. It was obviously not an ordinary sword but a weapon that had seen life and death battles. Earl Rhodey, what do you think of this sword? The Crown Prince deliberately gently flicked the sword, which immediately issued a clear humming sound. Rhodey sighed and replied, good sword. Avon was satisfied as he looked at Rhodey. He then showed a pleased expression and said, in order to get this sword, I searched for 3 years and bought it from someone else for tens of thousands of gold coins. Speaking of this sword, there is a lot of interest. At this juncture, he then deliberately stopped to look at Rhodey and Seth as if he was waiting for them to ask. Unfortunately, he was showing off to the wrong targets. Who was Rhodey? Which kind of weapons had he not seen before? He had seen legendary artifacts such as the Dracula's spear and the god-slaying bow. Even the dragon fang and the dragon spell scimitar were 1 in a million treasures. As for Seth, from an early age, he had never been interested in swords. It did not matter to him if a sword was good or bad. Avon felt embarrassed when he saw the two of them just nod and not ask anything. Fortunately, the senior prime minister was perceptive and immediately helped the crown prince get out of this awkward predicament. He asked, Your Highness, I wonder what the mystical origin of this sword is? The senior prime minister's question had rescued the crown prince. Avon glanced gratefully at him and said, in the history of the Roland continent, the temple had a total of 96 paladins. All of these paladins were like the masters of that era. In the history of the Roland continent, this sword was the weapon used by the most legendary paladin. He was the most powerful paladin several hundred years ago. Avon deliberately showed a mysterious expression, but, unfortunately, Rhodey still looked very calm. Paladin? I have already killed 4 of them. I don't see anything so formidable about them. What can be so terrific about their weapons? Seth and Rhodey did not know the history of the Roland continent, but the senior prime minister did. The senior prime minister showed a surprised expression and could not help himself from saying, Your Highness, are you saying that the person is? Avon nodded his head and lowered his voice as he said, It is that paladin from several hundred years ago. He was known as the most powerful paladin in hundreds of years. He was finally expelled from the temple and then he personally defeated 2 other paladins, who were dispatched to kill him. He was the guy who was known as the Temple's Disgrace. Rhodey finally showed some interest. The Temple's Disgrace? Your Highness, the paladin you spoke of seemed to be unusual. Even Seth could not help but become curious. Avon showed a serious expression as lowered his voice. He glanced at Miss Nicole and whispered, This is something that the temple forbid people from telling as it placed the temple to shame. That paladin was recognized as the strongest master on the Roland continent hundreds of years ago. He once entered the mythical beast forest alone to kill countless high-ranked mythical beasts. He even entered the dragon race's territory by himself and escaped unscathed. But later. At this point, Avon seemed a little ambiguous as he continued. Later, because of something that happened, that paladin and the temple had a conflict. He rebelled against the temple. The elders' council of the temple angrily declared him an apostate and ordered his execution. They also dispatched 2 other paladins to kill him. However, the other 2 paladins were defeated by him. Ever since then, that paladin disappeared. That incident had a huge impact on the temple. Of the 3 paladins the temple had, 1 rebelled and the other 2 were defeated. It made the temple lose face. This is why this story was kept secret by the temple. At this point, Crown Prince Avon sounded proud of himself and said, "This sword is the one that was used then by that master, the strongest paladin. I had to go through numerous difficulties to get it." Rhodey's curiosity was finally aroused. He could not help asking, "Your Highness, what is the name of that master paladin?" Crown Prince Avon took a deep breath as if showing respect. He then slowly said, "His name is Sky." Cough. 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 Rhodey choked the moment he heard that name and coughed violently. Translation notes. 1. Lyran. Literally, it is come people. Usually used in calling a servant without specifying who. It sounds weird in English. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 237, Provocation. Chapter 237, Provocation. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Sky? That old fellow with fat all over his body? He was the strongest paladin in the history of the Roland continent? Rhodey could not imagine what Sky would look like in paladin armor. Although there were a lot of people in this world with the same name, to have the ability to defeat 2 paladins, there was unlikely anyone else other than Sky. When the Crown Prince and the Senior Prime Minister saw the Special Envoy coughing violently with a strange expression, they could not understand why Rhodey reacted strangely. Rhodey realized they were looking at him in a strange way. He pretended to clear his throat and smiled wryly. "It is nothing. I was just a bit too excited when I heard of this person's legendary exploits." He could not help but look again at the sword in the Crown Prince's hands and he thought to himself, to think that fatty had such a marvelous story. Looks like I would need to ask him about it when I return. The Crown Prince gently caressed his sword. He then narrowed his eyes, revealing a sharp gaze as he said, "Your Excellency, the Earl was originally from the Lightning God's Whip. I heard that in your country, there is a strong Wolf Fang army within the Lightning God's Whip. They are the elites and use a peculiar type of scimitar. Those scimitars were meticulously forged by the blacksmiths and are sharper than ordinary swords." "Is that true?" Rhodey nodded and replied, "The Wolf Fang is the cavalry regiment directly under the Duke of the Tulip family. Naturally, their weapons would be special." The Crown Prince then looked towards Rhodey's waist. He smiled and said, "Your Excellency the Earl, the scimitar at your waist must be from the Lightning God's Whip? It looks unique." Rhodey smiled as he thought to himself. He then nodded silently. The Crown Prince gradually revealed his true intention as he said, "The scimitars of the Wolf Fang in your country are well known throughout the world. It is said to be better than the scimitars from the northern grasslands. Although the scimitars originated from the Great Moon Kingdom, their forging standards could not be as developed compared to the Empire. The scimitar that belongs to your Excellency the Earl must be something unusual. Is it possible for us to have a look?" Rhodey frowned since his scimitar was not the standard weapon of the Wolf Fang. It was the Dragon Spell Sword. Rhodey did not want to complicate matters. Since the Crown Prince had already raised the issue, Rhodey simply smiled and removed the sword from his waist. He handed it over and said, "Your Highness, please take a look. However, my scimitar is just an ordinary weapon. I do not dare to compare it with your Highness' treasured sword." Avon drew out the scimitar and looked at it for a while. He was amazed. Rhodey's scimitar originally had a unique shape. In addition to that, a few days earlier, it was refined with the Ice Dragon's soul. Unsheathed, it was exceptionally radiant and threateningly cold. The Crown Prince asked, "What are the strange words on the sword?" He could not help but gently stroke the sword. His face clearly showed his fondness for it. Rhodey looked at his expression and immediately became vigilant. The Crown Prince seemed to have a habit of collecting strange weapons. It would be difficult to refuse if he suddenly asked for it or wanted to buy it, so Rhodey said, "This scimitar was presented to me by His Majesty the Emperor. I, too, don't understand those words on it." Sure enough, Avon's expression looked slightly more depressed the moment Rhodey said that the scimitar was presented to him by the Emperor. Although he really liked the scimitar, he also knew that an emperor's gift could not easily be given away or sold. Avon did not have good intentions when he gave the order to bring out his prized collection. He originally wanted to incite the Earl to outshine him and to compete in a duel with those weapons. As long as he could break the Earl's weapon, then he would have embarrassed the Earl, and that would help him vent a little of his resentment. However, when Avon saw that the Earl's scimitar was not an ordinary weapon, he hesitated a little. The scimitar looked very sharp. If they were to suggest a competition, it might be possible for his treasured sword to get damaged. Losing face was one thing. But he would be in distress, as the sword was not easy to acquire. Avon's expression immediately changed a few times. Suddenly, he recalled that the Earl's scimitar was a gift from the Emperor. He made a ruthless decision. Take the risk. Since the scimitar was a treasured gift from the Emperor, then if he could break the scimitar here, the Earl would get into big trouble. It would not be a minor offense if the treasured gift presented by the Emperor was damaged. Thus, Avon secretly gritted his teeth and said, "Your Excellency the Earl, it looks like your scimitar is extraordinary. Why don't we test it out? It is rare to see two mysterious weapons together. Why don't we find out whose weapon is better?" How could Rhodey agree to that kind of match? He naturally refused outright in all ways possible, and also pretended to be modest. "Your Highness' treasured sword is an unusual weapon. How could my scimitar compare? Let's forget it." When Avon saw Rhodey declined, he continued to insist. Rhodey simply shook his head and refused. The senior prime minister beside them did not say anything. He deliberately stepped back and quietly observed them with a smile. Seth smiled meaningfully and said, "Your Highness, I have an idea." "Should I say it?" Avon laughed and immediately replied, "Miss Nicole's ideas must definitely be good. Please go ahead." He paused for a moment, then felt like he should encourage her more. He then added, "Please speak. I will definitely respect your idea." Rhodey was stunned for a moment and then glared at Seth. He wondered what kind of trick Seth wanted to play. Seth did not look at Rhodey. He gently smiled and said, "Earl Rhodey is our country's grade 5 swordsman. He is a warrior under the command of the Duke of the Tulip family. As the regiment commander of the Navy for one of the kingdoms on the Roland continent, your Highness must definitely have powerful warriors reporting to you. What is the point of just comparing weapons? I suggest we might as well have Earl Rhodey compete against a warrior selected by your Highness. Let's see who is the more powerful warrior." As the warriors spar, the advantages and disadvantages of the two weapons would be show up. The moment those words were spoken, Rhodey's first reaction was to strangle the troublemaker to death. He was trying to conceal his strength. His real purpose of coming here was to find out the actual situation of the other party. However, if he were to compete, he would end up revealing his strength. Seth still did not look at Rhodey. He deliberately gave the Crown Prince a shallow smile and softly said, "Your Highness, what do you think of my suggestion?" The Crown Prince was swept away by the gaze from Miss Nicole. He felt dizzy and flushed as he said, "Good. Good idea." Rhodey frowned and he could only look at the senior prime minister. He hoped the senior prime minister would say something to stop it. However, the senior prime minister silently stood there smiling. He looked at Rhodey's eyes meaningfully. Rhodey was clear in his mind. The senior prime minister's standpoint was strange. He believed that the senior prime minister wanted to take this opportunity to gauge his strength. Thinking of that, Rhodey shook his head and said, "Your Highness, I came to your country to negotiate for peace. It is not good for me to fight in a challenge. We are just learning from each other. It is unrelated to your Excellency the Earl's mission. I have long heard that it is common for the people of your country to learn from each other in contests. Perhaps you are worried? Don't worry. My subordinates know their limits when they fight." Rhodey smiled helplessly. Rhodey was of course not afraid to fight. No matter how powerful the Crown Prince's subordinates were, they would not be as powerful as paladins. However, hurting the Crown Prince's subordinates in a private contest would be bad. No matter what was said, he came here for peace negotiations. Besides that, the senior prime minister was also not a simple person. He looked as if he could see through Rhodey. That being said, the proposal was made by Miss Nicole. Rhodey could not openly oppose the words of the eldest daughter of the Tulip family. As he could not decline, everybody went outside the palace. After hearing what had transpired, the smarter diplomatic envoys from the other kingdoms immediately thought it strange. They were worried that the Crown Prince, who had opposed the peace negotiations, had now come up with another trick. One by one, they went outside to spectate. The senior prime minister did not say anything from the start until the end. He simply stood on the sidelines, watching. However, when the Crown Prince suggested he personally compete, the senior Prime Minister cautioned him and said, "Today, in the palace, Your Highness has just been reprimanded by His Majesty. I suggest you do not compete." After what the senior Prime Minister said, Avon hesitated for a moment before he gave up the idea of personally competing in the fight. After all, no matter what the result would be, His Majesty the King would definitely be angry if he were to go out and fight personally. That day, he had already angered His Majesty, so it was better for the Crown Prince to restrain himself. Moreover, Avon knew his own capability and he might not necessarily defeat a grade 5 swordsman. It would be even more unsightly if he were to lose. The person who would fight in the contest was the sturdy warrior that brought the sword. His name was Leiho. Avon had introduced him as one of the commanders of the navy. Originally, Leiho and Avon were part of the Royal Knights. Avon was extremely reverent when he talked about Leiho, he was probably quite skillful. Rhodey and Leiho stood facing each other. Leiho was holding the Crown Prince's treasured sword. His eyes were like lightning as he fixed his stare at Rhodey as if he was getting ready to strike. Rhodey pretended to look tensed but at the same time was pondering over the matter. The Crown Prince is of the pro-war faction. Naturally, he does not know my strength. However, the senior Prime Minister has heard the news that I have killed 3 paladins. Although he does not really believe the news, he will not be so naive as to think that I am just a bungling oaf. What are his intentions by consenting to this competition? Regardless of the outcome, the Crown Prince will certainly be reprimanded by the king. In other words, he is not on the Crown Prince's side. Whose side is this old fellow with? Perhaps he heard the news about me and doubted my strength? He also wanted to take this opportunity to find out how strong I am? Avon deliberately stood beside Seth. His words were filled with attempts to win her favor. He also faintly boasted to Seth that Leiho was one of the greatest masters during his time in the Royal Knight. He was even selected to become a paladin. However, he rejected the offer to become a paladin because of his loyalty to the Crown Prince. He remained by Avon and followed him to join the navy. Avon then told Seth not to worry as Leiho knew how to restrain himself and would not hurt the Earl. Feeling tired of it all, Seth sighed. He looked at the Crown Prince with pity. Rhodey was still thinking of something else when he heard Leiho roar loudly. Leiho raised the sword in his hands as he rushed forward and slashed down. Rhodey was helpless. He only raised his hands holding his scimitar to block. There was a loud clang as the swords struck each other. Rhodey deliberately moved back a few steps. On the last footstep, he also deliberately stomped forcefully on the ground, creating a hole in the stone slab on the ground. He then spat and loudly said, "Good." Leiho's attack was blocked. However, he moved quickly and with just a few steps, he was attacking furiously. He indeed had extraordinary strength. According to Rhodey's estimate, he had already achieved the rank of a senior knight. If Rhodey was a real grade 5 swordsman, against those series of attacks, he would have been battered a long time ago. The two fought for a while, their swords clashing with loud clanging sounds. Rhodey deliberately concealed his own strength. He did not use any fighting energy and only defended passively. Blocking repeatedly from left and right with the scimitar in his hands, he took all the attacks from his opponent. Those diplomatic envoys from the other kingdoms were knowledgeable. They saw that the Crown Prince's subordinate was powerful. His violent onslaught made them secretly fearful. They could not help but softly applaud. They dared not applaud loudly because of Rhodey's identity. Seth watched the battle and yawned repeatedly. Although Leiho was quite strong and his onslaught was imposing, it could not be compared to the Wind Dragon Amu's earth-shattering attacks. Rhodey pretended to look engrossed. Clang! 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 They fought for a while, but Rhodey had only defended since the beginning. He did not strike back at all. When he felt that the fight had gone on long enough, he blocked another attack from his opponent and jumped away. He then smiled and said, "Stop." Leiho gasped for breath and asked, "What's wrong?" Rhodey loudly said, "That's enough. I have great admiration for your strength. I think it is time to end this spar." He turned his scimitar, holding it so that the cutting edge was topside, ready to walk to the side. Leiho's eyes flashed. He rushed forward and shouted, "As a warrior, how could you so easily admit defeat?" Rhodey frowned as he lightly dodged his strike and said, "We are only sparring. Do we need to fight to the death?" Leiho held the sword with both his hands and slashed it down. When they got closer to each other, Leiho whispered, "I can see that you are concealing your strength." Rhodey's eyes lit up. He narrowed his eyes and softly asked, "What do you want? Show your true strength. Convince me by making me lose. Then I will let you go." As the two of them talked, the people around them gradually started to applaud. Leiho fought seriously during the time the two of them talked. As they exchanged those few words, Leiho had slashed about 11 times. Each of those slashes faintly brought with it a strong gust of wind, and the sword was covered with fighting energy. Leiho was very fast with his attacks. However, Rodi dodged even faster. In his hand, Rodi was still holding the scimitar in reverse. Although Leiho's attacks were ferocious, they could not even touch Rodi's clothes. Rodi's figure was like a ghost in everybody's eyes. He was like a falling tree leaf that was constantly fluttering. No matter how fiercely Leiho attacked, he could not do anything with that leaf. Rodi gradually got angry when he saw his opponent persistently attacking him. Since the start of his career, he had never gotten into a disadvantageous position in a contest. Although he was trying to hide his own strength, the arrogance in his heart was becoming agitated. Suddenly, the opponent's sword slashed down at him. Rodi's eyes flashed with anger as he turned over his hand and raised his sword. Clang! There was a clashing sound as the weapons struck against each other. Leiho grunted as he staggered back 7 to 8 steps. The hand holding the sword faintly trembled and his face turned red. Rodi saw that the senior prime minister, who was at the side, was astonished, and he regretted not controlling himself better. Seeing Leiho gasping for his breath, Rodi realized something. He recalled how Master Autumn confused the church when he was in the imperial capital. Humph. You all want to see my real strength? In that case, I will show you my real strength. Do we really need to determine the victor? Rodi narrowed his eyes. Leiho did not speak. Silver fighting energy burst out from his sword. He suddenly took a deep breath and slashed his sword downwards, and a blade of wind shot towards Rodi. He also instantly scuttled out and stabbed forth from the left. Rodi sneered and stretched out a hand. He gently touched the space above with his left hand, and a golden light shield immediately emerged in front of him. Leiho's wind blade smashed into Rodi's shield, which instantly broke. Rodi's action was even faster. The moment he saw Leiho's sword in front of him, instead of blocking with his sword, he readily caught it with 2 fingers. Leiho had put in all his strength into that attack, but it just did not have any effect. He had thrust with his sword but could not move it forward an inch. Rodi lightly held the sharp end of the blade with his 2 fingers and said, "Let go." Leiho's face had turned purple. He was stubborn by nature. Not only did he refuse to let go, instead he suddenly clenched the fist of his other hand and swung it towards Rodi. Rodi coldly looked at his opponent, and he then forcefully twisted the sword blade of his opponent with his fingers. Halfway through swinging his fist, Leiho felt a strong, inexorable turning spiral force on the other hand. He could not counter that force. He quickly rotated his body in the air like a gyroscope to follow that rotation of his sword before crashing to the ground. However, Leiho was a valiant man. Although he was lying down on the ground, he still held on tightly to the sword. Rodi sighed and loosened his fingers. He was about to withdraw when Leiho roared loudly and attacked again. Rodi was really angry now. He suddenly slashed with his scimitar, creating a loud crisp sound. Ting! The precious sword in Leiho's hands was broken into 2 by Rodi. Half of the broken sword flew up into the sky and spun a few times before it fell and stabbed into the ground. It had fallen right in front of Crown Prince Avon's feet. He looked at the pale Leiho, the surprised and frightened Crown Prince, the strange gazes of the surrounding people, and the senior Prime Minister with his thoughtful eyes. Rodi did not care about all that anymore. He looked at the broken sword in Leiho's hands and thought to himself. Shit, I broke Fatty's sword into 2. Will he come after me? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 238, Freak. Chapter 238, Freak. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Condensation of energy into shape. The audience exclaimed in admiration. Crown Prince Avon looked reverently and unwaveringly looked at Rodi. The surrounding diplomatic envoys of the various kingdoms also had reverent expressions. Only the senior prime minister narrowed his eyes. No one could tell what was on his mind. Condensation of energy into shape. The Crown Prince was the first person to shout loudly, "Earl Rodi, I did not expect you to have already reached the level of a paladin." Heir. He immediately remembered and corrected himself. I think it is called Sacred Swordsman in your distinguished country. Avon had forgotten that his own men had lost the fight. With large strides, he walked up to Rodi. He looked at Rodi with eyes full of respect and almost rushed to Rodi to hold his hands. Rodi kept his scimitar. He frowned as he looked at the broken sword and with a wry smile said, "I have broken your highness' treasured sword." "I am sorry." Avon waved his hand and said, "Never mind, never mind. It is just a sword. I did not expect Your Excellency the Earl to have such excellent strength. If you do not mind, please give me some pointers. He was truly a youngster with a passion for martial arts. He did not feel depressed or frustrated even after defeat. On the Roland continent, all the strongest masters were from the temple. Although the Sauron kingdom was strong, they did not have any knight that had reached the level of paladin. The person whom Rodi fought with, Leho, was already an extremely rare master. The Crown Prince immediately thought of seeking advice the moment he saw a sacred swordsman standing in front of him. While Rodi was feeling embarrassed, the senior Prime Minister finally walked over. Seth followed behind him. He whispered, "Your Highness, I suggest we go in first. Everyone is looking over here." Avon ordered a few people to take Leho away for him to rest. Leho was now fully convinced, especially from Rodi's last strike, which did not give him a chance to resist. He deeply understood that the disparity between himself and his opponent was too big. He bowed to Rodi as he was being supported out by others. Avon no longer had the mood to continue the banquet, and the diplomatic envoys, with various thoughts in mind, gradually left. The dinner banquet ended in a hurry. Ironically, everyone left even before the main course was served. Only Rodi and the Crown Prince remained in the palace. The senior Prime Minister seemed to leave deliberately. Just before he left, he deliberately whispered into Rodi's ears, "Your Excellency the Earl, you are indeed very powerful." Before Rodi could comprehend the meaning of the senior Prime Minister's words, he had already left with a smile. The Crown Prince was struggling in his heart. As someone from the pro-war faction, he naturally had opposed the peace negotiations. He had already been reprimanded by the king that day, but he still felt that the peace negotiation was a disgrace. However, as a warrior, he revered powerful people like Rodi. Avon never had the opportunity to seek advice from a master on the level of a paladin. Now, there was such a great master in front of him. If he did not ask for advice, he would not feel at ease for the rest of his life. His fixation on martial arts had made him temporarily forget about Seth. Totally unlike his cold attitude earlier, he enthusiastically and respectfully sent Rodi off. Rodi made a small request to take the broken sword away. The Crown Prince quickly agreed in exchange for a promise that Rodi would teach him sword fighting skills during his stay at the palace when it was convenient. "What were you trying to do just now?" Rodi immediately turned to look at Seth the moment he closed the windows of the carriage. Seth leisurely sighed. He did not directly reply Rodi and whispered, "Didn't you notice?" "What?" Seth then replied, "That senior Prime Minister, he has been observing you the whole night." Rodi nodded, "I certainly noticed that. However, I would like to ask you why you proposed that I fight with the subordinate of the Crown Prince?" Seth smiled gently as if in disdain. "So what's wrong with having a duel? I know that you are afraid of showing your strength. However, did you think the senior Prime Minister would not suspect you just because you do not fight? After all, 3 dragon paladins have failed to kill you. Although Mouse and Augustine acted as your cover, do you think the old senior Prime Minister would not be curious about you?" Rodi was silent. Seth continued, "Either way, we have made some gains tonight." Rodi thought for a moment and whispered, "That's right. The Crown Prince is not in collaboration with the senior Prime Minister. I believe he was just being used by the senior Prime Minister. Tonight, when you suggested the spar, the senior Prime Minister did not object. In any case, if the senior Prime Minister and the Crown Prince were working together, he would be afraid of my strength and would not so easily agree to it. Since he did not object, then he did not care whether the Crown Prince would lose face or not. What he was truly concerned was to test my strength." "You can see things clearly but not deep enough." Seth smiled. His gaze turned very strange. "While everybody was watching you during the match, I was observing the senior Prime Minister. He was a little bit strange." "Oh?" Rodi's eyes lit up. He was certain that Seth was better to him when it comes to comparing wisdom. Since Seth could see something was wrong, then it must be very important. Seth lowered his voice and slowly asked, "Let me first ask, how strong is Leho?" Rodi thought for a moment and replied, "He is not bad." He paused for a while and then added, "According to normal standards, he is very good. He has already reached the level of a high-ranked knight. In a kingdom, with this kind of strength, he can be the leader of an army. He can even be a senior commander in the Holy Knights." Seth smiled and looked at Rodi. "I noticed that when you finally started to fight back, the senior Prime Minister's eyes lit up as if he was feeling pleased. However, when you repelled the opponent, you did not attack him but only broke his sword." The senior Prime Minister looked disappointed. "Disappointed?" Rodi sat up straight. He showed a pensive expression and frowned. "Why is he disappointed?" Seth gently stretched out 2 fingers and said, there are 2 possible reasons for his disappointment. The first one is because Leho could not force you to show your true strength and easily lost to you. The result was that he could not thoroughly see your capabilities. Rhodey nodded. According to the normal train of thought, it could be explained that way. What about the second reason? Seth sighed and gave a wry smile. The second possibility for his disappointment is that you did not seriously injure that Leho. Why? Rhodey frowned. Seth shook his head and said, you all have been wondering whether the senior prime minister and the crown prince were collaborating. However, have you ever considered the possibility that they might also be enemies to each other? He then sneered and asked, won't you feel happy if you see your opponent lose a competent commander? Before Rhodey could speak, Seth's eyes flashed as he continued, in my opinion, the senior prime minister must definitely be with the temple. Rhodey thought for a moment and then shook his head, I have also thought of this possibility, but I think it does not make sense. Just think about it. He participated in the peace negotiations. He has also contributed a lot towards the peace negotiations. At first, I thought he was loyal to the king. There was one thing that can prove this. When I met Mouse in the northwest, the temple and the Sauron kingdom were already at odds with each other. When Mouse was betrayed by his subordinates, that royal knight who plotted against her said that he was ordered by the king and the senior prime minister. Seth sighed and smiled, what is it that you cannot understand? The senior prime minister is, after all, just a senior prime minister. He is not a king. If the king wants to deal with the temple and Mouse, how could the senior prime minister object? Even if he is with the temple, he could only accept and carry out the king's orders. Otherwise, he would expose himself. Seth seemed to sneer and said, Rhodey, your thinking is still too simple when it comes to politics. What kind of position do you think the Sauron kingdom has on the Roland continent? It is the strongest nation on the Roland continent. The land area covers nearly half the continent. They have a large and formidable army and a strong national strength. If the temple wants to maintain their prestige in the Roland continent, then they must find a way to control the Sauron kingdom by getting to the core of the sovereignty of the Sauron kingdom. He then closed his eyes and lightly said, I know that in order to control the various kingdoms, the temple's usual method was to station the holy knights at various places then dispatch a saint from the temple. However, this method is workable on the small kingdoms and not workable when used on a strong and large kingdom like the Sauron kingdom. Rhodey was lost for words and was deep in thought. Seth smiled. His tone was filled with appraise as he said, the senior prime minister is old and presumably, his power has been at the core of the kingdom for many years. His position as a senior prime minister is an extremely high position. It could be said that he is subordinate only to the king. He has a say in all the large and small policy matters in the kingdom. If the temple can control this position, then they can easily control the rest of the kingdom. It could be said that there are no better choices. Rhodey heaved a sigh and said, if your assumption is correct, then the senior prime minister would not be easy to deal with. Looks like the peace negotiations may not be successful. Seth smiled and listlessly leaned on the cushion as he said, that's good. The more formidable the opponent, the happier I will be. Rhodey glanced at Seth and suddenly asked, we turned you into this appearance to punish you, aren't you angry with us? Unexpectedly, Seth did not show any anger on his face. He stayed silent for a moment before he looked at Rhodey. He had a strange expression as he said, Rhodey, let me tell you a secret. What is it? Seth smiled and whispered, I do not have human emotions. Looking at Rhodey's blank expression, he continued, it doesn't matter whether it is anger, happiness, fear or admiration. All of these human emotions that I should have, I do not have any at all. I don't understand. Seth shook his head and said, of course, you will not understand. Nobody can understand this kind of feeling if they have never experienced this before. Seth smiled calmly and said, ever since I started to understand things as a child, I have never felt any emotion at all, not even towards my father, my sister, my family, my lover, nor my friends. My heart does not have any emotion. I was born an unfeeling person. I have caused all sorts of trouble since childhood. My father would scold me, my sister would become angry at me, and our family guards would be disgusted with me. That was because I wanted to test out how I would feel when they treated me this way. The result was, I never felt anything. Whether I was confronted with my father's scolding, my sister's anger, or the guards' contempt, my heart remained calm. All the external factors could not affect my mood. At that juncture, Seth put his hands behind his head and leaned back in a comfortable posture against the back of the cushion. He gave a long sigh and smiled. After that, I started to try out the so-called love. As you know, I have many lovers in the Empire. Many, many lovers. I tried to see if my heart could show love for others, but after trying so many times, no matter what kind of woman, I could not feel love. It is true. Perhaps I may smile to others and usually may also have different expressions on my face. Depending on the situation, I can respond with different emotions and reactions. I laugh, I cry, I get angry or sad. I can show affection to lovers and contempt to enemies. Even when you dressed me up as a woman in the past 2 days, I could also show helplessness and anger. Ha ha. Seth laughed loudly, but his eyes were not laughing at all. But do you know? Right here. He pointed at his own heart and said, "It is empty, here." You? Rhodey was a little surprised. Seth shook his head. I just do not want to be seen as a monster by others. I am always calculating in my mind. I am always thinking about what kind of response I should give during different scenarios. After that, I would act out these emotions during the actual situations. However, my heart only calculates and does not have any real emotions. I do not even have the so-called self-esteem. I react this way so that I am not seen as a monster by others. This is also not because I will be unhappy if I am seen as a monster. I don't even know what anger was. My common sense simply tells me that if I were to be seen as a monster, I would encounter a lot of troubles and inconveniences. Rhodey looked at Seth in surprise. He was shocked when he continued listening to Seth's words. No human emotions? Rhodey could faintly feel that this was a misfortune. Seth gently smiled and said, "You see, I can see from your eyes that you pity me. Someone like me should feel sad, am I right?" His voice gradually became softer as he said, "Unfortunately, I do not even know what sadness is. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 238, Freak. Chapter 238, Freak. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Condensation of energy into shape. The audience exclaimed in admiration. Crown Prince Avon looked reverently and unwaveringly looked at Rhodey. The surrounding diplomatic envoys of the various kingdoms also had reverent expressions. Only the senior prime minister narrowed his eyes. No one could tell what was on his mind. Condensation of energy into shape. The Crown Prince was the first person to shout loudly, "Earl Rhodey, I did not expect you to have already reached the level of a paladin." Heir. He immediately remembered and corrected himself. "I think it is called sacred swordsman in your distinguished country." Avon had forgotten that his own men had lost the fight. With large strides, he walked up to Rhodey. He looked at Rhodey with eyes full of respect and almost rushed to Rhodey to hold his hands. Rhodey kept his scimitar. He frowned as he looked at the broken sword and with a wry smile said, "I have broken your highness' treasured sword." "I am sorry." Avon waved his hand and said, never mind. It is just a sword. I did not expect your excellency the earl to have such excellent strength. If you do not mind, please give me some pointers." He was truly a youngster with a passion for martial arts. He did not feel depressed or frustrated even after defeat. On the Roland continent, all the strongest masters were from the temple. Although the Sauron kingdom was strong, they did not have any knight that had reached the level of paladin. The person whom Rhodey fought with, Leho, was already an extremely rare master. The Crown Prince immediately thought of seeking advice the moment he saw a sacred swordsman standing in front of him. While Rhodey was feeling embarrassed, the senior prime minister finally walked over. Seth followed behind him. He whispered, "Your Highness, I suggest we go in first. Everyone is looking over here." Avon ordered a few people to take Leho away for him to rest. Leho was now fully convinced, especially from Rhodey's last strike, which did not give him a chance to resist. He deeply understood that the disparity between himself and his opponent was too big. He bowed to Rhodey as he was being supported out by others. Avon no longer had the mood to continue the banquet, and the diplomatic envoys, with various thoughts in mind, gradually left. The dinner banquet ended in a hurry. Ironically, everyone left even before the main course was served. Only Rhodey and the Crown Prince remained in the palace. The senior prime minister seemed to leave deliberately. Just before he left, he deliberately whispered into Rhodey's ears, "Your Excellency the Earl, you are indeed very powerful." Before Rhodey could comprehend the meaning of the senior prime minister's words, he had already left with a smile. The Crown Prince was struggling in his heart. As someone from the pro-war faction, he naturally had opposed the peace negotiations. He had already been reprimanded by the king that day, but he still felt that the peace negotiation was a disgrace. However, as a warrior, he revered powerful people like Rhodey. Avon never had the opportunity to seek advice from a master on the level of a paladin. Now, there was such a great master in front of him. If he did not ask for advice, he would not feel at ease for the rest of his life. His fixation on martial arts had made him temporarily forget about Seth. Totally unlike his cold attitude earlier, he enthusiastically and respectfully sent Rhodey off. Rhodey made a small request to take the broken sword away. The Crown Prince quickly agreed in exchange for a promise that Rhodey would teach him sword fighting skills during his stay at the palace when it was convenient. What were you trying to do just now? Rhodey immediately turned to look at Seth the moment he closed the windows of the carriage. Seth leisurely sighed. He did not directly reply Rhodey and whispered, "Didn't you notice?" "What?" Seth then replied, "That senior prime minister, he has been observing you the whole night." Rhodey nodded, "I certainly noticed that. However, I would like to ask you why you proposed that I fight with the subordinate of the Crown Prince?" Seth smiled gently as if in disdain. "So what's wrong with having a duel? I know that you are afraid of showing your strength. However, did you think the senior prime minister would not suspect you just because you do not fight? After all, 3 dragon paladins have failed to kill you. Although Mouse and Augustine acted as your cover, do you think the old senior prime minister would not be curious about you?" Rhodey was silent. Seth continued, "Either way, we have made some gains tonight." Rhodey thought for a moment and whispered, "That's right. The Crown Prince is not in collaboration with the senior prime minister. I believe he was just being used by the senior prime minister. Tonight, when you suggested the spar, the senior prime minister did not object. In any case, if the senior prime minister and the Crown Prince were working together, he would be afraid of my strength and would not so easily agree to it. Since he did not object, then he did not care whether the Crown Prince would lose face or not. What he was truly concerned was to test my strength." "You can see things clearly but not deep enough." Seth smiled. His gaze turned very strange. "While everybody was watching you during the match, I was observing the senior prime minister. He was a little bit strange." "Oh?" Rhodey's eyes lit up. He was certain that Seth was better to him when it comes to comparing wisdom. Since Seth could see something was wrong, then it must be very important. Seth lowered his voice and slowly asked, "Let me first ask, how strong is Leiho?" Rhodey thought for a moment and replied, "He is not bad." He paused for a while and then added, "According to normal standards, he is very good. He has already reached the level of a high-ranked knight. In a kingdom, with this kind of strength, he can be the leader of an army. He can even be a senior commander in the Holy Knights." Seth smiled and looked at Rhodey. "I noticed that when you finally started to fight back, the senior prime minister's eyes lit up as if he was feeling pleased. However, when you repelled the opponent, you did not attack him but only broke his sword. The senior prime minister looked disappointed." "Disappointed?" Rhodey sat up straight. He showed a pensive expression and frowned. "Why is he disappointed?" Seth gently stretched out 2 fingers and said, "There are 2 possible reasons for his disappointment. The first one is because Leiho could not force you to show your true strength and easily lost to you. The result was that he could not thoroughly see your capabilities." Rhodey nodded. According to the normal train of thought, it could be explained that way. "What about the second reason?" Seth sighed and gave a wry smile. "The second possibility for his disappointment is that you did not seriously injure that Leiho." "Why?" Rhodey frowned. Seth shook his head and said, "You all have been wondering whether the senior prime minister and the Crown Prince were collaborating. However, have you ever considered the possibility that they might also be enemies to each other?" He then sneered and asked, "Won't you feel happy if you see your opponent lose a competent commander?" Before Rhodey could speak, Seth's eyes flashed as he continued, "In my opinion, the senior prime minister must definitely be with the temple." Rhodey thought for a moment and then shook his head. "I have also thought of this possibility, but I think it does not make sense. Just think about it. He participated in the peace negotiations. He has also contributed a lot towards the peace negotiations. At first, I thought he was loyal to the king. There was one thing that can prove this. When I met Mouse in the northwest, the temple and the Sauron kingdom were already at odds with each other. When Mouse was betrayed by his subordinates, that royal knight who plotted against her said that he was ordered by the king and the senior prime minister." Seth sighed and smiled. "What is it that you cannot understand? The senior prime minister is, after all, just a senior prime minister. He is not a king. If the king wants to deal with the temple and Mouse, how could the senior prime minister object? Even if he is with the temple, he could only accept and carry out the king's orders. Otherwise, he would expose himself." Seth seemed to sneer and said, "Rhodey, your thinking is still too simple when it comes to politics. What kind of position do you think the Sauron kingdom has on the Roland continent? It is the strongest nation on the Roland continent. The land area covers nearly half the continent. They have a large and formidable army and a strong national strength. If the temple wants to maintain their prestige in the Roland continent, then they must find a way to control the Sauron kingdom by getting to the core of the sovereignty of the Sauron kingdom. He then closed his eyes and lightly said, I know that in order to control the various kingdoms, the temple's usual method was to station the holy knights at various places then dispatch a saint from the temple. However, this method is workable on the small kingdoms and not workable when used on a strong and large kingdom like the Sauron kingdom. Rhodey was lost for words and was deep in thought. Seth smiled. His tone was filled with appraise as he said, "This senior prime minister is old and presumably, his power has been at the core of the kingdom for many years. His position as a senior prime minister is an extremely high position. It could be said that he is subordinate only to the king. He has a say in all the large and small policy matters in the kingdom. If the temple can control this position, then they can easily control the rest of the kingdom. It could be said that there are no better choices." Rhodey heaved a sigh and said, "If your assumption is correct, then the senior prime minister would not be easy to deal with. Looks like the peace negotiations may not be successful." Seth smiled and listlessly leaned on the cushion as he said, "That's good. The more formidable the opponent, the happier I will be." Rhodey glanced at Seth and suddenly asked, "We turned you into this appearance to punish you, aren't you angry with us?" Unexpectedly, Seth did not show any anger on his face. He stayed silent for a moment before he looked at Rhodey. He had a strange expression as he said, "Rhodey, let me tell you a secret." "What is it?" Seth smiled and whispered, "I do not have human emotions." Looking at Rhodey's blank expression, he continued, "It doesn't matter whether it is anger, happiness, fear or admiration. All of these human emotions that I should have, I do not have any at all." "I don't understand." Seth shook his head and said, "Of course, you will not understand. Nobody can understand this kind of feeling if they have never experienced this before." Seth smiled calmly and said, "Ever since I started to understand things as a child, I have never felt any emotion at all, not even towards my father, my sister, my family, my lover, nor my friends. My heart does not have any emotion. I was born an unfeeling person. I have caused all sorts of trouble since childhood. My father would scold me, my sister would become angry at me, and our family guards would be disgusted with me. That was because I wanted to test out how I would feel when they treated me this way. The result was, I never felt anything. Whether I was confronted with my father's scolding, my sister's anger, or the guards' contempt, my heart remained calm. All the external factors could not affect my mood." At that juncture, Seth put his hands behind his head and leaned back in a comfortable posture against the back of the cushion. He gave a long sigh and smiled. "After that, I started to try out the so-called love. As you know, I have many lovers in the Empire. Many, many lovers. I tried to see if my heart could show love for others, but after trying so many times, no matter what kind of woman, I could not feel love. It is true. Perhaps I may smile to others and usually may also have different expressions on my face. Depending on the situation, I can respond with different emotions and reactions. I laugh, I cry, I get angry or sad. I can show affection to lovers and contempt to enemies. Even when you dressed me up as a woman in the past 2 days, I could also show helplessness and anger." "Ha ha." Seth laughed loudly, but his eyes were not laughing at all. "But do you know? Right here." He pointed at his own heart and said, "It is empty, here." "You?" Rhodey was a little surprised. Seth shook his head. "I just do not want to be seen as a monster by others. I am always calculating in my mind. I am always thinking about what kind of response I should give during different scenarios. After that, I would act out these emotions during the actual situations. However, my heart only calculates and does not have any real emotions. I do not even have the so-called self-esteem. I react this way so that I am not seen as a monster by others. This is also not because I will be unhappy if I am seen as a monster. I don't even know what anger was. My common sense simply tells me that if I were to be seen as a monster, I would encounter a lot of troubles and inconveniences." Rhodey looked at Seth in surprise. He was shocked when he continued listening to Seth's words. No human emotions? Rhodey could faintly feel that this was a misfortune. Seth gently smiled and said, "You see, I can see from your eyes that you pity me. Someone like me should feel sad, am I right?" His voice gradually became softer as he said, "Unfortunately, I do not even know what sadness is. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 239, Female Paladin's Visit. Chapter 239, Female Paladin's Visit. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Rhodey was deeply shocked by Seth's words. For the first time in his life, he actually felt fearful of a person. The scenario where Seth pointed to his heart and calmly said, "It is empty here," kept repeating itself in Rhodey's mind. As a normal person, Rhodey really could not imagine how horrifying it would be if a human were to entirely lose the ability to feel emotions. They no longer talked on the way back. After returning to the Summer Palace, they gave a simple narration of what had happened at the banquet. When everybody joked again about Seth dressing up as a woman, Rhodey no longer laughed together with them like he used to. Instinctively, he observed Seth's reaction. Sure enough, when Mouse said she would continue to apply makeup for Seth, Seth showed an expression of anger. And when everybody was making fun of him, Seth displayed a helpless expression right on time. Are all his reactions really acted out? Are they all just fake? It would be frightening if such a person is my enemy. Perhaps only Seth, who was born extremely cold-blooded and logical, could plot such a large conspiracy. He seemed to have considered everyone in his plot. If it was not because he had accidentally miscalculated, the Radiant Empire would have become Seth's world. It was difficult to imagine that Seth, who plotted that large wild scheme, did not have any wild ambition. It was simply his rationality telling him what to do. With such a complicated mood, Rhodey was naturally taciturn. Mouse noticed that Rhodey was acting strangely. However, Rhodey hesitated and did not tell Mouse about what Seth had told him in the carriage. At night, just before bedtime, Rhodey gently hugged Mouse and smelled the fragrance of her hair. He could not help but think, we could feel each other's love like this. We are truly blessed. Rhodey's room was on the top floor of the Summer Palace. The room was very spacious and was constructed according to the architectural style of the Sauron Kingdom. It had a rugged style with a thick, red carpet, causing the room to have metallic ambience. Rhodey was in low spirits when he recalled Seth's words. He drew open the curtains completely at the windows and the balcony to let the cool breeze blow into all the corners of the room. As it gradually got later into the night, Rhodey continued to lie down on the bed, unable to sleep. The curtains were blown by the wind and its shadows fell onto the wall. Rhodey's body suddenly felt cold. A trace of distinct and fierce murderous aura entered the room from the outside. That murderous aura was like an actual entity lightly pricking Rhodey's back. Rhodey became tense and suddenly jumped up from the bed. He stood on the carpet barefooted and looked seriously at the balcony outside. There was a large balcony outside the Summer Palace. Rhodey grabbed his scimitar from the bed and quickly walked out. It was a dark night and almost no star was visible in the sky. Rhodey stood there only to see a tall and slender figure standing on the railings of the balcony. The figure's black cloak and long hair fluttered in the dark of the night. The figure stood quietly on one of the handles of the railing. Underneath that person's feet was the sculpture of a tiger head. Her arms were folded at her chest. Rhodey immediately felt the murderous aura emitted from the figure become sharper. He was surprised. Although he did not know where that person came from, for a person to have such a condensed murderous aura, she was definitely very strong. Who are you? Rhodey whispered. The silhouette smiled. The night wind blew her hair away and revealed her face. She had a very seductive face with prominent features. Her face was full of a wild woman's charm. Generally speaking, a woman with that kind of face was peerlessly enchanting. However, her eyes were icy cold as if it was devoid of human emotions. It was sharp and piercing. That unique contrast gave Rhodey a weird feeling. It was obviously a face that could make men go crazy, but looking at them also gave people an intimidating feeling. Who are you, actually? Rhodey asked again when the figure did not reply. Rhodey suddenly felt the fierce murderous aura beside him and dodged instinctively. He could see from the corners of his eyes a brilliant ray of light appeared in the space at the side. It moved at a speed that Rhodey was unable to completely dodge. Rhodey swung with a backhand strike to block the attack. There was a clashing sound. The huge impact caused Rhodey to step forward. When he looked at the railings again, the figure had gradually become obscured. Shit, it's an afterimage. Rhodey cursed himself for being careless. A cold voice then came from behind Rhodey. Does the person who killed Ni Lin only have such degree of strength? Rhodey then heard a cleaving sound come from behind him. Rhodey reacted extremely fast. As soon as he slipped out, he saw a cold blade slash the empty space near his ribs. The chill from the sharp sword gave Rhodey goose pimples. Are you also in Snow Dragon? Rhodey sneered as he gave a backhand slash. His body bent in an arch as he slashed. There was the sound of an explosion as his bed was cut into two. Somehow, his mysterious opponent had dodged his strike. So fast. Rhodey was shocked. Relying on his aura, he could tell that his opponent had already moved to the right the moment he swung his sword. Without having the time to think, Rhodey immediately turned around and brandished his scimitar in a circle. A cold laughter then came from the room. Rhodey's scimitar once again slashed at nothing. The swift and fierce wind created a deep cut in the wall as the broken stones fell to the ground. Rhodey's opponent had already returned to the balcony and stood on the railings. Her slender sword was pointing towards the ground. Her elegant face exposed a mocking smile. At that moment, Rhodey had completely calmed down. He took a deep breath and asked, "Who are you actually? Did you come here to kill me?" The moment the figure started to speak, Rhodey had already rushed forward. Rhodey was no longer careless this time. He instantly moved to the front of the figure and directly slashed down. Rhodey could clearly see the surprised expression on that person's face. It seemed like the figure did not expect Rhodey to move so quickly. The figure had only lifted her sword halfway when Rhodey's sword had already cut down from above her head. There was a muffled cutting sound. Rhodey immediately felt something strange. The scimitar seemed to cut through easily as if there was no resistance at all. With that slash, the silhouette in front of him immediately separated into two halves. However, he noticed the thing that was cut into two was the black cloak. The torn cloak fluttered in the wind like a butterfly, but the figure was not there. "Humph, split body technique," Rhodey sneered. "I wondered why you were quick." "Well, it was split body technique." A grim laughter came from behind Rhodey. "You only just noticed?" Rhodey turned around and this time he could see the opponent clearly in front of him. She was slender and almost as tall as Rhodey. Rhodey had never met such a tall woman before. Her black cloak had already been cut and at the moment, she could be seen wearing a set of skin-tight golden armor. Its style was similar to a paladin's and yet it was slightly different. As if it was a piece of shoddy work, the armor only covered the important parts of her body. As if it was intentional, her slender waist and half of her well-endowed chest were exposed. Only 1/3 of her legs were covered with the calves exposed. "Are you a paladin? Are you also a dragon?" Rhodey narrowed his eyes and coldly looked at the woman in front of him. "You just used the afterimage of the split body technique. Are you a wind dragon?" "My name is Lan. I am a paladin of the temple." "You have guessed correctly." "I really am a dragon," she smiled calmly and added, "or rather, I should say that I am also a dragon like you." Rhodey coldly said, "Paladin of the temple, why did you look for me in the middle of the night? Are you here to assassinate me?" Rhodey smiled wryly as he looked at the scimitar in his hand. A thin layer of frozen ice could be seen on his scimitar. Rhodey frowned and said, "Could it be you are not a wind dragon? Are you a snow dragon?" "Ours." Lan smiled with ridicule and slowly took a few steps back. "Come and try out for yourself." "Fine." Rhodey answered in a simple manner and attacked in an even more straightforward manner. Rhodey opened up his domain without any hesitation. The entire room became a world of flames. The surrounding furniture, curtains and tattered bed sheets all started to burn. As the sparks danced in the air and the flame tongues waved, Rhodey pointed his scimitar at his opponent and said, "I would like to see your capability." Unexpectedly, the woman, whom Rhodey thought to be a snow dragon, gave a relaxed smile. It seemed as though the flames around her did not make her feel uncomfortable. As she laughed, she burst into a reddish flame. Both Rhodey and his opponent stood to face each other as if they were two balls of fire in the burning domain created by Rhodey. "You are not a snow dragon? Are you a fire dragon?" Rhodey was really surprised. This woman actually had the ability to have two attributes at the same time. No, she actually used wind-based split body technique earlier. This meant that she had wind, fire and snow attributes, 3 attributes. Lan showed a cold and arrogant expression as she spoke. "I initially wanted to cross swords with you. I wanted to know how strong the man who could kill 3 dragon warriors is. However, I did not come here for this today." Rhodey asked, "What other reasons could there be for a person from the temple to look for me?" Lan coldly looked at Rhodey and lightly asked, "Is this how a renowned domain master treats his guest?" "I only came here to convey a few important messages." "Is the Earl interested in listening?" Rhodey gave a faint smile and instantly removed his domain. He then said, "Speak." Lan gently smiled and said, "The pontiff told me to tell you that he really admires you and hopes to have the opportunity to meet and talk with you." "What does that mean?" Rhodey showed an expression of disdain. Lan shook her head and replied, "Idiot, what are the benefits for the Radiant Empire to help these kingdoms? The pontiff means that there are no permanent enemies or friends in this world." She looked into Rhodey's eyes and coldly said, "Your friends could become your enemies at any time. Your enemies could also become your friends at any time." Rhodey then asked, "So what about it?" Lan smiled and softly said, "The pontiff sincerely invites your excellency the Earl to go to the temple when it is convenient for you." Rhodey's gaze suddenly shrunk. Unable to figure out the other party's real intention, he said, between the temple and us. At that juncture, a loud noise came from outside. Arslan then coldly said, "Today is not a good time to talk. Rhodey, I will come and see you again. Do not tell anyone else about this." After she had finished, her figure transformed into a lightning and quickly flew away from Rhodey's room, disappearing into the night. Rhodey had the opportunity to stop her when she was leaving the room, but for some reason, he did not do so. He frowned as he recalled the woman's words. "There are no permanent enemies." Bang! There was a loud sound as the door crashed down and Mouse had already rushed in. The room was a mess and everything inside were burnt into ruins. Rhodey stood there, holding his scimitar. He seemed to be lost in thought. "What's wrong?" Mouse walked in with large strides. She grabbed Rhodey's hand and asked, "What happened just now?" After that, old Mark and the others arrived. Rhodey hesitated for a moment and did not offer any more details. He just said, "Just now, somebody came to assassinate me. It was one of the paladins of the temple." Mouse was startled. "A paladin? Who is it? Is it?" Rhodey gently hugged Mouse and whispered, "Don't worry, it was not Augustine or Fielding. She is of the dragon race." "Where is the assassin?" Old Mark frowned as he looked at the room. There were obvious traces of a battle. Rhodey shook his head and lightly replied, "She escaped." Old Mark frowned, but he did not say anything. He simply gave Rhodey a profound look before turning around to leave. Seth was standing in the doorway and looked at Rhodey as he smiled. His smile was a little strange. He then looked at Mouse, shook his head and left. Rhodey saw that Mouse seemed worried. He felt apologetic, so he reassured her. "Don't worry, I am fine. She cannot hurt me." Mouse became angry and said, "The Elder Council still would not give up?" Rhodey shook his head and softly said, "The guards outside would arrive soon. This room cannot be used anymore. Let us change rooms first. I have something to tell you." Mouse looked at Rhodey and suddenly blushed. They then left for Mouse's room. "That pontiff, what kind of person is he?" The moment they entered the room, Rhodey immediately closed the door behind him and asked. Ever since Mouse led Rhodey into her room, her face was red. However, when Rhodey suddenly asked that question, she became startled. She then thought for a moment and replied, "I guess you are asking about the chief elder of the Elders' Council." "He?" She frowned and thought before replying, "He is a complicated man." "Complicated?" Rhodey looked puzzled as he pulled Mouse's hands and sat down. He instinctively sat down on Mouse's bed. He then froze for a moment and blushed. After that, he stood up and looked at Mouse in embarrassment. Since the reunion of the two, although the love in their hearts deepened, their intimate actions were limited to hugging and kissing only. Besides that, there were also others around. Mouse had grown up in the temple and was conservative and shy. As a result, they did not have gone deeper in their relationship. At that moment, the two of them were on their own in the room. As they were both sitting on Mouse's bed at the same time, he felt somewhat nervous. Mouse noticed Rhodey's predicament and she turned so red as if her face was bleeding. She bit her lips and said in a voice so soft that it was almost inaudible, "You, come and sit down." Rhodey sighed and sat down again beside Mouse. He pulled her into his arms and softly said, "Idiot, I do not have other thoughts. I just have something to ask." Mouse hung her head and softly replied, I know." When Rhodey saw Mouse hung down her head, his heart was filled with tenderness. He could not hold himself back from touching her face with his hands and lightly kissing her lips before softly saying, "That's enough. Why should both of us be embarrassed? It is already destined. Yet we seem to be surreptitious." Mouse giggled. "Your words are too offensive. What do you mean surreptitious?" Rhodey laughed happily. He wrapped one arm around Mouse's waist and whispered, "The question I asked earlier. That chief elder, what kind of person is he?" Mouse finally calmed down and said, "He is a very complicated man. Although I do not have a good opinion of him, I must admit that he is really amazing. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 240, God's Chosen One. Chapter 240, God's Chosen One. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The chief elder of the Roland Temple had an extremely marvelous legendary name, Prometheus. That name was the same as one of the gods of legends who gave the gift of fire to man. In reality, that chief elder of the Roland Temple also had some colorful legendary exploits. Prometheus was born in a noble family. However, he could not receive the family's recognition since he was an illegitimate child. He grew up in the temple from a young age. As he was poor, he entered the monastery at the age of 7. He became a small monk in the temple of Sauron Kingdom. Then, Prometheus immediately displayed talents which were different from normal people. After 2 years of cultivation, the 9-year-old Prometheus was chosen in an annual selection to become a member of the practitioners in the temple. What was worth mentioning was that after a period of time, Prometheus trained as a warrior. He then became the disciple of a retired paladin who took a fancy to him. At the age of 14, Prometheus became a member of the Holy Knights, the strongest army of the temple. At that time, there was an armed rebellion at the Gordon Kingdom of the Roland continent. The reason for that rebellion was because the late king did not appoint his next heir. His 3 sons then started an endless civil war. In order to maintain the peace, the Holy Knights were ordered to quell the civil unrest in the Gordon Kingdom. The 15-year-old Prometheus took part in the war and was awarded an honorary medal because of his outstanding performance. After that war, he performed well again in a surprise attack and killed one of the king's 3 sons who had rebelled against the temple. Because of that meritorious service, he was promoted to the captain of the Holy Knights Regiment. He was only 16 years old when he became a Grade 3 Knight in the Holy Knights. At that time, he was also the youngest amongst the Grade 3 Knights of the Holy Knights. After that, things developed completely differently. Had things proceeded normally, the genius, Prometheus, would have continued to receive the old paladin's teachings. His future would be limitless. Even the others believed that the young Prometheus was likely to become another paladin. However, Prometheus decided to withdraw from the Holy Knights. He gave up his identity as a knight to become a religious practitioner. 2 years later, Gordon Kingdom experienced a drought. They did not get even a single drop of rain for 10 consecutive months. But then, Prometheus did something ridiculous. From the temple, he set out alone for the Gordon Kingdom. He kowtowed once every 10 steps all along the way, piously praying to God. The journey was undoubtedly very long. At that time, everybody laughed at the 17-year-old Prometheus, thinking that he was crazy. Even the elders of the temple and the other important people were at a loss. They believed that Prometheus was too naive and innocent to think that he would be able to move the heavens despite only being a young and insignificant practitioner. Praying all the way from the temple was very difficult. In the beginning, everybody could see the young man covered with dust and carrying a heavy bag as he journeyed towards the Gordon Kingdom. He kowtowed once every 10 steps and had fainted many times at the roadside. With the passage of time, people gradually stopped laughing at him. After all, even though it was a crazy move, it was worthy of respect. The slow prayer journey lasted for 2 months before he reached the Gordon Kingdom's capital. In those 2 months, Prometheus had won the hearts of countless people and was admired by many. An even more amazing thing happened. After traveling for thousands of miles, the moment he reached the Gordon Kingdom's capital, black clouds immediately appeared over the original hot sky and a downpour started. Since then, the name Prometheus spread throughout the entire Roland continent. The people even called him the God's Chosen One. When he was 24 years old, the Teuton Kingdom was faced with a plague. As a practitioner, Prometheus followed the people of the temple to the Teuton Kingdom. During the plague, countless priests and pastors died from illnesses. At that time, Prometheus used too much of his sorcerer's magical power to heal the people. As a result, he caused great harm to his own body. His right eye was permanently blinded. After going through that experience, the Teuton Kingdom gave him a legendary nickname, the One-Eyed Saint. Later that same year, Prometheus was chosen by one of the elders of the temple to be his disciple. During a conference, conducted once every 10 years, attention was once again focused on Prometheus when he was able to identify that a 100-year-old temple script was a fake. After the conference, Prometheus, at the age of 34, was appointed by his teacher, the chief elder, to be his successor. After waiting for a decade, Prometheus became an elder of the temple at the age of 44. He was also the youngest elder in the history of the temple. From whichever perspective you looked at it, his personal experiences were full of exalted achievements. Prometheus himself had personally accomplished them to the extreme. After he withdrew from the Holy Knights and became a practitioner, he spent almost all of his time cultivating. He shut himself away for 11 months out of every 12 months, just to cultivate. Nobody knew how far he had progressed in his cultivation. Wait. Right then, Rhodey frowned and interrupted Mouse, are you saying that he is possibly a sorcerer who is more powerful than you? Mouse shook her head and replied, no, this is not what I mean. The cultivation of the temple is not just sorcery practice. The cultivation of a practitioner can be the study of theology, the study of life, God, and even study of your minds. What happened after that? Mouse sighed and continued, after that. No matter from which point of view, Prometheus was seen as the temple's most hard-working practitioner. He continued to be like that even after he became an elder. That young and solemn elder was barely seen on normal days. He only appeared during major events of the temple. However, after that, Prometheus began to accept disciples. He accepted a total of 3 disciples and they all achieved great success. All his 3 disciples had chosen to cultivate along the path of sorcerers. They received high evaluations and finally, all 3 of his disciples became saints, which they well deserved. They were then dispatched to the various kingdoms on the Roland continent to administer the authority of the religion. Mouse suddenly smiled and said, "When I was young, I worshipped Prometheus like an idol. At that time, my only desire was to be accepted as his disciple." Unfortunately, he later announced that he was no longer accepting disciples. I was totally devastated. No longer accepting disciples? Rhodey frowned. Why? Mouse sighed and said, it was said that he wanted to devote himself to researching theology and was afraid that teaching others would distract him. After cultivating for a long time behind closed doors, he wrote a book. After going through the appraisal process by the elders, the book was then added into the temple's teachings. It is the only book included into the religious teachings in the past 200 years. Rhodey could not help but sigh as he said, in other words, this person is really formidable. It is as if he knows everything. He is a knight, a practitioner, a philosopher, and also a great teacher. Mouse hesitated for a moment and then added, he is also a politician. A politician? Yes. Mouse sighed and then her tone became serious again. At that time, the temple was divided into 2 factions. One of the factions was the hard cultivation faction. Advocates control their human desires to wholeheartedly and selflessly cultivate. Prometheus was the representative of that faction. The other faction was the cloud faction. The standpoint of that faction was that people living in this world should go with the flow. A person's life and fate have already been arranged by God. There is no need to deliberately do anything. They just needed to do things as arranged by fate and it would be according to God's will. During a debate in the General Conference, which is held once every 10 years, Prometheus made the representative of the cloud faction speechless with his rebuttal. The cloud faction was then defeated that year. This doesn't seem like anything. It was a victory in just one debate. Rhodey frowned. Mouse gave a faint smile and replied, perhaps there was nothing. However, the elder representative of the cloud faction committed suicide behind closed doors because of the shame of being defeated in the debate. It was only because his decomposed body emitted a stench that his corpse was found. Suicide? Rhodey sneered. Did he really commit suicide? Mouse nodded. I understand what you mean, but it was really suicide. Prometheus was completely unrelated to this matter. The temple had investigated that incident for a long time. Besides that, Prometheus continued to cultivate in his room after the debate. He did not step out of the door at all. What happened after that? Mouse wryly smiled. What happened after is worth thinking about. As the elder of the cloud faction was dead, a saint was immediately chosen to replace him as elder. Who do you think was chosen? Rhodey's eyes lit up as he replied, was it one of Prometheus' disciples? Mouse sighed. Yes, it was one of his disciples. Rhodey frowned. Did the people from the cloud faction agree to let one of Prometheus' disciples become their elder? Mouse replied, of course. That was because that Prometheus' disciple was unexpectedly a believer of the cloud faction. Many years ago, he was already a disciple of the cloud faction. In addition, Prometheus proposed that to let his disciple become the elder of the cloud faction and in exchange fill the position vacated by that disciple with a saint from the cloud faction. The people from the cloud faction would naturally agree to such conditions. Rhodey was so surprised that his mouth hung open. After some time, he gave a long sigh and said, amazing, he actually had thought of this earlier and had already allowed his disciples to believe in the cloud faction years ago. Mouse nodded and said, the saint who was promoted to elder then used his power to slowly collapse the cloud faction. Later, the cloud faction declined and was no longer able to confront the hard cultivation faction. They gradually lost their authority and became an antithesis within the Elder Council. After that, Prometheus's authority in the Elder Council was at the peak. The temple's army and the Holy Knights also preferred Prometheus. Because Prometheus was once a Holy Knight and a disciple of a veteran paladin, almost all the Holy Knights were his comrades or his fellow disciples. Since he was a Holy Knight before, it was easier for him to win the goodwill of the Holy Knights. The Holy Knights naturally supported him compared to the other elders. At this point, Mouse suddenly frowned. There was also Fielding. During our time in the temple, Fielding liked me very much. Rhodey then said, so, in order to win over the paladin Fielding, Prometheus deliberately drew the two of you together? Mouse sighed and said, my teacher was also an elder of the hard cultivation faction. Prometheus was the one who recommended me to become my teacher's disciple. Mouse slowly told the story of the chief elder. After listening to the tale, Rhodey was silent for a long time. He could not help but sigh. Formidable. Truly formidable. In just a few decades, he slowly eroded the temple and spread his influence throughout the Roland continent. This Prometheus is frightening. Could it be that he started planning this from a very long time ago? Mouse smiled wryly and said, to be honest, I even suspect that he has started planning since the time he gave up his status as a holy knight to become a practitioner. She suddenly said in a strange tone, do you know who Prometheus admires the most? Before Rhodey could reply, Mouse gave the answer, it's Moses, the first and only pontiff in the history of the temple. Moses. Rhodey was unable to help himself from smiling wryly. Now, it looks like he is about to reach his idol's status. Looks like he is about to become the second pontiff in the history of the temple. Rhodey's eyes then showed a confused expression and said, Mouse, do you know the paladin who came tonight was not really here to assassinate me? In fact, she was here to convey a message. Prometheus wants to see me. Prometheus also wants me to know that in this world, there are no permanent friends nor enemies. Rhodey then smiled wryly. Is Prometheus really God's chosen one? Humph. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 241, The King's Ambition. Chapter 241, The King's Ambition. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. In the morning, Seth and old Mark saw that both Rhodey and Mouse looked infatuated. They knew Rhodey went to Mouse's room the previous night, which was why their eyes were filled with various conjectures. Mouse looked embarrassed while Rhodey was calm. Rhodey had talked with Mouse until it was almost daybreak. As the conversation weighed heavily in his mind, he was not bothered by the dubious thoughts of others. That day, the only important thing was to go to the palace and officially sign the peace treaty. Since the peace negotiations involved the vast majority of the other kingdoms on the Roland continent, the cost of the peace negotiations was also shared. As a result, the signing ceremony was conducted on a large scale. Including King Sauron, a total of 10 representatives signed the peace treaty. The contents of the treaty mainly had 2 points. The first point was that the 10 kingdoms would provide 600 warships in exchange for the several 100,000 prisoners of war. The second point was to maintain a ceasefire. Those diplomatic envoys of the other kingdoms all had different intentions. Although they definitely wanted the peace treaty, they harbored shady intentions when it came to the conditions for the peace treaty. After all, everyone had expected that the Radiant Empire would definitely demand a large price for peace. As the cost of it was to be shared, almost every kingdom hoped they could pay less. Similarly, there were also a few kingdoms that took the stance of acting according to the situation. They thought that they might be lucky and wanted to see the situation first before deciding. However, after witnessing the competition between Rhodey and Leho at the Crown Prince's palace, a few of those whose hearts were still uncertain made up their minds. Even their Earl is already so powerful. Needless to say, there is also their legendary Duke of the Tulip family whose strength is incomparably tough. Right now, we are facing the crisis of being annexed by the temple. It will definitely be a great advantage to court such a powerful foreign ally. The peace negotiations went well and the distribution of the 600 warships was soon settled. The Sauron kingdom became the leader of the Roland continent for the peace negotiations and it alone provided 200 ships. Such a resolution was likely to make the Crown Prince, the regiment commander of the navy, unhappy. The old senior prime minister also attended the signing of the agreement. When Rhodey, on behalf of the Radiant Empire, signed his own name on the papers, everybody raised their glasses to a toast in accordance with the established practice. The senior prime minister, who was standing quietly at Rhodey's side, softly said, "Congratulations, Your Excellency the Earl, for fulfilling the mission." Rhodey was already cautious of the senior prime minister. He lightly answered, "The strength of the nation is the one that guaranteed the success of this diplomatic mission. I really do not deserve your praise." It should be noted that out of the 13 kingdoms on the Roland continent, only 10 kingdoms participated in the peace negotiations. The remaining 3 kingdoms did not participate in the peace negotiations. The 3 kingdoms were Gordon Kingdom, Teuton Kingdom and also the dwarves Hakoni kingdoms. The Gordon Kingdom and the Teuton Kingdom had always been firm supporters of the temple, especially since Prometheus was the chief elder. When the Gordon Kingdom was experiencing drought, it was Prometheus who prayed while he traveled for thousands of kilometers. Finally, his actions touched the gods and it started to rain. Since then, he was called God's chosen one. As for the Teuton kingdom, when it was experiencing a plague, Prometheus had also given his aid and ended up going blind in one eye. In return, he received the title of One-Eyed Saint in the Teuton kingdom. The temple had the most authority in these two kingdoms. As a result, they had always sided with the temple, or rather, they were always on Prometheus' side. As for the dwarves' kingdoms, the position was somewhat ambiguous. As everyone knew, the Roland continent had a huge inland sea in the middle of the continent as if it was a large hole in the middle of a paper. A river flowed from that sea to the Straits of Thunder. The dwarves' kingdom was on a huge island in the middle of that sea. Perhaps it could also be considered as a small continent. As they were of a different race, the dwarves seldom came into contact with the other kingdoms on the Roland continent. The dwarves had fought against the other kingdoms several times in the history of the Roland continent. Later, the dwarves pledged allegiance with the temple and expressed their willingness to believe in God. The temple then officially accepted the dwarves' kingdom as a legitimate kingdom on the Roland continent. More importantly, the dwarves' Hakone kingdom controlled the production of a very important strategic raw material: ironwood. Ironwood, the material required for building the sturdy Roland warships. Perhaps because of the special climate which resulted from the special terrain, the ironwood that grew in the dwarves' kingdom was extremely lush. The vast majority of ironwood from the Roland continent came from the dwarf kingdom. Ironwood was an essential material for the Roland continent. Without ironwood, solid Roland warships could not be constructed. Without solid Roland warships, they would not be able to defend the Straits of Thunder. Without a strong navy, the Radiant Empire would have already invaded the Roland continent hundreds of years ago. For these reasons, the dwarves' kingdom had always had a special status among the kingdoms of the Roland continent. On one hand, the people of the Roland continent did not like that strange race. On the other, they could not avoid the fact that they needed their ironwood. After signing the contract, Rodi stayed back at the palace. He raised the issue about the three kingdoms who did not participate in the peace negotiation. "They are just waiting for the best offer," the king answered. Because that day was the formal signing of the treaty, Rodi came alone. He did not bring along Mouse or Miss Nicole. After all, they lived in a world that regarded men as superior to women. Although the eldest daughter of the Tulip family might garner a lot of respect, a formal signing of a national contract was not a place for women. Rodi pondered slightly for a while and asked, "Your Majesty, are you troubled by how to win over the dwarves?" The king shook his head and replied, "No, I do not want to win them over." At that moment, only the king and Rodi remained in the hall. Even the senior prime minister was not allowed to participate in the conversation. The king lightly clapped his hands and a few servants immediately entered from a side entrance. They lifted up a large roll of cloth and then spread it out on the ground. That was the topographic map of the Roland continent. Different colors were used on the map to mark the territories of the Roland kingdoms, mountains, rivers, and seas. Rodi looked at the map as it was slowly rolled open. His eyes lit up. The king got off his throne. He then walked over to Rodi and stood beside him. "Earl Rodi, please look. This is a treasured object I spent several years to obtain." Rodi squinted his eyes and probed, "This is a priceless treasure that can turn the tides of war." "Your Majesty, I am a soldier of the Radiant Empire. Are you not afraid of showing me this?" The king laughed as he gently patted Rodi's shoulder. He then walked on top of the map. The map, which was over 10 square meters in size, was spread on the floor. The king stood in the middle of the map. He was obviously standing above the territory of the dwarves' kingdom, which was located in the inland sea. This is where the Roland continent's valuable resources are. The land where ironwood flourishes. The king was solemn as he added, "Needless to say, I believe your excellency the earl also understands the importance of ironwood to the people of the Roland continent." The king then pointed his scepter on the map and said, "The dwarf kingdom is not large. The Hakone kingdom only has 3 cities. They are located at the top, the middle, and the bottom of the island. The other areas are forests and mountains dotted with hamlets and small towns. Hundreds of years ago, during the war between the dwarves and the other people of the Roland continent, the dwarves relied on this favorable terrain as well as the natural mountain passes to fight against us." Rodi realized something. He noticed that the king used the word us. The dwarves controlled 2/3 of the ironwood production on the Roland continent. Another way of saying it is that the dwarves controlled the lifeline of the Roland people. The king sighed, "The Sauron kingdom may be the most powerful kingdom on the Roland continent, but even then, we do not dare to offend the dwarves. This is because if we offend the dwarves, we would not be able to obtain ironwood. The ridiculous thing is that our territory is in the southernmost part of the Roland continent. We almost bear the threat from the Radiant continent alone. We need a strong navy to protect ourselves, therefore we are even more afraid of offending the dwarves. Rhodey coldly said, have the Roland people ever thought of subjugating the dwarves and firmly seized the natural resources in their hands? The king shook his head and replied, we have already missed the best time. He slowly said, during the war hundreds of years ago, the Roland people had the opportunity to do so. However, the dwarves surrendered to the temple and were then recognized by the temple. With that, the war was forcefully stopped and the dwarves promised to trade with the Roland people. All the various kingdoms on the Roland continent can buy ironwood from the dwarves. Rhodey frowned. Isn't using money to buy ironwood still leaving fate in hands of others? The king sighed. The funny thing was, our predecessors actually agreed to this. In their eyes, they only saw the problem temporarily resolved. However, they did not see what would happen in the long term. He paused for a while before he continued, the dwarves, because of their unique resources and after hundreds of years of development, have gathered a lot of money from their trade of ironwood. I can say without exaggerating that although the dwarves' kingdom is the smallest, it is also the richest. Rhodey gave a deep sigh. Allowing the enemy to develop and letting them grow so powerful was really too stupid. The gold coins from the Roland continent continue to flow into the pockets of the dwarves. They have enough money to build solid city walls and fully equip their elite soldiers. I can say that right now, it is no longer possible for any other kingdom to subjugate the dwarves on their own except for my Sauron kingdom. The king used his scepter to dexterously draw a circle around the dwarf kingdom. He then smiled and said, all of us understand that this is a huge cake. If we were to conquer this land, we would have the dreamed resources that we have been yearning for. We would then be able to control the lifeline of the Roland continent. Rhodey smiled, has your majesty ever thought of eating this cake? Other kingdoms may not have the strength to do so, but shouldn't the Sauron kingdom be able to? I have thought of it. I have thought of it many times. The king sighed. In fact, I already had this idea even before I inherited the throne. Then why? The king laughed bitterly. It is because I did not dare to. You did not dare to? The king sighed. This is certainly a captivating cake, but at the same time, it is also a rope. The other end of this rope is connected to the nerves of the other kingdoms. His scepter stopped moving for a while as he continued, everyone wants a piece of the cake, but they do not want to see anyone have the whole cake alone. Besides that, the dwarves have been trading in the Roland continent for hundreds of years. Naturally, there would be a few very close customers. I understand. Rhodey nodded. If the Sauron kingdom takes this cake, then it would become the common enemy of other kingdoms on the Roland continent. After all, other kingdoms could only reluctantly accept the dwarves holding on to those resources since they are not strong enough to threaten their positions. However, if the strongest kingdom on the Roland continent takes this cake, the kings of the other kingdoms would not even be able to sleep at night. The king laughed awkwardly. Rhodey narrowed his eyes. He stared at the ambitious king and asked, Your Majesty, today, you show me this map and tell me a lot of things. What are your intentions? I am someone slow and stupid. I cannot guess subtle ideas. It is better for your Majesty to be more direct. The king took a deep breath. His eyes flashed with ambition and he said, Now is the best time for my Sauron kingdom to take this cake. Oh? Rhodey's eyes lit up. Prometheus' ambition has tightly brought the 10 kingdoms together. Whether we are willing or not, we are now all in the same boat. If I were to reach out to take this cake now, even if the other kingdoms are unhappy, I believe they would not turn on me. The king laughed cunningly. After all, the threat of the temple is the most critical. Rhodey still did not speak and silently looked at the king. The king's face seemed to light up as he gently pointed at a spot on the map with his scepter. After this peace negotiation, we will send your distinguished country several hundred warships from this harbor. It will sail from the internal sea and down the great river. It would then sail through the Straits of Thunder and go towards the Radiant Empire. The king's scepter moved down the map. However, Rhodey's eyes lit up after he immediately understood the king's intention. The king smiled insidiously. After leaving the harbor, our fleet would be divided into 3. 100 of the Sauron kingdom's warships would sail Lastan. He pointed at the map. Its route would pass through about 15 nautical miles off the Dwarf Kingdom. Rhodey then said, the main army will then turn around and launch a surprise attack on the Dwarf Kingdom. They would subjugate the dwarves within the shortest time possible. Is that your Majesty's intention? Rhodey suddenly glanced at the king and said, surprise attack, attack a king and then conquer all its territory within a short time. Is this possible? Is your Majesty certain? If the war does not proceed smoothly and turns into a stalemate, it will become dangerous. The king looked dignified as he said, I have 3 reasons. The first is that I have this map. It clearly records most of the 8 branch kingdoms' military positions and distributions. If the commander leading the troops makes use of this properly, it is possible to defeat the enemy army within the shortest possible time. The second reason is the timing. All this while, nobody has touched the dwarves because the other kingdoms subtly put on a psychological pressure. Everyone deliberately protected the dwarves from the violations of the other kingdoms. The current situation is already different. My army will take advantage of the fact that they are delivering warships to the Radiant Empire and then start a war so that the others do not have enough time to react. There is no better time than now. Lastly, the king looked at Rodi and said in an unusually strange tone, I happen to have a great general with me. I believe that this plan can be successfully carried out under the leadership of this peerless general. Rodi frowned. A peerless general? Are you talking about General Tiger who fought in the crusade? I have heard of General Tiger's abilities, but I do not expect you to trust him so. The king interrupted Rodi and said, No, I am not talking about General Tiger. It is another person. I believe that Commander's ability is 10 times better than General Tiger. This is because, according to my understanding, that person has never lost any war. He has incomparable courage and formidable strength. He is also an outstanding military strategist. These advantages made him triumph in every battle since he entered the battlefield. He is invincible. His attacks never fail. Rodi gradually felt that something was not right. He pretended to ask, Your Majesty, this person is. It's you, Your Excellency, the Earl. The king flashed a smile. His eyes were like blades and seemed like he could see through Rodi. He added slowly in a low voice, Or perhaps I should call you, the respectable Duke of the Tulip family? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 242, The Curse of God's Record. Chapter 242, The Curse of God's Record. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The king's last sentence was like roaring thunder to Rodi. Before his words sank in, the king had already fixed his gaze at Rodi. Ha ha ha. Rodi suddenly laughed. He did not show a shocked expression. With a calm demeanor, he slowly spoke, Your Majesty must have mistaken my identity. I am a commander of the Empire's Imperial Guards, an Earl of the Empire, Rodi. I am not a duke. The king sighed and softly said, Duke, why are you still hiding the truth? I have already seen through your identity. Rodi smiled, Your Majesty must have mistaken. His Excellency the Duke of the Tulip family is well known in the imperial capital of the Radiant Empire. Many people have seen his appearance. How could you mistake me as the Duke? The king squinted his eyes, making it impossible for others to guess his thoughts. He then slowly said, Although I am not in a harmonious relationship with the temple, I still receive some information from the temple. The Black Veil Saint began to reject her engagement to Paladin Fielding when she returned from the Great Moon Kingdom. There was news from the temple that this matter has something to do with the Duke of the Tulip family. Hundreds of thousands of people also witnessed Paladin Fielding challenge the Duke of the Tulip family to a duel at Thunder City. Isn't this enough of a proof? Yesterday, at the palace, the Black Veil Saint was by your side. Judging by the way she looked at you, I already knew why she became an apostate. Rodi smiled and casually gave the king a glance. Is it just from this speculation that your Majesty believes I am the Duke of the Tulip family? This is too. The king laughed loudly. His laughter interrupted Rodi's words. Although based on that I would have some doubts, I would not think in that line of thought. However, I received 2 pieces of news last night. These 2 pieces of information made me suspect your identity. Rodi quietly looked at the king. He was shocked, but he continued to pretend to look calm as he waited for the king to continue. Earl Rodi, I have heard of your battle last night at the Crown Prince's palace. Others may not know Leho's strength, but I certainly do. As Leho was originally a royal knight, I have a clear understanding of his strength. You can easily defeat Leho and your last move of condensed aura has clearly reached the level of a sacred swordsman. The king gradually spoke slower. Earl Rodi, although I am from the distant Roland continent, due to the previous relationship between our countries, I am not ignorant of the internal affairs of your distinguished country. A sacred swordsman is extremely rare in the Radiant Empire. However, I have never heard of your name before even though you are a master. Rodi still shook his head and replied, This is merely hearsay. The Radiant Empire is vast and there are plenty of masters living as hermits. Not all of the powerful people are renowned. The king's expression remained unchanged as he coldly added, Coincidentally, I received a secret letter from your distinguished country last night. It is said that the Duke of the Tulip family is using the excuse of nursing his injuries and has not appeared in public for a very long time. Earl Rhodey, is this also a coincidence? Rhodey could not help but frown secretly. He was not actually worried about it. However, the king had obtained this secret info from the Empire extremely quick. Because Nicole was still in the Empire, Seth's identity might be questioned. Sure enough, the king smiled and said, the more puzzling thing was, the report said that Miss Nicole was still in the country. At the moment, she is at the fief of the Tulip family. I certainly wonder, if the eldest daughter of the Tulip family is still in the Empire, then who is the Miss Nicole you brought here? The more puzzling thing is that the Miss Nicole you brought here and the eldest daughter of the Tulip family look very alike. The king sighed. When he saw that Rhodey still did not say anything, he deliberately laughed and continued, since there are two Miss Nicole at the same time, then for the Duke of the Tulip family to disguise as Earl Rhodey and secretly bring your sister to the Roland continent to investigate, wouldn't that make sense? Having said all that, the king seemed to exclaim in admiration. You brought your sister out to attract the attention of others while you disguise as an earl. Duke of the Tulip family, your trick is truly brilliant. Unfortunately, you did not expect me to receive this information so quickly. The king's tone gradually became dignified. I will also not hide from you. Your distinguished country is powerful and has always been the thorn in the eyes of the Sauron kingdom. How can I not pay close attention to the movements of your country? News from the Empire can be sent across the Straits of Thunder to me within 4 days using messenger eagles. After that, the king finally stopped speaking. He looked at Rhodey quietly and expectantly. Rhodey took a deep breath and then slowly spat out. Rhodey suddenly burst into laughter when he looked at the expression in the king's eyes. His long laughter filled every corner of the hall as he shook his head helplessly. Wonderful! Truly wonderful! Rhodey's laughter slowly stopped. Your Majesty, I have no choice but to admit that I admire your sense of conjecture. If it is really according to what you said, even I cannot help but think I am the Duke of the Tulip family. Unfortunately. Rhodey pointed at his own nose and shook his head. I am not. The king coldly looked at Rhodey and asked, Duke, you still refuse to admit it? Rhodey deliberately gave a bitter laugh and said, the Duke of the Tulip family is world famous and has the attention of many. To tell you the truth, I, too, hope that I am him. However, the fact is that I am not him. He gave a ridiculous smile and added, Your Majesty, I advise you to severely punish your spies in our country. Oh, why? Rhodey pretended a sigh and said, although what he reported to you about His Highness the Duke of the Tulip recuperating behind closed door is true, he seems to have forgotten to report one thing. Rhodey slowly added when he saw the king's puzzled face. Of course, your spies cannot be blamed. After all, they were following your orders. They only focused on important trends and will not care about insignificant people like me. However, if you were to order them to make inquiries, you will receive the news that would clear away your doubts. Rhodey pointed to himself and then said, I, the commander of the Imperial Guards and an earl, am Miss Nicole's lover and fiancé. Although not many people know about this, if you were to order an investigation, the information should not be too difficult to obtain. Rhodey then laughed happily. If I was the Duke of the Tulip family, how could I become a couple with my sister? The king finally looked serious and he frowned. The fiancé of the eldest daughter of the Tulip family? I really did not receive this information, but... The king suddenly looked at Rhodey coldly. Then how do you explain there being two Miss Nicole? Rhodey lightly said, Your Majesty, this matter may not have anything to do with you, but I have no choice but to tell you to dispel the doubts in your heart. Miss Nicole coming here with me is a secret. In fact, it is not appropriate for her to come to the Roland continent with her identity. After all, both sides have just experienced a war against each other. The noble Miss Nicole could not have come over here. His Majesty the Emperor has also rejected her request, but she insisted on coming with me. The Duke of the Tulip family has always listened to his sister from an early age. In other words, even the Duke cannot object to her words. That is why we had to find a substitute to deceive the public and avoid being punished by the Emperor. The king frowned with a peculiar face as he thought about Rhodey's words. In the king's heart, Rhodey's explanation seemed very reasonable. However, he still felt that something was wrong. Rhodey then bowed and said, Your Majesty, the situation now is pressing. Your Majesty took pains to trace my identity and look for minor issues, but is overlooking the important matter at hand. The king thought for a moment. He then squinted to look at Rhodey and whispered, I still believe that I am not wrong. He then shook his head and smiled, It doesn't matter if you are a duke or an earl. If Rhodey is unwilling to get to the bottom of this, then we should just leave it aside. The king still insisted on his speculation. According to his observation, the Earl Rhodey has extraordinary bearing and was like a senior general. This kind of talented person could not be an unknown person in the Empire. However, Rodi's explanation had shaken the king's heart. On top of that, even if Rodi was the duke of the Tulip family, there was no need to tear away the disguise he had painstakingly tried to hide. There are things that would be better kept in the heart and not mentioned at all. The king laughed when he thought of this and loudly said, "The earl's words are rational." He paused for a moment and looked back to the map on the ground. He lightly said, "Since the earl seems to have some difficulties, let us continue our talk from earlier. This dwarf races cake." Rodi forced a smile when he heard the word difficulties. He understood that King Sauron was still suspicious of him. As a result, a few words would be impossible to dispel the king's doubts. However, with the king being willing to skip this topic, Rodi could not have asked for more. "All right. Let us put aside the earlier conversation. I only need to ask you one question." The king was really a veteran in politics. His expression changed quickly and his calm expression was restored. "Rodi, are you willing to help me obtain this piece of cake?" The king asked and then pointed his scepter onto the ground, pressing it on top of the dwarf kingdom at the center of the map. Rodi did not immediately give an answer. He carefully looked at the king for a moment, sizing up the situation, then asked, "Your Majesty, do you think I should help you?" He stared fixedly at the king's face. The Sauron kingdom would obtain endless profit from acquiring this piece of cake. But it would be meaningless for the empire. The king gently smiled. His smile was like a cold hidden knife. "If I am not wrong, the Empire's purpose in the peace negotiations is also not a noble one. The Empire simply does not want the temple to unite the entire Roland continent. A fragmented Roland continent is less threatening than a Roland Empire. The promise of sending back the prisoners is nothing more than wanting us and the temple to fight each other." Rodi looked at the king's sharp gaze and unyieldingly said, "So what?" He then sneered and added, "I recently learned something. There are no permanent friends or permanent enemies in this world. Your Majesty, right now, our peace negotiation is just something both sides require. We just need to accommodate each other's interest, there is no meaning in speaking more beyond that." Rodi gradually spoke in a mocking tone. "If we follow your Majesty's argument, it is also not noble to have secretly funded the Great Moon Kingdom to fight against my country." Ha ha ha. The king suddenly laughed and shouted, "Well said. There are no permanent friends or enemies. I only ask of you, are you willing to help me?" Rodi simply smiled silently. The king then gathered his thoughts and said, "The peace negotiation has already concluded. The confrontation with the temple is about to begin. The dwarf kingdom does not only have control over most of the ironwood. After hundreds of years, they have accumulated a lot of wealth. Obtaining this wealth would be a great help in our next confrontation with the temple." The king then smiled and looked at Rodi meaningfully. "A person who has fought many battles like you would understand that war consumes money." Rodi nodded. The king continued as he loudly said, "I do not know how that old fellow, Prometheus, managed to get the help of the dragon race. The dragons have never involved themselves in the affairs of the Roland continent before this, but now, they are willing to help the temple. This matter constantly makes me uneasy. The stronger the enemy becomes, the greater the threat we will face. When the Sauron kingdom obtains this cake, the other kingdoms would not have any choice but to obey me. We would need to join our forces together to fight against the temple's annexation. In the current situation, it is one of the only things that could give us an advantage. Is there any other reason to hesitate?" Rodi was secretly shocked at the king's bold ambition. He could not help but say, "Eating this piece of cake may certainly help the Sauron kingdom's leadership position on the Roland continent. However, your Majesty did not seem to consider the other possibility." Rodi looked into the king's eyes and slowly said, "The Sauron kingdom might provoke the anger of the other kingdoms and become everyone's common enemy. At that point in time, rather than join forces, there would be an internal strife." The king did not mind Rodi's mocking words and lightly said, "I am unable to care about that much." He showed a very confident smile and continued, "I do not believe that there is an absolutely perfect plan in this world. Everything depends on human effort. The current situation gives me no choice but to gamble. If I obtain the cake, I would acquire and control the strength of the other kingdoms by alternating coercion and inducement, thus combining disparate forces into one powerful force. How can I not be attracted to such temptation? Gamble." Rodi's eyes suddenly shrank. He looked at King Sauron with a complicated feeling. This person was ambitious and had drawn up a bold stratagem. It was an all-or-nothing gamble. He was an ambitious gambler. Rodi felt a sense of admiration. He gave out a long breath before he smiled and said, "In that case, what else can I say? However, your Majesty insists that I help, but I am unable to figure out where I can give my assistance." The king smiled and said, "In this surprise attack, I will personally command the army." I hope that you, Rhodey, will follow me out to the ocean. Oh, naturally, you will be my advisor. I hope you can give my army brilliant commands and lead them to victory. The king smiled cunningly. I believe that this would benefit both our sides. I am sure you will not oppose this suggestion. Rhodey frowned. You trust me that much? Give me the command of your army? The king shook his head. Naturally, I cannot give it to you. After all, you are not from the Sauron kingdom. This time, I will personally command the soldiers. Your orders will be conveyed through me. The king seemed to notice Rhodey's concerns. He then gave a shallow smile. I believe that with your brilliant successes and my great expectations of you, you will not disappoint me. Rhodey knew that nothing would change no matter what he said now. He looked at the king, then he bowed and left. The king watched Rhodey leave. When the door to the main hall slowly closed, the king suddenly stopped holding his breath. He looked tired as he slowly walked back to his throne. After thinking for a while, he suddenly whispered, What do you think? From the dark corner, the voice of Master Sith could be heard. Suspicious. This Rhodey is definitely suspicious. The head of the Sorcerers' Association of the Roland Continent sighed. I have carefully observed him, but I cannot see through him even with my strength. My appraisal technique was completely ineffective. The king shook his head. That means he is definitely that person. After a moment of silence, Master Sith suddenly asked, Are you sure you want to gamble? Yes, the king immediately replied. If I miss this opportunity, I will definitely regret it later. Master Sith suddenly laughed. His old voice seemed to carry a sharp mocking tone. You so strongly insist on fighting the dwarves, is it for the ironwood resources, wealth, or? His voice gradually became faintly discernible as he continued, Is it to obtain the hundreds of years old legendary god's record that is in the dwarves' possession? The king suddenly stood up and turned pale. Master Sith, you have also heard of the god's record? Sith coldly said, The Sorcerers' Association has been around for several hundred years. We always knew about things like that. His tone gradually became sharp as he asked, Are you not concerned about the curse of the god's record in order to deal with the temple? Even the temple was afraid of the curse and had no choice but to stop the war against the dwarves. Let me warn you. The god's record absolutely must not appear on the continent. Otherwise, there would not be just disaster. The king laughed arrogantly and said, Did you mean disaster or destruction? If the temple succeeds, the first one to be destroyed is me. If I am going to be destroyed, I will not mind dragging everything down with me. Sith looked at the king laughing wildly. With a complicated expression and as if talking to himself, Sith lowered his voice and said, The god's record must be kept away from the heaven, the earth, and the people, sigh. Many years ago, the dwarves threatened to destroy God's record, forcing the temple to be afraid of making rash decisions. I think you are really crazy. The king has intentions to kill you. Seth faintly said after he heard what transpired in the palace between the king and Rhodey. Looking puzzled, Mouse frowned. Intentions to kill? Even if the king suspected Rhodey's identity, he would not be so foolish to become hostile to the Radiant Empire. Seth shook his head and calmly said, If what Rhodey said is true, then King Sauron is a person who likes extreme risks. Even a 3-year-old child knows that the Duke of the Tulip family is an important figure in the Radiant Empire. Is there a better opportunity than this for the Sauron kingdom to kill the Duke of the Tulip family? Mouse still did not believe. Although the temptation is great, the Sauron kingdom now needs the cooperation of the Radiant Empire. He will not be so foolish as to offend such a big enemy from the south while facing against the temple at the same time. Seth glanced at Mouse and coldly said, A woman is a woman. You will never understand the beauty of politics. Seth hastily continued when he noticed Mouse's glare. Since Rhodey insisted that he is not the Duke of the Tulip family, then the king will just act dumb. Then, if Rhodey is really killed, it is just the death of an earl. He could simply claim that Rhodey was assassinated by the temple. Even if the Empire does not believe, there is no evidence. Besides that, even if there is a falling out with the Empire, will the Sauron kingdom be afraid? He smiled and said, The Sauron kingdom only needs the hundreds of thousands of prisoners of war. Once they receive their prisoners of war, even if they have a falling out with the Empire cannot do anything. With the Straits of Thunder as a buffer, the Empire cannot cross over. Even if they can, the current Empire does not have the strength to launch another large-scale war. Mouse coldly said, Let them try. With our strength, do you think the king would be able to kill us even if he wants to? Seth did not get angry. Instead, he laughed and said, I know both of you are powerful. One of you is a great practitioner while the other is a domain master. However, even if you are powerful, you are still humans. As long as you are a human, there must be weaknesses. A domain master is not an immortal. Seth suddenly sighed. Everyone has a weakness. Even powerful people cannot escape this fact. Knowing that he cannot fight you directly, can he not think of other ways? Deep inside politics, even the most shameful and despicable acts can be done. He suddenly looked at Rhodey and frowned. Did you tell the king that you are Miss Nicole's fiancé? Rhodey hesitated for a moment. He then nodded and said, yes, I did use that as an explanation to him. Good explanation. However, I am afraid I will end up in misery. Seth sighed. He showed a strange expression and smiled wryly. Listen carefully. From now on, you all would need to wholeheartedly protect me. If the king cannot kill you, a domain master, won't he find a different place to strike? You fool. Right now, my identity is your fiancée, Miss Nicole. Old Mark and Mouse gave a supercilious look at the same time. Both of them had the same thought. You even need others to protect you? It is already a thankful thing if you do not go and harm others. Rhodey, who had been pondering, suddenly showed a strange expression. Seth, your words earlier reminded me of something. What? Rhodey suddenly laughed as he gently touched his chin. He then smiled and said, earlier, didn't you say that the Radiant Empire cannot cross over with the Straits of Thunder barring the path? Seth nodded. That's right. What about it? Rhodey stood up and smiled. Crossing the ocean. This is not impossible. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 243, The Sauron Royal Family's Secret. Chapter 243, The Sauron Royal Family's Secret. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The next day, the king once again dispatched someone to invite Rhodey to the palace. The carriage, escorted by the royal knights, journeyed directly to the royal palace. However, the carriage did not go straight to the audience hall like previously. They changed into an even smaller carriage in the royal palace. The royal knight escorts did not follow them after that. Only 2 officers from the royal knights accompanied Rhodey. The humble carriage left, coming from the side door of the palace, then journeyed to a higher ground at the back of the capital. The capital of the Sauron kingdom was oval-shaped. In the middle of the city was the royal palace. At the back of the royal palace was a high ground. In fact, it was a low hillslope. For some reason, during the construction of the capital, the hillslope was already surrounded by the city walls. The woods behind the hillslope had naturally become the royal garden. Changing carriages within the palace was probably to deceive the public. As the carriage Rhodey was riding in had entered the palace grandly, nobody would suspect that the dignified envoy of the Radiant Empire would leave from another side of the palace, unguarded, inside a humble carriage. Not taking any guards with him was also the king's intention. He was aware of Rhodey's strength, and being accompanied by guards was simply just for show. The carriage that left the royal palace went towards the royal garden. The surrounding environment was similar to the hunting ground of the Tulip family. There were fences around the royal garden and cavalries patrolling the garden to protect and to ensure the safety around it. Rhodey questioned the 2 royal knight escorts, but they refused to reply to him. They only said, "We are under orders from His Majesty to only escort you." When he gradually entered the garden, there was a small open space. In the middle of this space was a simple imperial residence. 4 sentry posts protected the imperial residence in the middle. A pair of soldiers wearing the armor of the royal knights patrolled back and forth. The carriage stopped there. Rhodey questioningly followed the 2 royal knights as they led him towards the imperial residence. The imperial residence was not much of a palace. It would be better to classify it as a large house instead. Although the occupied area was quite large, it only had 3 floors. It looked exquisite and elaborate, unlike the other buildings of Sauron Kingdom that looked rugged and chunky. However, when Rhodey entered the building, he discovered that the fixtures inside the building were like the standard style of Sauron Kingdom's buildings, strong and robust. It had metallic candlesticks, black ironwood furniture such as tables and chairs, dark-colored fireplace at the side, as well as the bright red carpet at his feet. All of them had a strong and robust feeling. Rhodey had already gone through 3 inspections before he entered the room. The 2 escorting officers did not follow Rhodey in. The king was sitting alone in the room, on a chair, near the fireplace. His back was facing Rhodey. "How is it? This place is not too bad, right? Earl Rhodey, how is this compared to your family's garden?" The king's voice came from behind the chair. Rhodey laughed in his heart. This king is still trying to find out my identity. Otherwise, why is he using the term family's garden? Rhodey deliberately laughed. "Your Majesty, you are jesting. I am just an insignificant earl. How could I have my own garden? However, the setup of this place is similar to the hunting ground at the Tulip family's fief. The king stood up. It was then that Rhodey noticed that the king was not wearing the exquisite robe like the previous day. Instead, he was wearing a martial attire. A set of gold-colored armor was covering his body while he had a bright red cloak worn on his back. The king stood there playing with a small and exquisite dagger as he smiled at Rhodey. Earl Rhodey, do you know why I invited you here today? Rhodey shrugged his shoulder. Your Majesty, do you want me to go hunting with you? However, this does not seem to be the right season for hunting. The king laughed. However, Rhodey could not hear any pleasure in his laughter. On the contrary, the king seemed to use his laughter to cover up his nervousness. Earl Rhodey. The king had a serious look. I invite you here today to show you the several hundred years old biggest secret of the royal family of the Sauron kingdom. Are you interested? Rhodey instinctively frowned. Secret? What is this guy planning? There must be a reason if someone told another their own secret. Rhodey did not believe that the king would disclose a secret to him without a reason. Only God knows what the king wanted to obtain from Rhodey. Rhodey narrowed his eyes and whispered, Your Majesty, I hope you are not showing me something too shocking. I am not so brave. The king softly replied, Are you not courageous? Doesn't seem like it. Rhodey leisurely smiled and said, I am not afraid of anything. However, knowing someone's secret will require me to keep that secret. I am afraid I may accidentally expose the secret. These kinds of things are too troublesome. The king laughed again. He then walked to the front of the fireplace. He slotted the dagger into the mouth of a wild beast relief on the wall, then twisted it. A faint clunking sound came from behind the wall. Following a series of sounds, the wall above the fireplace began to move. The whole wall slowly turned over, revealing a pitch-dark space. Behind the dark channel was a spiral staircase that went all the way down. Rhodey was surprised. This is... The king laughed and said, Earl Rhodey, this is the biggest secret of the royal family of the Sauron kingdom that has lasted for centuries. You are the first outsider to learn of this secret. Rhodey took a deep breath and endured the curiosity in his heart. He calmly said, Your Majesty, you suddenly brought me here and showed me such a scene. What is your intention? The king raised his hand and gently stroked the dagger in the mouth of the wild beast relief. He did not answer Rhodey's question. Instead, he suddenly asked, Rhodey, do you know the history of the royal family of the Sauron kingdom? Rhodey was startled and then replied, Is your Majesty testing me? You will be disappointed. After all, the two continents are far apart and both countries have little relationship with each other. I am not clear about the history of your distinguished country. I only know that amongst all the kingdoms on the Roland continent, the Sauron kingdom is the most powerful kingdom. Your kingdom owns half the land on the Roland continent, has the most powerful army, and... At this point, Rhodey deliberately looked at the king. The king sighed and continued in Rhodey's stead, and, the Sauron kingdom has also been the one who dares to secretly oppose the temple, right? Rhodey did not speak, but from the expression on his face, it was clear that he had tacitly agreed. The king nodded his head and gently caressed the dagger as he said, What you said is correct. Presently, the Sauron kingdom can be said to be the only kingdom on the Roland continent that has the ability to oppose the temple. All this time, the saints who were dispatched by the temple to the Sauron kingdom are not able to completely gain authority. The situation is completely different from the other kingdoms. In the other kingdoms, the authorities of the saints are even higher than the kings. It is only in the Sauron kingdom that the highest authority remains with the royal family. At this juncture, the king seemed agitated. However, soon he was aware that his emotions were going out of control. He took a deep breath to maintain his calm and slowly said, This is not only because the royal family of the Sauron kingdom dares to oppose the temple. More importantly, it is because the royal family of the Sauron kingdom is qualified to oppose the temple. Oh? Rhodey started to show some interest. The king's voice gradually subsided as his tone sounded as if he was speaking of a cherished memory. In your opinion, the Radiant Empire is undoubtedly the world's largest empire. You all possess an entire continent and the imperial authority is absolute. A powerful empire that can unyieldingly confront the challenge of any enemy. But do you know? The Radiant Empire is not the only big empire that has existed in this world. Once upon a time, there was an ancient empire in this world. According to the teachings of God, people originally came from the Roland continent. The written record of the teachings of God started recounting from the time when there were many small kingdoms. That is just preposterous. The king's eyes were like lightning. There were anger and sorrow in his voice as he clenched his fist and softly said, As early as several hundred years before the teachings of God, the Roland continent was a complete country. It was a huge empire. Oh? Rhodey's eyes lit up. This was something he had never heard of before. Whether it was the Radiant continent or the Roland continent, their church and their temple were hostile to each other, but these religious bodies' history started at about the same era. Both their historical records also started during the Dark Ages, about 1,000 years ago. From the temple's records, the Roland continent originally consisted of several small kingdoms and tribes. Humans were not united, and they constantly fought each other. After fighting for a long time, the first pontiff, Moses, was born. He led the humans through the Straits of Thunder and subjugated the Kara tribe at the Radiant continent in the south. It was followed by the occupation of the Radiant continent by the humans and the extinction of the Kara tribe. The teachings of God then split into two, the north and the south. Numerous small kingdoms existed in the north and the south and continued to be in chaos. It was thanks to the emergence of the great emperor, Abbas the Great, the invincible duke of the Tulip family and Dondom, the person good at creating miracles, that the Radiant Empire united the southern continent and became a great empire. That was what Rhodey knew from history. The only huge empire that could possess the entire continent. Could it be that the Radiant Empire was not the first empire in history? The king gradually revealed a tragic smile. The teachings of gods are splendid. Splendid. His tone sounded deep and forceful. How much evil has been carried out in this world in the name of the truth? Rhodey was smart. He did not speak but quietly awaited. He knew that the king's story was far from over. The king's cherishing gaze became more intense. The ancient records have all been destroyed during the Dark Ages. The teachings of gods are just lies with a distorted history. It can actually deceive the entire world. Earl Rhodey, let me tell you. During the ancient times, there was a great empire that existed right under your feet. This empire had tens of millions of hard-working subjects. It had an army with millions of soldiers. It even controlled the entire Roland continent. All the races, whether it was human, the dragon tribe, the vampires, the legendary elves and the dwarves, were all under the rule of that great empire. The name of that empire is called the Shaka Empire. Shaka Empire? Rhodey was truly astonished. It was an unfamiliar name, but to be able to possess an entire continent, this name should not be unfamiliar. Yes. The king gave a shallow smile. Where you are standing on right now is once the capital of the Shaka Empire during the ancient times. Long before, 1,000 years ago, this garden on this hillslope was the imperial palace of the Shaka Empire. Several thoughts flashed in Rhodey's mind. He could not help blurting out a question. So, what has this got to do with the royal family of Sauron Kingdom? I understand now. The king nodded and earnestly said, the royal family of the Sauron Kingdom are the descendants of the emperor of the ancient Shaka Empire. He sighed. Nobody knows this secret. Even the temple believes that the imperial family of the Shaka Empire had long gone extinct. Humph. The king looked up at Rhodey, then slowly said in a low voice, Earl Rhodey, I have told you this secret today and have already regarded you as an ally whom I can trust. Therefore, shouldn't you show a little sincerity? Or rather, there is no need for you to continue keeping your secret from me. Rhodey was indifferent. He clearly understood that the king told him this big secret to win him over and gain his trust. The king wanted Rhodey to admit that he was the duke of the Tulip family in exchange. The king noticed that Rhodey did not speak, but he did not mind. He slowly said, in the ancient language of the Roland continent, Sauron means revival. The mission of royal family of Sauron Kingdom is revival, revive the great empire of our ancestors. The king's face was contorted in excitement. He seemed too unable to suppress the excitement in his heart. His hand also trembled, still holding the dagger. Duke of the Tulip family. The king slowly uttered as he glanced at Rhodey. Seeing that Rhodey did not object to the way he was addressed this time, he felt satisfied and continued, Are you interested in heading down there with me to take a look at the greatest relics of the imperial family of the Shaka Empire? Look at the secrets left behind by the people of that era? After that, he faced the flight of steps behind the fireplace and slowly stretched out his hand to signal. He gently smiled and said, Please. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 244, The Person Standing Outside the Circle. Chapter 244, The Person Standing Outside the Circle. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The spiral flight of steps led directly underground. The width of the steps was just enough for two people to walk side by side. Rhodey and the king slowly walked down. Although there was no lighting from torches along the way, the design of the place seemed worthy of being the biggest secret of the royal family of the Sauron Kingdom. From the first step down the spiral staircase, the gems on both sides of the handrail lit up with a gentle radiance. Rhodey immediately realized that that was a kind of illuminating sorcery array. The flight of steps continued downwards. Based on Rhodey's mental calculation, they had been walking down for quite some time. At their walking speed, the depth of that secret underground place must be amazing. In fact, all the way down, Rhodey was counting the number of steps in his heart. When he had secretly counted up until 333, he finally saw the ground below, and the end of the flight of steps. The king smiled and opened up his hands proudly. He then said, "Welcome to the palace hall of the Sage King." In front of them was a big round vault-shaped door. The king suddenly laughed and said, "Earl Rhodey, please knock on the door." Rhodey frowned, but he still stretched out his hand to knock on the door twice. The huge stone gates slowly opened from both sides. Rhodey was surprised to find 2 rows of fully armored warriors inside the room. Although there were only a few of them, they were all wearing armors that made Rhodey felt strange. Its style was about 30% similar to the armors of the Roland Knights. However, it only covered the critical parts. Rhodey realized that these armors looked similar to the armor worn by that female dragon paladin that night. The only difference was that these people had helmets that covered their faces. The king was forthright. He was the first to walk in, with big strides. The moment Rhodey walked past the stone door, he felt like he had entered an amazing world. This was absolutely a miracle. The end of the space could not be seen with a single glance. All kinds of sculpture were in front of him. Each of those huge stone sculptures was about 10 meters tall. They were a variety of shapes, wearing ancient armors and looked dignified. These were the ancestors of the Shaka imperial family. The king solemnly introduced. He then slightly lowered his head and slowly walked by. In the vicinity was a place that looked like a huge underground fortress. There was also a city wall that was 7 to 8 meters high in front of him. Under the city wall was a moat. When Rhodey walked across the bridge, he could not help but look down at the moat. He saw a bright silver river. "This is a moat. Our ancestors dug up this trench and put in mercury." The king proudly said, "This strange silver liquid can actually kill a human. As long as someone were to fall into the moat and accidentally choke a little on the silver liquid, he would be dead." After passing through the city walls, Rhodey was surprised to find that it was a military fortress. The secret underground remains still had about a dozen fully armored warriors on the walls. Although the number was not big, it was enough for the wall that was only a few meters long. Such an amazing heavenly place was found deep in the ground about 100 meters beneath. Even Rhodey could not help looking surprised. The king looked at the warriors on the wall inside. These warriors are carefully selected elites from the royal household of the Sauron kingdom. Each and every one of them is as strong as a paladin. They are all loyal to the royal family of the Sauron kingdom as they were sent to this dark place since childhood. They accepted the education of the royal family and would die for the royal family. After saying all that, the king sighed. Unfortunately, these kinds of people are now difficult to find. In the entire Sage King Hall Royal Knights, there are only 3,000 knights. These are the last people the royal family of the Sauron kingdom could place their trust in. Rhodey also gave a sigh. There was actually an army in such an underground world. One could only imagine how they were selected and trained. From inside the wall, Rhodey could not help but look up at the sky. He was surprised to see stars and moon instead of a rock surface. That sky was so real to the extent that Rhodey almost believed that he was outdoors. The king then explained. The sky above is an illusion created by sorcery. It rotates between day and night. Rhodey sighed. This is indeed a major piece of art. The king smiled and said, "The Shaka royal family took a few hundred years to create this place. The buildings around them were constructed with stones and were entirely in accordance with the structure of the military fortress." Rhodey could clearly feel that if the outside walls were broken, the defenders could still use these stone structures as layer upon layer of defense. At the innermost area, there was a smallish palace. The palace was constructed with large black stones. There were no warriors guarding the place. Rhodey and the king went straight in, but Rhodey was not naive to think that there was no defense here. With his strength, he could clearly feel a faint murderous aura coming from all directions. The king lightly said, "If I did not lead the way and if a person were to break in here, he would already be shot down by arrows before he reached this door." The guardian knights of the palace of the Sage King do not only have warriors. They also have sorcerers. Although the sorcerers' strengths were not prominent individually, a long time ago, the Shaka royal family had discovered a way to combine the sorcerers' powers, substantially increasing the lethality of their sorcery. According to the ancient legends, they could even kill paladins. After saying that, the king looked at Rhodey. Rhodey understood. Combining the sorcerer's powers, isn't that the legendary combined sorcery? After entering that small palace, Rhodey discovered that the doors of the rooms were closed. This is where the high-ranked guardian knights and sorcerers live. The sorcerers are eccentric and are usually unwilling to meet people. The king smiled. Rhodey sighed. With this force, you are able to subjugate the dwarves with the planned sneak attack. Your Majesty, why do you still require my assistance? The king smiled and continued to lead Rhodey in. In the main hall of the palace, the whole lobby was bright. There were a variety of strange gems of different sizes mounted on the wall. The various colors and types of lights mixed together and lit up the whole hall as though it was daytime. Inside the hall, on both sides, were several human-shaped stone carvings. The sculptures had different postures. Some of them were sitting while some of them were standing. The facial expressions of the sculptures were also different. Some were happy, some were sad. Some were laughing, some were angry. They were all wearing similar robes and clothes. Their clothes were strange and did not have any additional adornment. Almost everyone was wearing a robe with a simple belt and also a strange hat. Rhodey could only describe it as a hat simply because he did not know what plant was used to weave into something like a floral hoop and then worn on the head. That is something called an olive leaf. That kind of plant cannot be found anymore. The king smiled and said, "These here were our great ancestors, the royal family of the Shaka Empire. In the ancient era of the Shaka Empire, the emperor had no crown. The olive branches wreathed into hoops was the crown. According to the ancient legends, the olive leaf signifies peace." The king smiled solemnly and pointed in front of him, at the largest statue in the hall. It was an old man with fluttering long hair and a dignified face. His upper body was naked, and his robes were tied around his waist. The muscles on his chest were well defined. His eyes were looking in front. Perhaps, it was just an illusion, but Rhodey could not help but think that the man's eyes looked sad. The king sighed. That was the first emperor of the Shaka Empire. He was also my great ancestor. After saying that, the king slowly walked to the stone throne under the statue. He sat down and then said in a low voice, "In my name, summon my subjects." Shaka. Low echoes appeared from both sides of the hall, in unison. Rhodey was astonished and he could faintly feel the fluctuations of sorcery. He understood that the echoes were the work of sorcery. Immediately, an old man completely covered in robes walked into the hall. "Your Majesty." That old man lowered his head. The king looked at Rhodey. He smiled and said, "This is the leader of the guardian knights of the royal family of Shaka Empire. He is also my most trusted person." The king then gave a strange smile and sounded a little pleased with himself as he said, "He has another identity that nobody else other than me knows about. He is the leader of the Sorcerers Association of the Roland Continent, Master Sith." Rhodey looked down at the quiet old man who kept his head low with a changed expression. The leader of the Sorcerers Association. The Sauron royal family member, no, should be, this descendant of the royal family of the Shaka Empire. How powerful is he? Rhodey smiled coldly. "Your Majesty, it looks like the Sauron kingdom has already obtained a lot of power. Do you still need me under such a situation?" The king frowned but he did not speak. The one who replied was Sith. "Mr. Rhodey, the Sorcerers Association looks powerful, but it is actually a loose organization. Even the president of the Sorcerers Association is just a distinguished name only. I am unable to direct all the powers of the Sorcerers Association. The best I can do is to foster more talents for His Majesty." The king sighed and then softly said, "Master Sith, Mr. Rhodey is the first guest to come in here. I believe you have already arranged the first welcoming program for him?" Sith replied expressionlessly, "It has already been arranged according to your orders." "What is that kid, Rhodey, doing right now?" Sky lazily leaned against a long chair and stretched his lazy waist. He was actually lying down on the Emperor's throne. Andy sat cross-legged on the floor. His eyes were closed as he asked, "Are you worried about him?" Sky gave Andy a glance. Worried about him? Even if everybody in this world died, he probably would still be alive. Andy finally opened his eyes but gave a supercilious look. "Then what are you worried about?" Sky did not seem to care and softly said, "I think the people at the Roland Temple must have already given him trouble." Andy suddenly laughed. "What's wrong?" Sky shook his stout head. His whole body jumped out from the chair like a potato. "Old skeleton, aren't you worried? It is not so easy to deal with the Roland Temple. In any case, there are a few paladins, and also..." Andy sighed. "When have you become so long-winded? What are you trying to say? You better quickly say it all out." Sky had a strange expression as he said, "The Roland continent is not as simple as we imagined. The temple may be nothing, however, that place was where humans originated from. There will definitely be a lot of strange secrets." Andy smiled, for example? Sky closed his eyes and said, "God's record." He suddenly smiled as the fats on his face squeezed together. "I remember those days, because of the God's record." Andy frowned. God's record? Are you talking about that nonsense, cannot see heaven, cannot see earth and cannot see people? You have told me about this last time, but I do not believe in that nonsense. God's teachings itself is a big lie, humph. Sky sighed. Yes, those really are lies, however, there are some things that cannot be explained. Andy suddenly stood up and frowned. Sky, what else have you not told me? Sky shook his head and said, "Nothing, really nothing else to tell you, except for that one thing." What? Sky seemed to recall his memories as he said, "That year, I found an ancient record in the Roland Temple archives. It was regarding God's record. In addition, there was a forgotten secret." He suddenly laughed and loudly said, "However, those are no longer important. Those are things that had been submerged for thousands of years. Now, we just need to pray that Rhodey does not get into trouble on the Roland continent." Andy frowned. "What records? You have never mentioned this to me before." Sky thought for a moment and said, "Sigh, it is alright not to talk about that record. Even if you were to look at it, it's useless. This is because the record is not complete. Nobody can understand it but..." Andy asked, "But what?" Sky laughed and approached Andy. He stretched out his hand to pat Andy's shoulder and whispered, "The moment I read the record, I became inspired enough to come up with a preposterous idea." "What?" Sky heaved a sigh and said, "I have been thinking, if this world was not created by God, God is not a creator but only a conqueror, do you understand what I mean? If this world originally belonged to humans and God only conquered the humans. After that, God lied to the future generations claiming that the world and humans were created by God." Andy froze for a moment and then laughed. Interesting. Fatty, you are truly interesting." His expression suddenly changed as he said, "Damn Fatty, quickly tell me, what did you see on that record?" Sky closed his eyes and muttered, "Nothing, just the war." "War?" Sky nodded. "This is just an assumption. The Roland Temple concealed an ancient record. There was a passage in it that puzzled me. However, it has been a few hundred years. I cannot remember it very clearly. The sentence was like this: if there was a war again between humans and gods." "Wait!" Andy suddenly shouted, "What did you say? What do you mean by there was a war again?" Fatty spread out his hands and said, "I do not know. I really do not know. That is what was written in the record. This is why I was confused. Would humans have fought a war against God, the creator of the world? That is just ridiculous. That is why I guess, unless God is not the creator of this world." What a joke. Andy seemed to smile, but there was a little bit of sadness in his smile. What a joke. In this world, many truths are regarded as jokes before they are affirmed as true. Andy's eyes suddenly lit up as he asked, "You said that the records you saw in the Roland Temple mentioned about God's record? It also mentioned that if there was a war again?" Sky nodded. Andy suddenly had an odd smile. "So, I guess that this so-called God's record could have records of that war between humans and God? The war between humans and God? If God created the world and humans, then why was there a war between God and the humans?" Sky thought about it and then laughed as he pointed to Andy. "I already thought I was a heretic, but you are even crazier than me." Andy did not laugh. There was no smile on his face as he looked at Sky. "In fact, this is very simple. No matter what you say, you are still human. So quite often you cannot think outside of this world. You cannot think out of this circle. However, I am different. I can think of more things than you." He then faintly said, "This is because I am not human." He looked at Sky, then he smiled and said, "I am a spectator who observes from outside the circle. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 245, Underground Cave. Chapter 245, Underground Cave. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. "Isn't this a chariot?" Rhodey narrowed his eyes and looked at the king. At that moment, Rhodey, the king, and Master Sith were standing inside the military training grounds at the palace in the underground cave. The circular training grounds had a concave appearance. It was like an ancient wrestling ring. They were standing on a several meters high stone platform. A stone gate at the side of the training grounds had slowly opened and a Sauron army chariot had charged out. That chariot looked like the ones Rhodey had seen during the last war. Two tall horses covered with a thin layer of armor dragged a two-wheeled carriage made of ironwood. There were long sharp blades on both wheels of the carriage. When the wheels rolled, the blades would spin rapidly and kill the enemies close to it. There were 3 soldiers riding the carriage. One drove the carriage, the second held a shield and the third held a long battle axe. Earl Rhodey must have already witnessed the power of a chariot? The king smiled, seemingly proud of himself. Rhodey looked at the king and whispered, "The chariot is outstanding, but the weakness is also apparent. It may successfully demonstrate its strength in an open field, but it is not invincible. This flashy chariot team can easily be beaten by well-trained infantry using proper methods." "Oh?" The king leisurely smiled. Rhodey sighed. "The first one is the speed of the charge. The carriage has 3 fully armored soldiers with weapons and shields, along with armored horses. Such weight is a burden for the horses. As a result, the speed of the chariot's charge is slower than a heavy cavalry. If I were the commander, I would use a light bow cavalry. Avoid direct assaults and alternately attack while retreating using their speed to maintain a distance to prevent close fights. At the same time, use the bow to kill the enemy." The king faintly said, "That is different. Your country's lightning god's whip is the most powerful and naturally takes pride in their own cavalry. However, my chariot is used to deal with the dwarfs. The dwarfs are short and are unsuitable to be cavaliers. In addition, as they are located in the inner sea, they lack horses. Even if they have the money to buy horses, it could not be raised in large numbers on the island. That is why your assumptions cannot be applied to the dwarfs." Rhodey frowned and continued, "Even if the dwarfs do not have excellent cavalries, their infantries will not have a hard time defeating the chariot if they have mastered the correct method of dealing with it." The king gave an enigmatic smile as looked at Rhodey. Rhodey pondered for a moment and whispered, "If I am the commander, I would order the soldiers to stick to the walls and defend it from the chariot. Naturally, this is not skill. Just give me a well-trained elite infantry and I would still be able to defeat the chariot." He slowly said, "The chariot's power relies on the sprint of the horses. I only need a team of excellent archers backing up from behind with a round of arrows, shooting the horses instead of the soldiers. When one of the 2 horses pulling the chariot is injured, the chariot will overturn. The chariot will be destroyed and the soldiers on it will perish." Rhodey paused for a moment and then he continued, "During an attack, even if you loosen your chariot's formation, but as long as the horses of the front chariot are hit, the chariot will lose its power and block the chariots at the back. The whole formation will then crumble." After saying that, Rhodey sighed. "I do not need to let the soldiers die in vain. The archers will shoot the horses from afar. After killing the horses, the infantries will rush to the fallen chariot that can only wait to be slaughtered." The king smiled. "In that case, Rhodey, why don't you try?" The king clapped his hands. A guardian knight appeared from the door behind him and immediately handed over a set of bow and arrows. The king then stepped forward and waved his hand at the chariot below. The soldier shouted and swung his whip, initiating the chariot to run quickly on the training grounds. Rhodey looked at the bow and arrow in his hands and looked startled. He then heard the king speak softly, "Why don't you try it? Shoot the horse that is pulling the chariot." Since the king requested him to shoot, Rhodey no longer hesitated and immediately shot an arrow at the horse. Rhodey's archery was quite good. The power and accuracy of his arrow had achieved a certain level. Although he did not use any fighting energy, as soon as this arrow was shot out, a wind-piercing sound was heard. The arrow had already pierced the back of the horse. The arrow had pierced the horse's armor and stuck on its back in an askew position. Rhodey was surprised that the horse he had shot did not whinny in pain. It continued to dash forward and ignore the injury in its body. "You can continue to shoot." The king's eyes flashed with a trace of unusual brilliance. Rhodey took a deep breath and took out 4 sharp arrows from the pouch at once. After that, his movements were like the wind as he shot the 4 arrows successively and all the shots accurately hit the horse. The horse only neighed but did not fall. It did not even stagger as it continued to run forward at high speed. Preposterous. Rhodey was surprised. When he saw the king's mocking eyes, he quickly took out another sharp arrow. Although Rhodey's archery was not as good as Dark's, he had similarly undergone meticulous training. This time, Rhodey aimed at the head of the horse. The arrow flew out and struck its target. Finally, the horse could no longer endure. It staggered a few steps forward before it fell. With the fall of one horse, the other horse could no longer pull the chariot. The fast-moving chariot then staggered as the wheels were lifted on one side. Fortunately, the soldier who was driving the chariot was prepared and the chariot did not overturn. "How is it?" Although Rodi had finally shot down the horse, the king smiled at Rodi without any irritation. Rodi did not even feel the slightest joy of victory. He looked down for a moment and sighed. He then said, "I have lost." His last arrow had shot the horse in the head. During a high-speed charge, it would be difficult even for elite archers to shoot the horse in the head. Majority of archers would not have such skill. Ordinary archers could only, at most, hit the body of the horse. However, that horse continued to run even after being hit by 5 arrows. This kind of horse is weird, Rodi thought. If an ordinary army were to meet this group of chariots, the chariots will have long reached them even before the archers can shoot down the horses. The king nodded as he looked at Sith, who gave a faint smile then said, "This kind of horse is different from the ordinary battle horse. Our sorcerers prepared a peculiar drug. This drug is mixed with the horse's feed and over long periods of time, these horses could no longer feel pain. They have a strong ability to resist attacks and can continue running even when they are struck by several arrows. The only drawback is that these specially bred horses can only live up to 2 years. We have already tested it many times." Rodi closed his eyes, thinking for a moment before saying, "These special battle horses are really powerful. Perhaps only these battle horses could maximize the power of the chariots. However, even if the archers are unable to take down the chariots, there are still other ways." Rodi opened his eyes and looked at the drilling ground below. He then waved his hand and loudly said, "If a troop of high-morale heavy infantry displays a dense battle formation and at the same time, the front-row soldiers have the determination and are willing to die, then with the front-row infantries holding shields while the row of soldiers behind them holding a special spear that is 3 to 4 meters in length, they can confront the charge of the chariots. Even if the chariots are able to break through the shield wall and the horses are not afraid of weapons, it does not mean that they cannot die. The spears can kill many of the horses. As long as the soldiers at the front are prepared to be killed or wounded, the chariot's assault can be resisted." Rodi then slowly said, "As long as the chariots in front are blocked, the chariots at the back will not be able to proceed. Without the ability to charge, the chariots are just as useful as rotten wood. Well-trained, high morale, faithful and willing to die soldiers." The king muttered. He suddenly looked at Rodi and smiled. "This kind of army which you just mentioned might exist in your country, but are there such army on the Roland continent?" Rodi was at a loss for words. He had seen the strength of the coalition armies of the Roland continent at the battlefields of Thunderous City and the Empire's northwest Premier Plateau. Truthfully speaking, other than the elite Holy Knights and the average Royal Knights of the Sauron Kingdom, Rodi did not expect the armies of the other kingdoms of the Roland continent to be well trained and to have high morale. Those who have a willing-to-die attitude would be even more unlikely. The king happily looked at Rodi's reaction and said, "That's right. If our chariot teams meet your distinguished country's elite infantries or cavalries, we may not be able to win. However, it is strong enough to go win some in the Roland continent." He then smiled and said, "I am very clear that this chariot team is not able to win against the Holy Knights. However, my objective is not to deal with the Holy Knights. My hypothetical enemy is the army of the Dwarf Kingdom." "Oh?" Rodi frowned. He had never seen a dwarf before and was ignorant of their army. The king smiled and said, "I can at least guarantee that the army of the Dwarf Kingdom may merely be well-trained and have high morale, but they absolutely will not able to be like what you said, willing to die." Rodi's eyes shined as he asked, "Why?" The king lightly said, "That is because they are too rich." The king looked at the chariot below him as if spellbound, then he continued, "The dwarfs have been trading ironwood for several hundred years and have earned a fortune. Hundreds of years ago, the dwarfs were very strong, and they dared to fight against the coalition armies of the Roland continent. But now, their guts have been replaced by their heavy purse. A rich man will not dare to risk his life fighting with others." The king, seemingly smiling, said, "The army of the Dwarf Kingdom is well equipped. The salaries of their soldiers are high and amongst the most well-paid in the Roland continent. However, an army recruited with money would not have strong combat effectiveness. Earl Rodi, I am sure you understand what I am saying." The king suddenly smiled and pulled Rodi's hand as he said, "Well, there is nothing left to see here. I will take you to see something else." The two of them then left using the door behind them. They were only followed by Sith. The three of them re-entered the palace. After walking through several arched doorways, the three of them stood in front of the 2 closed slabs of the huge stone door. It was silent around the palace and there was no human voice at all. Everyone seemed to move around quietly in that place. Without the king's order, it seemed like everyone would be invisible. "Where is this place?" Rodi asked as he looked at the stone door in front of him. There was a relief at the door. The relief was carved in the shape of a long sword with an olive leaf beside it. The king seemed to notice Rodi's astonishment, so he laughingly said, "This relief is the symbol of the royal family of Shaka. It means, the ultimate purpose of the sword is to bring peace." Rodi sighed and said, "There is some truth in this sentence." The king then said, "This stone door has been here since the beginning of the construction of this place. Behind this stone door are the records left behind by the royal family of Shaka Empire. Only members of the royal family can enter this place. Even Sith has never been in there. I can tell you that behind this stone door is the recorded history of the rise and the fall of the Shaka Empire." Rodi's heart throbbed eagerly. The rise and fall of the Shaka Empire? Was that truly the truth of the obliterated history? The king nodded with a serious expression and earnestly looked at Rodi. He said, "Originally, in accordance with the rule of the ancient royal family, outsiders are not allowed in here. However, the situation now is different. The temple persistently pressured us and has pushed the entire Roland continent into a dangerous situation. If the Sauron kingdom fails, then the last spark of the Shaka Empire will be completely extinguished. So today, I would like to invite Earl Rodi to join me and witness the real history." Rodi could clearly feel Sith's expression change. However, the king sternly shook his head at him. "So, Earl Rodi, I welcome you as the first guest of the royal family of Shaka Empire for the first time in 1,000 of years." The king then made a gesture. Rodi took a deep breath. With some expectations, he stretched out his hands to push the two doors in front of him. While Rodi nervously pushed open the door that concealed the real history, at the surface of the earth 100 meters above him, a light carriage passed through the city gate and slowly entered the city. The soldiers guarding the gate checked the other party according to the customary clearing procedure and collected a certain amount of tax based on the common standards of Sauron Kingdom before they allowed the carriage to enter the city. The carriage followed the wide streets as it headed straight towards the palace. It was daytime, and the streets were full of pedestrians. The carriage was moving along the busiest street. The window of the carriage was then pushed open and a rather sweet and charming voice came from within the carriage. The owner of the voice sighed and said, "I did not expect this place to be busier than last time. King Sauron is really not an ordinary person. All along the journey, it seems the royal family of the Sauron kingdom is very popular with the people." There seemed to be another person inside the carriage. A rough voice then responded, "How come I cannot see anything different?" The flirtatious voice seemed to laugh and whispered, "You have never come to the Roland continent before. Naturally, you will not understand." She then sighed and said, "Right now, war may break out any time between the temple and the other kingdoms. The tax for entering the city just now is much higher compared to the tax I paid last time. Obviously, Sauron Kingdom has raised the taxes to accumulate wealth in preparation for war. Under such circumstances, can you feel the prelude of war? Even after increasing the taxes, did you hear any dissatisfaction with the royal family all along our way here? In such a situation, King Sauron can still have popular support for his people shows that King Sauron is not a simple man." The carriage gradually passed through the long road to approach the palace. However, it then turned into a fork road and so it went towards a solitary summer palace next to the palace. Before the carriage reached the door of the summer palace, a group of royal knights approached the carriage. The leading officer of the group shouted at the carriage to stop. He then knocked on the window and exchanged a few words with the people inside the carriage. After that, the officer immediately showed a respectful expression and took his subordinates to lead the carriage towards the door of the summer palace. Moments after that, the main door of the summer palace opened. The crown prince of Sauron Kingdom, Avon, walked out wearing a shining knight's armor. There was sweat on his forehead and his face was red as if he had just had intense exercises. A few soldiers beside him dressed in an officer's uniform also had a similar appearance and sweating face. It was obvious that they had been training together. The servant bowed and opened the door of the carriage. Instantly, a pair of white legs stepped out from the door of the carriage, followed by an impressive figure. That woman had curly hair. Her proud figure stuck out through her thin tight-fitting dress. The hems of her skirt were much shorter than the average ceremonial dress, exposing her pair of slender thighs. She smiled at the crown prince as she got down the carriage. Her skirt gave a very captivating sight with every step she took. "Miss Needies." The crown prince did not seem to show much reaction to her charm. He still maintained a friendly smile. "I did not expect a noble guest like you to visit me today." Needies gave a shallow smile. However, her fluttering eyes seemed to steal the soul of all the nearby men. She smiled with pursed lips and whispered, "Your Highness, I have come bringing you a few good gifts. I got some good wine from the southern continent. Besides dealing with some business matters, I have come to the Sauron Kingdom this time to bring you these gifts." At that moment, another person walked out of the carriage. The face of this tall and sturdy person was full of beard. His pair of eyes were like lightning. He wore a simple attire. It was dark. However, Dark did not carry his signature longbow behind him. Needy smiled and said, Your Highness, I also brought you a noble guest. This is my good friend, Mr. Dark. I know that Your Highness is interested in martial arts. This person, Mr. Dark, is a master of archery. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 246, Neural. Chapter 246, Neural. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Here is where the true history lies. The king's voice sounded rather bleak. After the stone gate was a space with a 10 meters radius. Gems were mounted on the walls which gave off a gentle light under the effect of sorcery. There were also extraordinary bright murals on the wall. The ceiling of the entire space was dome-shaped, at the center of which was a hexagonal sorcery array. Rhodey could clearly feel a gentle fluctuating wave from the sorcery array. What surprised Rhodey was the floor of the room, that was like a pool. From the moment he first walked past the stone door, he could see silvery light flickering on the floor and the water was calm. The floor was actually filled with mercury. There was a slate pontoon bridge in the middle. The slate pieces seemed to float on the mercury. When the king and Rhodey stepped onto the slate pontoon bridge, the mercury on both sides of the pontoon bridge fluctuated a little. Rhodey could feel the place he was standing on was unstable. Obviously, those slates were suspended on the mercury by using some kind of unknown method. Standing on the slate pontoon bridge, he was unable to come into contact with the murals on the wall. However, the murals could still be seen clearly. The king sighed. Rhodey, take a good look at the murals. You only have an hour. This place has been preserved for 1,000 years using a sorcery array. It can only be opened for an hour per day. Once the time is up, we must leave to avoid the destruction of the sorcery array. Rhodey did not seem to have noticed the king's words. He had already focused his whole attention on the first mural from the entrance. The pattern on the first mural was very simple. Even the engraving skills used were relatively crude. It appeared to be the oldest. The pattern on the mural showed a picture that completely piqued Rhodey's interest. At the bottom of the picture were differently dressed humans, men and women. All of them had respectful and devoted expressions facing the top of the picture as if they were worshipping. At the top was a white building. The building had a simple distant scene as the background. It looked like a sacred high-rise building, and on top of the high-rise building was a small man. That man was covered in a long white robe and naturally, his face was not clear. He opened up his hands as if he was embracing the whole world in his arms. Only his long hair was flying, giving him a majestic look. What is this? Is he the god that those people were worshipping? Is that man standing in the building really God? Rhodey asked with a frown. No. The king sighed. That man who was worshipped was not God. Oh? Rhodey was a little bit surprised. The king then softly said as he sighed, the man whom they worshipped was the founder and the first emperor of the Shaka Empire, Julian. The king's voice slowly echoed in that space. This is the first mural, narrating the founding of the Shaka Empire. Now, the exact year of that time could no longer be found. This picture shows the first day the Shaka Empire was created and my ancestor Julian giving a speech to the people. His speech at that time was passed down. What did he say? The king laughed bitterly and said, he said that mankind should be united. Everyone should be free from birth and our souls should not be shackled or imprisoned. We should doubt everything and not blindly worship. Mankind should have an independent personality and soul, and not become slaves to God. Rhodey opened his mouth wide as he felt a little surprised. After a long time, he could not help but sigh. Now I somewhat understand why Shaka Empire was destroyed. That was because your first emperor had spoken such blasphemous words. He then looked at the second mural. The mural showed a large room. The entire room was circular and looked like a theater. It was surrounded by a lot of seats filled with people of different demeanor. Some of them were in luxurious attires and some in simple attire. However, everyone's expression was pious and solemn. In the middle was a small and tall platform. A white-robed man stood on the platform. The man was elegant and held his scepter high. What surprised Rhodey was that there was a sentence written at the bottom of the mural. What do those words mean? Rhodey frowned. The king narrowed his eyes and slowly said in a low voice, matters related to mankind should be decided by mankind. Looking at Rhodey's astonished gaze, the king smiled and explained, in fact, this mural's main point is that it recorded one of the very important historical events of the Shaka Empire. That is, the formation of a political council. The political council was a special political system of Shaka Empire. In Shaka Empire, the emperor was a dictator. The council represents the people regardless of whether they were nobles, civilians, or even knights. Every class had their own representative participating in the council. The man in the middle of the picture was the emperor of the Shaka Empire at that time. He was listening to the opinions of the representatives from various classes and made decisions based on their opinions. Rodi gave a long sigh and replied, "This was really a strange political system." The king lightly said, "It was not strange at all. The founder of the Shaka Empire said that freedom and power belonged to everyone. The emperor was not an autocrat but rather a guide." Rodi glanced at the king. He then earnestly said in his serious tone, "Your Majesty's ancestors have my highest respect." Unexpectedly, the king did not look proud at all but was somewhat sad instead. He just shook his head and did not respond to Rodi's words. The two of them continued to look at the following murals. The third and fourth mural recorded more of the history of the Shaka Empire. There was nothing strange about it. The only thing that amazed Rodi was the existence of the ancient Shaka Empire. The strange thing was that these murals did not mention anything about theology. Could it be that, at that time, God's teachings have not existed yet? The style of the fifth mural was totally different. The first four murals showed harmony and peace and perhaps a bit of prosperity. That was in accordance with the key ideas of freedom and equality of the Shaka Empire. However, the style used on the fifth mural had undergone tremendous changes. On the mural were a row of gallows. Black-robed men were seen hanging on the gallows, and at their feet were corpses. The surrounding crowd that was obviously civilians were cheering. What surprised Rodi was that he found what the hanged men were wearing very familiar clothing. Those black-robed men who were hanged on the gallows were clearly in the attires of priests. What the hell? Rodi was shocked. Did they really publicly hang the people from the temple? In Rodi's life, during the present era, God's teachings were the most divine authority. Only they could publicly hang people. The world had never heard of priests being publicly hanged in great numbers. Below the mural was another line of text. The king did not wait for Rodi to ask. He had already started reading out the texts. Mankind does not need the shackles to their souls. Anyone who tries to give our souls shackles should be prepared to be punished with death. Rodi listened to the king's words. The shock he felt could not be described in words. From the pictures and the texts, the Shaka Empire was obviously against the existence of God's teachings. It could even be said that they regard God's teaching and theology as an evil and heretical religion as. Perhaps, it could be said that the Shaka Empire was simply an empire that does not believe in God's teachings. They do not believe in God's. Shocked? The king gave a wry smile as he looked at Rodi and said, "Frankly speaking, I was also shocked when I first came here and saw these things." Rodi took a deep breath and then he forcefully exhaled. He still had a peculiar expression as he said, "During the era of the Shaka Empire, God's teachings were the target of oppression, right?" "Yes." The king softly replied, "My ancestors believed that mankind was born free and that our spirits and souls should not be imprisoned by gods. Although gods were of a higher existence, they had no right to interfere with our world. That was why." The king looked at the mural and continued, "God's teachings were declared illegal during the era of the Shaka Empire. The empire had a law that forbade it and all these fraudsters were hanged." Rodi was silent for a moment and then he suddenly smiled. His smile was malicious as he muttered, "That was a wonderful era." "Oh? Is this your request?" The crown prince looked at Needies, who was smiling sweetly. He frowned. "Miss Needies, you truly know how to give me trouble." Needies still smiled charmingly and softly said, "Your Highness, this matter should be something easy for you. Would you refuse to help your friend?" Avon stood up and walked back and forth for a few steps and then stopped. He then stared at Needies and said, "Is it so simple as to just carry some merchandise to the Radiant continent?" Needies sighed. "Your Majesty, you also know that I have a lot of businesses at Roland Continent. However, the current situation at Roland Continent makes me worry. If war begins, the first to suffer would be business people without powers or rights like us. That is why I have no choice but to make this decision. I came here this time to wind up the businesses on the Roland Continent and then temporarily send stuff back to the Radiant Continent. However, with so many goods and properties, I can't send them all back by myself. Besides that, the king has issued a naval restriction. My ship will not be able to sail. Fortunately, you are the commander of the navy. If I don't ask for your help, who else can I ask?" Avon still frowned and replied, "However, I cannot disobey the king's orders." "Miss Needies, your plan to move your properties to the Radiant Empire, this decision, humph." "Your Highness." Needies became unhappy and said, "Are you doubting our friendship?" Although I do not have big businesses on the Roland continent, I have never paid less than 1 gold coin in annual taxes. Now that threat of war is looming, do you want to see your good friends suffer major losses? All right. Avon hesitated for a moment and finally sighed. He then said, I suppose you will soon hear the news. We have already reached a peace agreement with your country. There will be a large number of ships going to the Radiant Empire in the near future. At that time, there will also be a naval escort. I can only help you a little. When the time comes, you can send your stuff onto my fleet and they will then successfully reach the Radiant Empire. Miss Needys, I am only helping you because of our many years of friendship. Needys gave a satisfied smile. She then said, Your Highness, thank you for your generosity. In addition, I know that because of the current situation your country is preparing war funds. I, as a friend, am willing to personally contribute 500,000 gold coins. Please accept this small gift from your friend. Avon looked at Needys and suddenly said, 500,000 gold coins? Hey, Miss Needys, I am now getting curious. How much are your properties worth on the Roland continent? Needys just smiled and did not give a reply. The Crown Prince then shook his head. He smiled and said, All right. Since I have already given my promise, I will not break it. Miss Needys, we have not met for a long time. Please stay in the capital for the next few days and let me fulfill my duty as a host. Also, Mr. Dark, Miss Needys said that you are a master in archery. I must definitely ask you for advice. Needys and Dark looked at each other for a moment. Needys immediately smiled then said, Of course. Your Highness Avon, I don't mind staying here for an additional few days. Anyway, I also do not have any intentions of going back immediately. Oh? Avon smiled. That's right. Needys pretended to sigh. She then loudly said in a joking tone. You do not know. Currently, my enemies on the Radiant continent are after me. Right now, I dare not hurry back. Avon thought she was joking. He only gave a light smile without saying anything. Dark glanced at Needys helplessly. Only he and Needys herself knew that her words were not a joke. Because of Needys' identity, the vampires of Radiant continent were hunting her. This time, the purposes of Dark coming to the Roland continent were to accompany Needys to deal with some of her business matters and also to avoid the vampires. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 247, True History. Chapter 247, True History. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The sixth mural caused Rhodey to be somewhat shocked. The 5 previous murals showed Rhodey a vibrant Shaka empire. In the legendary ancient kingdom, the people had the right to freedom and equality. One could sit with the nobles and knights to decide their own destinies. There were no shackles from God's teachings and there was no blind worshipping of gods or consecration. However, the scene of the sixth mural made Rhodey extremely surprised. What Rhodey originally thought of as a fascinating empire had suddenly changed its appearance. At the top corner of that mural was like an illusory background. It seemed to depict the reflection of the ordinary life of the people from Shaka Empire. However, it was not as calm, abundant and equitable as Rhodey expected. In the picture were farmers wearing tattered clothes while nobles in luxurious carriages ran over the barren land. The gallows were also in the picture. However, the people being hanged were no longer the priests but people in simple civilian clothes. The anger of the spectators and the pain of those hanged depicted in the murals were so realistic. At the bottom of the picture was still the political council. However, the council was not as united and equal like what Rhodey saw in the previous murals. Everyone seemed to be squabbling with anger, greed, evil and many more. A variety of expressions were painted on the faces of the people there. The man standing on the tall platform in the middle obviously should be the emperor of the Shaka Empire. The emperor looked helpless and sad. The king sighed. Do you remember that I did not say anything when said that you admire my ancestor that founded the Shaka Empire? Rhodey nodded with a depressed expression. I truly admire your ancestor. He dared give the power to others so that each layer of society could have equality and freedom. I cannot help but admire his boldness. The king shook his head and sighed. Unfortunately, he was wrong. Without waiting for Rhodey to speak, the king indifferently said, according to the historical records of the Shaka Empire, the existence of the council lasted for less than a century. In the later part of the existence of the council, such a political system not only did not bring any benefit to the empire but instead became the cause of the empire's decline. Why? Rhodey shockingly asked. The king gave a wry smile. His smile seemed mocking as he said, Rhodey, don't you understand? Power can only exist in the hands of a few people. It is absolutely impossible for it to be evenly distributed. After giving a sigh, the king continued, in the beginning, the council did give people equal freedom and power. However, the council later became a place where people from all classes competed for power. During the early days of the Shaka Empire, the emperor did not successfully establish his own absolute authority. Although the council had given the people freedom, it had also seriously undermined the prestige of the imperial authority. Look at this picture. The king pointed at a mural on the wall. The council became a noisy place. At that time, in order to pass a small decree, the council would debate for 3 days and 3 nights. Every decree of the empire could touch the interests of every class. For the sake of their own interests, they argued in the council and fought each other. In the Shaka Empire, there was a famous joke about the council. In one of the springs, in order to pass a decree involving the spring plowing, the farmers could refuse any labor to ensure the normal development of the agriculture of the empire. However, they quarreled at the council for the entire year to pass that decree. By the time that decree was passed, winter had arrived, and the spring plowing was long gone, ha ha. Rodi thought for a moment and suddenly asked, shouldn't there be a representative for the civilians at the council? What is the use of that? The king lightly replied, a lot of things are not so simple when it comes to governing a country. For example, during spring plowing periods, farmers want to stay and work at home. However, nobles need manpower to build their manors. The armies need to replenish their military strength to defend against the threat of the other races. The king needs manpower to build walls and repair roads. Can you tell me who is right and who is wrong? Before Rodi could reply, the king lightly continued, even the representative of the civilians in the council was no longer a real civilian once they gained rights. Rodi was silent. These things were too complicated and the young Rodi could not fully understand these things. After a while, he suddenly thought of something and asked, what about the teachings of gods at the time? The king nodded his head and lightly said, when an empire started to become unstable, it was inevitable for outside influence to enter. He pointed at the picture with the scene of the endless arguing at the council and lightly said, do you see those people? When the rule became unstable, then the shackles of the spirits became necessary. Rodi's eyes looked sad as he agreed. Yes. Although religion is a spiritual shackle, in a sense, it is also a spiritual poison. The people in pain especially needs this anesthesia. The king sighed. Unfortunately, my ancestors did not see this. In my opinion, at that time, what the Shaka Empire needed most was a powerful centralized authority. It required a powerful imperial authority that all other forces would submit to. The council that emphasized equal rights turned the internal affairs of the empire into a state of disunity. With the fierce feuding, the emperor could only stand at the side and watched helplessly. What happened then? Rodi frowned. The king sighed. The emperor then ordered to disband the council, ending the council that symbolized freedom and equality of the Shaka Empire. Rodi's expression changed. Really? That was not a good thing. If it was simply understood that the emperor abolished the council to cease the endless struggling, then that understanding was wrong. Sure enough, the king noticed Rodi's eyes revealed admiration and asked, Earl Rodi, can you understand the crucial point? Rodi sighed. If things were as how your majesty presented them to be, this abnormal council should really be abolished. It was not necessary to withdraw their powers. However, it was not so easy to take back the power that had been given out. According to your majesty, the emperor of the Shaka did not firmly establish his own absolute powers then. Could he suppress the representatives of the various classes after abolishing the council? If that was not properly handled, I am afraid it would invite more trouble. The king nodded. You really understood it. What does this mean? Rodi pointed at the 7th mural on the wall. The 7th mural showed a scene full of activities. Countless people were carrying woods and stones with various methods. They gathered together as if they were in the process of building a huge building. In the background of the picture was a tall mountain. There was a spiral mountain path that led from the bottom of the mountain to the top. Countless people were hard at work, transporting the construction materials to the mountaintop. The mountain seemed to pierce through the clouds. It was surrounded by fog, making it faintly discernible. At the top of the mountain were craftsmen busy working with a variety of tools. Rodi was surprised that there was actually a tall tower being built on top of the hill. The tall tower had a unique cone shape. From the progress of the work so far, the tower looked alarmingly tall. The king sighed. Do you see those words down there? Those words say, the construction of the Sky Tower 1. The start of the blasphemy to God. The king sighed when he saw Rodi's puzzled expression and explained. In the history of the Shaka Empire, the teachings of gods were forbidden. However, after many years of development, teachings of gods had become very influential. Rhodey nodded. But what does this have to do with the Sky Tower? There was a huge connection. The king sighed. The teachings of gods in the Shaka Empire was becoming more influential. The controversy over the existence of gods had always been constantly debated and thus created a fuss. There were even calls for the abolishment of the law prohibiting the teachings of gods. It was at that time that the emperor of the Shaka Empire suddenly gave an order to build the Sky Tower. That tall tower was supposed to directly reach heaven in order to prove that God did not exist in the sky and that the teachings of gods were just lies. What? Rhodey was stunned. He showed an unimaginably disbelieving expression as he said, he spent countless manpower and resources to build a tower just for this reason? The king gave a wry smile. We will never completely know what truly happened. Now, we could only find whatever little that remains. Rhodey looked dumbly at the mural on the wall and sighed. No matter what, if God truly exists, then the tower certainly could not have been successfully built. He then secretly thought. At the very least, right now, I have never heard of the existence of Sky Tower in the Roland continent. That's right. The king sighed. From the start, the powers that believed in God strongly opposed the construction of Sky Tower. There were already many people from all classes who had believed in the teachings of gods and fiercely opposed to the emperor's methods. They believed that that was a blasphemy against gods. They declared that the sky was God's territory. Anyone attempting to reach the sky was a blasphemous sinner and would be punished by God. So did God carry out the punishments? Rhodey had a complicated expression. The king smiled bitterly and replied, at the very least, the Shaka Empire was destroyed. Rhodey shook his head. He no longer talked as he continued to the next mural. The next mural was relatively simpler. It was also a scene that Rhodey was most familiar with: war. Swords, surging smokes, and powerful armies, and entangled in the warfare were not just the humans. There were the legendary dragons that resembled the mystic dragon that Rhodey met at the cave of the southern mountains of the Radiant Continent. There were also the legendary elves. Those elves looked similar to humans except they had a sharper face and longer ears. The picture did not explain who was fighting against who. Instead, it showed that several forces were fighting endlessly. The king sighed. That was the first large-scale war recorded by the Shaka Empire. A civil strife broke out in the empire and several races began to fight. That war lasted for almost 100 years. Who won? Rhodey asked abruptly. Humans. The king replied quickly. He then laughed as if there was a deep meaning. Humans has always been the leader of all races. Although humans did not have strong bodies like the dragons or magical talent like the elves, they have something that the other races do not have. That was wisdom. Rhodey sneered. Isn't it stated in the teachings of gods that humans were created in accordance with God's own image before gods created the other races in the world? Humans then became the masters of the world. Rhodey paused for a moment and then asked, how did that war break out? Only God knows. The king's tone did not sound good. Rhodey did not frown nor did he have any dissatisfaction with the king's vague answer. He simply said, I am afraid that God is really the only one who knows. The two of them looked at each other and laughed knowingly. Rhodey continued to look at the next mural and suddenly asked, what does this mean? The next mural showed a ruin. The building was burning in the fire as the smoke rose towards the distant bloody sun. Although it was a simple picture, it gave off a sad feeling. The remains of the empire. The king lightly said, the sentence below means the remains of the empire. Looking at Rhodey's puzzled demeanor, the king continued, after that war, the elves' nation was completely annihilated. The dragons also entrenched themselves at the northernmost part of the Roland continent. I already understand. Rhodey said in a pondering tone. Although humans won the war, the Shaka Empire had completely collapsed from the war. An empire that originally possessed the entire continent was almost dead. The king smiled and said in a sad tone. Sky Tower was destroyed before it was completed. At the same time, the brilliant culture and civilization of the Shaka Empire were also destroyed. What about the empire? Did it still exist then? It existed. But at the same time, it didn't exist. The king laughed bitterly. After the war, it could be said that the empire was on the verge of collapsing. At that time, if God's religion was the only influence that the emperor could rely on, then it was not for anything else but because God's religion could paralyze human minds and make them endure the hardships and poverty. They would willingly put on the shackles of slavery. It was also during that era the teachings of gods openly became a religious belief. Rhodey suddenly laughed. His laughter was filled with mockery. The more he laughed, the louder it became. Finally, his eyes unexpectedly shed tears. Finally, he could not help but shout, "What kind of bullshit theory was that? Freedom and equality brought poverty, hunger, and war, while peace and tranquility were obtained from shackling the souls. Why did those people willingly enslave themselves to God? Why were those gods, high and almighty, receive human worship?" The king lightly replied, "That was because the gods were benevolent and great. God said that humans were evil from birth. Thus, suffering in the world was inevitable. Those who want peace needed to worship gods. Devotions were required to exchange for peaceful souls. The price for peaceful souls was not expensive. The blessings of the priest and also peace after death could be obtained with a bit of atonement tax. But why? Why do people blindly believe those lies? Because of despair, the king answered. People would believe all kinds of lies when the world was in darkness and when sufferings had become norms. Rodi closed his eyes and frowned for a moment. He suddenly opened his eyes and said, "Let us get out of here." The king smiled and asked, "What's wrong? Are you not going to see the murals behind here?" Rodi shook his head. "No, I don't want to see anymore. It is not necessary to continue looking at the murals. Those murals would simply recount the fall of the Shaka Empire and the rise of the gods' religion. After that, it would be about how history was tampered with and how lies were used to hide. Those things are not worth looking at." The king softly asked, "Rodi, do you know why I brought you here to see these?" Rodi's eyes flashed. He suddenly narrowed his eyes to look at the king in front of him. Rodi was very clear that the things he saw that day were not something that could be revealed. The historical existence of the Shaka Empire was already covered up by the teachings of gods. And this place had already become non-existent. If gods learned about this secret, Sauron Kingdom would suffer severe disaster. The king then whispered, "Rodi, if it was only to deal with the dwarfs, I would not bring you here today. However, in order to deal with the gods' religion or those influential people behind the gods' religion." The king then lowered his voice and said, "I have never believed in God, more so those lies in the teachings of gods. I do not agree with the other thoughts of my ancestors except for one thing which I am certain of. Mankind's destiny should be decided by mankind. To deal with the temple, the Sauron Kingdom has joined forces with the other kingdoms on the Roland continent. Even though we may not win, but at least we are not afraid of them. My only worry is..." At that moment, the king looked back at the murals on the wall. Even such a powerful empire like the Shaka Empire was toppled. What can a small kingdom like the Sauron Kingdom do? The king showed a fearful expression as he asked, "Do you know how the Shaka Empire finally fell?" Rodi shook his head. The king sighed. "If you do not want to see the other murals, then perhaps you can just skip to the last one." "The last one?" The king nodded and suddenly pointed down. "Take a slow look and pay attention. In a short while, the picture will appear." Rodi was aroused and he lowered his head to look at where the king was pointing. The mercury below seemed to move. Waves gradually appeared from the calm surface of the water. A picture then appeared from the ripples. There were a few humans with spears, swords, and shields. Despair, anger, and sorrow could be seen on their faces. Standing in front of them was a man with white robes. With a single glance, it could be seen from that person's clothing that he was the emperor of the Shaka Empire. Their anger were directed towards the sky. In the sky, amongst the clouds, was a faint silhouette. The face and shape of the silhouette could not be seen clearly. At the background of the scene was the half-built tower. The Sky Tower. After that, the picture started to change. A strange scene appeared in the world in the picture. One moment there was luxuriant snowfall and the next moment there was howling wind with torrential rain. It was then followed by raging fire for a while and moments later, clear blue skies. The body of the Emperor of Shaka Empire seemed to shine. Rodi's heart stirred as he strongly suppressed his inner shock. That was because he was surprised to see the shocking truth from that constantly changing space. Domain. To be able to change the rules willfully is the sign of a domain master. What really shocked Rodi was that although the picture was very simple, it obviously showed a war. Mankind once had a war against God? A war had broken out before between mankind and the creator of this world, God? Rodi's mouth turned dry as he could not help but wait for the picture to change. Immediately, the whole surface of the water shook and the ripple gradually dispersed. The water became calm again and the picture disappeared. What happened? Rodi looked up and hurriedly asked. That is the end. The king lightly said, "Don't you know about the teachings of gods?" The king sighed. Although the teachings of gods are lies, among the lies will occasionally be some truths. What did you see? The king asked. Just the surface of the water. Rodi closed his eyes and pondered with an astounded expression. He then said, "The world was corrupted in the presence of God and the earth was full of sins. God said, for rebelling against God, I will take back what I have bestowed. So, it will rain continuously for 15 days and the earth will be flooded. Rodi then dryly said, I originally thought that was just a myth of the legend, but it looked like the world being flooded was true. The king then lightly said, I have always thought it strange that the followers of gods would leave behind the legend of the flood after erasing the history of the Shaka Empire. Now, I realize that it is a warning. Perhaps it is. Rodi nodded. It is warning for mankind that if we once again rebel against God, he will destroy the world again. The king sighed. God wanted to destroy the world, but the Shaka Empire had definitely not acquiesced. They had resisted. There were also some quite powerful humans. It was said that during the ancient times, there were some humans who were very powerful, yet, they were still exterminated by God. The earth was flooded, and the culture of the Shaka Empire was completely destroyed. The splendid cultures of humans were erased, and the history of the Shaka Empire was completely erased. So, in the history of this world, the word Shaka never existed. Rodi thought for a moment and suddenly asked, how was that last mural left behind? If the earlier murals were left behind by your Majesty's ancestors, then the last mural must be a kind of sorcery. Besides that, according to your words, the world was flooded. How was this place preserved? The king sighed. Did you see the emperor of the Shaka Empire in that picture? He was the last emperor of the Shaka Empire. He was the one who left behind that last picture. He did not die in the war against God. He was also the one who preserved this place. The king paused for a moment and then said something that shocked Rodi. My ancestor, the last emperor of the Shaka Empire, was a domain master. The king looked at Rodi and continued, at the time, if the records were correct, he was also mankind's first domain master. The king continued to speak. The flood could submerge the earth and destroy civilization. However, it would never be able to destroy mankind. God also did not have any intentions of annihilating mankind. Next came the Dark Ages. Mankind once again went through muddled warfare and developments. The teachings of gods became a common religious belief on the continent. You already know what happened next. The rest of it could be learned from the existing books. Rodi did not care about the king's last words as he was still engrossed in the king's earlier words. The first domain master. Earlier Rodi had already got a little bit of hint from the picture. He had already guessed that the fluctuating space represented a domain. Your Majesty, what else did that ancestor leave behind? The king looked at Rodi with a strange expression. Rodi, he did leave behind something. However, before I answer your question, you have to answer mine first. All right. Rodi did not hesitate to agree. The king stared at Rodi and asked, my question is, are the rumors true? Did you really kill 3 dragon paladins? In that case, if I did not guess it wrong, you have already reached the realm of a domain master, right? Yes. Rodi nodded. There was no meaning in hiding this from the king anymore. The king nodded in satisfaction. He looked at Rodi's eyes and said, well, my ancestors left behind a guide, but it only has 2 phrases. Rodi's heart began to beat faster as he waited for the king to reveal the answer. The king suddenly gave a bitter smile and said, however, I cannot understand the meaning of those 2 phrases. The first phrase is, domain power is the greatest path. The second phrase is, does God really exist? Rodi was stunned. If the first phrase was a little strange, then the second phrase was ridiculous. Does God really exist? It would be a different story if someone else had said those words. However, the one who left behind those words was the last emperor of Shaka. He was personally involved in the war between mankind and God. He had personally fought against God, but finally he actually asked whether God really exists. If God does not exist, then what was he fighting against? Was it air? Rodi suddenly felt exceptionally peeved and could not help but started cursing. The king also had a helpless expression. Do you know where my ancestor went after leaving behind those 2 phrases? Before Rodi could ask, the king pointed at a mural on the wall. He pointed at the picture with the sky tower and said, my ancestor went there. The sky tower? Rodi frowned. Yes. The king smiled with a profound meaning. I forgot to tell you. The sky tower can still be found, but what? The king looked somewhat perplexed as he replied, but that place now goes by a different name. The king looked at Rodi's eyes and opened his mouth to say a single word. Temple. Rodi was silent since he left the cave. He seemed to be busy thinking of something. The king sighed and gently patted Rhodey's shoulder as he whispered, I understand your current feelings, I also felt this way for many days after seeing that. No matter who, he would have such a reaction after seeing that. After leaving the cave, the king immediately brought Rhodey outside to the royal garden. At present, both of them needed to take a good breather. The king sighed and said, Rhodey, you absolutely cannot tell anyone about what you saw here today. This includes Miss Nicole. I mean anybody. The king dispatched someone to escort Rhodey back to the summer palace. Everyone noticed Rhodey's silence. When faced with Mouse's questioning looks, Rhodey just barely smiled and gently embraced her without saying anything. He then walked back to his room. Rhodey immediately noticed something wrong the moment he closed the door. He heard a sound coming from behind him. He immediately sneered and turned around as he gently stretched out 2 fingers in a pinching motion. His fingertips caught a thin blade. In front of him was the mysterious female dragon paladin, Arslan II. It's you again. Rhodey let go of the blade and coldly said, I let you go that day. Why are you here again? What is your purpose this time? As if ignoring the strength of the mysterious enemy, Rhodey slowly walked to his bedside and lazily lied down. He lightly said, You better have something to impress me. Otherwise, I will not let you go this time. Arslan smiled and playfully flicked the blade of her sword in her hand. She narrowed her seductive eyes to look at Rhodey and said, Have you thought about my proposal that day? Prometheus is waiting for your answer. Are you going to be his ally or enemy? What is your answer? Rhodey coldly replied, Ally or enemy? Humph, do you have the ability to threaten me? Arslan's eyes flashed with a trace of anger. She slashed and shot out a blade of wind towards Rhodey. Rhodey, who was lying down on the bed, suddenly flashed and instantly disappeared. With a loud crash, that big bed Rhodey was lying on was split into pieces by Arslan's blade of wind. Rhodey's voice suddenly came from behind Arslan. At some point in time, his hand had already gently gripped Arslan's neck. He coldly asked, Why must you always damage my bed every time you are here? Arslan instantly turned stiff as she felt her neck gripped by the cold hand of the other person. Suddenly, Arslan issued a series of frivolous laughter and put down her sword. Well, kill me. But will you? Rhodey raised his eyebrows and gripped harder a little as he asked, You think I wouldn't? Arslan coldly said, As a domain master, you naturally have this ability, so why are you still talking nonsense? Just do it. After that, she even deliberately leaned back onto Rhodey's body. Rhodey was silent for a moment before he suddenly let go of his hand. He then slowly went to the front of Arslan and stared at that female dragon paladin with strange bright eyes. Today, your arrival is timely. Rhodey slowly said, I do not have the mood to kill anyone today. Arslan smiled scornfully and asked, Will you give me your answer now? Rhodey sighed and suddenly asked, Can you tell me why the dragons are cooperating with the temple? All this while, I thought that dragons do not have any dealings with humans. Why do the dragons want to intervene in human affairs? Arslan showed a complicated gaze and fiercely looked at Rhodey. This is none of your business. It is my business. Rhodey sighed. But we can discuss this later. Now, you can help me to convey a message to Your Excellency Prometheus. Rhodey hesitated for a moment as he looked at Arslan. He then slowly said, I am willing to go to the temple to meet him. Arslan did not look surprised. She simply looked at Rhodey and coldly smiled. As expected, Prometheus said you will not refuse. Rhodey had a strange feeling and he said, Oh? He anticipated this? Is he not afraid that I will refuse and then kill you, a paladin of the temple? Arslan gently smiled and replied, If you want to kill me, you would have done so last time. Having said that, she raised her cloak and instantly disappeared. Another illusion. Rhodey muttered. These people really love trickery. Rhodey looked at the damaged bed and shook his head. He lied down on the ground and looked at the ceiling. The place where Sky Tower was had become the temple. There was also Domain is the greatest path. This mystery is getting weirder. Translator's notes. 1. Sky Tower. Literally, exceedingly high tower. 2. During the last few chapters, in the Rossars. Land's name had a dot in the middle. However, it was missing in this chapter. And so, I decided to use Arslan instead. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 248, Mouse's New Clothes. Chapter 248, Mouse's New Clothes. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The next day. Mouse was still asleep when she suddenly heard a soft voice calling out. Hey! She suddenly opened her eyes in shock and shot out a magic light ball. She heard a familiar voice cry out in alarm, and then she saw a big hand catch the ball of light. The sparkling ball of light gradually disappeared. Mouse then saw Rhodey's familiar face smiling wryly at her. "Idiot! Do you always indiscriminately attack people?" Mouse then cried out in alarm, and her face instantly turned bright red. She instinctively cried out as she retreated into the snow-white blanket. She then angrily asked, "Why are you in my room?" Rhodey hurriedly covered her mouth and spoke in a soft voice, "Hush! Don't be so loud. Do you want others to hear you?" Mouse blushed and started to think before she said, Why did you come into my room at this early hour? What do you want to do?" Her last few words were so soft that it could not be heard. Her heart was jumping wildly as she saw her lover enter her room early in the morning. She did not know if she was afraid or feeling expectant. Rhodey felt charmed when he looked at Mouse's bashful eyes. He then whispered, "All right. Quickly get up. Why don't we secretly get out and go for a walk?" Mouse bit her lips, feeling disappointed. She then whispered, "What did you say? Go out?" Rhodey nodded. He saw Mouse's change in expression. Rhodey was panic-stricken, but then guessed that it was a woman's psychology. His heart also warmed up and he lowered his head. He ignored the struggling Mouse and kissed her lips. He then gave a faint smile. "All right. Idiot. I do not have any bad intentions. Quickly get up. Just be careful not to let anyone else find out. How about we climb over the walls?" Mouse was surprised and whispered, "Secretly climb over the walls?" Rhodey smiled. "Of course. The king has dispatched so many royal knights outside to protect us, but I am afraid it is mostly to monitor us. What would be the point if we get followed by a group of people after getting out?" Mouse hesitated for a moment before she replied, "All right." She wanted to get up, but before she could do so, she realized that she was still wearing pajamas under the bed. Her face turned red as she said to Rhodey, "You go out first." Rhodey sighed and gave a wry smile. "I am unable to leave. I came in through the window. Am I supposed to jump out of the window? I suppose turning around is enough?" Rhodey then turned around and softly said, "All right, hurry up." Mouse bit her lips, feeling irritated and affectionate. She finally jumped out of bed and ran barefooted to the clothes stand to take her black gown. But then she suddenly noticed something and did not put them on immediately. Rhodey stood there and heard the sound of Mouse wearing clothes behind her. Although he pretended to be calm, his heart was also jumping wildly. He originally did not have any ulterior motives when he sneaked into Mouse's room. But now that he was standing there, he thought of Mouse changing her clothes and he could not help but imagine a few erotic images. After all, he was a young man with his lover behind him. Besides that, after having spent some good time with Nicole, he was no longer an ignorant and silly boy. He could not help but have such beautiful thoughts. As his mind struggled, he heard Mouse speak, "All right. You can turn around now." Rhodey turned around to see Mouse, who was beautifully and cunningly smiling at him. His eyes shone, and he could not help becoming muddle-headed. Mouse was not wearing her usual set of black robes. At that moment, she was wearing a young girl's simple long flax-colored dress. The skirt also had a fold sewn into the hemline which made it look lovely. Her black and long satin-like hair was tied with a cord at the back of her head. She had a shy and joyous expression with a red face. She no longer looked like the cold and elegant Black Veil Saint. It was clearly the expression of a girl on a first date with her lover. Rhodey looked at Mouse's face and was speechless. Mouse laughed. "What's wrong? Is it not nice?" Rhodey took a deep breath and honestly replied, "It suits you." He paused and added, "It looks really nice. I did not expect you to look so beautiful not wearing the black veil. Where did you get these clothes?" Mouse smiled cunningly. "I found it here in the summer palace. Initially, I thought of making Seth wear it, but I ended up wearing it first." The two of them looked at each other and laughed, unknown to them that someone sleeping in another room, far away, sneezed. Rhodey was a domain master and Mouse was the Black Veil Saint. Naturally, none of the royal knights would notice that both of them had sneaked out. Rhodey made Mouse wait outside while he went back to the royal knight stables and stole 2 horses. Mouse saw Rhodey gently leading 2 horses from afar. He waved his hand and ran over. Unable to stop herself from smiling, she said, "You have become a horse thief again." Rhodey approached and helped Mouse up 1 horse. He then got on the other horse and softly replied, "I only stole horses twice in my whole life. Both times were for you." Mouse was startled and immediately remembered that Rhodey had stolen a horse from a tribal herdsman during her unfortunate time at the Great Moon Kingdom. When she remembered how both of them had to depend on each other to survive, she felt happy and her face turned warm and tender. They both had the same feelings and they did not speak much. They rode together to the main street in the early, crisp morning. Along the way, there were a few pedestrians. They looked at the two horses and saw a well-dressed young robust man in uniform with a young and beautiful woman. They could not help but sigh secretly. With a single look, they could tell that it was a royal horse. They believed it was a young couple from the royal family going for a ride early in the morning. The two of them traveled slowly. Although the buildings of the Sauron Kingdom were not as towering as the imperial capital of the Radiant Empire, they were quite unique. Almost all the buildings presented a rugged and bold feeling. There was no unnecessary flashy decoration. Even the prosperous nobles' buildings were just big and tall only. It did not have exquisite, delicate architecture like those in the Radiant Empire. As Rhodey continued along the way, he suddenly sighed. He thought of how, right at this place, the civilization of the Shaka Empire was extinguished and forgotten. Who amongst the pedestrians here would know that they were standing on the land that once was an empire that promulgated freedom and equality? Although Rhodey did not know the way, Mouse had long stayed in the Sauron Kingdom and was familiar with the roads. However, as the saint of the temple, she never had the opportunity to dress up like a normal girl and wander around the streets. Now, she looked at the pedestrians and the shops around her and felt that everything was interesting and fascinating. She was in high spirits. Looking at her, one would never be able to imagine her as a powerful saint of the temple. Rhodey was moved as he looked at Mouse's soft and beautiful face. He grabbed a bunch of flowers from a florist and rummaged his pocket, but then immediately looked embarrassed. His basic necessities had been provided by the king ever since he came to the Roland continent. He did not have the common gold coins of the Roland continent. He took out the Radiant Empire's gold coins and then pinched it into a lump before handing it over. The merchant had never seen such a wealthy person before. Even in the capital of the Sauron Kingdom where a lot of influential nobles gather, he had never seen a person throw a piece of gold to buy a bunch of flowers. Rhodey did not mind at all. He turned away after leaving the gold behind. He then gave Mouse the bunch of flowers and said, "It's for you." Mouse blushed and quietly laughed. "I didn't expect you to know this." Rhodey was embarrassed, but he still quietly replied, "I have never given flowers to a girl before. This is my first time." Mouse looked at the flowers in her hands and sighed. "Unfortunately, these are not tulips. It is hard to find the tulip flower in the southern part of the Roland continent, so there is probably none here." Mouse then laughed and asked, "Rhodey, do you know what flower this is?" She saw Rhodey feeling at a loss and laughed. She let go of the reins and gently pulled Rhodey's hand before whispering, "This flower is the Sauron Kingdom's specialty. It is called a bloody Datu one." "Oh? I have never heard this name before." Rhodey, who thought it was strange, asked, "It is such a beautiful flower. Why does its name have the dreadful word bloody?" Mouse gave a wry smile and looked at the rising sun in the sky. She had a sad expression as she replied, "The name of this flower has an origin. In the legends, there was once a hero on the Roland continent who went to the front lines of an expedition in a certain war. Before leaving, he promised his lover that he would come back alive. Unfortunately, as the war went on year after year, she who was waiting at home did not hear a single news about her lover. Finally, the war was won, and the hero returned triumphantly only to find that his lover had fallen ill from fear and died. The hero knelt in front of the grave of his lover and cried. His tears fell to the ground and these beautiful flowers immediately grew out of it. Mouse then sighed and said, "That is why this flower is also called Hero's Tears." Rhodey took a deep breath. He smiled and said, "This is a very sad and beautiful story. Unfortunately, I have never heard of it before. Otherwise, I would not have bought you such a tragic flower." "No." Mouse smiled sweetly and replied, "I feel happy that you gave me flowers." Rhodey laughed and gently held Mouse's hands. Mouse then laughed and suddenly said, "I told you such a nice story. You must also tell me a story." Rhodey froze for a moment and smiled wryly. "I don't know how to tell stories." Mouse laughed. "How could that be? Didn't you hear any stories when you were younger?" "When I was young." Rhodey seemed to stare blankly for a moment. At that moment, the two of them had arrived at the capital square. As it was morning, the square seemed desolate. Rhodey kept the horses at the side. He then pulled Mouse into the square and looked for stone steps to sit on. After a moment of silence, Rhodey sighed. "There is nothing to tell about when I was younger. It is very simple." Rhodey pointed at the crowds at the streets and said, "I was just like them." Mouse pulled at the corners of Rhodey's clothes and said, "No. I want to hear it 1 inch." Rody recalled his memories and slowly said, I have never seen my mother's face. Ah, maybe I have seen it before, but I have completely forgotten it as I was too young. My father was a warrior. He was a very low-ranked warrior. There was also no money at home. On normal days, my father was a bodyguard to a wealthy person or a hired person too to make money. As his swordsmanship was not too good, he could not earn a lot of money. After sighing, Rody laughed. After that, my father brought me to the imperial capital hoping to earn more money. When I was young, my father hoped that I would become a powerful warrior. At a young age, I followed my father to practice swordsmanship. Although now that I think about it, my father was not too good with swordsmanship. However, I truly worshipped him when I was young and felt that he was very powerful. That is why I trained very hard to become as powerful as my father. Mouse gently sighed and smiled. She slowly leaned her head on Rody's shoulders and whispered, right now, you are very powerful. Domain Master. It would be hard to find a person more powerful than you. Rody thought of Sky when he heard this. Although both of them had strong domain powers, Sky had been a domain master for many years and would be superior to Rody in understanding and experience. After that, another figure that Rody could not beat flashed in his mind. That figure was the Pope Corsica VI. During the turmoil at the palace, the Pope and had used the gods vanquish. This scenario and the power of the spell was vivid in Rody's memories. Even Master Autumn that was a domain master could not oppose the Pope and the gods vanquish. It was likely that Rody himself would be unable to defeat the Pope. Mouse was a smart woman. She noticed that Rody's demeanor had changed and immediately guessed that she had caused Rody to have some unpleasant thoughts. She immediately laughed and changed the topic. What happened then? After that? Rody gave a bitter smile. My father had a tough time in the imperial capital. The imperial capital was the center of the empire and there were many more stronger warriors. My father's swordsmanship could still make a little bit of money in our hometown. But it is not worth anything in the imperial capital that was full of masters. That was why we had difficult lives. Although Rody's tone was plain, Mouse could feel he was not very calm. An unlucky warrior without a source of income with a young child struggling at the bottom of the society in the imperial capital. That kind of life was not something Mouse could imagine. However, Mouse was holding Rody's hand and could feel that his fingers trembled a little. She immediately clenched Rody's hand tightly and said, "Your father would be proud of you." Rody sighed and replied, "Hopefully." Suddenly, Rody turned around to look at Mouse and said, "Did you know? My father was a devout believer." Oh? Mouse could not help but feel strange. Since she got acquainted with Rody, she could see that he did not think highly of God's teachings. His actions were all outrageous and blasphemous. This person grew up in a devout family? Yes. Rody whispered. His voice trembled as he replied, "My father would go and pray every few days. Even though life was not too good, he would still donate a little bit of money for atonement tax. He hoped to exchange it for God's blessings. However, God did not seem to have heard his prayers." Mouse started to regret leading Rody to talk about that. She avoided looking into his eyes and hugged his neck, oblivious to the stares around them. She softly said, "It's all right. That has already passed." Rody shook his head. "I was 14 years old when my father died. He was a very good and kind person. He had never committed any crime and was generous. He died of illness. We did not have money to cure his illness. He could only go to the church and ask the priest for some holy water. But then, did you know? The holy water needs to be bought. Although my father was devout and had constantly paid the atonement tax, God did not open up his arms when my father needed it the most. That is why you don't believe in God." Mouse sighed. "I don't believe in it." Rody lightly said, "I have never believed in God's teachings and I despise the priests. They wear robes made from exquisite cloth, live in large spacious homes and eat exquisite dishes. They then tell the suffering people to endure the suffering for it is the fate given by God." Mouse remained silent. Although Rody's voice was not loud, she could feel the deep hatred from his voice. Rody gave out a long sigh and suddenly laughed. "I am so stupid. Why am I telling you this? I just wanted to spend a quiet day with you, but I have destroyed the atmosphere." "No." Mouse's voice sounded faint as she whispered into Rody's ears. "I am willing to listen." Rody laughed and kissed Mouse on the cheek. He then softly said, "All right, then I will continue the story for you to listen." After clearing his throat, Rody continued, "When I was 14, my father passed away leaving me alone. The things he left behind for me was not much. He only left behind a sword, a worn-out house, and a wooden trunk. I sold everything and only earned 4 gold coins. In accordance with father's wishes, I looked for a way to enter the Imperial Academy. I wanted to become a warrior. A superb warrior. That was because it was the hope my father placed in me. I was lucky that my father taught me swordsmanship since my childhood. Although the lessons were not too deep, it gave me a good foundation. Besides that, the teacher at the academy said that I was very talented. So, I successfully passed the assessment and became a civilian student using the 4 gold coins as the tuition fees. At that moment, Mouse suddenly whispered. But you would not have any more money. How did you survive? Rodi laughed proudly and replied, thanks to the great sage Dandong of our Radiant Empire, he had set the rules when he was the principal of the Imperial Academy. All of us civilians would be provided housing to live in. Although the house was worn out, in my opinion, it was already very good. As for food, I have a different way. At this moment, the haziness on Rodi's face disappeared as he proudly said, our Radiant Empire had an abundance of a type of fish. This fish was called a pufferfish. It had a large body and a small tail with a colorful and beautiful body. However, nobody dared to eat this fish as it was poisonous. Those that eat it would die from the poison. After pausing for a moment, Rodi proudly said, even the bravest people did not dare to eat pufferfish. However, I dared to eat it. What? Mouse turned pale. Although the person that ate it was in front of her, Mouse had heard of the poison in a pufferfish. A young boy had unexpectedly dared to do the thing that others would turn pale just talking about it. Rodi laughed, seemingly pleased with himself, and said, others do not know but I do. When I was young, I learned that pufferfish could be eaten but they must be cooked longer. The poison of the fish would only disappear after cooking it for a long time. When the poison is gone, you would be able to eat it. 3-inch, TL reminder, please read the important note about pufferfish poison below. Rodi then smiled and softly continued, because I know the secret, I seldom go hungry. There are a lot of pufferfish in the rivers of the imperial capital. Nobody dares to eat it, but I dare to. Nobody would fight with me for it and it is free. It is just that others thought of me as a monster when they found out. However, it did not matter. I grew up looking ugly. I originally had a large birthmark on my face and I was already used to being treated like a monster. Mouse did not laugh. It was as if she could see an ugly youth fishing alone at the riverbank and then eating the lethally poisonous fish in front of the disgusted and horrified gaze of others. She was in a daze as she looked at the strong man in front of her and tears welled in her eyes. Mouse had been chosen by the temple when she was young. She showed remarkable talent after entering the temple and became a favored disciple. When she first met with misfortune in the northwest, she was terrified. However, the man at her side had remained calm and took care of her. It probably was related to how he suffered during his childhood. Rodi gently held Mouse's hand and softly said, although the puffer fish was delicious, it was still extremely poisonous. It could not always be so smooth sailing. One day, I was finally poisoned. Fortunately, I had a good friend. His name was Star. Rodi sighed. He was a very good person. He did not have any money, but he was a magician. He stole some holy water from a magician teacher in the academy to save me. He was then punished by the teacher. Now that I think about it, he was my only friend in the Imperial Academy. Unfortunately, he was probably still at the academy. When he graduates, I must properly reward him. Right now, I do not want to look for him. That is because I now realize that having that kind of peaceful life is a kind of happiness. Rodi then gave a wry smile and said, for example, right now I have a lot of authority and earned a lot of attention. However, I am burdened with more and more trouble. There are times I wish I could go back to becoming a small warrior that need not be concerned about anything. Rodi, you. Mouse finally noticed something wrong. Today, Rodi had secretly brought Mouse out. Mouse had already thought it was strange. Rodi's words and actions also felt weird. Another thing that made Mouse had a peculiar feeling was her instinct. It was as if she was faintly aware that something was wrong. Rodi shook his head, indicating for Mouse not to speak. He stretched out his hand to hold Mouse's face, touching her tousled hair. He suddenly said, Mouse, I still remembered that at the Northwest Grasslands you told me something about the Domain Masters. You said these people have achieved the highest level of existence that is almost like God. Am I right? Mouse was startled. Yes. What about it? Rodi's eyes looked perplexed as he said, in that case, how long can a person with strong domain powers live? Do you know? Mouse was speechless and silent for a while. She then said, I do not know. That is because a person with strong domain power only exists in legends. I have reached the level of a great practitioner and is still one step away from obtaining a domain. However, I know that this one step is a huge gap. At the Roland continent, there were many that had reached the level of a great practitioner, but I have never heard of any that became a domain master. Even if there was one, it only exists in the legends. Rhodey faintly smiled and replied, I know the answer to this question. That is because I know a domain master who has lived for hundreds of years. Oh? Mouse exclaimed. Rhodey becoming a domain master was already a miracle to Mouse. For something that had existed only in legends to happen in front of her was already something unbelievable to Mouse. However, Rhodey said that he knew another domain master. Did that mean that, in this era, there were two people with strong domain powers? Had Mouse known of the existence of Master Autumn, she would have been even more surprised. Rhodey nodded and told the story about the fatty Sky. He then laughed and said, if I am not wrong, that fatty must be the paladin that defected from the Roland Temple hundreds of years ago. Sky. Mouse was extremely shocked and had to try very hard to suppress the shock in his heart. She swallowed her saliva and asked, Paladin Sky, he is still alive? Rhodey endured laughing and replied, he is alive. It could even be said that he is living happily. Mouse was speechless for a long time. Immortality. This miracle was unimaginable even for Mouse who stood at the peak of the sorcerer's realm. Suddenly Mouse thought of an important question and asked, are you saying domain masters would not die from age? Rhodey sighed. Mouse was truly herself, she could immediately see the crux of the problem. He nodded and replied, yes. If I am not wrong, as long as you have acquired domain powers, you can break the rules of the world, including the rules of life. He suddenly looked up. The sky was sunny and had white clouds. A hazy look covered Rhodey's face. What I find strange was that even if it was just a legend, domain masters have appeared in history. If domain's masters are immortal, then... He turned to look at Mouse with a questioning look. Why did all these ancient domain masters not appear in the present? Where did they go? Have they all died? Mouse thought for a bit and then shook her head and said, that should not be right. As people with domain powers, who could have the ability to kill them? As they are immortal, it is also unlikely they'd die from old age. That was what I was thinking about the entire time last night. Rhodey smiled bitterly. Where have they gone then? Mouse suddenly had a strong sense of unease. Although there were no signs and evidence, she started to feel panicked as if Rhodey would suddenly leave her. She almost instinctively hugged Rhodey's arm. Rhodey froze for a moment. He gently held Mouse and murmured, Domain is the greatest path. As if confirming the uneasiness in Mouse's heart, Rhodey suddenly looked into Mouse's eyes and gently asked, Mouse, do you think there is a day we would have to separate? What did you say? Mouse turned pale. Rhodey shook his head. His heart turned soft as he saw Mouse's panicked expression and kissed her on her cheek. He lightly said, don't be like that. I am simply feeling uncertain. I can't help thinking about this problem. He sighed and calmly said, did you know? I have thought of a lot of things last night. The more I thought about it, the more terrified I became. Domain Master. It is such a proud name. However, why have all the people in history who mastered domain powers disappeared? Had Sky not hidden himself in a cave on a remote mountain where the mystic dragon was sealed, it may also happen to him. Poof. What is the significance of a domain? As if he felt Mouse's trembling, Rhodey held her tighter and whispered, Mouse, I have a lot of doubts. Right now, I could only voice them to you. I am not sure who else I could discuss this with except you. I have an absurd thought. Perhaps this thought could help explain my earlier questions of where all the domain masters have gone to. Rhodey gave a bitter smile and asked, have you ever seen a farmer's pig? A farmer would raise a lot of pigs. They would carefully feed and fatten the pig. After a period of time, there would be one or two particularly larger and fatter ones. The fatter ones would then be next to be slaughtered. Rhodey paused for a moment and laughed mockingly. He then said, I was wondering if a person with a strong domain power would be similar. The domain masters compared with the normal humans are just the fatter pigs. As for the pig farmers. Rhodey looked up and pointed to the sky. That would be those people from heaven. No! Mouse suddenly screamed as her expression changed. She pulled Rhodey's hand and said, why are you telling me this today? Did you take me out today just to tell me this? A hint of anger flashed through her eyes. Rhodey shook his head. His eyes were gentle like water as he hugged Mouse and said, no. I have no intentions of leaving you, Mouse. In fact, I am more afraid of separation compared to you. However, I cannot ignore this matter. I do not want to hear you talk about these terrible speculations. Mouse bit her lips. Rhodey felt touched. He suddenly said, all right. Even if I do not mention these things, you must remember that domain masters are immortal, but you cannot, in the future. Mouse suddenly broke free from Rhodey's embrace and looked at him earnestly. She had a determined expression and then said, even for a meteor, it dies after striking, but that glittering instant itself is happiness. The beautiful female sorcerer moved over and kissed Rhodey on the lips. She then laughed and said, if love is a poison, you and I are pufferfishes. On that sunny morning, a young man and a young woman were embracing and kissing each other in the square of the Sauron Kingdom's capital city. Translator's notes. 1. Shu as a mantua, is blood or bloody. Means grass or herb, is actually Datura stramonium, commonly called the thornapple or the moonflower. Hence, can be translated as bloody Datura or bloody stramonym. 2. A legal thug/handyman like the guards at Needy's pub. Beating people within the law. 3. I did some research on pufferfish. Whatever you do, do not try what Rhodey did. You would die even if you have cooked it a long time. The FDA says that cooking or freezing would not destroy the poison. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 249, Swine. Chapter 249, Swine. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The two of them were sitting in the square enjoying a rare leisure and intimate moment. Suddenly, Rhodey heard loud noises coming from a distant corner of the square. He saw a few royal knights arrive looking vigilant. They were looking around carefully as if they were searching for something. Look! Rhodey gave an eye signal to Mouse. Mouse smiled gently and covered her mouth. They probably noticed that their horses had gone missing and had come out to look for the horse thief. She paused for a moment then explained, there is a horse market in the vicinity of the capital. Quite often, there are some horse thieves selling the stolen horses. Those knights who have lost their horses probably are heading there now. Rhodey laughed and pulled Mouse along. They went to their horses and quietly left the square in the opposite direction. With their identities, it was naturally not necessary to stealthily run away. However, the two of them felt that it was more interesting to do so. They giggled all the way as they fled on their horses, leaving behind a series of cheerful laughter on the streets. The two of them were having fun and were not prepared when a carriage dashed out obliquely from the corner of a crossroad. Rhodey's horse was frightened when both sides almost crashed into each other. Fortunately, Rhodey had good riding skills. He forcefully pulled the reins of his horse. The horse reared on its hind legs and neighed. Rhodey had just stopped their horses while the driver of the carriage was seized with terror. Fortunately, he hurriedly stopped the carriage. However, the inertia caused the carriage to be thrown off. It swept sideways on the ground and almost turned over. When both sides finally stopped, a voice immediately shouted in rage, "Bastard! How do you ride your horse?" Before his voice stopped, a whip had already been lashed towards Rhodey. Rhodey frowned slightly and moved to one side. The whip missed him. Rhodey did not want to stir up trouble. Besides that, he and Mouse had been running away wildly and carelessly. Because of that, he had almost caused an accident. However, the other party was not forgiving. When he saw that Rhodey was bold enough to escape, he shouted loudly. A few knights in bright armors quickly caught up from behind the carriage. They immediately surrounded Rhodey and Mouse as they lifted their spears. What happened? Are you trying to kill me? A sharp and harsh roar came from the carriage. The driver immediately rushed to the side of the carriage and respectfully trembled. Need miss, it's two blind fellows blocking the way. Humph. With a deep, cold harumph, the voice of that miss from inside the carriage said, give each person 20 whips. I still need to hurry back. The driver immediately turned to look at the surrounded Rhodey and shouted, the two of you, listen carefully. Stand there obediently and do not move. Our miss said to let you go after 20 whips each. The driver flipped the whip twice. He sneered and walked towards Rhodey and Mouse. When he approached, he was startled by Mouse's appearance. He had never seen such a beautiful woman before. He involuntarily showed an infatuated gaze and gave a strange smile. It is not good to whip such a beautiful young girl. You, boy over there, just you alone will be whipped. On both sides, the guards who looked like knights moved aside to open up a path. When the driver went up to the front of Rhodey and saw that Rhodey was still on his horse, he asked, what's the matter? Do you need me to drag you off the horse? Mouse's expression had long sunken. She had always been a proud and indifferent person. Her warm feelings were only towards Rhodey. She had never shown a nice mien to anyone else. When she saw that the other party was being unreasonable, her eyes had already revealed a little bit of anger. Rhodey understood that if Mouse really became angry, not just these few royal knights but those in the whole capital city would not be able to stop her. He immediately gently grasped Mouse's hand and shook his head. He then loudly said, "Just now was our fault. We almost overturned your carriage. We apologize. What else can we do? Besides that, your carriage was also rushing on the main street. Otherwise, we would not have crashed into you. If you really want to point fingers, it is not just our fault only." "What impudence!" The driver had an arrogant expression. "From your accent, I believe you are not a local. Don't you even recognize the senior prime minister's carriage? There is nobody in this whole city who would dare to block this carriage." After he finished speaking, he impatiently took his whip and lashed out. A tragic cry was heard. Nobody saw how Rhodey moved, but they saw the driver crash to one side. He fell to the ground and rolled a few rounds. After that, he cried loudly as he held his head. "Audacious!" This time, the one who shouted was a middle-aged knight amongst the few guards. With a gloomy expression, he shouted, "Seize him!" The knights thrust their spears forward. They did not really want to kill Rhodey but only wanted to use their spears to force Rhodey not to move. Rhodey narrowed his eyes as they became stern. Immediately, there was the continuous sound of metal clashing. One by one, the knights cried out in pain. Their spears had broken into two and fell to the ground. Their hands were bleeding. They also did not know what strange method that young Rhodey was using, as all of their spears were instantly broken and fell on the ground. Those knights only felt a large force come from the spear. Their perlicues felt painful, causing them to involuntarily loosen their grip and drop their spears. Rhodey gently clapped his hands and lightly said, "Just now, our horses were too fast and collided with you. We have already apologized. Let's forget it. We are also in a hurry." He had earlier heard the other party say something about the senior prime minister and assumed those people to be the senior prime minister's family members. He allowed some leeway and did not force the issue. Otherwise, with Rhodey's identity and strength, for them to have actually attacked him, it would not have just ended up with broken weapons only. "Hey! That is a good trick." An angry voice came from the carriage. The door was then heavily pushed open and that mist jumped out from inside the carriage. When Rhodey looked at that mist in front of him, he was rendered speechless from shock. It was nothing, but the appearance of that mist was weird. She was not dressed in a noblewoman's clothing but a mighty armor. She also carried a sword. Besides that, it was not a slender decorative sword used by nobles. Instead, it was a standard double-edged sword. He looked at that mist again and could not help but wanted to laugh. That was not because the woman was ugly. In all fairness, she had fair skin, bright piercing eyes, white teeth, and red lips. Her long hair fluttered in the wind. However, she was too well developed. Her original pair of bright shining eyes were squeezed on her face into two thin lines. If a person did not look at them carefully, they would not realize that the two thin lines were her eyes. Her straight nose was also squeezed by her fat cheeks until it looked like the bulb of a garlic. Her two lips were also bright red and alluring. However, they were somewhat too fat and thick. It was fine if she did not laugh, but at that moment, she was sneering. Her smile was terrible. No matter how, it looked like a bloody basin. As for her body, one could reluctantly regard it as a body with curves. Unfortunately, it was 7 to 8 times larger compared to an average woman's body. If her body were to be divided into 7 or 8 parts, each separate part could be regarded as graceful. As for her waist, in all fairness, she had no waist. It could be regarded as 3 or 4 pails. That lady stood in front of Rhodey's horse like a mountain of meat. It could not be said that she was too fat. She was barely the size of 4 to 5 pigs only. As for her age, she was not very old. She was only old enough to be Rhodey's mother. Looking at the mountain of meat in front of him, Rhodey could not help but sigh. He suddenly admired the carriage driver. The carriage was carrying this big miss and yet he could actually move it so quickly, with only a few horses. Looks like the strength of the ironwood of Roland continents truly well deserved its reputation. As if she felt Rhodey's gaze, that miss shouted, "What are you looking at?" She then intimidated Rhodey by ruthlessly slashing with the broadsword in her hand. That sword was not small nor light. At the very least, Rhodey remembered that among those he knew only the former robust guard of the Tulip family, Rant, used such a large and heavy broadsword. However, such a large broadsword when placed in the hand of that burly miss was only as small as an embroidery needle. Rhodey immediately looked away. Because of his former appearance, Rhodey would never mock another person for their peculiar appearance. He cleared his throat and nodded his head from on top of his horse. We were in a hurry and accidentally crashed into your carriage. Let me apologize first. Everybody is busy. I hope Miss will not pursue this anymore. As for your men's broken weapons, I am willing to compensate. After that, Rhodey's hand reached into his bosom. However, he did not get anything. He did not have any gold coins with him. He had already used the few gold coins from the Empire to buy the flowers that morning. Right now, he was also unable to secretly pinch a few gold pieces out of the gold coins. That miss saw Rhodey's awkward expression and immediately knew his thoughts. She then laughed. Rhodey smiled wryly and said, I did not bring any money with me. Are you from the senior prime minister's home? I will send the money there later. State your name. Sire. You have wounded my men. I challenge you in accordance with the tradition of the Roland Knights. The woman's voice was low, but it could not conceal her arrogance. I am the daughter of the Prime Minister of Sauron Kingdom. My name is Rulan. Roland? With great effort, Rhodey suppressed the urge to laugh. A large and rough murderous woman of over 40 years of age holding a broadsword that was only used by robust men said her name was Rulan. Rhodey frowned and softly said, Miss Rulan, we have accidentally collided with you. I suggest we forget about it, His Excellency the Senior Prime Minister and I. Mouse had become impatient. With her identity, she was not bothered even if they were the senior of junior Prime Minister. Even the king had to be polite to her. When had she ever have to accept such annoying people? She groaned with annoyance and coldly said, It is just an accident. You all were being unreasonable first. Are the people from the Sauron Kingdom capital so bossy? The moment Mouse spoke, she immediately attracted the attention of Rulan. Rulan was dazzled for a moment. She looked at the charming woman who was somewhat angry in front of her. However, Mouse's anger could not conceal her beauty. Miss Rulan's eyes lit up. Her eyes showed that she was clearly bewitched. Her expression became somewhat wretched and looked like a pig's. With her beauty, Mouse was used to this kind of look from men who saw her. However, at that moment, these eyes and expressions came from a woman. For some reason, Mouse suddenly felt chilly. Sure enough, Rulan did not even conceal the swallowing of her saliva as she glared at Mouse. She took a deep breath and gave a strange smile. I did not expect that the capital still has such a woman. How about this? If you were to give me this woman, I will spare you your life. Those words made Rhodey dumbstruck. If it were an ordinary noble having such wicked thoughts after seeing a beautiful woman, it would still be considered normal. However, that miss seemed to be fond of women. Mouse's eyes quivered in anger and she had already clenched her fist. From Rhodey's understanding of her that the black-veiled saint was on the verge of throwing a fireball and blast away the lascivious woman. Rhodey coldly shouted, senseless. Rhodey no longer wanted to bother with the other party. He coldly looked at Rulan and pulled the reins of his horse to leave. With his strength, she would not be able to stop him. Stop! Rulan shouted. She looked at Rhodey and Mouse with her squinted eyes, then looked at the horses that they were riding. Suddenly, her eyes lit up and she smiled. From your accent, you are not locals. However, your horses are clearly the Royal Knights' war horses. Speak quickly, where did these horses come from? The law of the Sauron Kingdom states that only royalty and the Royal Knights are allowed to ride on these horses. You are probably not from the royal family. Otherwise, I would have recognized you. She then laughed coldly and said, just now, I saw the Royal Knights in front doing a search. Is it related to you? At that moment, about 10 cavalrymen wearing the armor of the Royal Knights rode quickly towards them and neatly jumped off their horses. Rhodey felt awkward. That was because he thought that the other party was looking for the horse thieves. Although he was not afraid of them, he would still lose face if they found out that the dignified envoy of the Empire had stolen their horses. However, the knights did not even spare Rhodey a glance. The leader of those knights bowed to Rulan and respectfully said, Your Royal Highness the Consort, His Majesty has ordered for you to return quickly. Tonight, there will be a banquet at the palace to entertain some honored guests. You must be present. Consort? Rhodey's eyes opened wide. Was she the daughter of the senior prime minister, the consort? Was she really the king's wife? For the first time in his life, Rhodey finally felt admiration and sympathy for the king. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 250, Enemies are destined to meet. Chapter 250, Enemies are destined to meet. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Miss Rulon had that impatient look on her face. She frowned, curled her lips and replied coldly, "Got it." Though the royal knights behaved in a respectful manner, they did not move a single step, standing there stiff as ramrods. Rulon froze for a moment and fumed. "Why are you still standing here? Are you trying to tell me that I should follow you back now?" The royal knights dared not to reply, but their facial expression was clear that the answer was yes. Rulon raised her eyebrows, bursting with anger. "Go away. I will go back when it is time, so keep your noses out of my business." The royal knights exchanged glances and knelt down on their knees. Their leader spoke respectfully, "Your Highness, His Majesty has ordered us to bring you back immediately lest we be punished if we fail to do so. Please have mercy on us." "Exactly." A smart-looking fellow standing next to him chipped in. His Majesty said, "Although the princess has a fiery temper, she certainly would not make things hard for her servants. After all, we are just following orders." Rulon had an unpleasant look on her face as these knights were kneeling all around her, blocking off her way. She was thinking of whipping her way through, but as more and more onlookers gathered, she decided that she did not want to embarrass herself in front of a crowd. She cleared her throat and said haughtily, "That being the case, I shall go back with you lest you get scolded." Having said that, she glared at the leader of the royal knights. "Get my carriage ready." A few men immediately went to get her carriage. Rulon gave Rhodey and Mouse a hard stare. Suddenly she raised her hand and called out to the lead officer of the royal knights. She whispered to him, "The horses they are riding belong to the royal knights' army. You should interrogate and investigate them properly. Arrest them and guard them well. Report back to me when there's an update." She took another good look at Mouse without any attempt to conceal the admiration in her eyes. She then lowered her head and boarded the carriage. Soon after Rulon's carriage left, the royal knights surrounded Rhodey. Rhodey frowned and was about to speak when the leading officer barked at his men, "Idiots! How dare you treat this man with such disrespect? Disperse immediately." The officer split up his men and stood before Rhodey. His attitude was respectful as he spoke to him in a low voice. "My lord, I apologize as these men do not recognize you. You may leave as you wish, we will definitely not stop you." Rhodey and Mouse were stunned. He looked at the officer and asked, "You know who I am?" The officer chuckled. "Of course I do, my lord. I am the deputy regimental commander of the Royal Knights Regiment. I was present during the peace treaty signing ceremony. However, the princess was not aware of your identity, hence causing such a scene." Rhodey eyed and smiled. "Good to hear that." He did some quick thinking and asked again, "That lady just now, is she the king's consort? The senior prime minister's daughter?" The officer gave him a wry smile. "Yes, Her Highness has an unpredictable temper, please do not be offended." Rhodey nodded. "The princess wants us arrested, but you are letting us go. What would you do if she finds fault with you?" The officer's lips curled into an odd smile. "You are a special envoy, we wouldn't have the nerves to detain you. Even if the princess gets mad, she would not put the blame on us. Just now I did not disclose your identity because I feared that the princess would lose her temper, causing an awkward situation. Certain trouble should be avoided whenever possible, but..." Rhodey stole a glance at this officer, thinking to himself, "What a smart man. He did not reveal my identity so as to avoid putting himself in a difficult situation." The officer was indeed smart. He immediately knew what Rhodey was thinking from his facial expression. He smiled awkwardly and said, "Our princess tends to forget things very quickly. One moment she will be thinking of a matter, but the next moment she would have totally forgotten about it. Furthermore, when we are on duty in the Imperial Palace, we would avoid Her Highness at all cost. It just happened that we are on duty today, otherwise we don't get to meet Her Highness that often, hardly once every half year. When she finally recalls this matter, it would have long passed." When he finished, he led Rhodey's horse over with a smile on his face. "My lord, please mount your horse. Would you like us to escort you back?" Rhodey pondered for a moment before replying, "Never mind, we will go back on our own." The officer replied with a smile, "My lord, I suggest you return to the Summer Palace as soon as possible. We passed by that place on our way here, it seemed like there's some chaos going on in there. Moreover, His Majesty will be holding a banquet in the Imperial Palace tonight. There is a high chance that you will be summoned to an audience." Rhodey nodded and bade goodbye to the smart officer. He then went back to the Summer Palace with Mouse. Sure enough, the royal knights guarding the Summer Palace were already aware of the stolen horses and were conducting a strict search in the compound. Their task was to guard the Summer Palace, so when such an incident occurred, the first thing that came to their mind was to go check on the special envoy's safety. When they could not find Rhodey, chaos broke out. The higher-ranking officials were aware of the several attempted assassinations of the special envoy. Now, not only the horses were stolen but the special envoy too went missing. They immediately dispatched their men to search for the missing special envoy. When Rhodey and Mouse returned, the leader of the knights was already bathed in sweat. Rhodey was apologetic for causing him such distress, so he lowered his voice and said to him, "I forgot to tell you and your men that I was going out for a walk early in the morning." Ignoring the officer who shook his head sighing and giving thanks to God for his return, Rhodey and Mouse entered the summer palace. Old Mark and Seth were not worried at all about Rhodey's disappearance, and when they saw both Rhodey and Mouse came in together, they gave the couple an I knew it look. Rhodey ignored them, but Mouse blushed and silently withdrew her hands from Rhodey's grip. Moments later, a royal servant of the imperial palace came forth to seek Rhodey as anticipated. He was here to inform that the Earl was invited by the king to participate in the imperial palace's banquet tonight. In short, it was a farewell banquet for the ambassadors of the various kingdoms as they would be leaving for their home kingdoms soon. Looking back at how he extorted hundreds of warships from these people on the day the truce pact was signed, Rhodey thought he should at least bid farewell to them. Hence, he agreed to attend the banquet. As the special envoy of the Radiant Empire, Earl Rhodey's attendance at the banquet was inevitable and ultimately Miss Nicole would be attending the banquet too as his companion. Mouse cheered up and went on to torment Seth for the afternoon. When the night came, Rhodey and the glamorous Miss Nicole arrived side by side at the Sauron Kingdom's imperial palace for the night banquet. This time around, the night banquet was held in the imperial palace's largest hall. A group of royal servants led the way to the hall, and as Rhodey and Seth entered, they came upon a boisterous crowd. At a corner in the hall, a group of women in white gowns was gently playing harps as one of them sang softly. The hall echoed with her melodious singing, but none of the guests were paying attention to it. As Rhodey walked through the door, he immediately caught everybody's attention. Rhodey's eyes swept around the hall. Just a few steps away, nearest to him, were His Royal Highness the Crown Prince Avon and the Senior Prime Minister, whispering in low voices. Other than that, the rest of the guests were ambassadors from the various kingdoms of the Roland continent. Avon's eyes lit up when he saw Seth. He took a big step forward and laughed aloud. "Miss Nicole, Lord Rhodey, I've been waiting for your arrival for quite some time." Rhodey glanced at the overzealous crown prince and thought to himself, it is true that he was waiting for Seth but definitely not for me. He happily left Seth to be with the crown prince. Rhodey caught sight of the senior prime minister who was squinting and smiling at him. He nodded at him out of courtesy. "My lord, we were talking about you just now." The senior prime minister's lips curled slightly. "You definitely scared the hell out of the royal knights earlier today." Rhodey gave him a weak smile. "I was fascinated by the scenery in the imperial city of Sauron, so I went out for a walk." The senior prime minister kept his voice low as he asked, "I heard that you had a slight conflict with my daughter?" Rhodey frowned but quickly put on a smile. "It was just a small misunderstanding. The horse I was riding accidentally collided with Her Highness' carriage." The senior prime minister nodded his head and ended the conversation. Though he was smiling, he had a profound aura around him. Rhodey felt very uncomfortable being stared at by him, but he could not find a suitable topic to talk about. Tonight's banquet was very grand indeed. Groups of royal servants brought out an array of exquisite food, and the tableware too was extravagant. Rhodey reached for the silver wineglass and noticed the liquid inside it glittered like gold with a rich scent. The crown prince sitting next to him smiled and explained, "I specially brought this wine here today. It's very precious and you don't normally get to drink this anywhere else. His Majesty got hold of the news that I acquired some stocks yesterday and ordered me to send some over for the banquet. Please try it, Lord Rhodey. If you like it, I'll have my men send some over to you later." Rhodey smiled and took a sip. His face immediately had a weird look on it. At the same time, a seductive voice came from behind, asking, "My lord, how was the wine?" Upon hearing this familiar voice, Rhodey's face twitched. He turned around and saw that coquettish Needy's standing behind him, looking at him with a wide grin. This seductive woman was acting unusual today by being clothed conservatively, though one could not help but notice the gown was a bit too tight, and the thin fabric could not conceal her curves. Even though not an inch of her skin was exposed, it still managed to arouse desire by just one glance. Rhodey's eyes were wide in shock. "Miss Needy's, why are you here?" In fact, Needy's came together with the crown prince tonight, and she was surprised too when she saw Rhodey come in. How could she not know Rhodey? She especially could not forget that day when Rhodey lifted up her skirt and spanked her backside. Every single time she recalled that event, she still bore a grudge and would fume in rage, but deep inside there was also this weird fantasy creeping. Later, Rhodey came to the rescue of Needy's in dark when they were in danger, and since then her feelings for this strange young man deepened. However, Rodi then left the Westwood province and went back to the Imperial City not long after that, so she had no idea of him being appointed as envoy to the Roland continent. It was an unforeseen surprise to meet her enemy here today, but when she saw Seth, the surprise on her face vanished and was replaced with a strange look. The Crown Prince was surprised too. "Miss Needies, do you know each other?" Needies blushed and clenched her teeth, snarling. "Of course I do. He had left a very deep impression on me." Rodi naturally knew what she meant. He knew he was being rude that time, but he just wanted to give her a small punishment. He swore nothing erotic came across his mind back then. He could not help but felt awkward when he saw her acting shy, her face turning red as she looked at him. The Crown Prince laughed in relief. "Since you already know each other, there is no need for me to introduce you then." Needies was her normal self again. She slowly walked up to Rodi and smiled. "I did not expect Mr. Rodi to actually come to the Roland continent. You must be that special envoy His Royal Highness the Crown Prince keeps talking about. Congratulations to Mr. Rodi for having been bestowed the title of Earl." Seeing the smile on Rodi's face, Needies could not help but ask on purpose, "Why, this must be Miss Nicole? Aren't you?" Immediately when Needies' wandering gaze came up to Seth, Rodi had a bad feeling in his stomach. Nobody else in here had seen the real Nicole, except for Needies. Although Seth resembled Nicole after makeup, there were still some differences between the two. Rodi promptly cleared his throat to stop Needies from going on further. He said in a loud voice, "This is Her Excellency, the Duke of the Tulip family's elder sister, Miss Nicole. Miss Needies, I'm sure you've heard of her." When he was done, he winked his eyes at Needies. Needies had a slight smile as she tried to keep a straight face and nodded at Seth. "Oh, so you are the eldest daughter of the Tulip family. I have businesses on the Tulip family's lands in the Empire's Westwood province. I've heard a lot about you." Seth looked at Needies and something flickered in his gaze. He came over and held Needies' hands in his, chuckling as he asked, "Really? Miss Needies, how did you get to know Rodi?" All of a sudden, Rodi's face changed. Rodi could sense danger in the way Seth looked at Needies. This guy, Seth, was a well-known playboy, one lustful pervert. What Seth did next almost caused Rodi to pass out. Seth gently lifted Needies' chin with a finger and smiled, tenderly saying, "Miss Needies, your gown is so beautiful. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 251, Fielding's Transformation. Chapter 251, Fielding's Transformation. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Seth's tone, the look in his eyes, and the smile on his face were clearly the standard characteristics of a womanizer flirting with a woman. Rodi was already on the verge of fainting. His Royal Highness Avon, who was standing nearby, had that ghastly look on his face as if someone just slashed him with a knife. The light in his eyes faded, and he was near to tears. He mumbled to himself in utter despair, "Surely she doesn't have the same interests as the consort, does she?" The senior Prime Minister sighed and gave Avon a small pat. He turned to Seth, the look in his eyes seemingly saying, "Ah, I see." Needies subconsciously took a step back and turned her head away to avoid Seth's hands. There was an odd look on her face. She forced a smile and said, "Miss Nicole." Rodi immediately grabbed Seth and spoke with his teeth clenched, "Miss Nicole, I would like to have a few words with Miss Needies." Seth's eyes flashed with mockery. He was about to say something when he felt a sharp pain in his arm. He quickly replied, "Okay, got it." Rodi was pleased, but he wickedly said, "Well then, please have a chat with His Royal Highness the Crown Prince while Miss Needies and I excuse ourselves for a moment." The Crown Prince must have been so devastated. He now looked at Seth with a sober gaze, there was even a hint of horror in his eyes. Rodi led Needies aside and asked in a low voice, "Why are you here on the Roland continent?" Needies gave Rodi a resentful look. "Why can't I come here?" She then added, "I've come here to hide from my enemies." Rodi nodded. "Those vampires?" "They're called the Vampire Tribe." Her face was serious. "The Vampire Tribe is not as evil as you thought. At least I'm not." Rodi decided to put an end to this topic. He sighed and said, "Thank you for not exposing us just now." Needy smiled, "You mean that Miss Nicole? She sure does look like Nicole, but what are you guys up to? It's a bit complicated." Rodi hesitated for a while and decided not to tell her. He changed the topic again, "What's the current situation in the Empire? Did you come from the West Hill City?" Well. Needies asked coldly, "Are you trying to ask about the Tulips Mansion? It's extremely safe under tight security. Besides, the Vampire Tribe did not know that the real culprit who killed Lulu was you. They thought it was me, so they will not bother you and Miss Nicole." Needies paused as she realized her tone was too harsh. She sighed, then continued in a soft voice, "Dark is here with me, but he's not around tonight. As the Temple of Roland Continent is very powerful, the vampire tribe is not that active here, so I'm quite safe for now. But you, why have you been sent here?" Their brief conversation ended when a royal chamberlain's loud clear voice announced the arrival of His Majesty the King and Her Highness Consort Rulan. The noises in the hall stopped abruptly. The performers stopped playing music and stood up, hands placed by their sides. Instantly, a group of servants clad in bright uniforms appeared through the door. Right behind them, King Sauron and Consort Rulan strode into the hall with their heads held high. This was the second time Rhodey had met the consort. Although he had mentally prepared himself for this, as soon as his gaze fell on her, he almost burst out into laughter again. The consort was wearing a black gown. Rhodey could not help but wonder how much fabric would be required to sew such a huge gown. Physically, the king was not short in stature, but when he stood beside his oversized consort, he looked like a small kid. The consort held the king's arm, trying to put up a pretense of being gentle and quiet. Everyone else in the hall did not look surprised at all. They seemed perfectly used to seeing this, though the corners of their mouth twitched as they tried to suppress their smiles. The king, however, was calm and steady. There were no flaws in his expression, as if nothing was amiss at all. Rhodey definitely had to admire him for this. Rhodey sighed and whispered to Needies, "I suggest you stay away from the consort tonight. Please make sure she doesn't see you." "Why?" Rhodey smiled wryly and replied, "If you do not wish to be hit on twice by women in one night, you should listen to me." Everybody in the hall had been standing solemnly for quite some time now. The king took a silver wineglass from the servants, raised it in the air and gave a short speech. "My dear guests, I thank you all for your presence tonight. Special thanks to Earl Rhodey from the Empire of Radiant. To the future of the Roland continent. Cheers! Cheers!" Together, the guests replied to the toast and finished their wine in one gulp. As the banquet continued, the king caught sight of Rhodey and strode in his direction. When Rhodey saw Consort Rulan walking by the king's side, he quickly signaled to Needies. Needies took a glance at the consort's appearance. Rhodey's warning about being hit on by women popped back into her mind. Although she herself was extremely coquettish, she still shuddered at the thought. In haste, she told him, "I'll wait for you in the garden." And she scurried away. Before Rhodey could answer, the king had called out to him, "Lord Rhodey." "Your Majesty." Rhodey nodded in response. He could immediately sense a surprised gaze from the consort. "So it's you? You're Earl Rhodey, the special envoy from Radiant Empire?" Roland squinted her eyes. Her eyes were in fact just two crevices. One could not tell much difference when she squinted. "Your Highness, please accept my apology once again. I certainly did not mean to offend you earlier this morning." Rhodey bowed slightly. Consort Rulan snorted, not wanting to accept his apology, but she could not resist asking, "Did you come alone?" Her eyes swept around, obviously looking for Mouse, whom she was obsessed with. The king was a bit awkward as he spoke in a subdued tone. "Rhodey, I've heard about what happened in the morning. Please do not take it personally." When Rulan's search for Mouse failed, she turned her head and asked, "Lord Rhodey, where is your female companion? Is it the girl who was with you this morning?" "No." Rhodey smiled slyly, "I brought Miss Nicole here tonight. She is chatting with His Royal Highness the Crown Prince." "Oh." Rulan could not hide her disappointment. But when she saw Seth, who was talking with Avon, her eyes instantly lit up. When Avon noticed the king's presence, he came over together with Seth. Before the king could properly introduce them, Rulan already had her eyes fixed on Seth, shamelessly gawking and drooling. The king sighed and pointed at Seth, a hint of bitterness in his smile. "This is Miss Nicole, the eldest daughter of the Tulip family of the Radiant Empire." Seth was aghast at the sight of Rulan, but he managed to plaster a smile on his face. This must be Her Highness Consort Rulan. The consort mouth widened into a huge creepy smile, and she tried to hold Seth's hands as a gesture of friendliness. Seth shivered and stepped back silently, hiding behind the crown prince. If it was that charming and sweet Miss Needies, he would be more than happy to flirt with her, but Consort Rulan, it would be better to flee. The king seemed to be used to Rulan acting in such manner. His expression slightly hardened, but his tone was calm. "Miss Nicole is an honored guest from the Radiant Empire. Please watch your manners. In other words, you could flirt with anyone else as you wish except for this lady, as she was no ordinary person. We could not afford to offend her." Rulan pouted and stared at her husband icily. She was about to say something when she suddenly noticed the senior prime minister quietly shaking his head at her. Rulan dared not disobey her father, so she glared at Seth and kept quiet. Rhodey sighed. He studied the king curiously. Why would a king with a sound mind have such a consort? In Rodi's opinion, perhaps there was not a single man on earth who was worthy of Miss Rulan. Except maybe for one person. A big and plump face appeared in his mind. Rodi, can I have a word with you? The king signaled to Rodi, and they stepped away from the others. The king then whispered to him, a situation may arise in a while, and when that happens, I hope you can cooperate with me. What is it? Rodi's brows drew together. The king continued without any change in his expression, I've actually invited 2 special guests tonight. Something interesting will be happening here. You will see that soon, just that. The king suddenly laughed out loud. Whatever happens later, if you see me nodding at you, please do not refuse. Rodi wanted to know more but was interrupted by the voice of the royal chamberlain making an announcement. The arrival of Elder Guming, the Elders' Council of the Temple, and His Excellency Paladin Fielding. This immediately caused an uproar in the noisy great hall. Rodi's eyes narrowed as he looked at the king. The Temple Elder? Paladin? The king smiled and boomed, welcome, Elder Guming and Paladin Fielding. The hall quieted down. The envoys from the various Roland kingdoms gradually made way for the special guests, their eyes all on the entrance of the hall. Sure enough, 2 figures came in through the door. Walking at the front was an elder wearing a long white robe, a pair of white brows perched on his emaciated face. There was an air of tranquility around him, and he was nonchalant about the presence of others in the hall. Behind him, the tall and heavily built man in golden armor was no other than Paladin Fielding, whom Rodi had met before outside Thunder City. Fielding looked somewhat different from the time Rodi met him outside Thunder City. His long brown hair was now cut short, which made him look cleaner and tougher, but with his majestic beard gone as well, his face looked dull. He was oblivious to the gazes of the crowd, his expression calm but cold. Rodi's heart thumped. Fielding had a totally different aura surrounding him now. He was once a man with high spirits, he was arrogant, strong and confident, a true warrior of indomitable spirit. However, these had all faded away. He was now as lifeless as a pool of stagnant water. That Fielding who fought Rodi outside the Thunder City was a brilliant and ferocious man, like a sword drawn from its sheath, but now, he was merely a sheathed sword which had lost all its radiance. Rodi had a strange feeling deep inside his heart. By looking at the all-new Fielding, it reminded Rodi of the same feeling he had when he first met Master Autumn. Deep and reserved. Mouse once told him, after Fielding lost the battle, he locked himself up for some hard training. Rodi took one glance and he could tell that Fielding's strength had certainly made a great breakthrough. Maybe losing the battle, especially to his rival in love, was a heavy blow to him which ultimately became his driving force for the breakthrough. That indomitable warrior who held on to his dignity even when he lost in battles, had vanished. The Fielding before his eyes, the aura he emitted seemed gloomy. After a brief moment of silence in the hall, the guests resumed conversation with an air of uneasiness. Nobody expected the people from the temple to turn up at the banquet tonight. To make it simple, all the guests attending the banquet tonight were special envoys from the various kingdoms of the Roland continent. The main reason they gathered in the capital of the Sauron was to form an alliance against the temple. Who would have expected the king to invite the people from the temple? Some of the furious guests started shooting daggers at the king. Rodi's eyebrows snapped together. He asked in a low voice, Your Majesty, did you invite them here? Yes. The king smiled and patted Rodi on the shoulder. Did you see those glares? How interesting. Elder Guming and Fielding walked straight towards the king, and everyone retreated to make way for them. The king repeated in a low voice, Remember what I said just now. He then smiled and moved forward to receive them, saying in a loud voice, Elder Guming, Lord Fielding, you are late. Your Majesty, I came to Sauron at the orders of the Elders' Council to deliver a letter from the council. Guming was the first to speak. In contrary to his appearance, he had a soft soothing voice. In regard to the apostasy of Saint Neus from the Temple of Sauron Kingdom, I will now carry out the Elders' Council's order to take over religious affairs within the Sauron Kingdom. Rodi noticed that when Guming said, apostasy of Saint Neus, Fielding remained calm as still water, except for a slight twitch of muscles at the corner of his eyes. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 252, Estrangement. Chapter 252, Estrangement. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Elder Guming's voice echoed through the great hall, but Rodi's mind was spinning. The king invited Elder Guming and Fielding tonight on purpose. What exactly was the king trying to do? To be exact, tonight's gathering was actually aimed at uniting everyone against the temple. What was the king up to, by inviting the temple followers to such a gathering? Puzzled? Seth's voice rang out beside him. Everybody stopped talking the moment the temple people entered, and Rhodey was not sure when Seth had moved to his side. But the senior prime minister and the crown prince were not concerned with Seth. They exchanged a few glances. Nobody could tell what they were thinking. Rhodey silently stepped back and stood next to Seth, asking in a low voice, "You know what's going on?" Seth's lips curled into a slight smile. He grabbed Rhodey's hand and drew a few strokes. Rhodey immediately realized that Seth was writing something on his palm. There were only two simple words he wrote. Compulsion. Looking at the smile on the king's face, it suddenly dawned on Rhodey. The king was forcing everybody to take a clear-cut stand. All the while, the temple knew that the kingdoms of the Roland continent had peace negotiations with the Radiant Empire to form an alliance against the temple. However, they dared not do this openly, and everything was carried out under the table. They had not shed all pretense of cordiality since nobody dared to pierce the veil. These people in the hall were ambassadors from the various kingdoms. Even though they were here to have a peace talk with Rhodey and had formed an alliance among themselves, who knew what else were they secretly doing? Perhaps today they were all sitting here talking about how to fight the temple, but at the same time, their kings had some secret dealings with the temple as well. In politics, who could be certain? One would do whatever is required to safeguard one's own interest. Those glaring furiously at the king, why were they so mad? Most probably the rage was out of humiliation. The king's move was to force everyone to lay their cards on the table. To put it plainly, by inviting the temple representatives, it was like saying to their face, "These people had united against you. We were in this together." By doing this, those kingdoms which were still sitting on the fence were forced to take a stand. Nobody should have a foot in both camps. Let them have no chance to switch their allegiance in secret. No one could escape today. Those who attended the banquet tonight, all the ambassadors from various Roland kingdoms, they were all against the temple. Everyone here was co-conspirators. How brilliant! Rhodey could not help but sigh. When he finally figured this out, Rhodey sighed again. He smiled bitterly and thought, if this was the case, then the king's next step would be to set me up. Sure enough, just as he was thinking to himself, he heard the king calling his name, "Your Excellency Rhodey, let me introduce you." The king seemed to be very happy. He had a friendly look on his face, beaming. "This is the Earl of the Radiant Empire, Rhodey." The king then smiled to Rhodey. "These men are from the Roland Temple, Elder Gu Ming from the Elders' Council, and Paladin Fielding." The king paused, as if the situation was not complicated enough. He deliberately added, "Elder Gu Ming is also the teacher of the Black Veil Saint." Fielding, who was standing beside him, went stiff for a moment. Gu Ming squinted his eyes and studied Rhodey for a while before he turned his head to the king and asked in a deep voice, "Your Majesty, before I came here, I've heard rumors that the Sauron Kingdom had some connections with infidels from the southern continent. Is this true?" There was a dead silence in the Great Hall. Everyone heard Gu Ming's accusation loud and clear. His words had made the positions of both sides clear. If the king answered yes, then everyone here, as well as the powers behind them, were involved in the crime of colluding secretly with infidels and conspiring against the temple. Rhodey sighed silently. This was the king's ultimate plan, to put everyone in the same boat. Sure enough, the king smiled and replied lightly, "Yes, we are having a peace talk with the Radiant Empire. In accordance with the agreement we have reached, hundreds of thousands of loyal warriors from the Roland continent can now come home." Everyone held their breath and nervously studied the expression on Elder Gu Ming's face. They were now mentally prepared for Elder Gu Ming to turn against them. It was not at all surprising if he angrily criticized the king aloud, or roar with rage. But Gu Ming suddenly smiled. A smile crept on his thin, aged face. He then sighed and turned, his eyes slowly scanning the hall, saying in a profound manner, "God is merciful, may he pardon the lost sheep." The smile on the king's face faded slowly. Gu Ming was indeed a smart man. He understood very well that if he flew into a rage or stormed off in a huff, this would immediately push those sitting on the fence to the king's side. He seemed like just quoting a sentence from the temple's classic, but on the other hand, it gave a slight hope to those powers which were still wavering. Everybody in the hall had different expressions on their faces. Some had a complicated look as they scanned others around them, but nobody was willing to speak. The king thought to himself sneeringly, "I have seen this coming. Tonight, if I do not openly defy the temple, how do I force you all to resolve to align with me?" With this decision in mind, the king cast a profound glance at Gu Ming, sighing deliberately, "Elder Gu Ming is indeed a kind-hearted man. I intentionally invited you here tonight because I wanted to introduce you to this special guest from the Radiant Continent." He pointed at Rhodey and said softly, "This is Earl Rhodey, the commander of the Imperial Guards of Radiant Empire. He is one of the warriors of the famous Lightning God's Whip." The king stopped and turned his gaze to Fielding. He purposely spoke in a slow, deep voice, sounding each and every word clearly. He is the bravest warrior under the command of the Duke of the Tulip family. It was as if a bolt of lightning flashed through the silent night sky, or a drop of water falling into a pot of boiling oil. When the king mentioned about Duke of the Tulip family, Rhodey could vividly feel the spitting flames from Fielding's originally calm eyes. Gu Ming was startled. He took a quick glance at the king and thought to himself, oh no. Sure enough, Fielding, who had his head bowed and remained silent all the while, suddenly looked up, his icy gaze locked onto Rhodey. He slowly opened his mouth and asked, Duke of the Tulip family's subordinate? Gu Ming sighed silently. Obviously, this cunning king invited him here tonight so that he could force those present to declare their hostility, but he did not foresee that the king would take aim at Fielding's weakness. He came to the Sauron kingdom in the name of the temple to deal with Black Veil Saint's matter, but Fielding insisted on tagging along. A few paladins, as well as Augustine, were already imprisoned for helping Black Veil Saint. Moreover, several guys from the Dragon Tribe had disappeared, although he never liked those from the Dragon Tribe. It was precisely because this matter involved Black Veil Saint that Fielding immediately halted his training and was determined to come along. Gu Ming knew Fielding very well, so he was deeply aware of Fielding's tremendous change. The ardent man who once valued dearly the pride of a knight had changed, and this was all because of Black Veil Saint. The person Fielding hated the most right now was undoubtedly the Duke of the Tulip family. Sure enough, the king's remark successfully caused Fielding to lose his cool. You are a subordinate of Duke of the Tulip family? Fielding took a deep breath and asked again. Rhodey sighed. He knew that the king plotted this intentionally. There was nothing else he could do but nod. Yes, I am. Fielding's expression dulled, but he suddenly asked, the Duke of the Tulip family, is he all right? I heard he was injured. He is fine. Fielding nodded, his eyes locked on Rhodey's face. You're out of luck. If you're merely an infidel, I may have let you go today, but since you're the Duke of the Tulip family's subordinate. Fielding. The color on Gu Ming's face drained. This was definitely not the time to turn against them. By doing so, it will only strengthen the opposite party's power. He tried to stop him. Right now, Gu Ming deeply regretted bringing Fielding along. Elder Gu Ming. Fielding's voice was calm but cold. Do not stop me. In fact, you can't stop me at all. Your Majesty. Gu Ming sighed and shot the king an angry look. As one of the kingdoms under the Temple of Roland Continent, how dare you? The king stated calmly, of course I honor the temple, but there are some with wild ambitions who seem to not respect the sovereignty of the Roland Continent. He stepped a few steps back. His eyes ran down the hall and declared loudly, the kingdoms of Roland Continent reject those with evil intentions and wild ambitions. Gu Ming sneered, it seems like I came to Sauron walking right into the trap? All of you are gathered here to conspire against the temple. The king sighed, Elder Gu Ming, I have always respected you. Besides, with the presence of Paladin Fielding, who would dare to disrespect you? All this while Fielding's eyes remained on Rhodey's face. He suddenly asked in a low voice, have I met you before? Rhodey replied after a moment of silence, no. Fielding continued coldly, I can tell that you're not weak, yet why have I not seen you in the Battle of Thunder City? When Rhodey did not answer him, Fielding slowly stepped back and gave Gu Ming an icy look, Elder Gu Ming, please step aside. Although he was speaking to Gu Ming, those who heard his words retreated as well. All of them knew the paladin was going to start an attack. A person with the rank of a paladin was going to launch an attack, of course they would have to move out of the way as fast as they could. What if he accidentally hit them? They would have been seriously wounded or even die. Fielding. Gu Ming could not hold in his anger any longer, Are you not going to listen to me? Seeing that Gu Ming would not move aside, Fielding turned away from him and shouted at Rhodey, Come with me. He strode towards the middle of the great hall. Rhodey glanced at the king, and the king smilingly nodded at him. Bloody old fox. Rhodey sighed silently. He then strode up the hall along with Fielding. This was indeed the biggest hall in Sauron Palace. The great hall could easily accommodate up to thousands of people. At this point, everyone had retreated to the edge of the hall, leaving a huge space in the middle, except for Gu Ming who stood nearby, his face gloomy. I hope you do your best. Do not hold back in the duel. Fielding said coldly, if you lose, I will cut off your arms. But I will not kill you because I want you to go back to the Radiant Empire and pass a message to the Duke of Tulip family. You tell him, if Black Veil Saint ever goes to the Radiant Continent to find him, I hope he will treat her well. Rhodey sighed. Fielding continued, if I lose. He suddenly laughed apathetically and mumbled, if I lose, then nothing matters anymore. Rhodey took a deep breath and fixed his gaze on Fielding, asking in a deep voice, where's your sword? Though Fielding was wearing an armor, he did not carry any weapons when entering the palace, as this was the normal etiquette. Fielding seemingly laughed when he heard Rhodey's question. He raised one hand and waved lightly, and one of the decorative battle axes originally hanging on the side of the walls flew right off into his hands. "Alright, I have my weapon now. What about you?" Fielding smiled. Rhodey was slightly taken aback. "You're not going to use a sword?" In his memory, that Fielding outside Thunder City had an excellent swordsmanship. In fact, on their first battle, Rhodey stood no chance against Fielding. Though at that time Rhodey had already achieved the level of Sacred Swordsman, he was still slightly inferior to Fielding in regard to strength, experience, or in the comprehension of martial arts. He had completely relied on the mythical dragon-fortified strength in his body to trump Fielding. At that time, Fielding's extraordinary sword skills left a very deep impression on Rhodey. "No, I'm not using a sword." Fielding smiled and looked at the short battle axe in his hand. "This will do." Fielding noticed the surprised look on Rhodey's face, and he said lightly, "When you go back, please help me thank the Duke of the Tulip family. His advice regarding strength after the Thunder City battle was a great inspiration to me." He stopped for a moment and suddenly gave the axe a light flick. He then mumbled to himself, "Why is it necessary to use a sword? Now any weapon can become my sword in my hands." Nobody knew how Fielding did it, but inadvertently, a fierce murderous aura radiated from his body. Once Fielding had gathered his momentum, the dullness surrounding him finally dissipated. Now, he looked like the Excalibur unsheathed. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 253, Break. Chapter 253, Break. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. He has achieved a great breakthrough indeed. Rhodey sighed silently. The Fielding he met outside Thunder City was merely a man who possessed great strength, but the present Fielding seemed to have comprehended some rules. "Where's your weapon?" Fielding let out a breath and growled. Rhodey smiled. He did not bring his dragon spell scimitar to the banquet tonight. He nonchalantly stretched out his palms. A wisp of golden fighting energy appeared on the previously empty palm. As the spiritual energy gathered, it formed the appearance of a sword which shone brightly. Shadows flickered on Rhodey's face under the glowing light of the golden fighting energy. Fielding's eyes glinted ruthlessly, condensing energy to form an object? Good. I did not expect that you're a sacred swordsman. The subordinate of Duke of the Tulip family is indeed incredible. Fielding pointed at Rhodey with the short battle axe in his hands and asked loudly, "Are you sure you're not going to use any weapon?" "Yes." Fielding no longer asked any questions. He suddenly shouted, "Kill!" His loud voice was earth-shattering, and everyone there felt as though a clap of thunder exploded right beside their ears. All of them thought the paladin's first strike would be so powerful and devastating, but Fielding's figure flashed unexpectedly and disappeared in front of their eyes, and then reappeared in front of Rhodey. A chilling light struck down from his hands. That was the difference. When Fielding fought against Rhodey outside Thunder City, every blow was violent and powerful. But now when he struck his axe, the force was plain and simple without any overflow of extra energy. Immediately, Rhodey's pupil constricted. Fielding's blow carried a strange force. Before the axe struck down, it was as though an invisible energy had already locked down his opponent's entire body. Everyone gasped as they saw Rhodey's figure instantly split into two after being struck by Fielding's axe. Before they could actually cry out in alarm, they noticed that Rhodey's figure, which had split into two halves by Fielding's axe, started to fade away slowly. Residual image. Among them, only Fielding saw Rhodey's movements clearly. When he brought down his axe, he could immediately feel the force he exerted struck on nothing. At that moment, it was as if the enemy had managed to escape his energy lockdown and vanished completely in front of his eyes. Nobody could make out Rhodey's moves, but Fielding saw it clearly. What Rhodey did to avoid his first strike was merely taking one step aside. It missed by a width of one step. Pow! There was a dull noise of something cracking apart. It turned out to be the king's throne, which was sitting far above, just a few meters from where Rhodey had stood, split into small fragments. Wonderful! Rhodey's voice rang out beside Fielding. As he was avoiding Fielding's blow, he was surprised that the blow was no longer the type of uncontrollable violent force which the paladin used to display when he struck. In other words, Fielding had already reached the state where he could completely control his force. With each blow he delivered, he could now focus all his strength in a linear motion, preventing any wastage of energy. Although Rhodey managed to avoid his blow, due to the force being directed in a straight line, it smashed the king's throne into pieces, but those standing on either side of the throne were not harmed at all. Rhodey's voice struck Fielding's ears like a thunderbolt. He flipped his axe and pulled it back for a second attack. In the eyes of the onlookers, Fielding's blow was extremely dangerous. If he did not control his force well, even though it could kill Rhodey, he could also accidentally cut himself at the waist. Rhodey's body immediately spun violently on the spot. His actions were slick as though his whole body was covered in oil. When Fielding's axe swept across his direction, Rhodey's body seemed to have gently bounced off as soon as the axe struck. Without much effort, he swerved behind Fielding. "Humph. Trying to hide?" Fielding snorted. He suddenly bent over, sliding his other hand under his arm to the back and shoved his palm. A strong blast of energy suddenly fired from Fielding's palm, forming a fan-shaped wave. Boom! A bolt of golden light emitted from his palms and swept across the floor, causing the hard stone floor to crack. Behind Fielding, a 4 to 5 meters wide and several meters deep pit was plowed out of the ground. One of the onlookers standing several meters away yelped when he saw the light blade emitted from the paladin's palm coming straight at him. In that brief moment of shock, the light blade coming in his direction abruptly halted. One step in front of his feet was a deep pit, formed as a result of this blow, but surprisingly, the person standing at the edge was unharmed. Fielding was already capable of controlling his force to such precise level. Following the light blade hurled by Fielding, Rhodey could not dodge, so he leaped into the air. Everyone followed his movements and looked into the air. Thoughts flashed in Fielding's mind like bolts of lightning. Seeing that Rhodey was so agile, he decided to deliver a massive blow across the floor, so that Rhodey had no room to dodge except to leap into the air. Right now, Rhodey's body was still in midair, but Fielding had already turned around. He crouched down all of a sudden, shrinking himself into a mass and shot into the air towards Rhodey. Fielding went all out in this strike. Fielding thought to himself, Rhodey would not be able to exert any force in midair, so it was impossible for him to dodge this blow now. Rhodey knew very well in his heart that if he was merely a sacred swordsman, it would be definitely impossible to dodge this blow. But as one of the strongest in this field, flying in the air was not a problem to him at all. Though he could fly at will in midair, Fielding's blow was really fast. Rhodey sighed. He did not have the heart to deliver a killing blow, so he merely warded off the attack with the light sword formed from gathered fighting energy. Clang! A sharp, ear-piercing noise of metals clashing together. Everyone could see clearly the two men colliding in midair. The battle axe in Fielding's hand clashed with Rhodey's light sword. The light sword in Rhodey's hands was after all formed from gathered fighting energy. This simple type of weapon formed from gathered fighting energy could never really fend against real weapons, especially against a paladin who also had golden fighting energy surrounding him. After the violent collision, Rhodey bounced far away. The light sword in his hand shattered into tiny pieces and vanished. Both of them bounced off after the collision, their bodies shooting up high in the air before they landed on the ground. It was just a brief moment from the start of their fight till now, and their movements were fast as lightning. After several strikes and dodges, they had finally collided with each other. Though their stands were somewhat complicated, being able to witness the duel between the two masters was too wonderful, even if it had been just the blink of an eye. After a moment of silence, the crowd burst into cheers. Crom Price Avon, who was obsessed with martial arts, was so enthralled, his eyes glittered as he watched the fight. "You are very powerful." Fielding did not move, but his eyes narrowed as he gazed at Rhodey standing at a distance. "I have fought the Duke of the Tulip family at Thunder City. Your power is not any weaker than him." Rhodey sighed and did not utter a word. Fielding had indeed achieved great advancements. During the Battle of Thunder City, Rhodey only managed to defeat Fielding after a spiritual dragon transformation. At that crucial moment, Rhodey suddenly realized how to control one's strength. Which was why, though both of them, a sacred swordsman and a paladin, were of equal strength, Rhodey's comprehension of strength control had enabled him to triumph over Fielding. But now, Fielding had improved by leaps and bounds. He had already attained the same level as Rhodey had in Thunder City. It was unclear how he managed to do that, but it must have been the stress from losing the battle at Thunder City, as well as Rhodey's words regarding strength, which gave him a huge inspiration. Rhodey had already encountered the power of all paladins in the Roland continent. The paladin from Dragon Tribe who died at the sea was not even worth mentioning. Before Rhodey had a breakthrough in his original power, he was already able to suppress him. Though his opponent later recited the dragon spell to awaken the mystic dragon power in his body and threw Rhodey into the sea, it was not because Rhodey's power was inferior to him. In fact, when both were compared in accordance with their powers, the dragon paladin at the sea was weaker than Rhodey at that time. The other three dragon paladins he met later on, Wind Dragon Anu, Snow Dragon Ice, as well as Fire Dragon N'Ailin, their powers were slightly greater. Especially that Fire Dragon N'Ailin, who had already comprehended the rules. He could use the rules to carry out his own dragon enchantment, but he had not yet achieved the level of inventing new rules in the field. Lin was by far the most powerful amongst the paladins Rodi came across, even more powerful than Augustine, who was well known as the greatest paladin in the Roland continent. But Fielding's power had already surpassed Lin just by the fact that he could completely grasp the rules of strength. After all, when Lin fought Rodi, each of his blows seemingly shook the heaven and earth. Little did he know that such moves, though extremely powerful, 3 out of 10 of the force would have leaked away following each strike. One's power was not determined solely by the magnitude of his strength but the manipulation of strength. That Fielding standing before him, his manipulation of strength had reached its peak among those at the ranks of paladin. I find it strange. Fielding said coldly, if I'm not mistaken, your understanding of the skills regarding strength is very high. But during my first encounter with the Duke of the Tulip family at Thunder City, he had not attained such a state yet. It was only in the middle of our battle that his skills were suddenly enhanced, but as the subordinate of the Duke, you already possess such power. Rodi smiled, what's so strange about this? Similarly, before I came here, I heard that Augustine was the strongest paladin of the Roland continent. But now it seems that your power is perhaps above Augustine. The muscles at the corner of Fielding's eyes twitched. He answered in a deep voice, good. Let me see how powerful you are then. Rodi bowed his head silently. After a while, he suddenly looked up in the king's direction and saw the king nodding at him. Rodi knew he had no choice. He could not hide his power now and he must defeat Fielding neatly. If he loses this battle, it would leave a bad impression with the ambassadors from the various kingdoms of the Roland continent present tonight. It would be a terrible blow to the confidence of their alliance. Okay. Rodi seemed to smile at him, are you sure you want to see that? Fielding had an icy look on his face as he stood there holding the short axe in his hands. Everyone in the hall had a weird feeling as though the whole space was contracting, with Fielding acting as the core of contraction. It felt like the surrounding air and force were all sucked in by Fielding, who stood there like a lifeless vacuum. Unlike the other paladins who would radiate raging flames of fighting energy during battles, Fielding completely concealed all his energy. If not seeing with their own eyes that a person was standing there, the crowd would have thought it was just an illusion. Fielding seemed to have assimilated his energy field with his surrounding. But at the same time, another invisible energy field spread out, giving chills to everyone. Rodi, is he capable of winning? The Crown Prince asked worryingly. Seth yawned and replied lightly, Your Royal Highness, you should pray for Fielding instead. Fielding finally raised his axe once again. He pointed its spike at Rodi and bellowed, use a weapon. My next attack will not be as easily warded off as the previous one. The Crown Prince suddenly yelled, Earl Rodi, take this sword. Right now in this hall, he, as the Crown Prince, was the only one eligible to bring in a sword. He waved his hand and swung his sword towards Rodi, but Rodi did not even bother to give it a glance. He held out his hand and waved it slightly. Following a ringing buzz, Rodi had flicked off the sword flung by the Crown Prince, and it flew across the air before thrusting into the ground. Rodi gazed at Fielding standing before him, and spoke in a strange tone, Fielding, do you think that you have ascended the highest realm by training to the level of being able to use anything as your sword? He held out a straight finger and continued softly, you are wrong. You said you have achieved the state where you can use anything as a sword, but no matter which weapon you use as the sword substitute, you still remain in the realm of form. But for me, I do not need a sword anymore. Rodi moved in an instant, seemingly taking a step forward. His voice echoed in the great hall, because I am the sword. Because my sword is formless. He suddenly did a downward stroke with his finger. Fielding, who was standing far away, could sense a fierce murderous aura, though he did not physically see a light cut of any sort. He instinctively held up his short axe to fend himself. After a crisp cracking sound, the short axe in Fielding's hand suddenly broke into two. He then felt a cold sensation on his face. A fine cut was drawn horizontally across his cheek, little by little blood slowly trickled from the wound. The blow caused Fielding to retreat 3 steps before he could actually regain his balance. He looked blankly at the short axe that had broken into two, his hands slightly trembling. Impossible. Fielding whispered, how did you ascend to such a realm? A murderous look flashed in his eye. He then gave out a long howl and raised his hand. All of a sudden, the Crown Prince's sword, which was originally planted in the ground, raised up and flew into his hands. Fielding finally raised the sword and charged at Rodi. Nobody saw how Fielding initiated his moves. All they felt was the intense sword energy emitted by the sword in Fielding's hands, which seemed to have pierced the air even before he took a step forward. They could even make out the waves of the air before him splitting apart. Fielding's body and the sword integrated as one, charging towards Rodi. A soft sigh fell on everyone's ears. Fielding, you still don't understand, do you? Rodi's eyes flashed with pity. I fought against form with formlessness. You have already lost. Originally, at that speed Fielding would have come up close to Rhodey in the blink of an eye. But after Rhodey completed one whole sentence, Fielding was only able to take 7 steps forward. In the beginning, nobody was able to see his movements clearly as his speed was extremely fast, like the speed of a lightning. But after a few meters, his movements abruptly slowed down. As Rhodey drew a horizontal line with a slight stroke of his finger, an invisible sword energy immediately formed in front of Fielding. Though he tried hard to break through Rhodey's invisible sword energy with his sword, it was as if he required to exert all the force in his body to move each step. If Fielding's speed was like lightning and gale at the start of the few meters, then now Fielding was like an old ox pushing a cart. Each step forward required extreme effort. Rhodey moved a step forward. Although it was just one step, he had already come in front of Fielding instantly. Fielding was still struggling with the sword energy in front of him. The sword in his hands gradually buzzed in distress as it could not withstand the stress any further. The sword vibrated slightly, then it slowly bent, losing its straight form. Rhodey was just standing half a meter away from Fielding, but Fielding's sword could not move forward anymore, not even an inch. Rhodey looked at Fielding with some sorrow in his eyes. He did not hate Fielding. In fact, he even sort of pitied him, but at the same time had some respect for him. Fielding was just a pitiful man. He pursued his love but was rejected. On the other hand, the pride of a knight which he valued so dearly was crushed when he was defeated in battle. However, the failure did not devour him. It instead became a driving force that pushed him forward on the road of improving his martial arts. And he did achieve a breakthrough. The only pathetic thing was his encounter with Rhodey. Rhodey gritted his teeth and he slowly held out a finger, placing it lightly on the tip of Fielding's sword. A deep, low note slowly came out from his mouth. Break. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 254, Nebulous. Chapter 254, Nebulous. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Break. A low, deep note rang through the great hall, and a miraculous scene unfolded in front of everyone's eyes. Rhodey's fingertip touched lightly on the tip of Fielding's sword, and immediately a dazzling light exploded from the sword. The light was so bright that it hurt the eyes of the onlookers, forcing them to look away. Fielding suddenly growled, his body seemed like it was struck by lightning. Veins became visible on his forehead, but he could not resist the ray of light which flowed down from the tip of his sword. A series of subtle but dense noise of metal breaking apart was heard. The set of armor on Fielding's hands and arms, followed by those on his body, suddenly exploded into pieces. However, the broken pieces did not fly around haphazardly. Instead, the pieces floated around, as if a vacuum space with a radius of about 2 to 3 meters had formed, and the center was where the two of them stood. At that moment, it seemed like the majestic god of time had vanished. The rules of time had been tampered by Rhodey, and everybody's movements became extremely slow in one's eyes. This included the crowd's gasps. The supposedly short gasp was dragged into a long, strange sound. The fine details on the broken pieces of Fielding's armor became so clearly visible. A flick of the finger was equivalent to 50 ksanas won. In this flick of the finger, the originally solid, magnificent golden armor worn on the paladin's body shattered into infinite golden pieces which then turned into dust. Fielding was now half naked, his firm muscles, as well as the wounds on his skin, were completely exposed. Shock and anger were written all over his face. When Rhodey finished his long chant, the rule of space immediately went back to its original state. Fielding finally felt relieved from head to toe as the pressure locking his whole body vanished abruptly. He then felt a turbid energy rising from his chest, and he gently let out a breath, but as soon as his mouth opened, a mouthful of blood spurted out. In everyone's eyes, it looked as though Rhodey was just tapping lightly on the tip of Fielding's sword, which then caused Fielding's armor to shatter. Fielding was then seriously wounded, spurting blood, and his whole body fell backward. Wham! As Fielding collapsed, his grip loosened and whoosh, the sword flew out from his hand. To everyone's horror, the sword flew across the hall, aiming directly at the king standing far away. The collision of power between a domain master and a paladin caused the sword to fly out, hence its strength was no trivial matter. The sword flying at high speed was similar to a lightning flash. Before the king could cry out in alarm, it had already arrived right in front of him. Right at this moment, a large figure suddenly moved forward and stood in front of the king. A huge palm raised and waved in the direction of the oncoming sword. It was Consort Rulon. Her sleeves fluttered, and the thin fabric instantly formed a thick solid wall blocking in front of the king. Fighting energy. The consort could manipulate fighting energy, which was a technique exclusive to senior warriors and senior knights. Everything happened too fast, the crowd was bewildered. When they first started to gasp, there were so many changes happening on the scene before their gasps ended. When Fielding's armor shattered and flew off, their gasps were full of shock and sighs. But when the sword flew towards the king, the surprised gasps had an added tone of terror in it. Finally, when the consort manipulated fighting energy to block off the sword, their gasps were then full of surprise again. It must have been tough for these people, for them to express so many emotions in just one gasp. But this was still not the end. As the sword was about to thrust into the consort's sleeves surging with fighting energy, it suddenly radiated a dazzling light. Boom! A bright light flashed, and the metal sword shattered into pieces. It exploded like fireworks, turning into glittering sparks of light before fading away. The consort was shocked, and her gaze fell on Rhodey, who stood arrogantly at a distance. This fellow, such tremendous power with just a flick of his finger? Pity these people who witnessed so many things happening in such a short time frame. The prolonged gasp almost suffocated them, but in the end, as the danger diffused as the sword turned into ashes, the hall went silent. Dead silence. Rhodey stood quietly in the middle. His face was calm except for his eyes, which flickered mockingly as he gazed at the king. The king's heart pounded. He knew the sword flying towards him was done by Rhodey on purpose. Perhaps it was to show discontent for being used tonight. When he recalled the mighty power of Rhodey's finger, the king could feel cold sweat dripping at his back. If Rhodey had truly intended to fire the sword at him, nobody would have been able to ward it off. Provoking a domain master was no joke. Fielding was lying face up under Rhodey's feet. He had stopped struggling and stared quietly at the great hall's ceiling instead, his eyes as dead as ashes. Right now, Fielding's heart was filled with despair. He could not accept the fact that after training so hard, thinking that he had achieved a great breakthrough, in the end, he could not even fight against his opponent's one finger. "Get up," Rhodey shouted coldly. A wry smile with hints of despair appeared on Fielding's pale face. He turned himself over and sat on the ground. He then looked up at Rhodey and asked quietly, "What did you say?" "I said, get up." Rhodey lowered his head to look at Fielding, who was sitting on the floor, saying coldly, "Are you going to give up all hope now?" Fielding lowered his eyelids and said softly, "I've lost, and I sincerely accept my defeat. Your strength was way beyond me, there was nothing else to say." Rhodey was a little apologetic when he saw the eyes of the once stubborn paladin was now as dead as ashes. He pondered for a moment and bent down, whispering into Fielding's ears. "Fielding, do you know the reason for your defeat?" Fielding closed his eyes and took a few seconds to think about his question. His brows then drew together. "Your last strike with your finger." Rhodey smiled, "It's the rules." Seeing the blank look on Fielding's face, Rhodey elaborated further, "You have already ascended the realm where your techniques of strength manipulation have reached its peak. For a paladin to ascend such realm, you are already considered one of the best among other paladins. You are now standing in front of a door, but unfortunately, you haven't been able to push this door open." Fielding's eyes suddenly opened. A strange glow flickered in his eyes. "A door?" Rhodey sighed. "No matter how great your skills are in manipulating strength. It is unfortunate that you ran into me. I was able to make it impossible for you to display your skills at my hands. Do you know why?" This time around, Rhodey did not wait for Fielding to reply and gave the answer softly, "Because I have changed the rules of strength." Fielding stood up slowly and mumbled to himself, "Changed the rules." Rhodey smiled and replied, "If you wish to defeat me, you will need to think of a way to open up that door in front of you." Fielding stared hard at Rhodey for a long time. Suddenly, a smile appeared on his face. There was a profound meaning hidden behind his smile as he whispered into Rhodey's ears, "I can't believe I have been defeated by you twice." Rhodey's body jolted, and he looked at Fielding in surprise. Fielding sighed and looked into Rhodey's eyes, speaking in a deep voice, "The sword in my hand transformed into rage and penetrating energy, which pierced through the warmth of spring, the boldness of summer, the charm of autumn and the icy elegance of winter." At this point, Fielding's smile deepened, and he asked in a low voice, "These were the words you said to me when you first defeated me outside Thunder City, weren't they?" He recognized me? Rhodey was shocked at first but immediately let it go. With the experience of their previous battle outside Thunder City, it was normal for Fielding, who was a paladin, to find some clues in his moves during the duel just now. Fielding let out a long breath before turning to the king and Elder Guming, announcing loudly, "I've lost." He then turned his gaze to Elder Guming, "My mind is in a turmoil now. I can't stay here any longer to assist you, my teacher. Please take care of yourself and the Sauron Kingdom, teacher." When he finished, he ignored everybody's gaze and strode towards the entrance of the Great Hall. As he reached the entrance, he halted for a while. He then said loudly without looking back, "Rhodey, remember my words." Rhodey knew in his heart that Fielding was referring to the phrase, "Take good care of her." He smiled and replied loudly, "I will." Without any more worries in his heart, Fielding left the hall with a dignified gait. Gu Ming had a dark look on his face. He narrowed his eyes and turned his gaze to the king, and then to Rhodey. He then said through gritted teeth, "Your Majesty, that was such an impressive move." The king smiled but did not speak. He knew he had already achieved his goal. After the duel, not only the conflict between the kingdoms and the temple had intensified with a clear line drawn between both parties, Rhodey's power had also given a great shock and deterrence to the ambassadors of the various Roland kingdoms present, as he had easily defeated the highly respected paladin of the Roland continent with his amazing power. Gu Ming naturally knew what the king had in plan. He swept his eyes across the crowd and snorted coldly before he bellowed, "Those who blaspheme against God will face God's judgment." Having said this, the temple elder stormed out in a rage. The night wind blew on Fielding's body, which was half naked, bringing away with it the gloom of defeat in his heart. He was oblivious to the coldness on his body. He braved the night wind and strode out of the palace. The palace guard who saw him recognized him as the paladin. Though they could not understand why he was in such a wretched state, they did not stop him. Fielding walked out of the palace onto the streets in a dignified gait. He walked alone on the deserted streets, his expression looked somewhat grave as Rhodey's words echoed repeatedly in his head. Although the city gate was already shut at night, it was not a hindrance to the paladin. Fielding got out of the city easily, and he turned back to take a look at the magnificent city wall under the night sky. If he's here, Mouse would definitely be in the city too. Fielding stopped at this thought and shook his head. He smiled wryly and sighed, "Fielding, oh Fielding, you are being so irresolute and hesitant. How stupid is that? With him around, what is there for you to worry about Mouse?" When he thought of this, Fielding burst out into laughter. There was no joy at all in his laughter but traces of sorrow. He was about to strode away. But then he heard a brisk voice chuckling by the roadside. "Why is the formidable paladin Fielding in such wretchedness, walking half naked on the streets in the middle of the night?" Fielding's eyebrows raised, and he glanced coldly at the direction of the voice. He saw a slender figure standing by the roadside, covered in a black cloak, but a golden armor was visible under the cloak. "Ars Lan, why are you standing here sneakily in the middle of the night? Were you especially waiting for me?" Fielding had always disliked those from the dragon tribe. All the while the dragons were considered as an alien race by the people in the Roland continent. Besides that, for over hundreds and thousands of years, the dragon tribe was generally labeled as heretics. He was not sure how, but his lordship Prometheus had managed to make the dragon tribe bow in submission to the temple. But the dragon tribe paladins had always been too arrogant, so Fielding did not like them. "Your Excellency Fielding, you look as if someone just bashed you up." Naturally, Ars Lan would never give up such an opportunity to attack Fielding. Although they were all paladins, the two human paladins and the dragon tribe paladins were always on bad terms in the temple as well as the Holy Knight Regiment. Out of Ars Lan's expectation, the usually stubborn Fielding did not rebut her statement. Instead, he replied softly, "You are right, I was defeated by a man in a duel just now." Ars Lan smiled, "Oh? If I'm not mistaken, it must be the special envoy of Radiant Empire?" Fielding squinted his eyes. "Since you knew this, I assume you must be following us around secretly?" Heretics will be heretics, always doing things in a sneaky manner." Ars Lan suddenly laughed, the look in her eyes was as sharp as needles. She sneeringly said, "Fielding, were you not a paladin of the temple, I would have slain you because of what you just said. But I did not tail after you, I was just carrying out his lordship Prometheus' orders to get in touch with the Radiant Empire's special envoy. I saw you coming out from the palace just now, so I followed you here, that's all." Her gaze deliberately swept up and down across Fielding's body and sneered. "It looks like you have lost really badly." Fielding snorted and replied loudly, "Yes. I've lost, so what?" Ars Lan slowly took a few steps forward and said, "How can one be so arrogant even after being defeated?" Fielding was silent for a moment, then his lips suddenly curved into a smile. "Ars Lan, I know you have always defied me and Augustine. If so, you can go challenge that Radiant Empire's special envoy as you wished. I would like to see if you will end up wretched like me." Ars Lan shook her head, "I'm not going to do such a frivolous thing. Today I'm here to." At this point, she intentionally lowered her voice. Fielding frowned. "What is it?" "2. Ars Lan's voice deepened and blurred. She silently moved a few steps closer, a murderous look flickered in her eyes, "To kill you." Translator's note. 1. The ksanas. There are two measurements of time found in Buddhist scripture, the ksana and the kalpa. Sana is equivalent to 1/75th of a second. A kalpa is an aeon. It is said there are 900 arisings and ceasings within each ksana. Probably the number 900 is not meant to be precise but rather is a poetic way of saying a lot. So 50 ksanas will mean even more things can happen. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 255, A Night Perfect for Assassin. Chapter 255, A Night Perfect for Assassin. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. To kill you. Lan's eyes flickered, and Fielding saw a flash of chilling light. His heart sank, and his body instinctively dodged backward. Fielding landed a few meters away, and he felt a sudden pain at his chest. As he lowered his head, he saw a bloody wound across his chest. The wound cut a half-inch deep into his flesh, and blood was gushing from it. If Fielding had not reacted faster earlier, Lan would have cut him right across his waist. You want to kill me? Fielding pressed hard on his wound and asked, feeling shocked and outraged. Lan had a slender sword in her hand, and blood trickled from the sword's tip. Are you very surprised, Fielding? You did not expect me to kill you? Fielding snorted. Indeed, he did not expect Lan to want to kill him. Though they did not get along well, they were after all paladins of the temple. It did not make sense at all for Lan to kill him. He was not prepared for Lan's surprise attack. Otherwise, with his strength, he would not have been injured by his opponent's sword with just one strike. Unless. Fielding's face suddenly changed, unless she was ordered to do so. Lan studied the changes on Fielding's face and sneeringly asked, why? Have you figured out? Fielding clenched his teeth. Who the hell asked you to do so? Who? Prometheus? Lan pointed her long sword to the ground and slowly closed in on Fielding. There was a slight smile on her beautiful face, but her eyes were cold and murderous. What do you think? Fielding growled, I don't believe it. I don't believe Prometheus would do this. I'm a paladin of the temple. Even if I have sinned, I can only be executed after an open trial by the Elders' Council. TSK 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 TSK. Lan mocked in disdain. Poor fellow. Why are you human paladins so stubborn? Augustine was like that, so are you, fools. Fielding's eyes were burning with rage. Lan, aren't you afraid of the temple's prosecution for doing so? In consideration of my status, do you think you can cover it up if something bad happened to me? Lan chuckled and replied softly, why is there a need to cover up? After you die, Prometheus will publicize the matter as widely as possible. Fielding's heart immediately sank. He pondered for a moment before smiling bitterly. I understand now. Prometheus has always wanted to be a pontiff, but the various Roland kings have objected. Even though Prometheus was extremely powerful in the temple's Elders' Council, he feared that the Elders' Council would sway in the face of the rage of the various Roland kingdoms. If a paladin was found dead in the Sauron kingdom, you would have the pretext to declare war. A paladin who has come officially to the Sauron kingdom to handle religious affairs gets assassinated. Once this happened, the temple and the various Roland kingdoms would be completely estranged. You finally figured it out. Lan gently shook the long sword in her hands. The slender blade writhed supplely like a python. Ha 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 ha. Fielding tossed his head back and laughed, his laughter filled with rage. He stared at Lan and bellowed, despicable. Did Prometheus go berserk thinking of becoming the pontiff? He would stoop so low and carry out such despicable deeds. You and Prometheus are unworthy of the temple. You two are the true culprits plotting against the temple. Lan did not get mad at Fielding's accusation. She sighed and mocked in reply, you are still so stubborn. Right from the start, I'm from the dragon tribe, not a member of the temple. I was only following orders to assist Prometheus. As for Prometheus, as long as he successfully becomes the pontiff, who cares whether or not he is a sinner? Fielding flared in anger. He pressed one hand on the wound across his chest, and the other clenched tight into a fist. Right now, with no weapons in his hands, his armor gone and an injury on his chest, it was not the best time to have a duel with a paladin who was just as powerful as himself. What are you thinking? Lan smiled. Don't think of escaping, Fielding. Did you not realize something weird? She held out a finger and pointed at the wound on Fielding's chest. She then smiled and continued, with your power, you would have had some knowledge in the Light Series spells. The reason you were talking to me for so long is to stop the bleeding from your wound using fighting energy, but after trying for quite some time, has the bleeding stopped? Ha ha. The expression on Fielding's face changed slightly. Indeed, he was secretly using fighting energy to heal the wound since just now. Though he was a paladin, as a man of that rank he roughly knew how to perform the healing Light Series spell. But after trying secretly for so long, not only the wound on his chest did not heal, it was bleeding faster than before. Your sword. Fielding gritted his teeth. Not bad, Your Excellency Fielding. Lan seemed not in a hurry to attack. I knew you had been training hard behind closed doors in the temple, and your power has greatly increased. How could I easily risk my life to fight against you? So to save some effort, I had no choice but to apply some special materials from the dragon tribe on the sword. Fielding sneered, humph. Those from the dragon tribe are indeed despicable heretics. Lan pursed her lips and smiled, her gaze taunting, don't worry. Considering your power, I know it is impossible to kill you directly with poison. Moreover, if you died from poisoning, it will inevitably leave behind some evidence. So, I only applied some dragon saliva on the sword. This thing will only cause your wound to bleed continuously. It's nothing precious, but being a paladin, you will not be able to save yourself with that meager low-level healing spell unless a senior magician comes to your help. Thoughts flashed in Fielding's head like lightning. He abruptly dropped the hand pressing on the wound. Since the bleeding could not be stopped, there was no use covering the wound with his hand. It would be better to fight with both hands. Lan, it's not that easy to kill me. But you can give it a try. Fielding clenched his fists and locked his gaze on the female dragon tribe paladin, a murderous look in his eyes. He was finally able to completely open up his energy field, unlike just now when he was in the Great Hall. Due to the restriction of space in the Great Hall, it was impossible for him to completely release the flames of his fighting energy. But now, out in the open and wounded, he had to fight and win this battle speedily. A burst of fighting energy exploded from Fielding's body like a burning flame. He roared, come on. Very well. Lan thrust her sword forward without hesitation. The strike of her sword glimmered chillingly like a shooting star. Fielding was defenseless with his bare hands, so he immediately hurled a lightsword formed from gathered fighting energy to ward off the attack. Boom! The lightsword shattered, and Fielding instantly retreated. He spread his other hand and a light wave shot toward Lan's direction. Lan sneered and held out one hand. Immediately, a wall of ice appeared in front of her. A loud bang was heard. Fielding seized the moment and continued moving backward. Lan roared, trying to flee? Her figure shot forward at high speed. If the competition between them was solely based on speed, Lan, who also possessed the characteristics of a wind dragon, was slightly above Fielding, especially when Fielding was already wounded. In a haste, Lan pierced Fielding's shoulder with her sword, but she saw the deadly look in Fielding's eyes. You've taken the bait. Suddenly, a fist struck her in the abdomen. The pain was so intense that she started seeing stars. She bent over and moved backward in a flash. Fielding, who was pierced in the shoulder, became even more dauntless, clenching his teeth as he struck his fist once again. Lan had no choice but to counter his blow with her palm. Following a loud bang, intense energy exploded and both of them separated once again. Lan's arms were trembling slightly. That blow just now, Fielding, whom already achieved the peak in strength manipulation at a paladin's level, had the upper hand. But after the impact, the wound on Fielding's chest was bleeding more profusely. Both of them stared at each other and was cautious about launching a second attack. Earlier Fielding had intentionally lured his opponent to stab his shoulder, but now the wound was bleeding profusely. Being stabbed by a paladin was no trivial matter. He was not invulnerable to swords like Rhodey. Besides, not only did Lan's sword pierce through his shoulder, the shattered fighting energy further mutilated his wound. Right now, there was an unbearable pain at his shoulder, and it felt like he could not even raise that arm anymore. On the other hand, Lan was not any better. After that blow right in the abdomen, the pain was so terrible it felt like a storm was churning up the seas in her stomach. Fielding had no choice but to strike again immediately. Right now, there were 2 wounds on his body, both bleeding profusely. The longer he dragged on, the more disadvantageous it would be for him, so he had to take the risk and attack forcefully. Lan understood Fielding's intentions, but she did not want to continue the fight with force. Their strength was almost equal, so if she were to put up a fierce fight, even if she successfully killed Fielding in the end, she herself would definitely sustain serious injuries too. Lan was not willing to pay such a high price. Moreover, she had other plans in mind. The two of them engaged in another fierce battle. Lan, who possessed all 3 characteristics of snow, flame, and wind, decided to use the entanglement tactic. She avoided direct combat with Fielding but utilized her speed to dodge here and there, and occasionally sneaked a few attacks with her sword. 2 shadowy figures surrounded by golden fighting energy engaging in a fierce battle was clearly visible in the darkness of the night. The sounds of fighting energy exploding could be heard frequently, and the intense energy emitted smashed deep pits on the ground. Fielding roared repeatedly, but the wounds on his chest and shoulder kept spurting blood. His upper body was already covered in blots of blood. Lan was extremely cunning. During the battle, she had no intention at all to fight directly with him. The sword in her hand was like a venomous snake striking at Fielding from time to time, causing him to dodge frantically. If Fielding had a sword in his hand, he would not have been afraid of her, but now that he was barehanded, he could not be using his body to ward off her sword, could he? Go to hell! Fielding bellowed and pushed both of his hands forward. An enormous golden light ball suddenly formed between his palms, and a wave of light shot towards Lan. Lan's face changed. She dared not take the blow directly, but instead, she tapped her feet lightly on the ground and leaped into the air. Fielding's light wave missed, passing right beneath Lan's feet. The continuous howling sounded like fierce wind and thunder, and a deep pit was blasted out on the street within 20 meters in front of him. Lan smiled coldly. She then struck a blow with her sword while still in midair. At this point, Fielding had already lost too much blood, his body was starting to feel cold and flaccid. He saw the sword coming down. If it was under normal circumstances, there were naturally lots of ways to ward it off or dodge, but now that he could not even heave a breath from his chest, all he could do was to clasp his palms together. Fielding drew his palms together and clamped Lan's sword between his palm. The sharp blade of the sword sliced through Fielding's palms, and blood trickled from his hands. If it were not because of the protection provided by the paladin's fighting energy, his hands would have been disabled by now. Both of them had exerted their maximum force. They were deadlocked for a moment, their bodies trembling slightly. Lan suddenly sneered and twisted the sword with one hand. The sword's blade, originally clamped between Fielding's palms, suddenly turned horizontally. Fielding felt a sharp pain in his palms. He grunted and finally let go of both his hands, staggering backward. Lan seized the opportunity and delivered a blow to Fielding's chest using her palm. Wham! Her palm, carrying the golden fighting energy of a dragon tribe paladin, landed solidly on Fielding's chest. Though Fielding had the protection of fighting energy, he could not withstand the blow. He grunted as his body was thrown out from the impact, a few chest ribs fractured, and he collapsed on the floor. Lan was panting heavily. During the fight, she too received a few blows from Fielding, especially one which landed on her arm, shattering the armor. If Fielding had not been seriously wounded and weakened due to loss of blood, that arm would have been broken. By now, they had been fighting fiercely for more than half an hour. Fielding's chest, shoulders, and arms sustained several cuts from Lan's sword. He was already bathed in blood. Lan watched as Fielding struggled to get up from the ground. She sneered and asked, "Fielding, are you still not giving up? You can go on and use fighting energy. The more you try to use it, the more you will bleed. Let's see how much more blood you have left." Fielding seemed like he could barely stand. He had always been stubborn and arrogant, so one could imagine his wrath as he was brought to this state by an ambush. He coughed violently, and blood was coughed out from his mouth. The fractured ribs in his chest must have injured his lungs. He was breathing heavily as he said, "Lan, why aren't you attacking anymore? Come again. Let's see if you can successfully assassinate me today, or it will be me, Fielding, who slays the dragon." Lan's gaze was gloomy. She did not expect Fielding, who had no weapons at all, could be so powerful even after her ambush. She had already gone all out just now, but she too sustained some serious injuries. It seemed like his power could not be underestimated, as he was a paladin after all. If she really wanted to kill him, she would need to pay a great price. Fielding sneered, "Are you going to stop now? Or is it because you are exhausted?" "Pooh." Lan wiped off the blood at the corner of her mouth. The blood was the result of several heavy blows she had received earlier. "If you're not going to attack, then it's my turn now." Fielding's eyes glowed with a strange light. Lan had a bad feeling when she saw Fielding's eyes. Sure enough, balls of light suddenly appeared on the floor around the place where Lan was standing. The light balls then floated from the surface of the floor, each about the size of a fist. Fielding struggled to raise his hands. Without warning, he pressed his hands together, making a squeezing motion, and shouted, "Explode!" The light balls, each the size of a fist, surrounding Lan suddenly shot towards her. Dozens of light balls exploded all at once. In the midst of the explosions, Lan held her hands in front of her body, her head bowed and her back arched. The fighting energy surrounding her body immediately expanded. As the sound of explosions gradually diminished and the ashes around her dispersed, she noticed that Fielding, who was previously standing before her, had already escaped. Lan looked at the armor covering her body. It had been damaged beyond recognition following the explosions just now. She snorted in anger and struggled to support her body with her sword as she stood up. She said through clenched teeth, "Damn you, Fielding. I did not expect you to carry out such a cunning act." Lan was far too intelligent to not figure out Fielding's cheap tricks. It dawned on her that when they were engaged in the fight, Fielding had secretly split his fighting energy into dozens of fist-sized light balls and scattered them around Arslan. With his extraordinary ability to control strength, the split external fighting energy did not explode immediately. Instead, they lingered around, remaining dormant, in a calm static state. Arslan did not even notice their presence. The light balls lingered quietly until Fielding triggered them from afar, finally igniting them. He already had this all planned out. No wonder during their fight just now, when she thrust her sword at him, he would sometimes pretend to be unable to dodge when he could have actually evaded the attack. He must have been secretly laying out the traps. He was definitely worthy of his reputation as a prestigious paladin of the continent. Arslan rested for a short while and her breath slowly calmed down. She looked at the direction where Fielding disappeared. The gloom on her face suddenly disappeared and was replaced by a faintly discernible smile. Fielding, oh Fielding, you think you have one? Poof. It is a pity that you think you are smart. Did you really think that I was here to kill you? With your power as a paladin, even if I manage to ambush you, it is not an easy task to kill you. Do you think I, Arslan, would do things that I had no certainty of? Poof. Besides, did you really think what happened tonight was Prometheus' orders? Although he is arrogant and has wild ambitions, how would he dare to simply assassinate the temple's paladin? You humans have always liked to act smart. You would never have expected that I was here to merely hold you back, not to kill you. Naturally, someone would die tonight. But that person would not be you. Humph. There is another person who came with you to the Sauron kingdom. He is my actual target. I assume that now, at that place. They have already succeeded. You and that man are equally important in the temple. No matter which one of you dies, the results will be the same for my plan, just that the process will be much easier. Killing an elder of the temple would definitely be much easier than killing a paladin. As she was thinking, Arslan coughed a few times. She wiped off the bloodstains at the corner of her mouth and looked up into the sky. Tonight, the sky was dark without the moon and stars. Arslan mumbled to herself, tonight is definitely perfect for doing something sneaky. In the dark of the night, the sound of her weak breathing and coughing could be heard, mingled with the sound of her self-satisfied laugh. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 256, Aliens Will Not Be Loyal. Chapter 256, Aliens Will Not Be Loyal. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. It was close to midnight now and a carriage was moving slowly on the streets of the Imperial City. You were in the limelight tonight. Seth, who had been enjoying the view by the window, suddenly said. Rhodey sighed. So what? In the end, I was used by that old fox, the king. His smile was somewhat bitter. I had no choice. After all, I have come to Roland Continent with the aim of causing both sides to fight against each other. The greater the scale of the conflict, the better it will be for us. The king obviously knew our intentions, so we are just using each other. Rhodey felt a bit frustrated. He had defeated a prestigious paladin of the Roland Continent without much effort in tonight's banquet, although before this Rhodey had also defeated several other paladins. This was the first time that he had done so in public. The duel tonight was significant in the sense that it not only forced those Roland kingdoms to draw a clear line between themselves and the temple, and it also showcased his power. After all, the Radiant Empire already had peace talks with the Roland kingdoms, so they were allies from now on. The fact that Rhodey as the special envoy of the Empire had such extraordinary power definitely gave the Roland people a firm determination. These thoughts must be in the king's mind as well. Besides, after the duel just now, the banquet continued even though the paladin and Elder Gu Ming left one after another. The ambassadors from the various Roland kingdoms were obviously more hospitable to Rhodey, coming up to him one after another to show friendliness and court for his support. Once the war began, it would be a great advantage to have the support from a powerful foreign ally like the Radiant Empire. Even though the Radiant Empire could not directly send armies across the Thunder Straits to assist and fight the war, as long as they sent senior warriors like Rhodey, it would have a tremendous effect on the battlefield. Right now, there were no warriors among the Roland kingdoms who could match the paladins. Seth was silent for a moment, then he suddenly laughed. You are indeed unsuitable to deal with such matters. You seemed a bit clumsy when faced with such situations filled with conspiracy and deceit. Rhodey rolled his eyes but he nodded in agreement. You're right. I suppose you are more suitable than me. Suddenly, Seth asked, have you ever thought about what you will do with me when the matters in the Roland continent come to an end? Rhodey laughed and leaned back in the chair lazily. Bring you back, and let Nicole decide what to do with you. Seth pouted. Is there any room for discussion? No. Rhodey replied flatly. Seth scorned. I'm afraid it's for your own sake that you want me to go back. In order to be together with my sister, you can no longer pretend to be the Duke of the Tulip family, am I right? Rhodey replied in a deep voice, and also to let you shoulder the responsibilities that you are supposed to bear. The child in the Queen's womb. As well as your family's burden. And Micah, too? Seth asked Rhodey sarcastically. Rhodey paused for a while before he looked up and stared at Seth, saying in a cold voice, "It's better that you never bring up anything about Micah in front of me ever again. You've hurt her once, I absolutely will not allow you to hurt her for the second time. She's my woman now." Seth looked like he wanted to laugh, but Rhodey added coldly, "In this world, there are some words that should not be said. And there are some things that should not be done. Once you've done it, you will have to bear the necessary responsibilities. Don't think that you can challenge the rules of this world." Seth seemed to be unmoved. "Don't worry, I have no intentions towards Micah." Rhodey suddenly smiled, but his smile was as cold as ice. "It's best that you do not, if you do." His gaze was fixed on Seth's face as he continued in a cold tone, "I will not hesitate to kill you. I definitely will." Though Seth did not usually have much feelings, what Rhodey said managed to send chills down his spine. Seth burst into laughter in an attempt to hide his true thoughts. He pointed at Rhodey's nose and laughed loudly. "Surprise! Surprise! You silly boy have learned to fight over women, ha ha ha." Rhodey did not get mad. Instead, he asked softly, "You don't believe me?" Seth halted his laughter. He took a deep breath and smiled wryly. "I do believe. You aren't the silly little boy whom I've chosen anymore." They sat in silence again, but not for long, as Seth suddenly asked another question. "That Paladin Fielding, you said he has recognized you?" Rhodey nodded. "I think so. It's just that I'm not sure if he will tell the temple about this. I guess." As he was saying this, Rhodey suddenly stopped and the expression on his face changed. He suddenly squeezed towards Seth and opened the carriage's window, saying in a deep voice, "Something is going on out there." "What?" Seth asked curiously. Rhodey fixed his gaze outside the window, and then he closed his eyes, seemingly listening to something, but there was only silence in the surroundings except for the sound of hooves and wheels rolling. "What are you looking at?" "There." Rhodey pointed to a direction outside the window and said in a grave manner, "There's somebody fighting over there. And both are masters. I can feel the fluctuations of energy." "Oh?" Seth suddenly became interested. Rhodey closed his eyes, seemingly trying to sense something. His brows suddenly drew together. It seems like one of them is Fielding. The other one is a bit strange." Seth's eyes lit up. "Fielding? For one to fight with a paladin, his or her strength must be quite good too." Rhodey suddenly yelled, "Stop the carriage!" The carriage came to an abrupt stop, and 2 guards from the Royal Knights came by the window. "Your Excellency Special Envoy, what are your orders?" Rhodey pushed open the door and hopped down the carriage without saying a word. He seemed to look far away with an astonished look on his face. Seth followed Rhodey closely and hopped down from the carriage, smiling. "Since it's strange, we might as well go have a look." "Okay." Rhodey was about to leave, and Seth hurriedly said, "I'll go with you." Rhodey shot a glance at Seth, but Seth smiled. "What if someone comes with intentions to harm me? Do you think I, a weak lady, can fight them off? There is still a long distance to the Summer Palace from here." Rhodey pondered for a moment. Right now, Seth's identity is Miss Nicole. If the temple actually comes after him, these Royal Knights would not have the ability to ensure his safety. Rhodey nodded. The Royal Knights then watched in shock as he held out a hand and grabbed Seth's collar, lifting him up by the collar and leaped forward with a huge step. In just the blink of an eye, they had already gone more than 10 meters away. Rhodey ignored Seth's cries, and he had already run past a few streets in just a few moments. Seth was cursing angrily as he could only hear the wind whistling past his ears, and the houses on both sides moving backward rapidly. Rhodey ran for some time, gradually nearing the city gate. As he was hurrying towards that direction, he suddenly heard a few cries coming from the side. Rhodey abruptly stopped, and a brief cry could be heard coming from an alley behind the piazza on the left. According to Rhodey's experience, it was a cry from a person who was seriously wounded. "Somebody's there." Without waiting for Seth's reply, Rhodey put him down and shouted, "You stay here and don't come near." He then ran towards the direction of the cry. This place seemed a bit remote. Rhodey had just run 2 steps forward when he saw several patrol soldiers of the Imperial City lying on their stomachs with their bodies scattered around haphazardly on the floor, obviously been knocked out by their attackers. Rhodey frowned and quickened his pace. The person in the alley seemed to have heard someone approaching and gave another cry of help. Rhodey saw a bright white light flashed in the originally dark alley, and as he came closer he saw a person lying on the floor. To be exact, it was a corpse. The corpse on the ground was wearing a white robe belonging to the clergy of the temple. The body laid crookedly on the floor, half of it was covered with fresh red blood, and a standard cross-shaped sword belonging to a knight was impaled on his chest. When Rodi came closer, he noticed that this person was someone he was familiar with. It was the temple's elder Gu Ming, whom he had met in the palace earlier tonight. Rodi's face immediately changed. The elder of the temple had just died here. The cry must have been from Gu Ming, as there was no one else here, and the assailants must be still nearby. Struck with such thought, he leaped onto the roof and gazed into the distance. Under the night sky, he could vaguely make out a few figures fleeing far away. Rodi frowned, and as he was about to go after them, he heard a slight noise from the corpse beneath. Rodi immediately jumped down from the roof and saw the supposedly dead Gu Ming opened his eyes suddenly. Rodi bent down and frowned. Elder Gu Ming? Gu Ming seemed to be in a delirious state. He could sense somebody in front of him, but in haste, he must have thought it was the assailants who ambushed him. He suddenly growled and raised his hands. A light ball shot towards Rodi without warning. They were at such a close distance, and Rodi did not expect Gu Ming to suddenly attack him. On top of that, the power of the temple's elder was not weak. The light ball, seemingly a fire faction sorcery, hit Rodi on the chest. Rodi's body jolted. The huge shock forced him a few steps backward. Although he was unharmed, the clothes covering his chest was already charred. Rodi yelled, "Elder Gu Ming, it's me." Gu Ming's eyes were wide open, but suddenly, his body stiffened, his hands dropped, and he was dead. Rodi was shocked. He raised Gu Ming's body and examined it carefully, and found that he was really dead. He then looked around and noticed that there were traces of a fight, but not much. Obviously, it was just a brief fight. Since the power of a temple's elder was not weak, it would take more than one person to kill him, and he was most probably ambushed. "How is it?" Seth's voice rang from behind. Rodi placed down Gu Ming and sighed, "Have a look." Seth glanced at Gu Ming on the floor. His facial expression became weird. It's him?" Rodi smiled wryly. "Seems like another conspiracy. An elder of the temple dying here." Seth's eyes flickered as his thoughts raced. "You're right. He just made an appearance at the palace, and he and the various Roland kingdoms have publicly turned against each other. Then not long after that, he is found dead here. There's a huge problem in this." Rodi replied in a deep voice, "I don't think it's the king. He has no reasons to do this." Seth was deep in thought. You said you could sense that Fielding is battling with someone outside the city. Gu Ming is dead here. Oh no." He suddenly yelled, "We need to leave here fast." "What?" Seth looked somewhat panicked. "Idiot. Leave now." He ran towards Rodi, trying to pull his hands and leave. Sure enough, they heard a loud roar from the intersection. "What have you done?" Fielding had suddenly appeared at the intersection. He was half naked, and his body was covered in blood. There were several wounds on his chest, shoulders, and arms. The ones on his chest and shoulder were especially bad, with blood gushing out profusely. He immediately saw Gu Ming on the floor with a sword impaled in his body, and also Rodi, who was standing beside with bloodstains on him. He suddenly snarled and struck his fist at Rodi. Rodi frowned and pulled Seth aside. Fielding did not pursue to attack but knelt down on the floor and lifted Gu Ming, roaring in rage, "Did you kill him?" He dropped Gu Ming and stood up, glaring angrily at Rodi. "Tulip. Why did you do this?" Rodi sighed, "It wasn't me, I was just passing by." "Do you think I'm blind?" Fielding's mind was in chaos now. A moment ago, he was ambushed by Ars Lan and poisoned by dragon saliva, causing him to bleed profusely. Even though he was powerful, as a paladin he was not skilled in sorcery, so he had to turn back to seek help from Gu Ming, who was an expert in sorcery. And then he saw this scene before his eyes. "There's blood on your body. And the clothes on your chest were charred. Isn't this due to attacks by Gu Ming using sorcery?" Fielding looked as if he could not even stand properly. He had just gone through a fierce battle and was injured badly. On top of that, he had shed too much blood, so he was very weak. He clenched his fists and glared at Rodi. "Why did you do this? Did the Sauron king order you to do so? You've killed Gu Ming to defy the temple. Am I right?" Rodi was not good at handling such situations. He indeed had blood on his body, but this could be easily explained. The problem was with the blow that Gu Ming gave him before he died, thinking that Rodi was one of the assailants. This had made things a bit hard to be explained. When Fielding saw that Rodi did not answer immediately, he growled and lunged at Rodi with golden fighting energy radiating from his body. Right now, Fielding was surging with emotions and was completely controlled by rage. Though the blow was powerful, it did not hit Rodi. As Rodi dodged, he heard a big boom and behind him, a large hole was blasted out of the wall of one of the houses by Fielding. Fielding, listen to me. Rhodey sighed. As he was about to speak, Fielding struggled up from the ruins, roared and charged at Rhodey once again. Rhodey had no choice but to dodge again. A thundering boom was heard as Fielding's fist landed on the floor where Rhodey was previously standing, and a deep pit appeared on the stone floor. I'll kill you. Fielding's eyes were red with anger. He suddenly pressed his palms together, his aura rapidly intensified. Between his palms, a huge light ball was forming at high speed. Rhodey's face changed slightly. Do you want to destroy this place? Just as Rhodey finished his sentence, a huge light ball already shot out from Fielding's hands. The energy ball gathered all of Fielding's power, and Rhodey knew he could not dodge this time because if he did, the street behind him would probably be destroyed by Fielding. His eyes flickered with anger. In the face of Fielding's indiscriminate attacks, his temper started to flare up as well. As the energy ball approached, Rhodey's eyes glinted and he suddenly waved his hand. After a dull thud, the blow delivered by Fielding using all his strength was deflected away by Rhodey without much effort. The energy ball then soared into the sky and disappeared quickly like a meteor in the night sky. Fielding refused to let it off easily and tried to charge at Rhodey again. Rhodey grabbed Fielding's fist and twisted it hard. Fielding howled in pain and collapsed on the floor. He struggled for a few while but in the end, he did not have the energy to move anymore. Rhodey said coldly, Fielding, I did not kill Gu Ming. Fielding did not seem to believe him. Seth, who was standing at the side, suddenly spoke. His voice too was cold. Idiot, if he was the culprit, with his power he could have easily killed you too right now. Why would he need to talk so much nonsense with you? Seth's words were more useful than anything else. Fielding was stunned for a moment after he heard this, and he actually stopped struggling. Rhodey gave Seth a grateful look and sighed. I was passing by this place just now when I saw Gu Ming being ambushed. I wanted to go after the assailants, but then I noticed Gu Ming wasn't dead yet, so I had to delay the chase, but then... He pointed at his chest where the fireball spell had left its mark, smiling bitterly. Gu Ming must have been in a delirious state and thought of me as his assailants, so he gave me a blow. He then recounted in detail about what had happened. He told him about how he ended up here to check things out due to curiosity after he sensed that there was a fight outside the city and the energy waves that were emitted were similar to Fielding's. Rhodey held out his hands and pulled Fielding up. His expression was serious as he said, this was what happened. If you don't believe me, you should consider this properly. I'm from the Radiant Empire. What good does it do to me if I kill Gu Ming? Today at the palace, the king's side and the temple's side have already turned against each other. If I kill Gu Ming at this time, it serves no purpose at all. Besides, I already know that Gu Ming is Mouse's teacher. Why would I do such a thing? Fielding was silent for some time, and finally some trust appeared in his expression. Okay, I got it. His body was still trembling slightly as he walked back to Gu Ming and knelt down on both knees. There was sorrow on his face. Elder Gu Ming, Elder Gu Ming. A murderous look suddenly flashed in his eyes. It must be her. That bitch. And also, Prometheus. It must be them. She ambushed me on the way and at the same time sent someone else to ambush Gu Ming. Fielding paused here and tossed his head back in a wild laugh. Prometheus. Have you become heartless and barbaric just for the sake of becoming the pontiff? How could you so ruthlessly kill Elder Gu Ming? As he was speaking, his breath seemed to get caught in his throat, and his body was swaying dangerously. Rhodey saw this and held out his hand to support Fielding. He frowned and asked, how did you end up with so many wounds on your body? Fielding gasped for breath and his voice was a bit weak. I was ambushed by another dragon tribe paladin of the temple. Prometheus wanted to kill me. The reason is because not everyone in the temple supports the move to declare war on the various Roland kingdoms. If we died here, this would successfully incite hatred in the temple towards the Roland kingdoms. When they are united with hatred, they can. Before he could finish, Fielding was too exhausted, and his body quivered, and he fainted. He had lost too much energy tonight and was seriously wounded. Most importantly, he was poisoned by Lan's dragon saliva, so the wounds on his body could not heal, causing him to shed too much blood. No matter how tough a paladin was, he was after all just a human made of flesh and blood. After losing so much blood, he finally could not cope and passed out. Rhodey sighed. He shook Fielding a few times, but Fielding's eyes remained tightly shut. He frowned and said, it seems like he is seriously wounded. Seth smiled, the expression on his face was as sly as a fox. Why don't you just kill him? Isn't he your rival in love? Are you going to bring him back and let Mouse see him? For all I know, women tend to have a very sympathetic heart. Seth noticed Rhodey's glare and immediately clarified, I'm just joking. He finally stopped smiling and asked in a serious manner, you can bring Fielding back, but what about this guy? He pointed at Gu Ming on the ground. Are you going to bring this corpse back too? Rodi crouched down to examine Gu Ming's wounds and frowned. It must be a sorcerer who ambushed him. When I came in just now, I saw a flash of bright light which belongs to sorcery. But they intentionally impaled a knight's sword in Gu Ming's chest. Obviously, they are trying to frame the Sauron kingdom. Seth smiled bitterly. Don't tell me you're really planning to bring this corpse back. Rodi frowned. If not, what should I do? Seth sighed and gave Rodi a pitying look. You really are incompetent when it comes to political matters. Didn't you hear what Fielding said just now? Not all within the temple supports the declaration of war with the Roland kingdoms. Now, with Gu Ming dead, this will incite hatred within the temple towards the Roland kingdoms. Prometheus can proceed to eliminate the objections within the temple, and both parties can then battle against each other. He suddenly looked at Rodi with a sneer on his face. The purpose of you coming to Roland continent, isn't it to start a war between both parties? Rodi's expression was far from friendly. You mean we should just dump the body here? Seth asked in reply. Do you have better suggestions? Rodi sighed. I can't do that. He gazed at Seth. No matter what, he is Mouse's teacher. I cannot leave his body here like that. Moreover, he suddenly smiled. I've heard of a saying, all that are opposed by the enemy, we shall support. All that is supported by the enemy, we shall oppose. So, I cannot leave Gu Ming's body here. Although I don't have any other reasons, my intuition is telling me that it would be useful by doing so. Rodi ignored the look on Seth's face and lifted Fielding. He then held out one palm. A black flame suddenly rose from his palm. The flame fell on Gu Ming's body and rapidly set it on fire, causing it to melt. Not only Gu Ming's body but also the cross-shaped sword impaled on his body too gradually vanished into the flames. In the end, not even a speck of dust was left. Seth watched Rodi's actions in shock. He suddenly gasped, are you using the Hellfire? He looked at Rodi with a serious expression. How did you know how to use this? His expression was rarely so grave. I've read about it in some legends. Hellfire is not something ordinary. Even if you're a domain master, according to legends, hellfire can only be performed by gods. As a human, even after achieving domain power, it is still impossible to perform the hellfire. Seth looked into Rodi's eyes and asked in a strange tone, You're not a human? His tone was very strange, but he did not seem like he was joking. The temple, atop a misty mountain peak. Beside the main peak on a slightly lower peak, there was a black building. Inside the building, a large hexagram sorcerer ray suddenly flashed, and a person walked out from the sorcerer ray. It was Lan. Lan's face was pale. The armor she was wearing was damaged in several places and there were also holes in her cloak. Are you injured? A cold voice rang from the side. A figure cloaked in black emerged slowly from the corner. He was cleverly hidden in the dark recess of the corner by the black cloak. Even though he was asking, Are you injured? His tone did not sound like he was deeply concerned. Lan's face was as cold as his. Are you hoping that I'm dead as well? That person did not refute her. Instead, he continued calmly, After you left, I've been watching the life clock on the walls. The flames on Lin's and the others have already extinguished. Yours is the only one still burning now. I was waiting to see when will that blow out too. Lan gave a small laugh. The laughter was tinged with a sense of anger. The person asked flatly, Are you angry? Absolutely unnecessary. Although we are both from the dragon tribe, I abide by the agreement. I'm just giving you an advice, don't think that your little trick could fool Prometheus. He's not a person who can be easily dealt with. Though your intentions of planning for the dragon tribe are good, from what I see, you're playing with fire. Lan's tone was sarcastic, so you willingly abide by the agreement and willingly work for Prometheus? Even after you watch Lin and the others die, you are still willing to continue to work for Prometheus? Yes, the person replied lightly. At least I know that by doing this, it will not bring catastrophe to the dragon tribe. A few dead are better than many dead. But I need to correct you a bit, I did not willingly work for him. Lan sneered. Whatever. But I'm telling you, things had been successful for this trip to the imperial city of the Sauron kingdom. That person seemed to sigh and shook his head. He did not continue to refute her but asked softly instead, So are you preparing to go meet Prometheus right now? Yes. Lan moved to the side of the room and started to remove her armor. Even though there was another person in the room, her actions did not slow down. First, she removed her armor, and then her underclothes. Within moments, she was already completely naked. This dragon tribe female paladin not only had a beautiful face, after her armor was removed, a body so perfect that even the creator would gasp in admiration was revealed. She had a slender figure. Her shoulders looked as though it was carved out with a knife. Her torso was tall and straight, and her skeletal framework was evenly structured. She held her plumpy chest up high, without the slightest care about the mocking gaze cast from beside. Her legs were straight and thin, buttocks round and firm, and the skin over her whole body was fine and smooth without any flaws. Lan gazed coldly at the person beside her. Are you done with the gawking? If yes, then bring me my armor now. The person's gaze slowly turned from cold to passionate. There was some obsession in the way he looked at her. He seemingly chuckled when he heard Lan's icy voice. He walked towards her and tried to place his hand on Lan's shoulder. Lan frowned and moved away, and she warned him coldly, if you touch me again, I will kill you immediately. That person took a step back. Though his body and face were hidden beneath a black veil, his eyes could be seen flickering with deep hatred. Finally, he let out a long breath and slowly waved his hands. After a flash of bright light, a set of clothes appeared on Lan's body, followed by a golden armor. There were no changes on Lan's expression after she was covered in clothes, but the look in that person's eyes seemed relieved. Lan drew her brows together and looked at him, saying sneeringly, I'm going to meet Prometheus. She turned and was about to leave, but she suddenly added icily, you'd better not look at me like that next time. It makes me feel so disgusted. If you like it so much, you should take off your own clothes and look at yourself. That person seemingly chuckled and said suddenly, be careful when you meet Prometheus. Something happened when you were not around these 2 days. Oh? Lan halted her steps. That person continued softly, it's Augustine. It seems Prometheus wanted to release him. Although this suggestion has not been passed by the Elders' Council, I think it's just a matter of time before they do. Lan frowned, are they willing to forgive Augustine even though he had committed such a serious crime? That person laughed disdainfully and said in a light voice, Augustine is a paladin after all. They are in need of people now. Although your power is not bad, and Prometheus requires the help of us dragon tribe, but the humans cannot possibly trust the dragon tribe entirely. I heard that the humans have a saying which goes like this, those from an alien race will not have a loyal heart. He paused and looked at Lan smilingly, although these words sound mean, I think they fit you perfectly. You indeed have ill intentions towards Prometheus. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 257, Prometheus. Chapter 257, Prometheus. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The main building of the temple was situated at the peak of the highest mountain. The whole building was built with slabs of huge square stones. The style of the architecture was somewhat similar to those in Sauron. Lan walked across the suspension bridge between the mountains. As she glanced at the hundreds of devoted practitioners and pilgrims down on all fours beneath the flight of stairs, she had a weird feeling creeping in her heart. To her, these poor fellows were as pitiful as ants, perhaps in the eyes of the gods, they were indeed just ants. The people who were praying on all fours saw Lan and recognized her as a noble paladin of the temple through her clothing. They chanted loudly pious praises, keeping their heads bowed as they dared not to look at Lan directly. Even though she had seen this scene many times, Lan still could not help but look up at the temple erected at the top of the stairs when she passed by these people as she walked up the steps. Perhaps the feeling of being worshipped by millions of people was not bad after all, and Prometheus who stood in the temple above every day overlooking all these beneath, this must be how it felt like to be a god. After climbing a total of 100 steps, there was a huge platform. Across the platform, further up was the restricted area of the temple. During normal days, unless the chief elder called for a meeting, only the top-level clergies like members of the Elders' Council, saints and paladins could go up there. Although there were no guards around when Lan passed by this place, she absolutely did not think that the temple's restricted area had no defenses as it seemed. Despite not sensing any murderous aura and fluctuations of sorcery energy, every time Lan walked past this place, she could intuitively sense some danger. She quickened her pace and walked across the platform, continuing up the steps. The main building of the temple had several levels. The first level was a very magnificent great hall. The great hall was supported by 24 huge, beautifully carved pillars. The carvings on the pillars were from an unknown age, the designs and characters on it were beyond recognition. There were also some strange symbols which seemed like a kind of writing. Below each huge pillar was a 2-meter-high bronze stand which held candles made from butter. Though the flames were kept burning throughout the year, the overly spacious hall still looked somewhat dim. At the center of the great hall was a 13-step staircase. On top of the stairs was a faintly visible lone figure. The figure was not tall, but in the eyes of many, he was too superior beyond reach. His white robe seemed a bit worn out, but it still looked luxurious and sacred on him, emitting a dignified aura. His long black hair was simply tied at the back of his head with a silk ribbon, and his face. His face was covered with a mask made of pure silver from the nose upwards, only his mouth was revealed. The two lips were gently pursed together and slightly curved upwards, which made him look like he was forever smiling. As Lan was studying him, she could sense a solemn glare from above. She immediately bowed her head and said loudly, "Your Excellency Prometheus, did you summon me?" "Yes, Lan." Although Prometheus seemed like he was already 60 or 70 years old, his voice did not sound old but was instead gentle and pleasant to the ear. His tone was calm but grave. "I suppose you've brought me some extraordinary news. Am I right?" The gaze came from behind the mask and lightly swept across Lan, and she immediately felt a heavy sense of pressure. Although this was not the first time she met Prometheus, every time she met this mysterious legendary man chosen by the gods, she would always feel as though she was being crushed by a mountain. Prometheus' eyes seemed like he could look through everything. For a fleeting moment, Lan actually felt panic rising in her heart. "Yes, Your Excellency." Lan dared not raise her head. She could still feel his gaze lingering on her, so she bowed and continued, "I acted under your orders to go to Sauron's imperial city. I've met the special envoy from the Radiant Empire and he was willing to accept your summon. He will come to the temple to meet you when the time is suitable." Prometheus' figure flickered under the dim lights of the Great Hall. His voice then came lightly from above. "The special envoy of the Radiant Empire, what is he like?" Lan sighed, "Your Excellency, I can only say that he is very powerful. His power was so strong that I'm not his match. If you're really curious about his power, I think His Excellency Augustine knows better than me." Prometheus seemingly chuckled. His tone, though calm, had a hint of warning in it. "You don't have to remind me about Augustine's issues. The Elders' Council will make a fair decision." Lan frowned. "Your Excellency, when I was coming back, something else happened." She seemed like she could not withstand Prometheus' imposing manner and kept her head bowed, continuing in a deep voice, "At the Sauron Palace, His Excellency Paladin Fielding had a duel with that special envoy from Radiant Light Empire. Unfortunately, Fielding was defeated in the end. The King of Sauron has wild ambitions, and the other Roland Kings too seem ready for actions. I was thinking. Enough." Prometheus calmly stopped Lan and said in a light voice, "I'm not concerned about those things." The expression on Lan's face was hesitant. She deliberately sighed and said, "It's a pity that His Excellency Fielding was defeated by the Radiant Empire's special envoy. The Roland Kingdoms are now more determined to rebel. And I'm afraid it won't be easy for Elder Gu Ming and His Excellency Fielding to deal with matters regarding Black Veil's apostasy in the Sauron Kingdom." Prometheus was silent for a moment. Lan stood there with her head bowed, waiting for the voice above. But after a while, Prometheus suddenly said softly, "Lan, you're one of the few clever ones I've met in the Dragon Tribe." He sighed suddenly, "This was why I've chosen you among others of the Dragon Tribe to come with me to the temple. It's a pity that..." His tone gradually became gloomy, "You've never really understood my intentions." Lan's heart pounded, but she remained silent. Prometheus continued lightly, "Use your intelligence in the right place. Lan, do not try to provoke me. I think the chief of your dragon tribe must have warned you before regarding this." "Your Excellency, I don't understand what you mean." Lan felt uneasy, but she replied humbly. Prometheus gave out a soft sigh, "I hope you will remember this. I'm a man of my word. Because of the agreement, you and your people from the dragon tribe were forced to support me, but I will keep my promise. When this matter comes to an end, the agreement which was chained to the heads of the dragon tribe for thousands of years, I will seal it up forever." Lan's lips curled into a sneer, but she bowed her head low, so it was impossible for Prometheus, who was standing above, to see her expression. She spoke in a solemn and respectful tone, "Thank you for your kindness." "Kindness?" All of a sudden, Prometheus laughed. His laughter was filled with mockery. "You're wrong, I'm not a kind person. Although I decided to forgive your sin this time, I will not allow this to happen again." "Your Excellency, I still don't understand what you mean." Lan frowned. Prometheus seemed like he did not want to continue any further. He stated lightly, "All you have to do is remember what I said." Lan stood for a while and realized that Prometheus did not seem interested to continue the conversation. She felt a growing sense of oppression under his gaze. This pressure made Lan feel icy cold from head to toe, and deep in her heart, she had a strong urge to run. She could not help but raise her head and glanced at Prometheus, who was standing high above. The figure up there stood in loneliness, and it was empty in here without another person in sight. Under the ominous pressure, Lan panicked, and a thought which frightened herself popped up in her mind: he is now less than 20 steps away from me. If I go all out and strike him with my sword, I might be able to kill him. When this ruthless thought came to her mind, Lan herself was terrified. But deep inside her heart, there was a faintly discernible voice which enticed her, telling her to give in to the temptation of this thought. She had the power of a paladin. If she suddenly attacked now. But then Lan felt chills running down her back, and she immediately forced herself to dismiss this tempting idea. Prometheus' voice came from above. Lan, next time after you've killed someone, remember to remove the traces completely. If you can't even learn this, I will be very disappointed with your intelligence. Lan suddenly froze. A frightening thought came up in her mind. Does he know already? He. Prometheus' smile looked somewhat warm. You don't have to be afraid. I've already decided to forgive you for acting without authorization. Lan bit her lower lip subconsciously. She then made up her mind and asked, Your Excellency, what are you trying to say exactly? If you're doubtful about my actions, please send His Excellency Augustine or His Excellency Fielding to complete the task in place of me instead. Prometheus seemingly smiled, and he spoke with a mocking tone. Augustine? Do you really wish for him to be released from confinement? As for Fielding, Lan, do you think Fielding will still come back after what you've done in Sauron's Imperial City? Lan was immediately lost for words and cold sweat broke out from her forehead. She gritted her teeth and looked up, but as she was about to say something, Prometheus waved his hand and spoke again. There were no traces of anger in his voice. I just want you to understand that paladins are valuable assets of the temple. I've already lost Augustine, and your stupid move caused the loss of another trustworthy warrior of the temple, although... He seemed to have thought of something. Although your actions did have some effects, if only such a meager result was obtained in exchange of a paladin's loyalty, it makes me feel very dissatisfied. His words struck Lan hard like a hammer hitting on her heart. Her body involuntarily trembled, and she asked in a hoarse voice, Your Excellency, you already knew? Prometheus sighed. The relationship between me and Gu Ming is not as simple as you think. Before he died, he sent me a magical seal. The pair of eyes behind the mask stared at Lan intensely. Although there were rumors saying that one of his eyes was blind, his gaze was as sharp as a blade. If it was not because I need your ability now, the dragon tribe will suffer a great calamity due to your foolishness. Lan plucked up her courage and asked, Is that so? Your Excellency. But what I did will undoubtedly be of great benefit to you. Some in the Elders' Council has always been against war, and now with this incident as a trigger, the opposing voices will soon vanish. Isn't this what you're hoping for? Prometheus was silent for a moment before he continued slowly. You are well aware of this, which was why you dared to do so. You knew that even if I find out what you did, I will not punish you severely, isn't that so? Lan did not say anything because she knew Prometheus was not finished yet. Sure enough, Prometheus continued, I did hope that the opposing voices will vanish, but if the price of that is losing a trustworthy great warrior, then I will not be happy about that. And you, Lan, after Augustine was imprisoned and now if Fielding is also forced to apostatize, I'm afraid this is the situation you're hoping to see. Do you really think that, by getting rid of the 2 human paladins, this will be of great benefit to your dragon tribe? Or do you think that after losing the only 2 human paladins, I will have no other choice but to depend on you? Lan remained silent. She had no idea what to say now. Prometheus had completely spoken out her true thoughts with such a casual tone. Yes. Augustine was already imprisoned for committing a great sin, and after Gu Ming's death, Fielding would have believed what she said, thinking that Prometheus wanted to get rid of him. If so, Fielding would have apostatized just like Black Veil Saint. The only 2 human paladins had collapsed, so the only person Prometheus could rely on from now on was her, Lan. The Dragon Tribe and the Temple were never true friends. Strictly speaking, the relationship between Dragon Tribe and the Temple should be enemies. Thousands of years ago, during the era of war between gods and demons, the Dragon Tribe had betrayed the gods. They were subdued after being defeated, and an agreement between the Dragon Tribe and the gods had been passed down since ancient times. The terms of the agreement were very simple. Firstly, the Dragon Tribe must stay in their own territory and never ever step out from their territory. Secondly, whoever possessed this agreement could request the Dragon Tribe to do anything. Nobody knew how Prometheus got a hold of this agreement, but one day he came to the Dragon Tribe's territory alone, bringing with him this agreement, and from then on, he got the support of the Dragon Tribe. Putting the agreement aside, the Dragon Tribe and the Temple were archenemies. You are indeed intelligent, Lan. Prometheus sighed. How smart of you to be able to think of using this opportunity to weaken the Temple's strength. You caused me to lose an elder and a paladin at once. But too bad you're not a human after all, so no matter how hard you learn, you won't be able to master the scheming and conspiracy tactics of the humans. Prometheus paused and gave out a light laugh. Lan, you should feel lucky. You're a paladin, so I will not punish you for now as I still need to utilize your ability. But just this once. If next time I find you doing something smart again, I will let you experience a special emotion of the human beings, regret. Lan knew it was useless to say anything now, so she bowed and waited for Prometheus' final decision on her punishment. It suddenly occurred to her that, perhaps what that guy said just now did make some sense. Prometheus was definitely a person whom she could not easily deal with. Your Excellency, what's your decision? Lan's voice was deep and heavy. Prometheus replied lightly, now that you've done it, regardless of it being right or wrong, at least reduce its negative effects to the minimum. If Fielding truly apostatizes due to your presumptuous act, well, I hope that you will be fully responsible for this matter. What do you mean? Kill him. Prometheus' voice was emotionless. If Fielding apostatizes and joins our enemies, then kill him. Since his ability cannot be of use to us anymore, then we must not let our enemies have his assistance too. Okay, I will take care of this matter. Lan seemingly heaved a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, Prometheus' voice gradually became cold. Although I will not condemn you for your actions, in order to express my discontent, a little punishment for you is necessary. As he was saying, he slowly held out his palm. A greenish flame suddenly appeared on his palm, and the flame shot towards Lan at high speed. Lan clenched her teeth and forced herself to refrain from dodging or resisting. She knew Prometheus only wanted to deter her and did not intend to take her life. The green flame went straight at Lan's face. Immediately, she grunted, and her body trembled. Obviously, the pain on her face was excruciating, but she endured it with her strong willpower. The green flame shot by Prometheus came and went quickly. It retracted after brushing slightly on Lan's face. Lan's face was disfigured. Her lips turned purple from biting, but she dared not make a single sound. Her originally beautiful face now had a deep burn mark on the left cheek. The burnt flesh was gnarled, and it looked extremely ugly and scary. I know that with your ability, this kind of scar might be painful, but your face will return to its normal appearance within less than half a day. But my punishment for you is not only this. Prometheus said coldly, I order you to not heal your face using any method within a month. I want you to carry this scar on your face and work for me. At the same time, this scar will remind you what are the things that you can do, and what are the things that you should not even think about. Lan trembled in pain. She had no idea what kind of sorcery Prometheus used to produce the green flame. Though it just brushed slightly on her face, the excruciating pain was as if the flame was not only burning her flesh but also vigorously burning her soul. The pain did not only come from her body, but it was the pain of the soul burning in a conflagration. The pain went deep into her bones. She knelt down on one knee and clenched her teeth. I will bear in mind every single word you said today, Your Excellency. She paused, and her voice trembled as she continued, I will bring you Fielding's head within a month. Prometheus seemed tired. He waved his hand carelessly, signaling that Lan could leave now. After the injured female paladin walked out from the Great Hall, Prometheus was still standing there alone. He glanced at the empty Great Hall and mumbled, why is it that in this world, there are so many seemingly intelligent people who always do stupid things? He slowly turned and walked towards the door at the back. Behind the door was a spiral staircase, and his lonely figure went up the stairs. After walking for some time, he finally reached the top of the stairs. This was an open-air round-shaped rooftop. It seemed to be the highest point of the temple's whole building. His hair was blown up high by the strong, cold wind at the peak. He stood beside the rooftop's golden rail, and let his long robe flutter in the wind. Looking beneath, he could see the scattered devoted practitioners on all fours below the temple's steps, looking up and praying to the temple. Though they were so far away, Prometheus was certain that right now, they must be muttering words of praises to the gods. Pathetic and naive people. The supreme leader of the temple at present, the authority figure of the divine religion of the whole Roland continent, was currently sighing and speaking in a strange tone. Do you all think that God will truly pity you? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 258, Setsphere. Chapter 258, Setsphere. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. I'll kill you. Kill you. Kill you. Fielding, who was currently in a coma, yelled in a hoarse, stifled voice. He suddenly shouted, ah, and sat up on the bed. His forehead was covered with sweat, and his previously naked upper body was wrapped in bandages. He just woke up from a nightmare, sitting up abruptly and violently. This abrupt action caused him to feel extreme pain all over his body as if his bones were falling apart. He grunted, everything went black and he collapsed again. It then came to his realization that he was lying on a soft, large bed in a clean and comfortable room. The bloodstains on his body were already cleaned up. The wounds on his chest, shoulder, and arm too had been dressed. The wounds which were poisoned by Lan using dragon saliva had stopped bleeding. Fielding, how do you feel? Rhodey's voice came from the bedside. Fielding struggled to turn his head and he immediately saw Rhodey sitting at the bedside, his expression gloomy. Thank you. Fielding felt bitterness in his mouth, and he gave Rhodey a wry smile. Thank you for rescuing and bringing me back. Rhodey sighed, don't talk too much. Your wounds seem a bit strange, so it took us a great deal of efforts to finally take care of it. Fielding smiled bitterly, was it her who treated me? Is she here? Rhodey was silent for a moment, a smile then spread across his face, yes. Mouse commented that your wounds are somewhat odd. A strange force was stopping it from healing and at the same time accelerating the bleeding. Initially, we tried several healing spells, but they were not effective. Luckily Mouse was here. Fielding lay there, his eyes stared at the ceiling and mumbled, yes, Lan said that only those with advanced sorcery skills can handle this dragon saliva. My original plan was to go back and seek Gu Ming's help. He stopped here, and there was sorrow on his face. Fielding glanced at Rhodey and explained, Gu Ming was not only a person whom I respected. At the same time, he was also my godfather. Fielding paused and sighed, Mouse, does she know already? Rhodey looked grave. He nodded and sighed, she's probably hiding in her room crying now. I think we should leave her alone for now. Fielding shook his head helplessly. Yes, Mouse was apprenticed to Gu Ming since young, I guess her mood now must be. Suddenly, a cold voice came from the door, what about my mood? As soon as the voice rang, Mouse already appeared through the door and walked towards them. She was again wearing her iconic black veil. Her expression was cold, and she was once again the powerful, cold and arrogant Black Veil Saint. She was holding a silver bottle in her hands, and she walked up to Fielding saying coldly, this is the holy water. Now that you are awake, drink it. She paused, and then added coldly, your external injuries are healing well, but if you do not wish to become crippled, you better don't move and lie here for these 2 days. When she finished speaking, Mouse placed the bottle at the bedside and turned around to leave without saying another word. Fielding suddenly shouted, Mouse, sorry. Mouse trembled, and she turned to look at Fielding with a complicated expression. A painful look set across Fielding's face. It was all my fault. I should have been at Gu Ming's side, if it was not because I left in anger after the duel, Gu Ming would not have been left alone. I came to Sauron with Gu Ming to protect him, but... Tears trickled down from the eyes of this strong, tough man, and he suddenly tugged his hair forcefully. Mouse's expression changed. She glared at Fielding and spoke through gritted teeth, Fielding, you should know how tense the situation is in the whole Roland continent. The relationship between the temple and the kingdoms is like a time bomb. In this situation, a small spark is enough to bring about a huge explosion. But you... Mouse. Rhodey abruptly stopped her in a low voice, his expression grave as he said, enough. Mouse looked at Rhodey with deep sorrow. The expression on her face made Rhodey's heart ache. He sighed and held Mouse's hands, saying softly, now is not the time to talk about this. Why don't you go out first? I need to talk to Fielding. After Mouse left, it was only Fielding and Rhodey again in the room. Tulip, what do you want to talk to me about? Fielding was slightly calmer now. Rhodey pondered for a moment before he grabbed a chair and sat at the bedside. He looked into Fielding's eyes and said in a serious manner, what are you going to do right now? Fielding's gaze seemed confused. He then closed his eyes and shook his head lightly, I don't know. Rhodey sighed, you haven't thought about it yet, but I have some ideas. Rhodey paused and continued in a low voice, since Prometheus is now trying to get rid of you to come up with an excuse for war, you certainly can't go back to the temple anymore. Even if you go back, do you think you can testify against him? Although you're a paladin, to be honest, I think that you're far behind Prometheus at plotting and scheming tactics. If you go back, you will die. I can even guess that if you go back, you won't live long enough to the day of testifying against him publicly at the Elders' Council. Moreover, even if you tell the truth, will they believe you? After a long silence, Fielding replied bitterly, no, they will not believe me. He shook his head, not only would no one believe this, even I myself did not believe that he would be so ruthless. As he was saying this, Fielding suddenly looked curiously at Rhodey and said in an unfriendly tone. Why? Are you trying to draw me over to your side? Who are you representing? Sauron King or your Radiant Empire? There was a slight hostility in his tone. Rhodey immediately shook his head and denied, of course not. I know you are not a person with wavering faith. Even though you are estranged from Prometheus now, I believe you will not betray the temple. Fielding replied with silence, he was admitting it. After a long pause, Fielding slowly replied, Prometheus is Prometheus, the temple is the temple. I, Fielding, as a paladin, will never ever betray the temple. I've already made up my mind, no matter if it's to avenge Gu Ming's death or for the temple's safety, I must think of a way to get rid of Prometheus. His tone was calm, but Rhodey could clearly feel the cold, murderous intentions hidden in his words. Rhodey suddenly laughed. In fact, he felt strange about his reaction. At this moment, how could he still laugh? Or maybe, Rhodey had changed slightly. Fielding, I admire you very much, but at the same time I sympathize with you. Rhodey's tone was somewhat somber. There was some self-mockery in the way Rhodey spoke. A long time ago I was a fool who knew nothing and understood nothing. In my heart, I thought that everything in this world could be simply distinguished as good and evil. I had always strictly abided by the so-called principles in my heart, but now I don't think like this anymore. He suddenly stood up and looked at Fielding lying on the bed, slowly asking, have you ever thought that in this world, there are many things that cannot be so easily differentiated? What is evil? What is good? What is right? And what is wrong? These things cannot be simply measured according to the standards in your heart. He smiled faintly and continued, at first I didn't understand any of these, but when I first fought on the battlefield, I was a passionate young man. I naively thought that I can use my sword and my burning passion to defend my empire's dignity. But, the first thing I was forced to do on the battlefield, was to kill the defenseless civilians of my empire with a sword in my hands. Rhodey's expression was a bit sad. If according to the original standards in my heart, I will definitely not do such things. Those civilians were forced by the Great Moon Kingdom to be their spies. From the point of view of the Empire's law, they had committed treason, so they were evil. But according to their own standards, they were just trying to survive. At that time, I thought that as a proud warrior, my sword was supposed to kill ferocious enemies, not to be used against defenseless civilians. Fielding's expression slightly changed. So what did you do? I ordered the killing of those civilians who committed treason. Although I pitied them in my heart, although I knew that they did this to save their loved ones who were kidnapped by the Great Moon Kingdom, I had no choice but to give my first killing order in my life. Rhodey's expression was calm. Fielding suddenly felt that the Duke of the Tulip family who was standing in front of him right now, was so calm that it seemed somewhat terrifying. Rhodey suddenly laughed. Because I knew that if I don't kill these civilians, the morale of my army will collapse. Lax military rules, irregular orders, how is this kind of army capable of fighting against the coyote in the battlefields? If the army collapsed, then more people will die. Rhodey sighed, executing civilians, if according to the standards of a warrior, it is wrong to do so, but as a commander, this act is inevitable. Can you say clearly whether what I did was right or wrong? Rhodey glanced at Fielding. Fielding was silent for a moment. He then sighed and replied, I don't know. Rhodey smiled lightly, that's right, till now I myself don't know if what I did was right or wrong, but the outcome was pretty good. I stabilized my army's morale, and the Empire won the war at the Northwest battlefield, saving the losing situation at the Northwest. Rhodey's gaze fell on Fielding's face. Similarly, this principle can be used on Prometheus. According to your standards, it is wrong for him to kill you and Gu Ming. It is a despicable act to achieve his goal by all means. But if according to Prometheus' standards, he is doing this to unite the temple against the enemy and to unify the voices of the Elders' Council. If he succeeded, then he will probably become the second pontiff in the temple's history. He could even build the first empire with a unified religion. If he really succeeded, people will only remember his great achievements. Who would remember the unscrupulous tactics he used to achieve this? Fielding's face slightly changed. You mean you hope that I will not go find Prometheus for revenge? No. This is not what I meant. Rhodey shook his head and smiled helplessly. To be honest, the person who wants Prometheus dead the most right now is me. His tone gradually became serious and his expression grim. The more I deal with this chief elder of the Elders' Council, the more I feel that this person is terrifying. Mouse has told me before about some of his experiences. I have to admit that he's the most terrifying opponent I've ever met in my whole life. No matter when it comes to scheming, strategies, or his measures and wisdom, he is the best of the best. He smiled bitterly. I even have a weird feeling that, as long as this person is still alive, even if all the Roland kingdoms form a union, they are still no match for the temple. He suddenly mumbled to himself, although the Sauron King too has great talents and bold visions, compared to the mysterious Prometheus, he is nevertheless not his match. Isn't that what you're hoping for? Fielding could not help but reply to Rhodey sarcastically, isn't Radiant Empire hoping that we Roland kingdoms fight against each other? The bigger the fight, the better it is? Rhodey actually nodded, you're right. This is exactly the reason I came to Roland. According to our Empire's standards, internal strife in the Roland continent will only bring benefits to us, but what we hope more is that the losing side in this internal strife is not the Sauron kingdom. Because if the Roland kingdoms lose, with Prometheus' ability, he might be able to truly unify the Roland continent in just a few years' time. So you wish that the temple will lose? Fielding asked coldly. No. Rhodey suddenly smiled. I do not wish for the temple to lose, I hope that Prometheus will lose. You yourself said just now, the temple is the temple, Prometheus is Prometheus. Fielding was a bit nervous when he saw the smile on Rhodey's face. He asked in a hoarse voice, okay, you've told me a lot, but what exactly do you want to say? You're really stubborn. Rhodey sighed. You're as persistent and stubborn as I used to be. And refuse to be flexible. He smiled. Maybe it's because of this that I like you. So now you've become despicable and shameless? Fielding asked angrily. No. Rhodey's face was a bit sad. I indeed have changed, but this is because I've seen too much death. Seen too many close comrades dying in front of me. Both were silent for a moment. A strange atmosphere pervaded the air. The two, who originally had different stands, suddenly felt a sense of appreciation for each other. Fielding sighed and his expression softened a little. Okay. Duke of the Tulip family, tell me your true intentions. Go back to the temple. Fielding was shocked by what Rhodey said. Go back to the temple? Do you really think so? Didn't you just say that it's dangerous for me to go back now? In order to silence me, Prometheus will definitely find a way to kill me. Exactly, because of this, you have to go back to the temple. Rhodey said lightly, of course if you stay here, I can confirm that you will be very safe, but I don't think you would like to stay here in any way, isn't that so? Fielding was silent. Indeed, Rhodey was correct. No matter what, Fielding would not want to stay here with the Duke of the Tulip family. Fielding was very loyal to the temple, so he was not willing to betray the temple and stay with an infidel. At the same time, because Mouse was also here, Fielding, who was proud and arrogant, would definitely not want to stay here. You go on. Fielding sighed. Rhodey nodded. You must go back to the temple, because if Prometheus wants to get rid of you, he has to assassinate you in secret because you're a paladin of the temple. After killing you, he will then put the blame on King Sauron, just like Gu Ming's death. This is the only way for him to kill you. As such, you have to go back and stay at the temple. Prometheus will not have any chance to do anything to you under the scrutiny of so many people in the temple. Also, you have to keep silent. You cannot publicly fall out with Prometheus, nor can you testify against his crime. Rhodey sighed. I know it is hard for you to do so, but if you want to avenge Gu Ming's death, this is the only way. Fielding was quiet. Obviously, he was struggling deep inside his heart. And then, when the opportunity comes, you get rid of Prometheus. Rhodey's tone was murderous. Regardless whether it's a public duel or murder, assassination, use whichever method you like. You have the power of a paladin. No matter how powerful is Prometheus, he is only a sorcerer. As the chief elder of the Elders' Council, it is impossible for him to kill you himself. The remaining strength he could use now, one is Augustine, but he definitely will not carry out this kind of deed, so the remaining one will be ours, Lan. I believe with your power, as long as you're careful to avoid being ambushed by her, it should not be a problem. Kill him. Fielding's eyes flashed. It shouldn't be impossible to find the opportunity since both of us are in the temple, and during internal senior meetings, there are usually no guards around. If I suddenly attack, it's not impossible at all, but if I suddenly kill him before exposing his true colors, then wouldn't I become a sinner? Do you care about this reputation? Rhodey sneered. This is what I was discussing with you just now. You're measuring standards. You said, sinner? What is a sinner? Compared to Prometheus, who among you two is a sinner? Yes, if you suddenly kill Prometheus, in the eyes of others, you, Fielding, is a sinner who betrays the temple. But in the long run, you've gotten rid of a person with wild ambitions who will endanger the temple. Rhodey paused and gave Fielding a meaningful look. The key lies in which standards you use to measure this in your heart. Rhodey looked at Fielding, who was silent, and added coldly, I do not want to hide from you. The reason I wish that you would do this is because it's in the interest of our Radiant Empire. You are free to think that I have no good intentions. So, Fielding, tell me your answer now. His eyes bored into Fielding's, as sharp as a blade, and there was only silence in the room. In the garden of the summer palace, flowers bloomed. Although now it was not spring when all flowers bloomed, as the king's summer palace, flowers which bloomed during this season were planted in the garden. The fragrance of flowers floated in the air, and clothing fluttered. A slender figure gently walked past the bundles of purple and red. This person was wearing an extravagant imperial dress, and her blonde hair was tied up at the back of her head, revealing her beautiful face. Her gaze swept around lightly. She looked peaceful with a faint smile on her face, casually taking in the beauty of the garden. She held out her slender fingers and plucked a flower, playing it with her fingertips. Her smile deepened, and the colors of the flowers in this garden paled in comparison to her enchanting smile. But, in contrast to this scene of beauty and flowers, a hoarse voice speaking in a strange tone rang. "Seth, is this plan your idea?" Old Mark strode forward from behind. He took a glance at a window on a distant pavilion and laughed softly. "That fellow must be persuading Fielding now, following your suggestions." The stunning beauty suddenly sighed. She turned around and looked at old Mark, shaking her head and sighing. "My dear old Mark, you are such an unromantic person. Discussing plots and schemes in such a beautiful environment, don't you think you're spoiling the atmosphere?" Old Mark dismissed his words. He then imitated Seth by plucking a flower and sniffed it hard with his nose, smiling wryly. "Hell, the fragrance here is so strong. I don't understand why the Sauron royals love this kind of garden. Is there some problem with their noses?" He paused for a while and laughed, ignoring Seth, who was rolling his eyes. "Do you think that fellow can persuade Fielding?" Seth was stunned for a moment, twisting a flower petal between his fingers. He then replied lightly, "Who knows? This is not what I should be concerned about. I'm just in charge of giving him ideas. Whether or not he could realize my plan is not my problem." Old Mark suddenly laughed. "To be honest, I'm curious about one thing. According to the kind of person you are, the plan you have in mind is somewhat unpresentable, even a bit despicable. You are duping Fielding to work for you. How did you persuade that silly lad to agree with this kind of plan? This doesn't seem to fit his behavior. According to his character, he wouldn't have agreed to do so." Seth's expression froze for a moment, then he smiled and said, "I didn't put much effort into persuading Rhodey. In fact, we just had a discussion last night. I told him about my plan, but at that time he left without saying a word. And then this morning, he suddenly agreed." Old Mark seemed a bit surprised. "Oh? Seems like our silly lad finally understands the true meaning of those who wish to accomplish great things should not be restricted by trivial matters." Seth suddenly glanced at old Mark. "My dear old Mark, I think from now on, we should not call him silly lad anymore. At least from what I see now, he is not that naive young man that he was before." He suddenly lowered his voice, as though mumbling to himself. "I don't know why, but recently the more I get in contact with him, the more I have a growing fear of him. This is really strange. I feel that this guy, Rhodey, seems somewhat dangerous." "Oh?" Old Mark immediately became interested. "You're feeling scared? There's finally human emotion inside you? This is good news." Seth did not answer. The scene in which a black flame appeared on Rhodey's palm the other night suddenly popped back in his mind. The legendary hellfire which could burn and devour everything in this world. A tinge of uneasiness flashed across his face. And he remembered himself unconsciously commented, "Not human." Seth's feelings were complicated. He could not help but said, "Good news? Not necessarily." There was a sudden hubbub of noises outside the garden. In the midst of the noises were the anxious voices of the royal knights guarding outside. "Your Highness, you. According to the orders of His Excellency the Special Envoy, no one is allowed into the Summer Palace without his permission. His Majesty the King has also agreed with his request. You." A majestic bellow was then heard, "Get out of the way." Immediately, a burly figure appeared at the entrance of the garden. The expressions of the two royal knights at the side were awkward and anxious. A figure who was one head taller than Seth stood in between the two knights. She was wearing an extravagant long robe, her hair hanging loosely at the back of her head and a ribbon was tied around her forehead. The size of the robe was obviously tailored to fit her large size, but it still seemed a bit too tight for her. Even more astonishing was that this woman was wearing at her waist a huge sword which only the most ferocious warrior would use. However, this large weapon worn on her looked like a tiny toy when compared to the size of her body. "Royal Consort Rhulan?" Rhulan immediately saw Seth among the flowering shrubs. Her eyes, which were squeezed into two slits by the flesh on her face, glittered brightly. She gave out a few sharp giggles and charged forward zealously. Seth's originally tranquil expression immediately looked as if he was slashed by a knife. When compared to the not-human Rhodey, this royal consort was way more terrifying than Rhodey. Rhulan already came in front of Seth and she totally ignored old Mark standing at the back. She looked as if she was preparing to give Seth a bear hug, but luckily Seth managed to take a step back, forcing the royal consort to give up this rare opportunity to kiss the beauty. She held out a huge palm and held Seth's hands, ignoring the expression on Seth's face. She then made an effort to make her rough voice sounded more feminine, laughing charmingly and saying, "Miss Nicole, are you enjoying the flowers here alone? Why don't you let me join you? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 259, Garden Encounter. Chapter 259, Garden Encounter. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Seth was startled. He pulled his hand from her gigantic palm with great difficulty. Retreating 2 steps, he said with a forced smile, "Your Highness, why are you free to come here today?" An evil thought popped up in his mind, both being the wives of their country's leader. Why is it that our empire's queen is so beautiful and charming, but the royal consort here is so scary? Or perhaps, by marrying such a daughter to the king, the senior prime minister had ill intentions towards him. Wasn't it obvious that he wanted the Sauron royal family to have no offspring? Was it because with such a royal consort the king did not have any son till now, so he made his nephew Avon as the crown prince? As these thoughts ran through his head, he continued retreating. Roland's smile became more sinister as she closed in step by step. "I was so impressed with Miss Nicole's elegant demeanor during the night banquet, so I've especially come to pay you a visit today. Since both of us are in such a good mood now, I wonder if Miss Nicole is willing to tell me about the views and sceneries of your empire. I'm very interested." When she was done, she looked at Seth up and down. Obviously, her interest was not about whatever views or sceneries. No matter how smart Seth was, he was totally helpless right now when met with such a sex maniac. She was the honorable royal consort. He could not hit her or scold her, nor show her discontent. Even if he fought with her, could he, Seth, win the fight? What annoyed Seth more was, previously it was him who flirted with girls, but today he was the target of others flirting. Nobody could understand his feeling right now. Roland roared with laughter and held Seth's hands once again. This time, no matter how hard Seth tried, she refused to let go of his hands. She pulled Seth and walked deeper into the garden, laughing as she walked. Although now is not the right season, the summer palace still has lots of exotic flowers and plants. I can see that Miss Nicole has a great interest in flowers, so let me bring you around and appreciate them closely. As she was saying this, she turned around and roared, "Me and Miss Nicole are going to walk around. You all are not allowed to follow." She glared threateningly at the 2 royal knights, and then she glared at Old Mark, which meant, "You too." Old Mark sighed. He looked teasingly at Seth, who was already panicking and stood where he was. Roland gave another roar of laughter, and her moves became more daring. She placed her hands on Seth's waist and pulled him along as she walked down the path deep into the garden. In order to properly host Rhodey, the special envoy from the Radiant Empire, the summer palace that was used by the king to settle in was quite big, and even the scale of the garden was relatively big. Both of them slowly walked into the flowering shrubs, and after a few turns, the people behind them were gradually lost in sight. Looking that there was no one around, Roland's expression and actions became more and more daring. She held Seth tightly close to her and chuckled, "Miss Nicole, you smell so sweet. I wonder what kind of perfume you are using? Is it a special product of your empire?" She looked as if she was going to come closer and sniff. Seeing that she was wrinkling her nose and moving closer, Seth almost fainted when he saw the grisly sight of long black nasal hair in her huge nostrils. He forced himself to remain calm and tilted his head backward, saying through clenched teeth, "Your Highness must be joking. There are flowers everywhere here, the fragrance must be from the pollen smeared on my body." "Oh?" Roland's eyes lit up. "What shall we do? If the pollens are not cleaned off immediately, it will dirty Miss Nicole's clothes." She held out her hand, seemingly trying to help Seth brush his clothes, but in actual fact, she was seizing the opportunity to molest him. Seth could not take it anymore. He suddenly struggled and broke free, saying in a low voice, "Your Highness, I heard that you are a great female warrior with excellent skills. I wonder if this rumor is true?" Roland grinned widely and gave out a laugh, and she stopped intimidating Seth. She suddenly raised her hand and withdrew the huge sword at her waist. She certainly looked a little majestic when she held the sword in her hand. She said haughtily, "I've been trained in swordsmanship since young, and my teacher was once Sauron Kingdom's most famous old master in swordsmanship." The royal consort paused and glanced at Seth, smirking as she said, "Why? Is Miss Nicole interested in swordsmanship, too?" Yes, I almost forgot that you're born in a family of warriors." As she was saying this, she switched to a teasing tone, "But I'm surprised that your empire's family of the army god could raise such an exquisite beauty like you." Seth smiled bitterly. "Your Highness sure loves to joke, Roland suddenly smiled mysteriously. Her fingers gently waved a few times, and the huge sword spun vigorously in her hand like an embroidery needle. After several flashes of the cold blade, Seth was greeted by a puff of fragrance. A delicate flower which was sliced off by Roland just now sat quietly on the tip of her sword. Roland pushed the flower in front of Seth and bowed slightly, acting like an elegant knight, and said, "A blossom as a gift for the beauty." Seth did not know if he should cry or laugh. In the end, he held out his hand and took the flower on the tip of the blade. A cunning smile suddenly flashed across Roland's face. Without warning, she grabbed Seth's waist and pulled hard. The following scene unfolded in the garden. A charming beauty fell into the arms of a tall and burly figure. A sword-wielding hero and a beauty holding flowers, both complementing each other. How romantic. Seth was so mad that he almost fainted. This trick that Rulan was using, he had used this many times on numerous noble young ladies in his empire a long time ago. If Seth used his true identity to play the trick of gifting flowers to beauties used by Rulan just now, he could do it more fluently and skillfully. Not only that, his techniques would be even better. Ironically, he had flirted with so many girls for his whole life, but today this old trick was used on him by someone else to hold him in her arms. Rulan held Seth by the waist and intentionally pinned him underneath. Hence, Seth lay face up in her arms, and right now his face was reddened due to anger, but Rulan assumed that he was just being shy. The royal consort squeezed an affectionate look on her fleshy face, and eagerness filled her tiny eyes. She deliberately lowered her voice and whispered, "Miss Nicole." If Seth held a girl in his arms as a man, his handsome face would be a deadly charm to the girl. Right now, if she heard him whispering to her so affectionately, she would definitely be immensely intoxicated. But now, Seth was extremely mad. The royal consort's sexy voice, which was deliberately produced by suppressing her voice, rang in Seth's ears, and the way she looked at him seemed familiar. Those were the usual tricks he used to play. Oh no. Did she want to? An alarm just sounded off in Seth's mind, and sure enough, the royal consort was pressing down gently. Before he could react, Rulan's lips already pressed down hard on Seth's. Seth's eyes were wide open from shock. He could not believe that this just ridiculously happened. He did not expect that royal consort Rulan was an expert in flirting with girls. For an outstanding playboy, even if one managed to kiss a girl at this time, victory was still not guaranteed. He would need to make some other moves. Sure enough, Rulan was not greedy. She backed off after kissing Seth lightly on the lips, but she still held Seth tightly in her arms. She put on a guilty but affectionate expression on her face, and said lovingly, "I'm sorry, you're too beautiful, so I couldn't control myself just now." From beginning till end, Rulan's every move completely followed the classic steps of a standard playboy flirting with young girls. The expression on Seth's face now was not shock anymore, but disgust. Seth had kissed an unknown number of women in his life, but today, faced with such a sentimental royal consort, this was the first time. The expression on his face kept changing, and a thought flashed through his mind. I was kissed by a pig. But this was still not the end. After Rulan's affectionate confession, according to the usual flow, a second kiss would follow next. According to the usual steps of a playboy seducing young girls, the first kiss was a sneak attack to stir up uneasiness and restlessness in the girl's mind. With the help of an affectionate confession, the girl would be swept off her feet, and during this time, if one seized the opportunity and kissed her for the second time, he could then easily get her heart. It seemed like Rulan was prepared to follow these steps. She had already lowered her head, aiming at Seth's lips for another kiss. Aha! Seth could not endure this anymore when he saw her face getting closer and closer. He let out a tragic shriek. "What are you doing?" A cold voice rang from the front. Rulan immediately let go of Seth. She turned and looked at the direction of the voice, and Seth quickly took a few steps back to escape from her. He then subconsciously wiped his mouth vigorously. "Damn it, I need to brush my teeth 100 times when I go back." When Rulan's eyes fell on the person who interrupted her, the anger in her eyes immediately vanished and was replaced by amazement. It was Mouse. She was dressed in black, her long hair fluttered as she stood among the flowering shrubs, and she looked somewhat celestial. There was some sorrow on her extremely beautiful face. Her eyes were a bit red and puffy. Apparently, she had just cried. After Mouse came out from Fielding's room, she came to the depths of the garden alone. When she thought of the death of her teacher, her heart ached, so she hid there and cried, but she did not expect to meet Rulan and Seth here. Right now, there were traces of tears on Mouse's delicate face, and there was a slight bitterness and grief in her expression. The black robe she wore made her look very weak and fragile. She was originally very beautiful, and now, she looked so pitiful that those who looked at her would feel heartbroken. Rulan's eyes remained glued on Mouse, and she seemed so obsessed. She suddenly came to her senses and said, "It's you." She took a deep breath and continued, "I've finally found you." Mouse glanced at Rulan coldly, and when she saw the horrified expression on Seth's face, it reminded her of the royal consort's weird behavior during their previous encounter. She immediately understood what was happening and frowned, saying softly, "Miss Nicole, it's windy outside, you better go inside." Upon hearing that, Seth was so relieved, and he hastily ran away. Before he left, he cast a hateful glance at Rulan. It was however unknown how this schemer would find a way to avenge his humiliation today. Rulan did not stop Seth from leaving. She was entranced by Mouse, and the amazement and obsession in her gaze could not be concealed. She forced a smile and said, "Miss, I've been searching for you since our last encounter on the streets. I knew you are here together with Earl Rhodey, so I came here today hoping that I can see you. Thanks to the blessings of the gods, I finally found you." Mouse's gaze became even colder. Your Highness, the king had granted this residence to His Excellency Earl Rhodey, and the king had also promised that without the earl's permission, no one is allowed to enter. When Rulan heard the word king, there was disdain in her eyes as if she did not care at all. She took a few steps forward and whispered, I don't care about that. As long as I can see you, who cares about the king's orders? There was a trace of anger in Mouse's eyes, and she said flatly, if there's nothing else, please leave. She turned and was about to leave, but Rulan suddenly went forward and stopped her hurriedly. Wait. Mouse's gaze was icy cold. Why? Is there anything else, Your Highness? Well. Rulan was entranced by the look of the angry beauty in front of her. She was lost for words, even though she had prepared them in her mind so well beforehand for flirting. She looked at Mouse affectionately and mumbled, Beautiful, you're too beautiful. Mouse was in a bad mood right now. She snorted coldly and turned to leave. Rulan immediately panicked and held out her arms. Her stature was bigger and taller than Mouse, and now that she opened her arms wide, she immediately blocked the path completely. Your Highness, what else do you want? Mouse tightened her fists under her sleeves. Since young no man had dared to flirt with her, let alone women. Rulan looked at the girl standing in front of her whom she missed day and night ever since she caught a glimpse of her on the streets that day. She was totally stunned by Mouse. When she saw Rhodey at the night banquet, she immediately tried to ask about Mouse, but because Mouse was the apostate Black Veil Saint, her identity was kept secret, so naturally ordinary people did not know about her. The king knew his royal consort's character very well, so he did not dare to tell her the truth. He needed the alliance of Rhodey at this moment, and he was afraid that his royal consort would stir up troubles. Hence, not only did he not tell her, he also warned Rulan sternly against it. But Rulan had no fears, so she dismissed the king's warning. Today, she finally could not wait anymore and came to look for her. When she saw Seth just now, she could not resist the urge to deploy her skills, but when Mouse appeared, her lust towards Miss Nicole immediately disappeared. Right now, there was only this beautiful girl in black in her heart and her mind. Seeing that Mouse was about to leave, Rulan panicked and wanted to hug Mouse. However, when she saw the stern look on Mouse's face, and the air of holiness surrounding her, she felt a sense of guilt which stopped her from really hugging Mouse. It was lucky that Rulan did not make any real moves, or else, with the power of this Black Veil Saint, if Rulan dared to molest her, according to her mood right now and her usual character, she would not care if it's Her Highness the Royal Consort or His Majesty the King, she would have thrown a thunder god forbidden spell at her. Mouse snorted and squeezed through from Rulan's side. Seeing that she was really leaving, Rulan could not help but press her hand on Mouse's shoulder. Anger flashed in Mouse's eyes. She was noble and pure, and she never had any bodily contact with anyone else except Rhodey. She was burning with rage inside, and immediately a red flaming electrical bolt radiated from her body. Rulan groaned as she felt a sharp pain from the palm holding on Mouse's shoulder. She could feel that it was burning, and she immediately withdrew her hand. Her palm was burning with pain, and the hollow of her palm was charred. Mouse did not want to continue talking with Rulan, so she glanced at her and said coldly, Your Highness, please watch how you conduct yourself. His Excellency the Earl has orders, please do not go in any further. Otherwise, you will violate the Empire's dignity and cause displeasure among both countries. I'm afraid this is not what the king wishes to see. After saying this, Mouse refused to look at Rulan anymore. She quickened her pace and vanished among the flowering shrubs. Rulan, who remained standing on the spot, looked obsessively in the direction her figure disappeared. She then lowered her head and looked at her burnt palm. She felt sweetness as well as anger in her heart. She stroked the injured hand gently and muttered, I've finally touched her. Sigh, why have I not met such a beauty before this? Her gaze swept across the beautiful garden and was suddenly irritated, so many flowers but none could match her beauty. What's the use of keeping you here? She snorted in displeasure and drew her sword. Her gloomy mood soothed a little after she struck at the surrounding flowering shrubs, causing a hideous mess. She stroked her injured palm with the other hand and looked deeply at the direction where Mouse vanished. She wanted to chase after her, but she was afraid she might anger the beauty she adored so much. As for the king's order, she naturally would not pay any attention to it. She heaved a long sigh. Surprisingly, she's a sorcerer, sigh, although I still do not know your name. I, Rulan, will make this woman mine. The royal consort, with various thoughts in mind, turned around and strode along the path she came just now. Among the flowering shrubs not far away, Seth was there as he did not go far just now. He saw everything that had happened. All of a sudden, he held his stomach and laughed uncontrollably. There are perverts every year, but this year there are especially many. After laughing for a while, he mumbled to himself, how can I not participate in such an interesting matter? He pondered for a moment and suddenly a disgusted look appeared on his face. He stomped his feet and said, go back and brush my teeth first. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 260, Departure. Chapter 260, Departure. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The sky was clear. At a desolate harbor that was less than 100 miles away from the capital city of Sauron Kingdom. The banks of the inland sea of the Roland continent were shaped like an inverted crescent forming a natural pier. In fact, that was the main naval base for the Royal Navy of Sauron Kingdom. 14 huge premier Roland warships were lined up at the docks. At the moment, the pier was full of large and small warships. Those warships had already undergone a simple refurbishing. All its weapons had been disassembled. Its flags and banners had been exchanged for the Sauron Kingdom's banners on one side and banners with a thorny golden flower on the other. Those were the banners of the Radiant Empire. A total of 100 ships had already lined up awaiting orders. After a few days of waiting at the Sauron Kingdom's capital city, the first batch of ships from the various kingdoms on the Roland continent had been mobilized. According to the agreement, the first batch of 100 warships would depart from the port and sail to the Radiant continent on that day. The king and Rhodey were standing, side by side, on a simple and high platform built on the pier. They were smiling and looking at the fleet at the pier below. Rhodey sighed. The navy of the Roland continent was really powerful, especially the 14 largest premier warships. Those warships were so large that they could accommodate more than 2,000 soldiers each. The Radiant Empire did not even have one such special warship, but these kingdoms could easily give away 14. King Sauron had dispatched a special envoy with a copy of the signed peace agreement to the Radiant Empire. In accordance with the agreement, the first batch of released war prisoners would be shipped back when the first batch of warships arrived in the Radiant Empire. He was not worried that the Radiant Empire would take the warships and not release the prisoners. After all, the Duke of the Tulip family and Miss Nicole were still on the Roland continent. The two of them were worth more than 100 warships. According to the conditions stated, Rhodey would remain on the Roland continent until the transaction was complete. That was also a form of disguised collateral. After the roar of gun salutes, a signalman standing at the tower at the pier vigorously waved the colored flags in his hands. The largest warship in the fleet then hanged up the flagship's banner. After that, the signalmen at the watchtower waved their flags. The fleet then started to line up and depart from the port majestically. The sun shone brilliantly, illuminating the surface of the sea. The ripples glowed like golden scales. Feeling proud of himself, the king smiled and asked, "Earl Rhodey, what do you think of the fleet in front of you?" Rhodey gave a simple reply. "Very good. This fleet is invincible in the ocean." Suddenly a person groaned coldly from a side. His voice seemed somewhat dissatisfied. That person was the Crown Prince, Avon. As the commander of the navy, he was naturally unwilling to see the sturdy warships being sent to the enemy. The king was not concerned about Avon's mood. He smiled and said, "Avon, it is getting late. You should also board the ship." As that was the first batch of warships and it concerned the good faith of the two nations, the Sauron Kingdom needed to dispatch an important person with high enough status to show their sincerity. Therefore, the Crown Prince, Avon, was selected to be dispatched to the Radiant Empire. Although Avon was from the pro-war faction, the king had made great efforts to persuade him to agree to this request. When Avon saw his men got onto the flagship at the shore, he finally sighed. He then faced the king and Rhodey as he saluted and said, "Your Majesty, I am leaving." After that, the proud young man walked away in large strides without sparing a glance at Rhodey. The king looked at the Crown Prince's back and suddenly sighed. Youngsters are too rash. This is not a good thing. The king then deliberately or otherwise looked at Rhodey. Rhodey kept quiet and remained silent. "This is your family matter. Why are you telling me this?" Now that there were no other people around them and the guards were standing at a distance, the king suddenly lowered his voice and asked, "Rhodey, are these warships good?" Rhodey was startled and then replied, "Of course, it is good. It is much better compared to the warships from our Radiant Empire." The king suddenly sighed and softly said, "Yes, the other kingdoms unexpectedly abided to the rules. They did not send us trash to fool us. After all, with hundreds and thousands of prisoners in your hands, they do not dare substitute with shoddy goods. But..." He suddenly pointed on the largest flagship, that Avon was on, and said, "Do you see that ship? That is our Roland continent's first-class warship. It is made from ironwood and is incomparably sturdy. The warship is 100 meters long and can accommodate 3,000 people. There are less than 100 of such warships in the entire Roland continent." "Oh?" Rhodey's eyes turned bright. "Less than 100? That means giving away 14 is an excessive amount. The king smiled and said, although the coalition armies of Roland continent are known to be invincible at sea, only we know that the real overlord of the sea is not us who live on the mainland but the navy of the dwarf kingdom. After pausing for a moment, the king sternly said, although the dwarfs have a small population and could not have a large army, they have an abundance of ironwood in their territory. This natural advantage allows them to build a navy more formidable than ours. The king took out a thin roll of paper and then slowly spread it out in front of Rhodey. Look, this is the main warship of the dwarfs' navy. Although the size of the warships is different, it is made in accordance to design of this model. The bow of the warship is tall and sharp, making it more advantageous in braving the waves. It has 3 masts with a total of 5 sails. It is known as a 5-sail warship. The mast uses a special method to rotate itself with abnormal flexibility, giving it the warship fanatic speeds. The king gently pointed at the picture of the warship on that piece of paper and continued, the hull of the ship is very high. The largest 5-sail warship is 4 stories high with railings and arrow slits. Arrow slits? Rhodey froze for a moment. Is using bows and arrows useful in naval battles? The king laughed. Have you forgotten that the dwarfs have an abundance of ironwood? He smiled helplessly and said, even though the Roland continent also has ironwood, we do not have the luxury of using ironwood to make arrows. However, these damn dwarfs even use ironwood to make arrows. The speed of these arrows is extremely fast, and it could fly 50% further compared to ordinary bows and arrows. In a naval battle, we would already have a headache before the ships even got close. Its range is even farther compared to a sorcerer's spell attack. If the 2 parties were to go into battle, our sorcerers would not be able to fly up and attack within the range of their bows and arrows. Besides that, the dwarfs are born as good artisans and they are good at making fine weapons. When they are still far away, they will use their bows and arrows to fight with us. When both parties get closer, they will use another weapon to fight. The king's eyes flashed as he pointed at the drawing. There were thin tubes stretching out on both sides of the hull of the ship. He then said, this is a kind of nozzle. Once the enemy ship is within a certain distance, black oil will be sprayed from the nozzle. Once the enemy ship is covered in that oil, their archers will launch fire arrows. Just a drop of the oil is enough to ignite. The more water is poured onto this oil, the stronger the fire will be. Although the Roland warships are made of ironwood and are more resistant to fire than other ships, ironwood is still wood. Rhodey was lost in thought as the king continued, according to the information I received, the dwarfs have a total of 250 warships. One of their largest 5-sail warships can accommodate 1,500 people. Its combat effectiveness is definitely not lower than our Roland continent's first-class warship. Besides that, the king showed a helpless smile and said, more than half of our fleet are of this kind of large ships. The other smaller ships are just used for patrolling and scouting. Rhodey closed his eyes and muttered, in other words, we lose out in speed. We also do not have an advantage in long distance and also close distance battles. Your Majesty, you certainly have given me a difficult problem. The king smiled as he rolled up the drawing in his hands. He then gave the drawing to Rhodey and smiled as he said, naturally, we do not intend to fight directly with their navy. The price of doing that is too big and it will be disastrous even if we win. After saying that, the king took out another thin roll of paper from his sleeve like a magic trick. When spread out, it was the map of the sea. We plan to attack in half a month's time. We will move normally as if we are delivering the last batch of warships in exchange for the prisoners of war. He then pointed to the map and slowly said, look here, this is their island. Our fleet will pass by their left, all the way south, out of the sea and continue south towards the Radiant Empire. These dwarfs are not very courageous. They are also afraid of being attacked by us. This is why when the earlier fleets pass by, they will dispatch their navy to patrol the left side of their island. What we need to do is to take full advantage of this. The king smiled and continued, you will take the last batch of fleets which is a total of 250 warships. I will also gather the best of Sauron Kingdom's navy to follow you. After leaving the port and traveling for a day, the ships will suddenly turn to the north. North. Rhodey's eyes lit up. He meaningfully looked at the king. The king smiled and said, looks like you also understand. Our fleet would turn to the north. After 5 days, we would be able to reach the back of their island. After that, the king suddenly waved his hand and clenched his fist resolutely said, we will disembark and attack. Rhodey thought for a moment and then said, this plan sounds pretty good, but I do not understand matters related to the sea. Your Majesty is telling me this. The king smiled and replied, my naval commanders will naturally be responsible for matters at the sea. However, the responsibility falls on you once we disembark. I know that your distinguished country is invincible on land. I hope you do not mind assisting me. He then smiled and said, I will give you the intelligence describing the distribution of the dwarf army on the island in 2 days. Rhodey sighed. It is most important to keep such a big plan a secret. After all, I am just an outsider. Your Majesty still needs to carry out these plans. The king smiled and said, of course, only 4 people know of this right now. Even the soldiers who are setting off in half a month's time do not know where we will go. I will issue a declaration of war at sea. Until that time, this information absolutely would stay a secret. At that moment, the fleet had gradually left the pier. The last one to leave was the flagship. Avon stood on the bow deck of the flagship. His eyes were closed as he enjoyed the sunlight and the sea breeze. He made great efforts to calm himself. The purpose of His Majesty dispatching me to the Radiant Empire was to get me out of his way. Otherwise, I might affect the peace treaty. Sigh. Avon shook his head and the image of that exceedingly beautiful woman appeared in his mind. He smiled bitterly. Forget it, she likes women just like Her Highness. Why must I keep thinking about it? He then opened his eyes and struggled to breathe as he called one of his trusted subordinates. He then softly asked, where are those things that we brought onto the ship? They are all in the cabin. Good. Avon sighed in relief. As requested by Needies, Avon secretly made use of his position to help Needies move her property to the Radiant Empire. At that moment, all the goods had long been sneaked onto the flagship's cabin before the journey. That could be regarded as smuggling. However, Avon would not think so. He was simply using his position to help a friend. All right. Now that the ship has departed, invite my friends out of the cabin. I presume they are already very uncomfortable hiding there for such a long time. Avon smiled lightly. That subordinate immediately accepted the order and went in. After a while, with a tense expression, that subordinate came out with a middle-aged man. The middle-aged man wore simple clothes. He respectfully bowed the moment he saw the crown prince and greeted, Your Highness. Avon frowned and asked, who are you? Where is Miss Needies? With an even more respectful expression, the middle-aged man smiled apologetically and said, Our master is not on board. She asked me to convey a message to Your Highness. She said that she still has some unfinished private matters to take care of in the capital and would not board the ship back. Anyway, I will be responsible for dealing with the people collecting the merchandise at the Radiant Continent. Master also said that Your Highness is hospitable and keeps his promises. She said that you would definitely not disappoint your friends. Avon was shocked and became a little unhappy. She did not board the ship? This woman actually dared to trick me. He then smiled and said, all right. Since I have already promised Miss Needies, I would definitely help until the end. What other matters does your master still have in the capital? The middle-aged man smiled and replied, I am not too sure, but apparently someone has promised to meet the master. That person made the master wait for an entire night, so the master intends to go and find this person to understand what actually happened. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 261, Unexpected Follower. Chapter 261, Unexpected Follower. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. What is this? Seth asked one night, a few days later. Rhodey was invited to the palace by the king that day. After an entire day of discussion, when Rhodey returned that evening he remained inside the study room of the summer palace. Soon after that, he called for Seth and showed Seth the map. This looks like a map. Seth narrowed his eyes as he carefully looked at it for a moment. He then smiled and said, it looks like a military map. This is the map of the military base of the dwarfs' Hakone Kingdom and the placement of its soldiers. Rhodey looked serious. The king gave this to me today. I brought it back to study. Seth gently drummed the table with his fingers. His expression did not reveal his swinging innermost feelings. He then casually asked, have you decided to help the king? Rhodey did not give an answer. He lightly said, this morning, the last batch of the fleet has departed for the Radiant Empire. According to the king's intelligence, the dwarfs' naval fleet was busy patrolling the left side of their island territory. If nothing goes wrong, the Sauron Kingdom's army will board the ships within 2 days and will be ready for war. Seth remained silent for a while. The air in the room was a little depressing. Seth suddenly showed a strange expression and said, Rhodey, I think that there is something strange about this. Are there really no other motives for King Sauron to eagerly fight the dwarfs? He said he is dispatching all the royal knights and his secretly trained army. Rhodey suddenly remembered what he saw in the underground palace that day. He had not told anyone about that place. Seth suddenly smiled and asked, "Well, you asked me to come here. What do you want to tell me?" Rhodey closed his eyes and muttered, "I do not know. I have an ominous premonition that something is waiting for me on the island of the Dwarf Kingdom. This feeling is very strong." Seth narrowed his eyes and looked at Rhodey. He then stretched out his hands and pushed the map as he said, "I am not an expert in matters of war. If you want to listen to my opinion, then I will tell you." He glared at Rhodey's eyes and continued, "I have the same feeling as you. I feel like there is something in there." Without waiting for Rhodey's reply, Seth said, "The king is very eager to subjugate the dwarfs. What does he want to achieve? Is it for wealth? Is it for the ironwood? Or is it like what the king claimed, he would be able to suppress the other kingdoms of Roland continent after conquering the islands? However, I feel that these reasons are not sufficient." Seth seemed to smile and said, "I think that just these reasons are not enough for the king to take such a big risk to carry out this crazy plan." After that, Seth gave a wry smile and said, "Unfortunately, I am equally unfamiliar with the dwarfs as you. I have never seen a dwarf before and I do not know what kind of race they are. I do not want to comment on things I am uncertain in." Rhodey suddenly felt agitated and smiled wryly as he said, "Then let us wait for time to make a decision." Seth smiled and replied, "What are you worried about? With your strength, I do not think that there isn't anyone on this continent who can threaten your safety." Suddenly there was a knock on the door. After that, Mouse entered the room. She looked at the two people in the room blankly. She hesitated for a moment and then said, "Fielding is gone. I just found out that he is not in his room." "Oh." Rhodey nodded. He looked at Seth, who was also not surprised. After telling Fielding that plan the other day, the paladin became silent for the following 2 days as if he was thinking about it. It seemed like he had finally made up his mind to return to the temple and carry out the plan. Mouse suddenly opened her mouth and said in a strange tone, "He left a note for you." "What?" "He said to thank you." Mouse seemed a little sad. He decided to go and find his own standard. It was unknown how King Sauron obtained the information. The information was passed back from the sea one by one. The last batch of fleets with 250 warships had passed through the Dwarf Kingdom after departing. This situation made the dwarfs nervous. According to the news, the dwarfs' fleet was following from the back and keeping watch. It seemed like the dwarfs were very vigilant. In light of this situation, the king and Rhodey discussed for a day and decided to set the troops off earlier. 3 days later, 150 fully armed warships were ready at the same harbor. The king and Rhodey took many people to the pier. "Didn't you say the navy attacking would have 250 warships? Why are there so few now?" Rhodey frowned. The king sighed. "There is no choice. The change was too fast. The dwarf navy closely followed our previous fleet of ships, further and further away. It will be silly not to take this good opportunity. So, I decided to bring forward the attack. However, we have too little time and can only gather this much power." The king then smiled wryly and continued, "Although the Sauron kingdom may be the strongest on the Roland continent, our warships do not fall from the sky." A large, splendid golden wall warship docked at the side of the pier. That warship was a full 10 meters high. Its huge hulls were completely made of ironwood, reflecting dark light. A group of silent soldiers nervously and orderly lined up on board the ship. There were also chariots and horses being pulled into the cabin from the distant part of the pier. The whole pier was shrouded in a tense atmosphere. In fact, martial law had been imposed within a 50 kilometers radius around the neighborhood from 3 days ago. A large number of royal knights loyal to the royal family had blocked the roads to the pier. Nobody could leave or enter without an order. "According to our plan, you will command this army. I am just here for show only." The king smiled and said, "Rhodey, I believe you will not disappoint me. Have you studied the register and the designations of the military? Just before the war, I will summon the middle-ranked officers and give out the commands. Now, let us board the ship." Rhodey sighed. He was feeling calm. He who had experienced many battles and killings had already grown accustomed to the atmosphere of the pre-war period. The only concern would be Mouse and the others who were left behind in the summer palace in the capital. Originally, Mouse wanted to follow Rhodey. However, Rhodey took Seth's identity into consideration. After all, Seth was then Miss Nicole. On top of that, the situation at the Roland continent was complicated. Precautions must be taken in case the temple targeted the eldest daughter of the Tulip family of the Radiant continent. There was also a need to take precaution against any other schemes of the king. That was why Mouse and Old Mark were left behind to protect Seth. Even if a problem were to arise, presumably nobody, in the whole of Roland continent, would be able to compete against the combination of the powerful old mark and the top-notch Black Veil Saint's sorcery. There would be nothing to fear even if a paladin were to attack. The vast and mighty fleet left the harbor and quietly set off on their journey. It was not the first time Rhodey went to sea. He stood on the bow deck of the largest flagship. He tried to remain calm as he felt the sea breeze blowing on his face. That warship was the flagship of the fleet. Rhodey and the king were on top of the flagship. One thing that Rhodey found ridiculous after boarding the ship was that the king immediately ran into the cabin to rest and refused to step out again. After inquiring in detail, Rhodey then received an answer that made him laugh. The revered leader who possessed the most formidable navy on the Roland continent was actually seasick. Rhodey looked around after standing on top of the deck for a moment. The Roland navy truly deserved to be elites of the sea. The entire fleet maintained a defensive formation as they sailed quickly along the planned route. Rhodey suddenly felt lofty sentiments when he looked at numerous warships in the distance. He did not know what he, who has found fame as undefeated on land, would encounter at sea. He went to look at the king. The king did not look well. Even in the dark cabin, the king's face looked pale. The king's voice also sounded different and weak. After listening to a brief report from an officer, the king waved his hand signaling the others to leave. He then smiled wryly at Rhodey and said, "Look, I am not suitable for the sea." Rhodey left without a word. Under the guidance of the officers, Rhodey arrived at his own cabin. The cabin allocated to him was large. It seemed to be furnished in the same way as the king's room. Rhodey closed the cabin door as he decided to take a good rest. After all, the journey at sea would last for several days. The cabin had a size of 30 square meters. Besides that, there was also a small room partitioned out and it seemed like it was used for sleeping. Rhodey took off his coat and the dragon spell scimitar from his waist. He then held the dragon spell scimitar in his hand. He walked towards the door of the small room in large strides and pushed the door open. The moment he opened the door, he instinctively felt uneasy as if there was someone secretly spying on him. His eyes instantly flashed. He then rushed into the room like lightning and stayed near to the wall. He immediately felt a swift and cold wind blow past his ear. Rhodey sneered as he immediately stretched out his hand to pull. There was a delicate and muffled voice that sounded in anguish. A figure appeared in the room. One of her wrists was tightly clutched by Rhodey. She had already lost her balance and fell to the ground. Rhodey moved as quickly as lightning. He had already pulled out his scimitar and placed it on the other person's neck. He coldly shouted, "Who is it?" A pair of eyes shot out a bitter and agonizing glare. Rhodey saw the person on the ground and could not help but blurt out, "It's you!" The person with a painful expression on the ground in front of Rhodey was Needy's. Rhodey's face instantly sank as he asked, "How come you are here?" Needy's replied in a trembling voice, "Quickly, let go. You are breaking my wrist." Rhodey released her with a solemn expression. He quietly watched Needy's got up from the ground and coldly asked, "How come you are here?" Needy's fiercely glared at Rhodey. The anger on her face suddenly turned into a bewitching smile as she softly said, "I had guessed that you all have some sort of plan. Sure enough, it is just like what I expected." She saw Rhodey's impatient look and quickly said, "I secretly came on board. Using my vampire's blood escape, nobody would discover me." Rhodey was not pleased as he asked, "Why did you follow me?" Needy's loudly replied, "Naturally is to demand payment from you." She angrily looked at Rhodey. She bit her lips and said, "I said something to you before departing after the dinner banquet at the palace, that night. Do you still remember what I said?" "What?" Rhodey was at a loss. Many things had happened at the dinner banquet that night. Needy's had also left in a haste and Rhodey actually did not care. "I said that I will wait for you in the garden." Needy's faintly said, "I waited until dawn but even then, you did not appear." Rhodey was startled. He faintly remembered that Needy's had said such words before leaving that night. However, after that, he had a duel against Fielding and was busy dealing with the special envoys of the other Roland kingdoms. He had long ago placed Needy's words at the back of his mind. And then later, someone had plotted to assassinate Fielding and Guming. Fielding was seriously injured, and Guming was killed. Those minor matters involving Needy's was naturally forgotten by Rhodey. The moment he thought of that, he understood that Needy's did not harbor any evil intentions. Rhodey sighed in relief. His expression eased up as he asked, "Then why did you come all the way here?" "Following me here is simply causing trouble." Rhodey did not particularly dislike the charming woman in front of him. However, he extremely detested vampires as a result of his past experiences. Needy seemingly did not care and faintly smiled, I spied from outside your residence for a few days and guessed that there is definitely something interesting you are going to do. How could I miss such an interesting thing? Naturally, I secretly followed you to take a look. Rhodey felt helpless. He felt that this woman's actions were absurd. However, now that the ship had departed, it was impossible to send her back. Needys casually sat on the bed and smiled. Alright, stop showing me that stiff face. It seems like you were never happy every time you see me. Rhodey sighed and put the scimitar on the table. He was thinking of how to deal with that bold woman in his heart and casually asked, in what way was I not happy? You are either angry or annoyed every time you see me, especially when I first met you, you were even more. Needy suddenly blushed and gritted her teeth, even ruder. Rhodey felt awkward and gave a faint smile. He did not continue this topic. The first time he met her was in a truly alluring situation. The dim cabin lounge was not large. It was filled with a faintly sweet aroma. Presumably, it was the perfume Needys used on her body. Rhodey seemingly felt uncomfortable and lightly said, since you have come here secretly, then stay right here. Do not run around. Let me think of a way to send you back. Needy's expression remained the same as she asked, where is this fleet going to? Rhodey hesitated for a moment and then replied, the dwarf's territory. Oh? Needys looked interested and said, I saw a lot of troops on board. What are you all planning to do? Are you going to war? Rhodey coldly replied, why are you asking so much? Just quietly stay here. When the matter has concluded, I will send you back safely. Needys instantly jumped off the bed and to the front of Rhodey. A meaningful smile could be seen on her face. If you are really going to war at the Hakone Kingdom, you will probably need me. She seemed rather proud of herself as she continued, do you have any subordinate who knows about the dwarfs? The people of Sauron Kingdom are not your confidants. Besides that, their scouts do not necessarily know the dwarfs well. Rhodey did not say anything. He just stared at Needys. Needy smiled and said, but now it is going to be fine. You already have an assistant who knows the dwarfs very well. Who? Me. Needys pointed at herself. I dare say that there is nobody on this ship who knows more about the dwarfs than I. When I was young, I once lived in the dwarf kingdom for 4 years to avoid being killed by the vampires. Oh? Rhodey's eyes finally lit up as he looked at Needys. Rhodey had always lacked information about the mysterious dwarfs. That was because the dwarfs only lived in their island country and did not have any relation with the other kingdoms on the continent aside from trading ironwood. It was practically an independent existence of the world. When Needy saw that Rhodey's heart seemed to stir, she softly laughed. Suddenly, she pulled Rhodey's arm and snuggled into him as she whispered, how about it? Your Excellency Earl Rhodey, do you still anxiously want to chase me away? Her body tightly attached to Rhodey's side as she hugged his arm in her bosom. The sweet fragrance of her body drifted into Rhodey's nose. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 262, Nuisance, Nuisance. Chapter 262, Nuisance, Nuisance. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. You are really not going to eat? Needys looked relaxed as she sat on a chair. In front of her was the dinner sent by an officer. She held a grilled fish in her hand and smiled, do you have a habit of watching people eat? Rhodey just frowned and did not reply. It had been 2 full days. Needys, the stowaway, remained in Rhodey's room and did not go outside. Rhodey did not allow anyone to enter his room without permission. Someone would send 3 meals every day. For some psychological reason, Rhodey did not want others to know of the presence of Needys. Needys elegantly raised her cup and drank the milk in it down to the last drop. She then leaned back satisfied and smiled, well, I have finished eating. Rhodey coldly looked at her. He walked over and finished off the rest of the food. He then lightly said, all right, go back and sleep. Needys sighed. Don't you know any courtesy? You are always so cold and unreasonable. Rhodey finally gazed at Needys for a while and then indifferently said, in that case, tell me about the dwarfs. Needys smiled cunningly and replied, I have already said. You must promise to take me ashore once you reach your destination. Otherwise, don't expect me to tell you anything. Rhodey frowned and his expression sank. You have already guessed correctly that we are going to war, yet you still want to follow. When the time comes, you better stay on this ship. Don't even think of going anywhere. Irritated, Needys asked, do you think I will listen? Rhodey shrugged his shoulder. If you won't listen, then I will knock you out when the time comes. The two of them glared at each other for a long time as if unwilling to give way. Finally, Needy smiled and softly said, "Well, I won't argue with you. I want to take a bath. Get me some water." "What do you want?" Rhodey seemed shocked. "Take a bath," Needy's boldly repeated. "I have been shut in here for 2 days without taking a bath. Have you never taken a bath before?" That time, Rhodey really laughed. However, it was a bitter laughter. "Take a bath. You really know how to cause trouble. Don't you know that every drop of fresh water is valuable on a ship at sea? On top of that, we are currently going to war. Having hot meals to eat is already good." Needy glared at Rhodey and said, "In your capacity, you can live in such a large room and eat such good food. Yet you don't have water to take a bath?" They once again glared at each other for a long time. Rhodey finally sighed and said, "Well, I will arrange for you." As he turned to walk out, Needy's once again shouted, "Wait." Rhodey impatiently asked, "What is it?" "I also need clothes." Needy's face seemed to turn crimson red. "I have worn this for 2 to 3 days now." Rhodey was speechless. He then slammed the door as he left. It seemed like the king thought highly of Rhodey. The people on the ship all complied with his requests. For a short while, there were several officers carrying a few barrels of hot water to Rhodey's room. However, they had difficulty getting him the clothes. There were no women clothes on the ship. Rhodey also did not dare say that he wanted women's clothes. They only sent him a set of ordinary uniform. A few barrels of hot steaming water were placed in the outer room. After those officers went out, Needy's then came out from the inner room. The room was misty with the steam. Needy seemed shy as she said, What are you doing here?" "Quickly, go out." Rhodey laughed bitterly. "Go out? I just only asked for hot water to bath. How am I supposed to leave now?" He lightly said, "You bathe here. I will withdraw into the inner room." "No way." Needy's face turned redder. She forcefully pushed Rhodey out of the room as she shouted, "You are not allowed to be in here." Rhodey felt helpless. With Needy's strength, she would not be able to push Rhodey, but it was not nice to forcefully stay when a woman wanted to take a bath. Rhodey sighed once he was out of the cabin door. He looked around and saw that there was no one near the room and sighed again. After thinking for a while, he decided to go and see the king. The king's face was paler, and his breath was weak. A few guards outside allowed Rhodey in. Rhodey then said, "According to our travel itinerary, we should arrive there by tomorrow, right? I believe we will be able to see the land before dawn tomorrow." Rhodey waited for a moment. When he saw that the king did not respond, he frowned and said, "Shouldn't you be gathering your officers to give them orders now?" The king's eyes had a profound look as he whispered, "It is not the time yet." Rhodey pondered for a moment and softly said, "According to the map on the distribution of the dwarf soldiers that I saw, there will be a valley 15 miles inwards from our pre-selected landing site. After passing through that valley is their medium-sized city. There are about 15,000 soldiers stationed there. I guess they will have small groups of cavalry patrolling around town. After landing, I suggest that I personally lead a team of cavalry to rapidly assault them. We will quickly capture that base and at the same time get some supplies there." Rhodey gave a detailed account of his opinion, but he saw that the king was squinting and looked as though he was not listening carefully. "Your Majesty, are you listening to me?" Rhodey felt rather odd. The king stood up and looked at the hourglass at the side. Suddenly, he smiled mysteriously and said, "Well, we will discuss this later. 3 hours from now, I will give the order for the fleet to stop. I will then assemble all the officers here. We will talk about your opinion then." Rhodey was startled and felt that the king's attitude was suspicious. He could not help but ask, "Talk about it then?" Rhodey tried hard to suppress his anger and said, "If you want the battle to go smoothly, it is better to determine the advancement plans now." The king seemed to ponder as he looked at the hourglass at the side. After a quarter hour, the king finally asked, "Rhodey, have you seen a spirit fox before?" Rhodey frowned. The king continued as he smiled, "The spirit fox is a wild animal with precious furs. It is very small and very beautiful but also very cunning. Many noble ladies from the Roland continent like to keep this animal as a pet." Rhodey's calmed his heart. He knew that the king's words would definitely have a purpose. So, he simply sat down and quietly listened until he finished. Unfortunately, the natural disposition of this kind of animal is extremely strange. An adult spirit fox cannot be tamed. Even if you capture an adult spirit fox, it will struggle until it dies. This is why only the young spirit foxes will be caught and tamed to become pets. The king did not speak hurriedly, nor did he speak slowly. He said, however, this spirit fox has another peculiar aspect. A spirit fox's nest will only have 2 baby foxes at most. Besides that, if the hunter were to touch the nest and try to catch them, the adult spirit fox would immediately bite his baby foxes until they die. It would rather they die than to let them get caught. These foxes are really strange creatures. On top of that, the spirit foxes are really cunning and clever. They rarely leave their nests. The king smiled. Fortunately, they still have to hunt for food. When an experienced hunter finds a fox's nest, he will first place a hare in the surroundings to lure the adult spirit fox to come out. After that, haha. Rhodey's heart sank. His expression changed as he asked, "What do you mean by that?" The king stopped smiling and softly said, "The dwarfs are suspicious and cunning. Do you really think we can deceive them with our plan? Although this plan seems feasible, there are still flaws. Right now, we can only succeed and must not fail. That is why we must think of ways to make up for these flaws." The king raised a few fingers and said, "First of all, with such a large-scale mobilization of the army, even if we tried to keep this a secret, it would inevitably leak. Second, our internal section is not secure. For example, the senior prime minister's position has been very subtle the entire time. Someone smart like you should be able to see this, right? With his identity and position, do you think we can conceal the mobilization of our army from him?" The king sighed and continued, "The temple will naturally not stand idly if we fight against the dwarfs. If the senior prime minister really collaborates with the temple." The king's voice gradually became gloomy. "Then, it was not even necessary for the temple to appear. They will only need to just send the information to the dwarfs, then our surprise attack will be known, and we will lose our advantage." Rhodey suppressed his anger then said, "Carry on." "This is why." The king smiled and continued, "This is why our original plan will not work. In that case, we must adapt. If the dwarfs are the spirit foxes and their country is the nest, then in order to touch the spirit fox's nest, we must lure their army, or rather, the adult spirit fox to come out. So, in fact, our ship here is the hare, the bait." Rhodey coldly said, "Our fleet does not intend to attack. We are only luring the enemy's fleet over, right?" The king did not refute Rhodey's words and calmly said, "Yes. Even the senior prime minister believes that our fleet is the real offensive force. We must not take this risk. Do you remember, a few days before our departure, the last batch of the fleet setting off for the Radiant Empire? Rhodey coldly joined in, that fleet is the real offensive force, am I right? We only hold out here to attract the dwarfs over. And then, the fleet that had set off earlier can land successfully." Rhodey's eyes were filled with anger. His glare was sharp and penetrating as it focused on the king's face. The king sighed as if he could feel Rhodey's anger. He gently coughed a few times and said, "According to the intelligence obtained, the dwarfs have received information about us and seem to be aware of our original plan. Their navy did not track our last fleet all the way. They had already returned to their port on the day we set out. If the senior prime minister was really collaborating with the temple and had revealed the news, then if my guess is correct, the naval fleet of the dwarfs would not be very far away from our vicinity." "Ha ha ha ha." Rhodey suddenly burst out laughing. His laughter was filled with anger. He suddenly stood up and said, "It's a good plan. It is really a good plan. In order to attract the dwarfs' navy over here, you would actually send out so many warships and soldiers. No, not right." Rhodey raised his head and coldly glared at the king. "Since it is a bait, then there is no need to have so many soldiers. If I am right, the fleet that we brought does not have many soldiers." "Yes," the king admitted. "There are not more than 20,000 soldiers on board these 150 warships." The king sighed when he saw that Rhodey was not surprised. He then said, "I know you must be very angry right now. However, as an experienced commander of the army, I believe you will be able to understand our predicament. His Majesty also said he believed that Your Excellency will understand our approach." "What did you say?" "His Majesty." The muscles at the corners of Rhodey's eyes suddenly twitched. The king sighed. Suddenly, a white light emerged from his body. Under that light, his facial muscles gradually transformed. His body also seemed to be wrapped in that light, which instantly changed his appearance. "You are..." Rhodey gritted his teeth. "You are the leader of the Sorcerers Association, Master Sith. I have met you before." Sith's aged face was somewhat apologetic. "I am sorry. In order to make others believe that this is the real offensive force, I needed to disguise as the king and board the ship with you. So, I had no choice but to use a transformation spell to change into the king's appearance." Rhodey sneered. "Very good." He stared at Sith and hatefully said, "So why did you involve me? Since our fleet is just bait, then why must I be involved in this plan?" Sith's expression turned serious and said, "This is because we really need you. In fact, our operation cannot be carried out without you." He then showed a strange expression and said, "Rodi, do you really think that the Sauron kingdom cared a lot about the natural resources of ironwood that belongs to the dwarfs?" "That's true. After conquering the dwarf territory, we perhaps will be able to control this precious resource of ironwood and command the other kingdoms on the Roland continent. However, is this reason alone enough for us to take the risk and start this war?" Rodi's heart stirred as he suddenly remembered the conversation he had with Seth a few days before departing. "If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 263, The Enlightened Bait. Chapter 263, The Enlightened Bait. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Although Rodi was very angry, because of his many past trials, he forced himself to calm down. His rationale told him there was no point in getting angry. It would better to wait for the other person to finish talking. With that thought in mind, Rodi sat down again and calmly looked at the Grand Sorcerer of Roland Continent and said, "Continue to speak." The wrinkles on Sith's face were like dried orange peels. His eyes revealed a complicated gaze as he slowly said, "In the history of the Roland Continent, there was once, because of the resource of ironwood, a war broke out between the various kingdoms on the Roland Continent and the dwarfs. The king has mentioned this to you before." "Yes." Rodi nodded calmly. During the beginning of that war, the temple secretly supported the many kingdoms of the Roland Continent. It could even be said that the temple was the one who instigated the war. In the eyes of the temple, the dwarfs were, after all, a different race. They could not rest easy having a different race control the essential resources of the Roland Continent. Although the dwarfs were quite strong, they were unable to fight against the united armies of the numerous kingdoms. But just when they were about to be defeated, news came from the temple. Sith looked at the ceiling and expressionlessly said, "The temple called for an immediate cessation of hostilities." "What's the reason?" Rodi frowned. "Don't know." Sith's facial muscles seemed to tremble the moment he said that. He then sighed and continued, "At that time, nobody knew the reason. However, later, after a long time and going through a variety of channels, we managed to receive a bit of news. The dwarfs seemed to have something important and the temple seemed to be very fearful of that thing. At that time, the dwarfs issued a warning. If they were defeated, they would find a way to put that thing. Destroy?" Rodi laughed bitterly. "I really don't know this one." Sith sighed. "We did not know what the temple was afraid of. Was the temple afraid that the dwarfs would destroy that thing or would take it out to use? Anyway, nobody knew the answer to this. That was a really big secret of the temple. We, the survivors of the Shaka Empire, have been trying hard to restore the empire. This is why we tried every possible way to obtain more information. Yet, we could only obtain this much." He paused and then slowly said, "However, there is one thing that is definitely unmistakable. That is, the temple is extremely terrified of that thing." "I understand now. You attack the dwarfs, not because you want to subjugate them but because you want to obtain that thing." Rodi looked with a little ridicule. "Yes." Sith sighed. "So we need you for this matter. Once our army disembarks, we will attack all the way. When we reach a crucial moment, it would be inevitable for the dwarfs to have a life and death struggle. This is why we request you, Earl Rodi, or rather the Duke of the Tulip family, a domain master, to help." This time, Rodi did not wait for Sith to finish speaking. He stood up and waved his hand as he said, "Enough." He mockingly looked at Sith and said, "So one of the reasons of this fleet is to attract the dwarfs' navy and allow the main offensive force to disembark safely. The other reason is to send me here because you believe that even if we were to encounter the dwarfs' fleet, we will be able to safely disembark with my strength. After that, I would help you obtain that thing by sneaking in. After all, a single person entering is much easier and more secretive than sending an entire army in. Am I right?" Sith nodded his head. "In other words, these hundreds of warships are, firstly, to act as bait and secondly, to send me here. You are really very magnanimous. For the end result, it is acceptable to pay a price." Sith sighed. "My task is to sneak into the dwarfs' territory with you. Under my guidance." Rodi lightly said, "There is no need to say any more." "What?" Sith became slightly angry. "I said, you do not have to say any more." Rodi's had a cold expression. "No matter what you ask of me, I can clearly tell you." Rodi stared at Sith's eyes and slowly said, "I refuse." "You?" Sith frowned. "Are you still angry about this matter? I believe you can understand." "Yes, I can understand." Rodi calmly replied. I can understand this diversion plan as a commander of an army. However, I can understand that this does not necessarily mean that I can calmly accept being deceived by you all. Rhodey looked at the speechless Sith and coldly said, I only do things based on my own beliefs. If you had told me this earlier, perhaps I would have agreed to help you. But the way you did it. Rhodey suddenly smiled. Even a blind could see that his smile did not have the slightest feeling of pleasure. Makes me really angry. He turned around and walked towards the door. At the door, he suddenly and coldly said, Tell His Majesty that those who have deceived me have paid the price. However, as we currently are allies, I will not immediately cause him trouble. However, it is better not to use these similar methods on me again. Leaving the stunned Sith behind, Rhodey went to the deck above and saw the soldiers respectfully salute him. Rhodey sighed in his heart. These poor guys still did not know that the king had sold them out. That night, the strong sea breeze blew across Rhodey's face. Rhodey exhaled deeply, throwing out all the depression in his heart. He then gently shook his head as if he was trying to shake the confusion out of his head. What should I do next? Rhodey looked at the tranquil surface of the distant sea. He could faintly see the land at a distance. That must be the island country of the dwarfs. Rhodey then pondered. If this fleet is a bait, then the dwarfs' fleet must be in the vicinity. They will soon attack and swallow the bait. When will the fighting start? Rhodey looked up at the sky. It should probably be before dawn. If Rhodey were the commander, he would choose to attack at night. Rhodey was not worried about himself. With his strength, he wouldn't get injured even in the boundless sea. The moment he thought about this, he suddenly smiled wryly. There is still a problem in the cabin. He subconsciously walked towards his own cabin. When he reached the door, he suddenly remembered that Needy's was still bathing. Rhodey smiled helplessly as he suddenly felt less disgusted with the problematic woman. At the very least, she was more likable than King Sauron. As he thought of these complicated things, he suddenly heard a sailor at the observatory platform above shout out, There is something going on. There were two sailors at the observatory platform. One of them nervously looked at a distance. The other one slipped down the mast and strode towards the cabin. Rhodey pulled him and asked, What happened? There is a fleet approaching. They are dwarf warships. The sailor nervously gasped for breath. He then broke away from Rhodey's grip and ran in. They are coming. Rhodey raised his eyebrow. He had already gotten up from the deck and jumped onto the observatory platform. He glared at the panic-stricken sailor and lightly asked, Where? There. The sailor forcefully calmed himself and then pointed towards a direction. Rhodey concentrated in that direction. His eyesight was better than ordinary people. He faintly saw the shadow of a sail approaching on the right side of their fleet. It was extremely fast. At that moment, there were voices on the deck below Rhodey. The sailors and the soldiers had received the news and begun to assemble. After the horn was sounded, the sailor on the observatory platform immediately took out a small torch. He gently shook it and the torch immediately gave out a dazzling light. That small torch was so dazzling that Rhodey was surprised. The strength of the Royal Navy of Sauron Kingdom was truly extraordinary. As soon as the torch on the flagship was lit, the other surrounding ships immediately responded similarly by lighting up torches. Within a short while, countless spots of light twinkled on the surface of the sea. Even the stars in the sky seemed to dim. Based on some understanding of the navy of the Sauron Kingdom, Rhodey knew that the torch was meant to alert the whole fleet. It could not be said that the Royal Navy of the Sauron Kingdom had not reacted fast enough. However, nevertheless, they had fallen behind. That was because those on that fleet did not know that they would be fighting against the dwarfs. They only acted according to normal practice and became alert when they saw a large fleet approaching. However, the dwarfs were already, aggressively, prepared for combat. The dwarfs launched the first attack. As it was dark and too far away, Rhodey could not see what the dwarfs' attack was like. In fact, the unluckiest ones were the vessels on the periphery of the fleet of Sauron Kingdom. They could only hear a faint thunderous roar. One of the smaller warships of the Sauron Kingdom in the distance suddenly burst into flames. Fire arrows then flew over like locusts. Within a short few minutes, that warship had already turned into a large ball of fire, burning. Rhodey did not even understand what kind of attack the dwarf warships had used. Fighting had started at the periphery and the tranquility of the sea was broken. Sounds of whistling and explosions continued endlessly. There were also blood-curdling screams from the soldiers and sailors. Rhodey understood clearly that this round, the fleet of Sauron Kingdom would definitely lose the battle. Perhaps this was an enlightened bait. The Sauron Kingdom fleet was immediately dispersed. The dwarfs' five-sail warships were truly powerful. Numerous warships immediately advanced and rushed into the midst of the Sauron Kingdom's fleet. They launched a concentrated attack as they crossed each other. Although the Sauron Kingdom's fleet did their best to resist, their surrounding warships, one by one, started to burn. The nearest of the dwarfs' five-sail warships finally came into Rhodey's view. The soldiers on the deck had picked up their weapons and their gunmen had begun firing back. A large number of soldiers shouted, "Protect His Majesty!" as they advanced towards the king's cabin. Rhodey frowned and suddenly kicked open the door to his cabin as he rushed in. The room was steaming. Needies uttered a scream. Rhodey faintly saw a white figure quickly squatted down inside a large barrel. Get out! Needy's voice was shrill and alarmed. Rhodey simply asked, "You have not finished bathing?" I told you to get out." Needy's was anxious, but she did not forget to argue back at Rhodey. "Don't you know that girls bathe slowly?" Rhodey picked up the military uniform from the shelf and threw it at Needy's. He then coldly said, "Now you have finished bathing. Quickly, wear your clothes." He then turned around. Needy's heard the screams outside and realized that something had happened. She quickly put on her clothes. There was a thunderous roar as the hull of the ship shook violently. Needy's was caught off guard. She staggered and crashed towards Rhodey. Rhodey frowned and held her. Needy's was tense as she asked, "What is going on outside? Put on your clothes properly first." Rhodey coldly looked at her. In her haste, Needy's did not button her clothes at her chest. She was only wearing a shirt. Fortunately, the person who provided the clothes thought that it was for Rhodey and the clothes given was according to Rhodey's size. The large military uniform that Needy's wore had already covered the lower part of her body down to just above her knees. However, half her snow-white chest was exposed at the placket one. With a red face, Needy's quickly buttoned up. Suddenly, there was a loud roar from outside. Immediately, the hull of the ship shook violently, once again. Rhodey could even hear cracking sounds in the ship. "It's too late," Rhodey said, "Follow me." Rhodey quickly pulled a woolen blanket from the side. Not allowing Needy's to resist, Rhodey wrapped her body with the blanket. He then took her hand and ran out the door of the room. There were lots of voices on the deck outside the cabin. Countless archers were desperately shooting arrows. Rhodey could only hear the whistling sounds of the arrows flying back and forth. Rhodey hugged Needy's with one hand and deflected the arrows that were occasionally flying towards him with the other. Translator's notes. 1. The middle where you button your shirt. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 264, Another Use for Fighting Energy. Chapter 264, Another Use for Fighting Energy. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Rhodey was shocked upon realizing that a large five-sail warship had already charged to the side of the flagship. The sharp protruding bow of the ship was already nudging into the side of the flagship. The side of the deck was completely broken, and the five-sail warship was ruthlessly stuck in the smaller half of the hull. The huge roar and the shaking of the hull earlier were evidently caused by that. Obviously, the dwarfs' warships were extremely strong, and ramming was one of their effective means of attack. At least, based on Rhodey's view, that huge impact had tilted the hull of the flagship. The sea water rushed in from the broken parts of the hull and numerous sailors howled miserably. At that moment, the soldiers on two ships nearby were still busy shooting at each other with bows and arrows. Suddenly, a row of small tubes appeared from the bow of the five-sail warship. Rhodey felt startled when he recalled the king's explanation of the dwarfs' warships. Now he understood what that was. As soon as he thought of that row of tubes suddenly sprayed out some blackish liquid. The black liquid looked sticky and silky. Rhodey pulled Needy's and quickly retreated to the other side of the ship. Suddenly, fire arrows were shot out from the dwarfs' five-sail warships and they flew towards where the oil was sprayed. Rhodey heard a loud bang as a huge heat wave surged from behind him. Immediately, the front half of the hull was enveloped by a raging fire. Many of Sauron Kingdom's soldiers and sailors were screaming in the fire. Some of them were engulfed in the flames as they ran out from inside the ship struggling. However, most of them immediately jumped into the sea. Many of the sorcerers aboard the Sauron Kingdom's warships flew up into the sky. Numerous fireballs were shot back and forth. Obviously, those sorcerers were trying to resist. However, the dwarfs' navy fleet was too fast and had already rushed in and was among the Sauron Kingdom's fleet. The warships from both sides were scattered among each other. As a result, those sorcerers who flew up into the sky could not accurately aim at their targets. In addition to that, most of them were shot down one after another by the archers from the dwarfs. The sorcerers screamed miserably from the sky as they fell to the ground looking like hedgehogs. Rhodey could not care less about all these. Sauron Kingdom had lost the battle even before it began. The resistance then was merely last-ditch struggles. Rhodey could not bear looking at the sailors and the soldiers getting killed tragically by the arrows. He pushed Needies into a corner and shouted, "Stay here and do not move." His body suddenly burst out with a golden flame fighting energy. His whole body was like a huge comet as he shot over towards the five-sail warship that had hit the flagship of Sauron Kingdom. With the loud sound of an explosion, a large hole immediately appeared on the sturdy dwarf warship made of high-quality ironwood. Rhodey immediately shot towards the other side of the warship and pierced through it. Rhodey's body skyrocketed and suddenly landed on the bow of the other party's ship. There was a succession of loud cries by many of the dwarfs in the dark. However, Rhodey could not understand their language. He looked around in the dark and saw that the dwarf soldiers below were wearing very eccentric armors. Those armors completely covered their bodies. Many dwarfs picked up their bows and arrows and shot at Rhodey, who was standing at the bow of the ship. Rhodey could not be bothered with the arrows. Suddenly, he punched the deck. There was an earth-shaking sound and then a rumbling sound came from the hull of the ship. The deck of the ship began to crack under Rhodey's fist. A huge crack then opened up and immediately the entire bow of the ship broke off. The five-sail warship that had lost its balance quickly tilted up. Ignoring the various screams from those people, Rhodey quickly rushed back to be beside Needies. He also ignored Needies' surprised exclamation. Rhodey pulled Needies and then quickly jumped up to the high observatory platform. That sailor actually did not die. He was squatting behind the fencing wall of the observatory deck, hiding himself from the flying arrows. Rhodey pulled him up and shouted, "You, send a signal for me." What? The sailor was trembling in fear. "Order all the ships to surrender immediately," Rhodey anxiously said. Even though Rhodey was powerful and had domain powers, it was impossible for him alone to defeat a powerful naval fleet of nearly 200 warships. After all, a domain master was still human and not God. "I said, send a signal. Give the order to surrender," Rhodey roared. Although the sailor was timid, he was still loyal to his duty and refused, no. He even regarded Rhodey as an enemy. The sailor's first reaction was to pull out a dagger and thrust it at Rhodey. Rhodey did not have time to waste with the sailor. He instantly knocked the sailor out and took out a few torches of different colors from his arms. He hastily looked at them. He knew that the green torch was used to declare surrender. Rhodey easily conjured up a sorcery flame and a huge green flame was lighted up at the observatory deck. Rhodey immediately threw the flaming torch onto the observatory platform and then jumped down together with Needies. Only by surrendering would the pitiful fleet and soldiers of Sauron Kingdom avoid being slaughtered. That was a battle that could not be won. The opponent has brought in their most powerful navy while the Sauron Kingdom's fleet was only strong in appearance. Although the fleet had many ships, they were mostly empty. It was just a bunch of pitiful bait who got betrayed. If they continued to fight, only the bait would get slaughtered. The other Sauron Kingdom's warships were very surprised to see the green flame, the symbol of surrender, above their flagship. Rhodey was not sure whether it would succeed or not, but when he saw another Sauron Kingdom's warship also light up the green flame, he felt relieved. Rhodey felt unwilling as this was the first time he surrendered on the battlefield. Since it was the Sauron people who would just get slaughtered, perhaps it would be better to surrender and survive. Needies was standing by Rhodey's side. The series of events earlier terrified her, and she gasped as she shrank back into Rhodey. She asked, "Why did you surrender? Aren't you very powerful? Aren't you on Sauron Kingdom's side?" Rhodey coldly looked at the woman in his arms and lightly said, "I am not on their side. I am not anymore." On the noisy deck of the ship, a captain roared. "Who lit the torch? Who is it?" Many people had already rushed towards Rhodey. Rhodey kicked the angry captain in front of him. He then grabbed the commander of the ship and coldly said, "I am the one who gave the order. If you don't want to die, go and ask your king." He threw that pitiful commander aside and took Needies to the side of the ship. At that time, Sith, disguised as the king, ran out from the cabin. At his side was a group of royal knights. Sith saw Rhodey with a single glance and immediately shouted, "Rhodey, what are you doing?" Rhodey pointed at him and shouted, "If you do not want to watch these loyal soldiers get slaughtered, immediately order them to give up. They do not deserve this." Sith was anxious. He seemed like he wanted to push away those royal knights in front of him who regarded and protected him as the king and moved towards Rhodey. He shouted, "Rhodey, I. Don't blabber, I am not with you," Rhodey said with a faint smile. He simply ignored Sith and then said to Needies, who was in his arms. Are you ready? Ready for what? Needies suddenly had an uneasy feeling. Of course, it is jumping into the sea. Rhodey had a mocking look. Needies screamed as she felt a huge force pulling her. Both of them had already jumped off the edge of the deck. With a splash, the two of them had fallen deep into the abyss of the sea. Sith immediately rushed to the edge of the deck. He saw Rhodey jump off the ship. He was extremely furious, but he could not do anything. Although it was not the cold season, to jump into the sea in the middle of the night completely submerged and surrounded by the cold seawater instantly made all the sounds of the explosions, cries and screaming from the battle disappeared. The piercing cold water made Needies very frightened. In the midst of it, she swallowed a few mouthfuls of the salty and astringent seawater. She instantly coughed out violently and her body involuntarily struggled fiercely. However, Rhodey continued to pull her deeper into the sea. When the two of them had sunken to almost the bottom of the sea, suddenly a streak of milky white light appeared at Rhodey's index finger. That light grew bigger and finally, it completely wrapped Rhodey and Needies inside. The even more strange thing was that the light actually forced away the water, bit by bit. Immediately, a few cubic meters of a waterless space was formed around the two of them. Needies coughed violently in Rhodey's arms. She coughed out big mouthfuls of the seawater, and felt weak as well. When her breathing finally calmed down, she immediately roared at Rhodey. Are you trying to kill me? Rhodey smiled calmly and used his eyes to signal her to look around. The anger in Needies' face immediately disappeared. She was surprised as she looked at the waterless space surrounding them. She exclaimed, "This is, you, how did you do this?" "It is sorcery." Rhodey simply answered. Obviously, Rhodey could not tell Needies directly that the old man, Moses, had transformed the legendary Staff of Moses into the ring on his finger. The Staff of Moses could even split the entire sea, therefore, it was naturally very easy to create a waterless space in the sea. Needies looked surprised and curious as she and Rhodey stood at the bottom of the sea with the rocks and the aquatic plants. They were surrounded by the underwater world, but it looked as if the water was blocked by something and could not flow in. Needies curiously stretched out one of her fingers to touch the edge of the waterless space. Her finger easily entered the sea. It was wet and cold. Needies suddenly trembled and forcefully held Rhodey. Very cold. Her clothes had been soaked wet the moment she fell into the sea. She was actually still bathing when she was interrupted by Rhodey and she had hastily put on the military uniform. Besides that, she had only taken the shirt. Although the loose uniform was large enough to cover her from above her knees, she was naked below that. Even though Needies liked to seduce people, she felt tense when she actually stood in front of others, especially Rhodey. That was especially so since her clothes were wet and had tightly stuck to her body, completely showing off the curves of her body. Her spotless white legs were exposed. As Rhodey seemed to be looking at her, Needies screamed, "What are you looking at?" Rhodey lightly replied, "Nothing." Needies was angry until her face was flushed. This is all your fault." "I was still bathing, but you..." Rhodey coldly replied, "What do you mean, my fault? I was saving you. If I had not pulled you out, you would have been shot dead." Rhodey suddenly laughed. Watching the charming woman get angry vented his frustration at being pestered by her in the past few days. Feeling somewhat happy, Rhodey smiled and asked, "Are you cold?" He then burst into flames with his fighting energy. The warm fighting energy wrapped around the two of them. With Rhodey's powerful fighting energy, their drenched clothes quickly dried up. Rhodey sighed and retrieved his fighting energy. He then pulled Needies and walked forward. "Hey! You used fighting energy earlier, didn't you? Why did you stop using it?" Needies seemed dissatisfied. Rhodey frowned and stared at the pestering woman. "Aren't your clothes dry already?" "But..." Needies thought for a moment and then confidently said, "But your fighting energy kept me very warm. Right now, I am wearing very little and it is very cold in the sea." As Rhodey listened to these words, he swore to gods that his first thought was to strangle this woman, in front of him. Needies actually wanted to use the golden fighting energy from a domain master which terrified Rhodey's powerful enemies to keep herself warm. "Let's go." Rhodey pulled Needies moved forward again. "Where are we going?" Needies frowned. It was dark at the bottom of the sea. "We are going to the dwarfs' island country." Rhodey seemed to smile. "First, we will find some clothes for you to wear." "Are we going to return to the Roland continent, like this?" "Although I can fly, I cannot fly for a few days across the straits. If you want to go back using the bottom of the sea, at least, we will need to get clothes and food." He seemed to be mocking at Needies. Otherwise, we will be starved to death before we reach it. Oomph, looks like you are not always cold. You actually know how to joke a little. Needies then hatefully said, based on what you said, we should to find a way to get a ship. I do not want to go back by walking under the sea. Besides that. Needies had not finished talking. Right now, I am wearing very little. You better not have any vile thoughts. As soon as Needies finished, she put on a very frightened expression. Rhodey was angry. He turned pale and diligently pulled Needies forward. He was afraid that he might throw that woman out in his anger. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 265, Arrival at the Border. Chapter 265, Arrival at the Border. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Seth leaned both his legs on the chair grossly. He did not care about his manners or being graceful as long as he could sit comfortably. He held a golden cup of wine. It was a first-class wine presented by His Highness the Crown Prince. Old Mark lowered his head to look at the chessboard as he pondered. Just now Seth's move had immediately put Old Mark in a dangerous situation. That chess was unique to the Roland continent and was different from the popular chess game of the Radiant Empire. The rules on the movements of the pieces had some warlike implication. One was a well-learned playboy and the other was Dondong's disciple. They were naturally well matched. Mouse was standing at the side. She was not in the mood to watch the match between the two. In fact, Mouse felt resentful. Her resentment was mainly because she was unhappy with the playboy who had the couldn't-care-less attitude. In order to protect the playboy, Mouse could not follow Rhodey out to the sea. Besides that, Seth had been very relaxed for the past few days at the Summer Palace. Every day, he played chess, read books, drank wine, admired the flowers and watched the moon. He was having an exceptionally satisfactory time, while Mouse had to stay at his side as his bodyguard. In fact, Rhodey had another reason for leaving Mouse behind. That playboy might run away at any time. If Mouse were to follow Rhodey out to the sea, perhaps by the time they returned, he would have disappeared. As it was difficult to meet Seth, Rhodey did not want to let him run away. He wanted to bring Seth back home to be dealt with by Nicole at all costs. Mouse could not help sighing when she saw Seth not concerned about his image as he raised his legs. In the past few days, the consort had been coming quite often and Mouse could not endure her pestering. In order to keep up the deception, Seth simply had to continue his disguise as a woman. At that moment, Seth had the appearance of a well-bred noble lady. However, he carefreely spread out his legs and leaned back in the chair. Mouse could not help but coldly say, "That's enough. Seth, sit properly." Seth gave her a supercilious look and asked, "What's wrong? Are you starting to become impatient?" Mouse remained silent, but her hands had already withdrawn back into the sleeve. Seth did not dare to make Mouse angry. With his good understanding of women, Seth knew that a woman would do anything once angered. He calmly sat up straight but deliberately sighed and said, "Miss Mouse, to tell you the truth, I actually felt sorry, I know myself. In fact, when I was still at home, I would always drive those guards around me insane." After Seth spoke, Old Mark had already made his move on the chessboard. He looked up and said, "Seth, concentrate on the game. If you were to anger the Black-Veiled Saint, I will not protect you. We can eat after this game." Seth deliberately sighed as glanced at Mouse. He loudly said, "Unfortunately, someone may not have the appetite to eat." Mouse narrowed her eyes and coldly asked, "What did you say?" Seth had probably felt Mouse's anger and the dangerous atmosphere. He immediately laughed and said, "Nothing. I didn't say anything. I said Rhodey is very safe. With his strength, there are probably none on this continent who could threaten him. I believe all of us can eat and sleep in peace without thinking of anything. Perhaps he is currently eating a lavish meal. What is there to be worried about?" Mouse finally could not take it anymore. She raised her hand and threw out a fireball. Fortunately, Old Mark was skillful. He hastily grabbed Seth's collar and pulled him to one side. There was an explosion as the chessboard and the two chairs were smashed into pieces by the fireball. Mouse's eyes flickered with anger. However, she suddenly had a thought. She forcefully suppressed her anger and coldly said, "Well, now you should learn how to speak. Go and eat. After the meal, I will do your makeup for you." Seth stared at the chessboard that was smashed to pieces. He suddenly smiled and said, "Very good. Old Mark, let us eat. Today, I have an extremely good appetite and must eat more. Ha, the worse the appetite of others, the better my mood." Old Mark helplessly shook his head and sighed. "Rhodey, I hope you can come back quickly. These two youngsters are driving me crazy. While the three of them were making a ruckus at the capital of Sauron Kingdom, Rhodey was sitting on the beach of the dwarf's island eating grilled fish. He dug a hole at the sandy beach and lit a bonfire. He then made a frame with a few branches. Several fishes were caught from the sea and cleaned before sticking them on the branches. They were grilled by the bonfire under them and a fragrant aroma soon wafts through the air. The fishes were caught by Rhodey, but Needy's was the one who cooked the meal. The thing that surprised Rhodey was that Needy's was very skilled at that despite her pampered look. Rhodey bit lightly on a fish that Needy's handed to him. He immediately thought that it was delicious and praised Needy's. She charmingly smiled at him and said, "Do you think I am a woman who does not know how to do anything? I grew up alone and I must learn how to take care of myself." Rhodey sighed and did not say anything. Needy's words were simple, but Rhodey faintly remembered in his heart that he himself became an orphan since his teens. He had also been taking care of himself before he met Nicole and Seth. Although Needy's words sounded simple, she probably went through a lot of hardships in the process. This was something others could not understand. Besides that, her identity and Rhodey's identity were different. Although Rhodey lived a hard life, it was at the very least a safe life. On the other hand, Needy seemed to have some enmity with the vampires. It was more difficult for her since she had to survive while avoiding her killers. Her simple words had unintentionally given Rhodey such impressions. It was already morning. The sea breeze was blowing gently. There was a faint light shining on the surface of the distant sea. As they were hungry, they no longer spoke and quickly ate their food. Rhodey had a big appetite. He looked as if he had not eaten enough even after he finished eating. Needy's looked at him and gave a slight smile. She then took out a raw fish from behind. Needy's had cleaned the fish earlier and had stealthily hidden it at some point in time. She then smiled and borrowed Rhodey's scimitar to cut the fish. The scimitar moved swiftly in Needy's hands and over 10 thin slices of fishes were cut. She then placed the fish slices on a kelp she found from the sea and gave it to Rhodey. Rhodey, who seemed curious, laughed. "What? Can I eat this just as it is?" Needy smiled and replied, "It is simple and does not have spices, but it can be eaten." Rhodey gently picked up a slice of the fish and put it into his mouth. The raw fish was unusually tasty. He could not help but exclaim in surprise. Needy's laughed. "How is it?" "This is something I learned from the dwarfs. Although it is not as authentic, it should be passable." Rhodey enjoyed eating the first slice and he could not help but put another 2 more slices in his mouth. Although they had the smell of raw fish, the smell was concealed by their delicious taste. He ate happily, and the dozen slices were soon finished. Noticing that Needy's had not eaten any, Rhodey blushed. He then asked, "What is this?" "I never expected raw fish to taste this good." Needy's lightly smiled and replied, "Just now, when you caught the fishes, did you not notice that there were different types? The fish I grilled earlier were ordinary fish. However, the one I deliberately left behind was different. If I remember correctly, it is a kind of flatfish that is used to make the sashimi." Rhodey gave a bitter smile and replied, "I did not notice any dissimilarities among the fishes." Rhodey paused for a while and then smiled again. "You have not eaten yet. Give me the scimitar. Let me try to cut." Needy's did not object and handed over the fish and the scimitar to Rhodey. Rhodey recalled Needy's movements when cutting the fish and then went ahead to cut it into a dozen pieces within a short moment. Needy's looked at Rhodey with a pair of smiling eyes, but she did not eat the fish. Rhodey was startled. "What's wrong? Did I cut it wrong?" Needy shook her head and replied, "You cut it right. With your ability, you could clearly remember the method of cutting the fish. However, if you could learn it so easily, then the dwarf's special delicacy would not be so rare." Needy stretched out 2 of her fingers and twisted a thin slice of fish as she smiled. "Look, even though you cut well, but the sizes of the slices are different. There are many ways of cutting the fishes. The method I used earlier was a thin slice method. In addition, there are also many other methods, like flat cutting, peeling, line cutting, and snake belly cutting. You are skillful enough to fight against paladins, but you are still far from cutting out authentic sashimi." Rhodey did not believe her and put a slice of the fish in his mouth. However, he spat it out after 2 bites. Needy's laughed. "Don't you know fishes have bones? The slices that I cut out for you earlier was done with special attention. Your haphazard way of cutting actually pushed all the fish bones into the flesh." The 2 of them laughed together for a while and the original distance between them gradually faded. After resting on the beach for a while, the 2 of them finally went inland. Although the sea battle was at a distance from the coast, the sounds of explosions at the sea could be heard clearly in the quiet of the night. There were some small dwarf villages near the sea, but the residents had already fled when they heard the sounds of battle. After walking for some time, the two of them found an abandoned village. They looked for a household and took a few pieces of clothing. Needy's no longer needed to expose her seductive legs. Needy's only felt relieved after putting on these clothes. Although she did not mind exposing her body in front of Rhodey, it was very cold by the beach, both day and night. She was thinly dressed, and although she did not complain, she felt so cold that she could hardly stand it anymore. Both of them were not in a hurry and rested at the village for half a day. In the evening, those who ran away, because they were frightened of the war, had returned. That was the first time Rhodey saw the legendary dwarfs. The dwarfs were not much different from the other races. The majority of them looked just like normal people. According to legend, the dwarfs were short and sturdy. They had long beards regardless whether they were men or women, old or young. They had deep, resonant voices and were irascible and queer. However, those dwarfs looked just like ordinary humans. The only difference was that they were shorter than ordinary humans. Most of the men here were much shorter than Rhodey. Rhodey was considered tall among the ordinary people, while the tallest dwarf here only reached Rhodey's chest. The majority of the men here were only about 1.5 meters tall. The dwarfs saw that Rhodey and Needy's were alone, and were not at all friendly with them in the beginning. Those men, especially, looked at Needy's with a shine in their eyes. It looked like they did not have good intentions. When Rhodey saw a crowd gradually gathering, he initially wanted to communicate with them. However, Needy's gently pulled Rhodey and whispered, "Don't say too much. You do not know their language." Besides that, the dwarfs are naturally fierce and greedy. They like to bully the weak. If you are fierce, they will be afraid. If you are polite, they will bully you. At first, Rhodey did not believe. However, he saw a few dwarfs pick up their knives and other weapons and surround him. Some of them also started to shout. Rhodey felt helpless and could only sigh. Rhodey suddenly moved like lightning towards the crowd. A few dwarfs immediately screamed and their weapons all flew into the air. After that, Rhodey grabbed two dwarfs and returned to Needy's side. Based on his size, holding the two dwarfs in his hand was just like carrying two little chicks. Needy's put on a fierce expression and spoke some gibberish loudly in a language that Rhodey could not understand. She then pointed at Rhodey. Rhodey saw Needy's wink at him. He understood and made a fierce expression. Although his acting was not too good, his fighting skills earlier were too amazing. He had hit 7 to 8 people in an instant. On top of that, he was tall. That made the dwarfs more fearful and could not help but step back. Needy's muttered a few words again, and then she pointed at the two dwarfs held by Rhodey. She then forcefully moved her hand across her throat. Those surrounding dwarfs screamed in fear, one after another. They then came crashing down on their knees on the ground. At night, the villagers gave up the largest house in the village for Rhodey and Needy's to stay. The dwarfs, one by one, sent food over from their homes. They also sent 2 women with delicate features to serve Rhodey. The 2 women had flattering smiles and were obedient. They did not look as though they were coerced. A slightly older male dwarf stood in front of Rhodey and spoke. Rhodey could not understand a word he said, while Needy's constantly conversed with the man. The dwarf's face became more and more respectful, but Rhodey could faintly sense a strange feeling from his expression. It was as if a ferocious and malicious expression was concealed beneath the respectful expression. When Needy saw Rhodey looking impatient, she waved for the dwarf to leave. The 2 women fanning Rhodey and massaging his legs were also asked to leave. "What's wrong? Why do you have such a cold expression?" Needy seemed to smile. Rhodey sighed. "I just thought that the dwarfs have no backbones. I only beat up a few of them and they already became so cowardly. Men and even women are the same. They are too submissive and did not even show the slightest bit of resistance. How can a race without a backbone survive until now?" Needy smiled and lightly said, "You only saw them like this, but you did not see them from another angle." She sighed and continued, "The dwarfs are naturally cunning. In the face of a strong enemy that they themselves know they cannot win, they will become meek like slaves. They will even be willing to sacrifice their own women in order to survive. However, their hearts will never have true submission and will always watch you like a wolf. Once they find an opportunity, they will suddenly bite you. They are respectful and submissive to us now. This is because they simply have not found a way to deal with us yet." "Oh?" Rhodey felt a little strange. "Of course." Needy's grunted and then continued, "Talking about being savage, there are no races more savage than the dwarfs. If it was not because you showed impressive strength and shook them, I am afraid both of us you would be killed cruelly, and as for me, well, just by looking at the gazes of those men, you will understand." Needy's blushed as she said the last few words. She then coughed gently before continuing, "Do not doubt it. The savagery of the dwarfs is well known. The Gordon Kingdom had suffered a lot of that. The location of Gordon Kingdom meant they had to constantly pass through the dwarfs' territorial seas. They are often robbed with nothing left. Most pirates would rob the ship, but they would not kill. However, if they were to encounter a dwarf's warship, not only would they be robbed, the people would also not be spared. The men would be killed and the women. This kind of enemy can only be dealt with by suppressing them with absolute strength. Otherwise, you can only wait to be oppressed." Needy sighed. "I lived with the dwarfs for a few years and can understand them a little. Their rule of survival is to oppress enemies weaker than themselves. As for enemies stronger than themselves, they will obediently comply and silently endure. They would secretly look for a chance at all times. If you were deceived by their appearance, you must be prepared to be bitten by them." Rhodey frowned. "It seems that this race is really terrifying." Needy sighed. "Isn't it true? When the dwarfs went to war with the Roland continent, the Teuton kingdom of the Roland continent had conquered one of the dwarf cities. At that time, the entire city completely surrendered. They even went to the extent of offering their wives and women so that they could be spared. The entire army of Teuton kingdom believed that such submissive people would be of no threat. The Teuton kingdom was known as the knight's birthplace and was where the knight's spirit originated from. The soldiers also kept the knight's spirit and did not abuse the local dwarfs. However, with the truce that was sent out by the temple, they were ordered to withdraw their troop and no longer allowed to attack the dwarfs anymore. However, when the army Teuton kingdom was withdrawing from the dwarfs' island nation, they were ambushed by the dwarfs." Rhodey frowned. "An ambush after the truce? Were the dwarfs not afraid of starting another war?" "Humph, the dwarfs naturally were confident. I heard that they had something that the temple was very afraid of." Needy sneered and lightly said, "Teuton army did not expect the seemingly submissive dwarfs to suddenly turn hostile overnight. 5,000 soldiers were killed in the ambush and 3,000 soldiers were captured. After that, the prisoners were all cruelly killed by the dwarfs and Teuton kingdom was not even given a chance to redeem the prisoners of war. The Teuton kingdom was also the only landlocked kingdom on the Roland continent. Their lands were not near the sea and they did not have a navy. So, the dwarfs were not afraid that the Teuton kingdom would retaliate." Rhodey sighed. "What happened after that? Did the temple come forward to help the Teuton kingdom?" "I heard that the Teuton kingdom is the temple's strongest supporter. Even this time, when the temple turned hostile against the numerous kingdoms of Roland continent, Teuton kingdom did not participate in our alliance. They continued to support the temple." Needy smiled. "So what? The dwarfs are weak when they should be weak and unyielding when it is time for them to be unyielding. They were certain that the other party could not do anything to them and naturally would not apologize. Therefore, that matter was left unsettled." When Needy saw Rhodey was silent, she smiled. The most interesting thing was not that, the dwarfs later declared that they were the victorious nation. According to the dwarfs' record on history, the dwarfs won that war. After a bloody and tenacious struggle by the army of the dwarfs, the coalition armies of the Roland continent were finally defeated and chased out of their territory. As for the fact that they had to compromise and how they later launched ambushes after the truce, these were naturally not mentioned at all. The next day, Rhodey and Needy's had a brief discussion. Rhodey wanted to find a ship and return to the Sauron kingdom directly. Although they were surrounded by the coast, he could only find a few small fishing boats. If such small fishing boats were to encounter a big storm, they would not be able to sail. Besides that, Rhodey was also not an expert at sea. With his strength, although he was able to fly, a domain master was, after all, not God. Flying across the entire straits with his own power was impossible for him. Even if with the staff of Moses, he could only walk freely inside the sea. Needy suddenly smiled. "You have listed so many reasons, but in actual fact, you are just looking for excuses." "What?" Rhodey froze for a moment. Needy smiled. "With your strength, you have hundreds of ways you can use to go back. But right now, you are just looking for an excuse. Is it because deep down in your heart you do not want to immediately return?" Rhodey stayed silent. Needy's eyes suddenly shined as she whispered, "You said that King Sauron wanted you to help take something from the dwarfs. I can see that although you are not willing to help them, you are still curious about this thing. I guess you are extremely interested in this thing that could coerce the temple and want to have a look, am I right?" Rhodey thought for a while then laughed. "You are really smart. You can accurately guess my thoughts. Yes, I am really curious. What magical thing do the dwarfs have that the temple is so afraid of?" Needy's rolled her eyes and continued to smile. "Oh, right. You are not just curious. You are also thinking about the benefits of obtaining this thing. Perhaps you can threaten the temple with it. After all, the temple will still be an enemy in the future and it will be better to have an additional chip in hand. Needies then smiled as she looked at Rhodey. Rhodey sighed and said, alright. You are the worm in my stomach one, satisfied? Feeling dissatisfied, Needies wrinkled her eyebrows and said, don't describe me with such a dreadful thing. Since they had made up their minds, they were no longer anxious to go back immediately. They were determined to go deeper inland into the dwarfs' territory. However, a small incident happened before leaving. In the morning, a group of dwarfs brought a prisoner back to the village. That old man looked exhausted and the clothes on his entire body were soaked. His beard and hair looked plastered on his face. Rhodey was surprised when he looked at him. That person was actually Master Sith. The dignified and highest-ranked sorcerer amongst the sorcerers of the Sorcerer Association of Roland Continent was actually being tied up like a dog. Besides that, he looked as though he had been robbed. Sith initially had a few magic rings on his fingers, but now the rings were on the fingers of two dwarfs. Even the staff, which was mounted with magical gems, was also taken by one of the dwarfs. Some of the other dwarfs also showed greedy and satisfied smiles. Apparently, they had reaped good benefits. That was not strange, as a sorcerer would definitely carry with him a lot of magic gems. To a sorcerer, those gems were valuable materials for magic. However, to an ordinary person, it was just tempting wealth and money. Sith wearily drooped his eyelids. Rhodey looked at that old man in that sorry situation and could not help but sigh. He told Needies to ask the dwarfs to stop and release Sith. Rhodey supported the sorcerer up and sighed, Master Sith, why are you here? Sith finally opened his eyes and looked at Rhodey. He then smiled bitterly and slowly said, I have exhausted my magic power in the battle and then the ship sank. I then drifted ashore. When I saw some people, I wanted to ask for help, but I ended up getting caught and brought here without reason. Rhodey held back his laughter and said, you are about as powerful as a paladin. How did you end up like that? The old sorcerer became angry and replied, Kid, we took a lot of trouble to plan this. Although we had not been entirely honest with you, we had never treated you unfairly. Yet you actually just walked away. I may be powerful, but do you think I could win against a fleet? Those dwarfs saw the king's banner on the flagship and converged on us. If I had not jumped into the sea in time, I am afraid I would have been captured by now. After saying all that, the old sorcerer sighed. I was seasick on the ship for the past few days. After tossing about for so many days, I was already not feeling good. If only it had happened on normal days. Rhodey sighed. Although he did not know how dreadful seasickness was, he had witnessed it in his first sea trip to the Roland continent. Some of his subordinates were quite powerful warriors. However, they were seasick and vomited every day. On top of that, he had no appetite. After a few days, even those strong men were finally unable to withstand it. Despite having the strength of powerful warriors, some of them could not even hold their swords. At that moment, the old sorcerer was obviously severely weakened. Needies told the dwarfs to release Sith and also ordered them to return his things. They were not willing because Sith, who was the dignified top sorcerer of the Roland continent, had a lot of good stuff. However, with the presence of such a strong Rhodey, they could only obediently return everything. After changing his clothes and resting for half a day, Sith finally regained a little bit of his strength. He had also long vomited out the seawater he drank earlier. Sith became excited when he heard that Rhodey had decided to go deeper into the dwarf's territory. However, Rhodey's following sentence stifled him, I am just curious and want to see that thing. Don't expect me to help you get it. The three of them stayed at the village for another day. After that day, they continued journeying on the road. There were no horses in the village and the three of them could only walk. Fortunately, Rhodey had looked at the map when he was at the sea. He knew that there would be a slightly larger town after walking for about half a day. It would not be too late to look for horses then. However, after less than an hour on the road, the three of them encountered a group of dwarf cavalry patrol. Those soldiers actually came looking for Rhodey and the others. Although the dwarfs at the earlier village looked submissive on the surface, they had already secretly sent a messenger deeper inland. Those soldiers came here to capture Rhodey and the others. They were confronted by about 30 cavalrymen. Rhodey easily defeated them all and took a few horses. The three of them were thus spared the hardships of walking. After journeying for half a day, they finally reached that slightly larger town. There were not much different between dwarf towns and the towns Rhodey had seen on the Roland continent. The only difference was that the tradition of the excellent weapon forging skills of the dwarfs was true. Even a small town like that also had a few weapon shops. Rhodey casually strolled around and found a few good swords. It seemed like the dwarfs really deserved their reputation in forging weapons. The three of them walked on the streets for a while. As the three of them looked very different from the dwarfs, they attracted the attention of many. Besides that, the army of Sauron Kingdom had landed in the south. News of war had already spread to them. Rhodey and the others did not look like dwarfs and therefore attracted a lot of unfriendly gazes. Sith was already prepared. Before coming, in accordance with the plan of moving around the dwarf island while cooperating with Rhodey, a few things had already been prepared by Sith. He took out 2 magic gems and gave it to Rhodey and Needies. After chanting an incantation, their appearances changed. These were 2 transformation magic gems. In order to conserve the usage of sorcery power, Sith did not change too much the appearances of Rhodey and Needies. Sith just shortened their heights and then after some simple makeup, they looked like a dwarf couple. On the other hand, Sith had powerful sorcery and could just transform himself, solving his own appearance problem. The only problem was that Sith did not account for an additional person, Needies. He had originally prepared the 2 magic gems for Rhodey and himself. Now, 1 gem had already been given to Needies. As a result, he could only rely on his own sorcery to change his appearance and more magic mana was consumed. They spent money to buy a carriage and hired 2 dwarf coachmen. The 3 of them then went deeper inland. Originally the 3 of them had jumped into the sea before coming ashore. They did not carry any money with them, so Rhodey naturally had none and Needies was the same as she barely even managed to put on her clothes before being pulled into the sea by Rhodey. On the other hand, the old sorcerer had originally prepared some money for expenses. However, he did not take it along in his haste. Finally, they obtained an idea. They sold a few of Sith's magic gems at the small town for a few of the dwarf gold coins. As the magic gems were of high quality and precious, the old sorcerer felt hurt selling them. However, this did not cross Rhodey's mind at all. The destination for the 3 of them was a medium-sized city known as Home River. That was the 2nd largest town in the dwarfs' Hakone Kingdom. As the place was located in a basin between 2 mountains, it was known as the Mountain Gateway. Along the way, they met a lot of mobilized soldiers. Those soldiers went towards the south. Apparently, Sauron Kingdom's attacks gave the dwarfs a lot of pressure. The news that came was that the Sauron Kingdom had driven straight in for a past few days. As King Sauron had a good intelligence knowledge of the situation and he also took advantage to launch a surprise attack, they did not encounter any significant resistance and several of the dwarfs' armed forces were defeated. However, that gave Rhodey a certain degree of trouble. The deeper they went, the tighter the security and investigation. It seemed this was a precaution against enemy spies. They bribed the officers guarding at the city gate of the Home River City and successfully entered the city. The dwarf's 2nd largest city was indeed very prosperous. There were pedestrians on the streets but the tensions before a war could be felt. Many of the pedestrians were carrying large bags of daily necessities. The streets were also frequently patrolled by the soldiers. Rhodey was extremely relaxed as he looked at the scenery. The dwarfs' architectural style was completely different from the Roland continent. Perhaps because they lived on the island and were often harassed by typhoons, their buildings were mostly short and low-rise. Most of the dwarf pedestrians were men wearing swords at their waists. These men deliberately opened up their shirts at the chests and they looked aggressive. They shoved around in the streets and some of them were carrying jugs of wine looking drunk. Some of these people tended to walk in groups. Others would keep themselves at a distance and even the patrol soldiers did not provoke them. Needies explained that those people were a unique type of warriors of the dwarf kingdom. As the dwarfs had great talent in manufacturing weapons, there were many weapons in circulation amongst the people. Those warriors were often skillful desperados. Some powerful nobles would hire them as private thugs. There was a great honor for these nobles to have such warriors. The moment a war started, those people could immediately complement the army as a combat force. Besides that, the hierarchy of dwarf warriors was very complicated. There were many escaped criminals amongst them. As long as they could become a warrior for an influential master, even all their past crimes would be forgiven. So, those warriors became one such unique class of the dwarfs. They were equivalent to the knights of the Roland continent. They had their own masters to support them and did not have to worry about food. They even often provoked trouble in the streets. As long as the trouble caused was not too major, the patrol soldiers would just ignore them as they would be afraid of offending their masters. Then, what about them? Rhodey pointed to a few people squatting on the ground at the side of the street. Those people had weapons and were also dressed like warriors. However, their attires and expressions made them look as though they were in dire straits. Those are fallen warriors. Needies sighed. They are also known as vagrant warriors. They are warriors who had lost their masters after the collapse of the noble houses or the demise of their masters. They have no choice but to look for another buyer. They may seem dejected now, but when they find a new master, they will immediately become arrogant and malicious. Rhodey suddenly rolled his eyes a few times. He looked at the old sorcerer and whispered, "How much money do you still have?" Sith's heart trembled and immediately became alert. "What do you want to do?" Rhodey smiled and replied, "I am thinking of buying a few warriors." It must be very interesting. Translator's notes. 1. Knowing everything about a person. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 266, Second Robbery. Chapter 266, Second Robbery. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Needy's frowned. How many warriors do you want to buy? What is your purpose? Rhodey sighed and whispered, "Didn't you notice that security is getting tighter along the way? Since we are going to the capital of the Dwarf Kingdom, the journey later will probably be even more difficult. We need to find a way and get an identity. Otherwise, I am afraid we may give our disguises away. Even if we are not afraid, we will not be able to change anything once we start our journey to the capital. Getting a few warriors as followers and posing as nobles will naturally be different." Sith had already covered his wallet and refuted, "Stop dreaming. Do you think the warriors will just offer their services to anyone? They will not even bother to look at you unless you are a really influential noble. Did you see those impressive warriors on the street? All of them are wearing waistplates. 1. Those are the symbols of identities. Do we look like influential nobles? Do you think those warriors will come just by offering some money? Besides that, hiring warriors are not cheap. We do not have enough money now. You don't think of taking advantage of me again." The facial muscles of the old sorcerer trembled as he finished his last sentence. Evidently, his heart ached from having to sell those precious magic gems. Needy smiled and softly said, "It is simple if you want to acquire an identity. This is the second largest city in the Hakone Kingdom. There are many people coming in and out. We only need to hide on one of the smaller streets and look for a noble carriage. We then knock out the people in it and then grab their clothes and the carriage." Rhodey frowned. What about the followers accompanying them? A dignified noble is unlikely to go out with just 2 or 3 people only. There will definitely be a group of people following him. Needy's glanced at the end of the main street with a smile and said, "This is also not difficult. This is River Home. There is naturally a place that sells slaves. We can buy a few obedient slaves and dress them up as warriors. Besides that, buying slaves is cheaper than buying warriors." The old sorcerer immediately nodded and agreed the moment he heard that it would be cheaper. Rhodey was helpless and could only heed Needy's words. Hence, after a lapse of more than a year, Rhodey became a robber again. Just like the time he hid to rob Nicole's carriage, Rhodey and his friends went to a remote road outside the city and hid at the roadside. They quietly waited for an unlucky victim. The difference was that last time, Rhodey was just a small grade 1 swordsman. His companions were also just a disorderly mob. However, Rhodey was now an almost invincible warrior with strong domain powers. His companions were a master amongst the vampires and the top-ranked master sorcerer of the Roland continent. It seemed like Rhodey was naturally lucky at robbing. They had originally intended to wait till nightfall, but they did not even need to wait for 2 hours before a suitable target appeared. The carriage gradually approached from a distance. The 4 dwarfs in front clearly had the expressions on their faces that said, "I am very arrogant." The carriage behind them was also very beautifully decorated. The 4-wheeled carriage was made of higher quality wood and was exceptionally refined. It was as though it was a work of art instead of something used to transport people. Regrettably, the driver's outrageously gorgeous clothes had completely destroyed the artistic design. Even the driver's horsewhip was made of gold. It clearly emphasized to others the message, "I am very wealthy." Warhorses were not raised in the Hakone Kingdom. Hence, the carriages here usually did not have cavalrymen as guards. However, that carriage was different. There were 6 white horses on both sides of the carriage and full armored warriors sat on those horses. To Rhodey, that was definitely a very suitable target to rob. "How about this?" Rhodey softly asked Needy's as he watched them approach from a distance. Needy smiled. They definitely look like very influential nobles. However, I am afraid that after robbing them, we will have troubles. Rhodey shook his head. Who cares? After robbing them, we can just knock them out and throw them into a mountain cave. They will not be discovered for 3 to 5 days. By then, we will already have reached the capital. Sith shook his head. He sighed and said, I do not think it is appropriate. Our original intention is to conceal our identities. However, if we're to rob them, we will end up attracting more trouble. Rhodey coldly replied, It is simple. Sell off another few of your magic stones and they will probably be enough to buy a luxurious carriage and also some clothes of superior quality. The remaining money will be enough to buy a few warriors. Sith immediately shook his head as if he was a rattledrum and said, All right. If you insist on robbing them, then let's do it. I am already old. Might as well let you youngsters decide. After that, Sith tightly covered his pocket with his hand. Inside his pocket were 2 precious magic gems that could replenish his sorcery power. Needy's pursed her lips and smiled, I think you have lustful thoughts. With a look, you can see that this carriage belongs to an extremely wealthy person. Maybe the person sitting inside is a princess. Rhodey sighed and just stared at the people until they arrived right in front of him. He then gave a loud cough and jumped out from the roadside. Needy's also walked out with a smile. Only Sith looked unwilling. As the dignified leader of the Sorcerers Association of Roland Continent, he did not expect that he would, one day, do something so preposterous. 3 people. One was a heroic youngster, one was a stunning beauty, and one was a highly respected old man. The travelers were shocked when these 3 people suddenly jumped into the middle of the road. However, none of them had expected them to be robbers. One of the warriors immediately shouted loudly, Who are you? How dare you block our way? Quickly move aside. Although the warrior was usually arrogant, he saw that these 3 were no ordinary people. Hence, his tone did not have the usual arrogance. Rhodey naturally could not understand a single word uttered by that warrior. Sith and Needy's understood the dwarf language but they remained silent. After a few seconds of silence, Rhodey became impatient and whispered, Say something. Say what? Needy's and Sith were stunned for a moment. The 2 of them had never robbed before and had less experience than Rhodey, who had robbed once. They could not even say the simplest opening remarks of a robber, This road belongs to me and a fee must be paid to cross it. While the 3 of them were stunned on the spot, the other side was not pleased. Besides that, they were quite influential. The warrior shouted, Quickly, move aside. Do you want to die? The warrior pulled out his sword as he finished speaking. The 3 other warriors, at the side, also showed their intimidating expressions. The cavalrymen also rushed up with their horses. Rhodey sighed. He no longer cared about the rules of robbing and directly attacked. They only saw his figure flashed and he disappeared from his original spot. Before they could understand what happened, the 4 warriors, almost at the same time, each felt a heavy blow on their heads and they all fainted. The cavalrymen were quite skillful. They reacted quickly and had already pulled out their swords. However, Sith had started chanting and threw a sleeping spell at them. The cavalrymen then fell off their horses. Fortunately, Rhodey also needed their clothes and horses. Therefore, he had not acted ruthlessly as he was afraid that he would ruin those things. Within a short moment, the robbery was over. Such misfortune had befallen them, but the target of the robbery still could not understand why the 3 well-dressed people, with extraordinary appearances, attacked them. The driver was so afraid that he fell from the carriage. Rhodey casually kicked and knocked him out. He then went to pull the carriage door open. The furnishings inside the carriage were very beautiful. There was even a small wine cabinet inside the spacious carriage. A person in a snow-white robe looked at Rhodey and Needy's in fear. The person had pale white skin and a pair of slender eyes like the legendary Red Phoenix S2. She had faint eyebrows and straight nose. At that moment, she could not help but bit her lip out of fear and reveal a row of white teeth. It could be regarded as white teeth, red lips. She had long, bright and black hair hanging loosely at the back of her head. Her slender white hands tightly held onto a short and narrow warrior sword. However, due to her fear, she did not dare to draw the sword. Before Rhodey could speak, Needy's had sighed and smiled bitterly, Looks like I really should change my occupation into a language expert. We had really robbed a princess. Judging from her appearance, even if she is not a princess, her identity will not be far off from one. Rhodey was a little surprised. He sighed and said to Needy's, It is unfortunate. Looks like we need to trouble you and change you into her clothes. If we were to encounter something, you will have to deal with it while Sith and I will be your followers. Rhodey then stepped aside and let Needy's walk in front. Needy's took a deep breath and smiled at the person in the carriage. Well, you do not need to be afraid. We will not kill you. We just want to borrow your carriage and clothes. Obediently take off your clothes and we will not touch you. You are lucky that we will only rob your wealth and not your chastity. Needy spoke in the dwarf language. The person in the carriage seemed to become even more frightened and began to tremble. Needies then turned back to look at Rhodey and whispered, "What are you still doing here? Do you want to watch the lady undress?" Sith came to the side of the carriage and loudly said, "Hurry up. This is the main road and others may come by here soon." Needy smiled and replied, "Well, take off their outer clothes and let them keep their inner clothes. In the past 2 days, you have been exploited by Rhodey. I am sure that these people have quite influential identities and they probably have a lot of valuables on them. You can keep them." The old sorcerer glared and mumbled, "I am not a greedy man. How could you compare my precious sorcery gems with money?" Needies ignored the words uttered by that old sorcerer. She turned around and gently smiled at the person in the carriage. "Well, put down your weapon. We will not hurt you. Besides that, your weapon will also be useless. Your guards have already been defeated. Do you think you can still resist?" After saying that, Needy smiled with her pursed lips and said, "You can take off your outer clothes here. I promised that nobody would peek at you." She then pointed at Rhodey, who was behind her, and said, "Although this guy looks ferocious, he is not a lascivious person." Rhodey stared at Needies and said coldly, "Quickly exchange clothes with her. I am going to help Sith." As Rhodey was about to leave, the person in the carriage suddenly spoke. Although she looked very frightened and her voice seemed to tremble, she managed to calmly say, "Wait." What surprised both Rhodey and Needies was that this person did not speak in the dwarf language. That person looked helpless. She was still fearful in front of the surprised Rhodey and Needies. However, she boldly said, "I can see from your words and actions that you are not robbers. Why did you stop me? If it is for money, I can give you much more." Her voice was somewhat soft and sharp, possibly from fear. Rhodey was impatient and lightly replied, "We want money, clothes, and the carriage. Be obedient and nothing will happen." That person bravely maintained a calm look and wryly smiled, "I see that you are not ordinary people. If you are willing, you can be my subordinates. I can give you the best treatment. The fact that you can defeat my guards so quickly proves this point. Regardless of who sent you here, I can pay you twice, no, 5 times. At that moment, she noticed that Rhodey and Needies did not seem interested. She then gritted her teeth and continued, 10 times. I can pay you 10 times more. Rhodey admired that woman's courage for being able to say those words in such a situation. Giving each other a meaningful glance, Rhodey then said, "Nobody sent us. We simply want to borrow your clothes and carriage. You do not need to think of ways to bribe us." That person finally smiled bitterly and said, "All right, I will cooperate with you. But, if you really want my clothes, can you not let this woman be the one removing it? I want you to be the one removing it." She stretched out her finger and pointed at Rhodey. When Rhodey and Needy showed a surprised expression, that person smiled bitterly and explained, "This is because I am a man." It was really a day filled with surprises. Translator's notes. 1. Yaopai, waistplate. They are like medals worn at waists to show their identity. 2. Dan Fengyan. Literally red phoenix eyes. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.